Anyone who has ever spent a good night with a vampire knows that the experience of being sucked by blood can even be warm and enjoyable as long as a vampire has a charming appearance. But the premise is that you must be like me, with a helpless, green grassland above your head. My name is Li Muhan, and I just received a good person card from my ex-girlfriend today. Looking at her departing back, I just wanted to curl up in the quilt like a waste and cry bitterly. However, as if God was playing a joke on me, not only did I suffer the pain of a broken love, but all of a sudden, it rained on the night when the stars were shining just now. I could only hold an umbrella and drag my tired body home. However, when I was passing by a park not far from my home, I unexpectedly saw a girl sitting on a swing. It's raining heavily. Who wouldn't be deep without an umbrella in such weather? I quietly approached and saw that it was Xiaoyu. We were in the same university, and her cold and arrogant personality and impeccable appearance made her stand out in school. But everyone kept their distance from Xiaoyu, and there were even rumors that she was a bad girl. The rain drenched the ends of Xiaoyu's hair, dripping down her face, soaking through her sweatshirt and skirt, even the black silk. I was shocked, but I still greeted her. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at me in confusion, but she didn't reply. I looked down at her again and whispered, "If you keep going like this, you'll catch a cold. Did you break up too? You don't have to torture yourself like this." Perhaps because the rain was too loud, Xiaoyu's voice was extremely weak. "It's none of your business." Although she said so, looking at her lonely figure, I remembered myself. It was just an umbrella, so I said, "I'll take you home." I looked at Xiaoyu carefully and found that the wrinkles on her skirt were unusually obvious, and there were several tears on her stockings. However, Xiaoyu clasped the swing rope with both hands, looked into the distance, and whispered to herself, "I don't have a home." I suddenly realized what stupid things I had said. It turned out that she was an orphan, and that inspired me to have that cheap heart of the Virgin. So I put the umbrella on his head and proposed, "Why don't you come to my house? There are guest rooms in the house, and even cats can perform backflips. And it's so late, there may be bad people nearby. At least you can come to my house to take a shower to ward off the cold." A trace of confusion appeared on Xiaoyu's cold face at this moment, and I didn't expect to say such a thing. She stared at my face for a long time, her expression gradually changing, and asked softly, "Is it convenient?" In her eyes I couldn't see the shadow of the rumored bad girl, only the appearance of a poor girl. I scratched my head and smiled and said, "As long as you don't mind, of course you can." When I got home, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom and looking at the wet clothes piled up outside the bathroom, I couldn't help but think about it. My ex-girlfriend just dumped me, and in the blink of an eye I brought another girl home. What the hell am I doing? I was thinking about it when the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Xiaoyu leaned out slightly, her hair was still slightly wet, and said softly, "Thank you for borrowing my bathroom, and thank you for your clothes." Looking at Xiaoyu, who had just finished taking a shower, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. Wet black hair hung down on her delicate and fair shoulders, and her rosy cheeks added a bit of femininity. I quickly turned my head, not daring to take another look. Xiaoyu glanced down at her body, looked around the room again, and finally she slowly walked up to me and said softly as if she had made up her mind, "I understand what you mean." I was a little confused. I didn't understand what she understood. She suddenly approached and said softly, "Usually boys take girls home and do this, especially a homeless girl like me." I was so dizzy by her words that I could only stutter in response. I didn't understand what Xiaoyu understood, but when I looked up, I found that Xiaoyu was already standing in front of me. She whispered, "In return, I'll let you do whatever you want." This sentence made me stunned for a moment, and my brain went blank. I stared at her in amazement, only to see her slowly put her hands behind her back and tilt her head slightly to one side. Then Xiaoyu said with a hint of shyness, "Generally, boys take girls home at night, and they will have such thoughts, especially for a homeless girl like me. I am the only body that can repay you." I was secretly surprised. Oh my God, does she know what she is talking about? I'm a decent gentleman, and I will never take advantage of others. I raised my hand to push her away, but found that Xiaoyu was trembling slightly due to nervousness. Her voice trembled. "Wait a minute, I have one more thing to tell you. If you can accept it, please do it yourself." I was about to explain that I didn't mean that, but Xiaoyu sighed softly. Her eyes suddenly became cold and sharp, and she looked down at me sitting on the sofa condescendingly. Suddenly, the lights in the house began to flicker, and everything around them became flickering and dimming. My heart tightened, and I thought, "You're not going to transform, are you?" At that moment, the whole room was plunged into darkness, and I faintly heard a slight sound, as if something was unfolding. A burst of red light flashed, and a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Xiaoyu became completely different, and she said softly, "As you can see, I am not human." As Xiaoyu's voice appeared, a pair of scarlet pupils quietly appeared, revealing two sharp fangs in the slightly open mouth. What's even more shocking is that Xiaoyu's originally black hair instantly turned snow white. I opened my mouth wide, cold sweat oozed from my forehead, and I stammered, "Are you the devil?" I was already so frightened that I was incoherent. Xiaoyu saw my reaction and closed her eyes slightly. When Xiaoyu's eyes were completely covered with bright red, the light above her head suddenly returned to normal, and the girl also changed back to the appearance of having just taken a bath. Xiaoyu said indifferently, "I am what you humans call a vampire. If you are not afraid, I can give you my body as a reward, and you can rest assured I will never resist." I swallowed, reluctantly got up from the sofa, pointed to the soy milk and fritters on the table, and said, Let's have breakfast first, what do you think?" This time it was Xiaoyu's turn to be surprised. She looked at me in disbelief and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid of me? Or are you really hungry?" I smiled and said, "Didn't you say you were homeless? At least we can have a meal together." I scratched my head, as if I didn't quite understand what I was saying. Xiaoyu's eyes were slightly red, but she didn't say anything more. We sat on opposite sides of the table, and I watched Xiaoyu gobble up food, and couldn't help but ask, "Do vampires also eat human food?" As if she had expected me to ask this question, Xiaoyu replied calmly, "Human food can provide the most basic energy, but human blood is also indispensable." Hearing this, my hand holding the soy milk cup shook violently. Xiaoyu saw my fear, held her chin, and said with a hint of banter in her eyes, "Don't worry, if you don't volunteer, I won't suck your blood." Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of some movie plots, so I asked curiously, "If you suck my blood, will I become a vampire?" My question made Xiaoyu stunned, and after thinking for a while, she replied, "Yes, but the process is very troublesome, and it requires very special conditions." I asked her curiously, "What are the conditions?" Xiaoyu's expression became a little embarrassed, but under my eager gaze she still said, "We have to do this." She joined her hands together and made a motion like applause, making a crisp, pop sound. Wait, why does this setting sound so familiar? I was stunned for a moment, but quickly smiled and said, "If you want to suck blood, I can let you suck it, and I'm also curious about what it's like to be sucked by a vampire." As soon as the words fell, the fritters fell on the table with a click. Xiaoyu looked at me in disbelief. Her face was full of shame, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Only then did I realize that my words had caused a misunderstanding, and explained with a wry smile, "It's just you're sucking blood, and you don't need to do anything else." As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyu appeared in front of me in an instant, holding my cheeks with both hands, her eyes glowing with scarlet, and a crazy and evil smile on her face. "You're so funny, not only did you bring home people you didn't know, but even offered me to suck your blood after knowing that I was a vampire." As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyu's fangs pierced into my throat. I thought it would be painful, but I didn't feel the slightest pain, and instead I felt like I was soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. Slowly, I began to feel sleepy, my eyelids became heavier and heavier, and my body leaned forward weakly. Xiaoyu held me in her arms, greedily sucked my blood, and whispered, "Your blood is very special, why does it make me feel so excited?" I felt that I was put on the bed by Xiaoyu, but I didn't have the strength to resist, so I could only let her hold my body tightly. Just before I gradually lost consciousness, a whisper came from her ear. "I'm sorry, I'm a little out of control." Then I was completely plunged into darkness. I don't know how long it took, but an alarm clock woke me up from my sleep. I slowly opened my eyes, and I slept unusually comfortably, arguably the most restful in years. I picked up my phone and happened to see my ex-girlfriend Guruoshi posting a circle of friends. Sighing, I wanted to turn off my phone, but curiosity drove me to click on her feed. On the screen, Guruoshi was wearing a high-end dress, and a photo of a rich second generation at the cocktail party came into view. Now I understand. As Guruoshi once said, this is another world she yearns for. I felt unwilling. I thought I had let go, but when I saw this, my heart still couldn't stop aching. Just as I was immersed in my memories, there was a movement around me. I turned my head to see that Xiaoyu was lying next to me. She looked at her phone with sleepy eyes, and asked lazily, "Is that your girlfriend?" I was so scared that I almost jumped out of bed. "Why are you here? And why are you not wearing clothes?" Xiaoyu yawned and replied calmly, "There is only this one bed in your room, and there is no other place. I can only sleep with you." I shook my head, trying to remember what had happened last night. Last night, I brought a vampire girl home and asked her to suck my blood, but I can't remember anything after that. I just remember that Xiaoyu seemed to bite me on the neck. At this time, Xiaoyu looked at me and showed an evil smile. "I have already helped you realize your wish, and now it's too late to regret it." I was stunned and thought to myself, is she referring to the troubles of my adolescence? Wouldn't my first time be gone? What puzzles me the most is that I can't remember the specific episode that happened at all. Just as I was about to say something, I suddenly noticed that Xiaoyu's loose t-shirt slipped off her shoulders, and as long as I lowered it a little lower, I could see her skin. I hurriedly turned my head, didn't dare to look at it again, and hurriedly said, "You put on your clothes first." As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly ran out of the room and stood outside the door waiting for her to get dressed, thinking back to how I felt last night, which I had never experienced before. After Xiaoyu changed her clothes, I had already made breakfast. Seeing Xiaoyu sitting across the table, I couldn't help but speak. "Don't say it, it's quite comfortable to be sucked by a vampire." When Xiaoyu heard this, the water she had just drunk almost squirted out. "Comfortable? If you're comfortable, don't talk about last night." Her tone was not serious, but rather pleading. I was a little stunned, but nodded anyway. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly blushed and said, "I want to take another bath, is it okay? I had to wash it again like last night." I was embarrassed to say, "Of course, you can wash it however you want, you're welcome." After saying that, I felt even more confused, looked down at myself, and couldn't help but ask myself, what the hell did I do last night? Won't you really? With her? During the time when Xiaoyu was taking a shower, I was still hesitating whether to order takeout or cook by myself, when suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. When I opened it, I was stunned for a moment. It was none other than my ex-girlfriend, Guruoshi, who was standing at the door. To be honest, I didn't really recognize it at first glance. After all, the person in front of her and the person in her memory are like two people. The ponytail has long been gone, replaced by a delicate hairstyle, and the whole person exudes a mature and cold temperament. And the playful clothes and jeans that Guruoshi used to love to wear are now replaced by gorgeous long dresses that I can see at a glance. What surprised me the most was the look in her eyes. The eyes that had given me strength countless times and made me feel that the whole world was gentle were now covered with a faint layer of frost. Guruoshi looked at me as if she was looking at an unrelated stranger. "I've got something to do with you." Guruoshi's voice was cold and unfluctuating, as if he was explaining a very ordinary thing. I froze for a moment, then nodded. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This plot is really a routine. I turned my head to look at the empty room and pointed at her as if talking to myself. "Look, the Lord is here." Guruoshi completely ignored my little tricks, and just stared straight at me with a cold gaze, which was full of indifference and contempt. "Since you're here, I just packed all the things you didn't clean up last time, so take them away." I tried to make my voice sound casual. Guruoshi didn't even look at me, and responded lightly. "You can just throw those things away, I don't need them anymore." Just throw it away? I was a little stunned. Those things are memories of our past, and many of them are gifts that I personally selected for her. Now, in her eyes, these once precious items have turned into garbage that can be discarded? Guruoshi didn't pay any attention to me anymore and walked straight into the house. When her gaze fell on the dining table, she sneered contemptuously. "What's wrong? There's a problem." I closed the door and turned around to meet Guruoshi's eyes full of disdain. Li Muhan, we are all adults, not children. I know you once loved me, but we couldn't be. Guruashi's voice seemed to come from the ice cellar, and every word was tingling. I was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Is this woman here in the middle of the night to say this? I told you a long time ago not to have any hope for me. Li Muhan, you are a smart person, don't waste your energy on impossible things. Guruashi said coldly. What are you talking about? I frowned, feeling a little irritated. Guruashi walked to the dining table, picked up a cup, and turned to me with a sneer. This is my cup, right? You still keep it, and you still use it, don't you feel disgusting? I hurriedly explained. You misunderstood, I didn't use this cup, it's just that there are guests at home. But Guruashi didn't listen at all, and threw the cup directly into the trash. Don't use my stuff anymore, and don't keep anything of mine. This will only make me look down on you even more, Li Muhan. I was silent, looking at the beautiful but strange woman in front of me, and my heart felt bitter. Guruashi seemed to see through my thoughts, and her tone was even more indifferent. I know what you're thinking. You think I'm in love with vanity. That's right, I'm just vanity. You're an orphan, and my parents are just ordinary working-class people who have been poor all their lives, so poor that I fear it. I used to want to work hard with you, but that's only because we are young and not sensible. Guruashi's parents mean a lot to me, they adopted me after the orphanage was exposed, and I have a relationship with her in a sense. But at the moment, she looked at me like she was looking at a pile of garbage. Guruashi raised the brand-name bag in his hand and raised it slightly. Do you know how much this bag costs? That's money you can't earn even for a year's work. And this bracelet, this pendant, do you understand what that means? I didn't speak, but the more she spoke, the more excited she became. These are the keys to the upper class. Li Muhan, have you seen my circle of friends? The garden restaurant he took me to last night, you can never imagine the luxury there. Lobster, abalone, all the ingredients are flown in. Do you understand what that means? I couldn't help but laugh and teased. It means that you are now Mrs. Kwa? It means a gap, Li Muhan. It means happiness. You will never be able to give me happiness. Guruashi's voice was cold and firm, like a sharp blade, piercing directly into my heart. Guruashi looked around, his eyes swept over the room that Li Muhan had carefully prepared for their former future. His eyes were full of disgust. I used to think that living with you in a place like this is like a pig's nest. Do you know where I live now? I couldn't help but sigh and replied with a little impatience. What the hell are you going to take? Can you hurry up? Guruashi completely ignored my impatience and said to himself. I now live in Xingshihuding, which is the top rich area in Tianhai City. And then? I replied perfunctorily, feeling a little irritated. In the past, in order to save this relationship, I even spent a lot of money to buy a bracelet, but now, I just want Guruashi to leave quickly. Although Guruashi is beautiful on the outside, there are some things, like her current noble appearance of wearing gold and silver, deliberately pretending, looking like a clown who desperately wants to fit into a world that does not belong to her. As for the cup mentioned by Guruashi, it's just because there are no extra cups at home. I washed it and let Xiaoyu use it. Opportunity to explain? No kidding. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. You should have seen the car. I won't tell you how much it is. I'm afraid you won't be balanced. But if you still have any unrealistic fantasies, Li Muhan, let it go. I'm here today just to take our old photo. Guruashi said coldly. Guruashi's words made me sneer, then turned around and entered the room, and took out a group photo after a while. It was taken when we were still together, and we are snuggled up to each other with green smiles on our faces. But now, everything has changed. Guruashi didn't want to look at that photo more, maybe because her identity was different now. She didn't bother to look back on the past. She pulled an envelope out of her bag and placed it on the dining table. This is the compensation I can think of, Li Muhan, take it. I glanced at the envelope and sneered. This is from your boyfriend. Yes, there is enough money in this to easily finish college and not have to work so hard. Guruashi replied as a matter of course. Take your money and stuff and leave. I no longer hid my impatience. Guruashi seemed to think that I couldn't let her go, and continued. If you entangle me again, I will. At the moment when Guruashi didn't finish speaking, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Xiaoyu walked out of it wrapped in a bath towel. She had just finished taking a shower, her face was flushed, and her wet skin was shining brightly, looking extremely moving. Especially Xiaoyu's facial features that were more delicate than Guruoshi's, made Guruoshi stunned for an instant. Who is she? Guruoshi pointed at Xiaoyu. Her tone was full of jealousy and questioning that could not be concealed, as if she still thought that she was the mistress of this family. It's okay with you, right? Have you finished your stuff? I replied coldly, not intending to explain anything to her. Guruoshi obviously didn't intend to let it go easily, and said aggressively, Li Muhan, I haven't moved my things yet, so you let other women live in? You can do it. Her cynicism made my heart burn with anger, but I was non-committal, and when I was about to drive people away again, Guruoshi's gaze suddenly fixed on Xiaoyu's face, and then sneered. Who should I be? It turns out to be the man of the year in the school. Guruoshi walked in front of Xiaoyu in high heels. Then Guruoshi said wantonly with a mocking smile on his face, You're Xiaoyu, right? You're a freshman like us, but I've heard of your reputation. I heard that you are a woman who can go to school if you have money. How much money did Li Muhan give you? Xiaoyu was still indifferent, leaning against the door of the bathroom, her fingers wrapped around her wet hair, as if she had long been accustomed to these malicious slanders. Li Muhan, let me give you a word of advice. This kind of woman is nothing but her appearance, and she is a garbage that only parasitizes on rich people. Don't get obsessed with this kind of woman that money can buy. Guruoshi said coldly. Xiaoyu glanced up at me slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but Guruoshi immediately interrupted her. Who are you? Do I still need to be reminded? Who doesn't know what you're doing? Aid, having an affair with a gangster outside of school, and even the cause of your adoptive parents' death are all a mystery. Maybe it has something to do with you. However, before Guruoshi's words fell, I had already blocked her in front of Xiaoyu, staring at her with indifferent eyes. I accept your advice, Guruoshi. The kind of woman who can only parasitize the rich and buy with money, I will not indulge in it anymore. Li Muhan, you! Guruoshi obviously heard the sarcasm in my words, but she couldn't refute it. Indeed, Guruoshi is now squeezing into the upper-class society by relying on a rich second generation, and every word I say is a true portrayal of her. Guruoshi was annoyed and ashamed, pointed at Xiaoyu and gritted her teeth and said, How can a dirty woman like her compare with me? As long as you have money, just... Before the words fell, I slammed my fist on the wall behind Guruoshi, forcing her to retreat. At this time, my eyes were cold, as if I wanted to pierce Guruoshi's disguise. For the sake of my uncle and aunt, I won't beat you. Now get out of here. By the way, she's my woman. Can you leave? This is the first time Guruoshi has seen me so resolute. I had never spoken out loud to her before, and she thought I wouldn't be angry with anyone, like a submissive puppy. But now, this puppy has finally shown its fangs, and all this is for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also stunned. She never thought that someone would defend her like this after learning her true identity. And what he just said. I'm his. Guruoshi angrily threw down a sentence. You are really hopeless, Li Muhan. This matter is not over. After that, I walked quickly to the door, but I shoved the envelope back into her hand. Take your money with you, too, I said calmly. Guruoshi finally glared at me fiercely, looked back at the silent Xiaoyu, and whispered, What a hungry woman, even men who don't want others to pick up, bitch. Then he slammed the door and left. The moment the door closed, I breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at my hand against the wall, and found that there was already some bleeding skin. I was pondered, why did I suddenly lose control? At that moment, my hand was gently grasped. I looked up, and at some point, Xiaoyu had already walked in front of me, holding my hand gently, her eyes full of worry. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu said softly. I smiled wryly. It's my right to say I'm sorry, she's my ex-girlfriend, don't care about what she says. I'm going to take a shower and cool down. I tried to withdraw my hand, but Xiaoyu suddenly pushed me against the wall with incredible force. She held my hand tightly and looked up slightly, her blood-red eyes staring at me deeply. I'm sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed, can you let me suck blood again? There was a hint of tremor and hunger in Xiaoyu's voice. Huh! You don't mean the high-level bloodline. No, girl, look at the atmosphere. I couldn't laugh or cry. I'm really sorry, but after sucking your blood last night, I gradually lost control of myself. Xiaoyu's tone revealed an irresistible longing, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. It can be seen that Xiaoyu is already trying her best to restrain herself. Perhaps, as she said, not sucking blood for a long time would only weaken her, but yesterday my blood was like a beast that ignited her heart, making it impossible for her to resist this desire. At least let me take a shower first. I smiled helplessly. Although Xiaoyu looked extremely reluctant, she finally let go of my hand, and her face was full of reluctance. Her mouth was slightly open, and the two fangs that loomed in the sky didn't frighten me, but added a bit of seduction. With a little patience, I won't run away. I gently rubbed her hair and hurried into the bathroom. The moment I closed the door, I breathed a sigh of relief and began to sort through all the things that had happened during this time. Life is like a chaotic TV series, and the plot twists are unexpectedly fast. Guruoshi, my girlfriend who has been in love for many years, chose to split her legs without hesitation and kicked me away. And just when I was frustrated, she accidentally took in the bad girl in the school, and what's even weirder is that she turned out to be a vampire who was still sucking my blood last night. If anyone had told me about these things, I would have thought it was a fantasy. But they really happened in my life. After taking a shower, I wiped my hair with a bath towel casually, and as soon as I pushed open the bathroom door, I saw Xiaoyu standing at the door, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Xiaoyu completely showed the posture of a vampire at this moment. Long silver hair, blood-red eyes, sharp canine teeth, and that hungry evil eyes, all this told me that I couldn't escape. Excuse me, is it okay now? Even so, Xiaoyu asked politely, with a hint of shyness on her face. As soon as I nodded in agreement, Xiaoyu's demonic wings instantly unfolded, and then closed, enveloping me tightly. Xiaoyu's petite body came up, and the bath towel I was wrapped in also slipped off. The two bodies were so close to each other that I didn't have time to feel them before the two fangs pierced into my neck. Just like last time, when the fangs pierced, an indescribable feeling of comfort quickly spread throughout the body, as if it was addicted. I didn't struggle, but gently hugged Xiaoyu's body. At the last moment, when my consciousness was gradually blurred, I vaguely heard her whisper softly in her ear. You just said that I am your woman, then you have to take responsibility. Then the world fell into darkness. At the same time, downstairs in the apartment, Guruoshi had just sat in a luxury supercar. How dare this stinky boy hit you? Damn, I'm going to have to skin him. The boyfriend roared angrily. No, my dear, why are you like that, poor ghost? He's just not convinced, and we'll just ignore him. Guruoshi comforted lightly. Okay, listen to your darling. So can we go now? I've made a reservation at the Seaview restaurant and invited a music maestro to play for us. Don't you like the piano the most? Guruoshi's boyfriend said. Dear, you're so nice, let's go. Guruoshi casually threw the photo frame out of the car window, not caring about its existence at all. After all, Guruoshi is now the young master's fiancée, and she is unwilling to stay with her ex-boyfriend for anything that can bring back memories of the past. At the moment when the sports car started, a pair of eyes shining with scarlet light suddenly appeared in the shadows. How dare a filthy and lowly human being humiliate my master like this? A deep voice came from the darkness. As soon as the car started, the front tire burst instantly, and the sports car lost control and crashed into a big tree. After a while, Guruoshi and her boyfriend climbed out of the car in embarrassment, and the figure in the shadow snorted coldly and quietly disappeared into the darkness. When the sound of vehicles crashing and the shrill siren came from downstairs, Xiaoyu gently propped herself up. On the bed, Li Muhan had fallen asleep. Xiaoyu put on her coat, walked to the window, and her eyes fell on the luxury sports car downstairs that crashed into the tree because of a flat tire. Her gaze gradually shifted to the uninhabited alley next to her, her gaze becoming sharp and cold. Come out, Xiaoyu said coldly. In an instant, a figure flashed in through the window. Through the faint moonlight, a slender and tall silver-haired girl appeared in Li Muhan's bedroom. She wore a white shirt on her upper body and a long black skirt on her lower body, and her delicate face looked particularly cold in the moonlight. Master! The silver-haired girl lifted the corner of her skirt slightly and made an elegant curtsy to Xiaoyu. You did it right? Xiaoyu asked. Master, I don't want anyone to speak ill of you. The silver-haired girl replied respectfully. Don't call me master, you are not my dependent. Xia Yu's tone at this moment was cold and resolute, completely different from the gentleness in front of Li Muhan just now. The time of the bloodlines has passed, and now is the time when humans dominate the world. If you're targeted by the authority, don't expect me to save you, Xia Yu said coldly. Don't worry, master, I will never implicate you. Or do you? To this human? The silver-haired girl's gaze turned to Li Muhan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Xia Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, and she instantly appeared in front of the silver-haired girl, and said condescendingly and coldly, Don't beat his idea, Qianganjiayu. I am not your master, and you are not my dependent, so you don't need to follow me anywhere else. A city will not allow two bloods. The host. The silver-haired girl seemed to have something to say, but in the end she could only lower her head, and her figure gradually turned into a dark shadow, and finally dispersed into a swarm of bats and flew out of the window. Xia Yu turned around and walked back to the bed, looking at me who was already asleep. The expression on his face finally eased a little, and his eyes returned to lilac. Xia Yu gently stretched out her hand and wanted to touch my cheek, but her fingers stopped at the moment when she was about to touch it, and in the end, she just lay beside me obediently and closed her eyes. The next day was Monday. Xia Yu and I both had morning classes, and we went to school after breakfast together. I'm in the school building over there. After arriving at the school, Xia Yu waved at me and left in a hurry. I noticed that at school, Xia Yu didn't seem to be willing to talk to herself more, as if she was afraid of being seen together. Muhan! When I got out of school, my friend Luo Yang stopped me. Luo Yang is one of the few friends I have, and the two have been good buddies since high school, so they naturally know Guruashi. Of course, he also knows about me and Guruashi. You and Guruashi are completely finished? On the way home, Luo Yang pushed a bicycle that had been with him for many years and asked. Well, it's over, I replied calmly. It's a pity you were so good in high school, and you showed affection in front of me every day, tisk. Luo Yang sighed. Once, Guruashi and I were inseparable almost every day in high school, and Guruoshi's parents also took good care of me, and even regarded me as a prospective son-in-law. Now, however, things have come to this point. I didn't say anything, but I remembered in my heart that I almost had a conflict with Guruashi yesterday. If Luo Yang knew that he almost hit Guruashi, I don't know what his expression would be. Seeing that I was a little silent, Luo Yang felt a little guilty, thinking that he had touched his sore spot. Okay, don't be unhappy. You're not working today, are you? Well, I didn't have a part-time job today, I replied calmly. Okay, buddy, please have a barbecue. I know a particularly delicious barbecue restaurant, Luo Yang proposed. I originally wanted to excuse myself, but remembering that there was Xia Yu at home, she might not have eaten yet, so I decided to bring her some barbecue when I went back earlier. Eventually, he agreed. The two came to the barbecue restaurant, and after a few glasses of wine, Luo Yang was already a little drunk, and he talked more. Muhan, you are so tall and handsome, are you afraid that you won't find a good woman? The kind of woman who kicks you away when she falls in love with her son, let's not want it. Luo Yang patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and said loudly. I was very calm and smiled slightly. The taste of this barbecue stall is really good, it's rare for you to taste it normally. Subsequently, I joked that I remembered that Luo Yang had taken me to a ramen restaurant before, but the boss said, Don't worry, pull it out, because of the slow serving, which made him cry and laugh. Looking around, the barbecue restaurant is very popular, many of the customers are young people, and there are also some old men and aunts sitting at the same table. No matter which table it seems to be much more lively than the two big men of us. Muhan, don't you believe what I say? If I say you can do it, you can do it. If you're looking for a girlfriend, you'll find it in minutes. Look, that's a good girl. Luo Yang pointed to the waitress at the barbecue stall and said. I followed his finger and saw that the waiter was busy, dressed in ordinary overalls with a professional smile on his face. The waitress was slender and petite, with long black hair tied into a ponytail and a mask on her face, making it impossible to see her face. She was wearing a white long-sleeved sweatshirt, but it was obviously ill-fitting and looked a little wide. My gaze swept over her, and it suddenly struck a familiar look at the dress. Wasn't it an old piece of his own? Although she was wearing a mask, Her eyes were exceptionally bright and beautiful to ignore, even shimmering with a lilac glow in the dim light. These eyes felt both familiar and unfamiliar to me, as if I had seen them somewhere. "Hello, this is your barbecue." The waitress walks over to the table and places a handful of roast meat on a plate. Her voice had a hint of ethereal and coldness, blowing like a night breeze, both translucent and refreshing, so familiar to me, as if I had heard it somewhere recently. "Yes, thank you." He nodded, but his eyes didn't take his eyes off her back, his mind searching for the source of the voice. Just as I was about to think about it, Luo Yang's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Alas! Li Muhan! What's going on with you? You've had 6 bottles of wine here. The face is not red at all. I remember that you drank very badly, and you got drunk after 2 bottles. How can you drink so much now?" I realized that I had drunk 6 beers, and I was surprised that I wasn't drunk at all, but was in good spirits. Compared with Luo Yang, who was already a little drunk, I simply didn't change my face. "Forget it, don't talk about this. What do you think of that girl just now?" Luo Yang suddenly changed the subject. "What's going on?" I replied casually as I ate the barbecue. But in his heart, he was wondering why he didn't react at all after drinking so much wine, and even his usual feeling of stomach swelling had weakened a lot, as if alcohol had completely lost its effect on him. "Let me tell you, although she is wearing a mask, judging from my countless experience of reading women, she is definitely a beauty," Luo Yang said with a serious face. I couldn't help laughing. "Lao Luo, you haven't even talked about your girlfriend, and you dare to claim to be a woman?" Luo Yang obviously drank a little too much, staggered to his feet, patted me on the shoulder, and said drunkenly, "Don't look down on me. I just didn't want to fall in love. If I wanted to, I would." Minutes. Looking at Luo Yang's appearance, I shook my head helplessly. He just wanted to persuade a few words, but Luo Yang suddenly dragged him towards the waitress. "You don't believe it? I'll prove it to you now!" Luo Yang shouted loudly. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the barbecue stall was full of people. The waitress was obviously a novice, having just been counted out by the boss for serving the wrong dish a few times, and was now cleaning up a table of garbage that had just left the guests. "Girl! Hello?" Luo Yang rushed to the waitress and greeted him loudly. "Hello?" The waitress raised her head, her smart eyes looking at Luo Yang, as if surprised by his sudden appearance. "Excuse me, can you have a relationship with me?" Luo Yang suddenly came out with this sentence, which made Li Muhan feel extremely embarrassed. The waitress tilted her head and looked at Luo Yang with an inexplicable look, as if to judge whether he was joking or not. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." After a long time, the girl said lightly. Luo Yang's whole person was suddenly struck by lightning, as if he had been hit by a big blow, and he stood in place. "I told you not to humiliate yourself, now it's okay, right?" I patted Luo Yang on the back and was about to comfort him a few words, but I saw that the waitress had already walked to my side. She raised her eyes, looked straight at Li Muhan, and said in a calm tone, "Tonight is my first day of work, and I may have to go back later, so you don't have to wait for me." My movements suddenly froze, and Luo Yang was even more dumbfounded. Luo Yang turned his head to look at me, and then at the waitress, his face full of shock and doubt. "You too?" "No?" Before I could answer, Xia Yu had already nodded lightly and said lightly, "He is my boyfriend." Luo Yang collapsed on the chair in an instant, and the whole person was completely stunned. He pointed at me and was speechless for a long time. "Xia Yu?" I finally recognized her. Then I asked, "Why are you here?" "After all, I can't live in your house for nothing. I also want to earn some money by working part-time like you, at least to subsidize living expenses." Xia Yu replied calmly, without the slightest difference in his tone. "I think it's a little strange that this vampire girl in front of me would work at a barbecue stall at night, and also wearing their own old clothes." He really couldn't figure it out, but he didn't ask much. At this time, Luo Yang was completely drunk and lost the strength to ask any more. I had to help him get a taxi and take him home. As for his bike, I'll push it home first and return it to him tomorrow. After sending Luo Yang away, I returned to the barbecue stall and settled the bill. Obviously, Luo Yang said that he wanted to treat him, but in the end he still paid for it himself, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Yu is still busy. I don't want to disturb her, I wanted to wait for her to go home together, but I always felt a little embarrassed to sit here and not order anything. So, I found an opportunity to say to Xiaoyu, "Then you go home by yourself and pay more attention to safety." Then he left the barbecue stand. Pushing Luo Yang's car, I walked on the way home. The cold wind of the winter night drilled mercilessly into his coat, and he always felt cold and sleepy when he came home in this weather, but tonight, I didn't feel cold or sleepy at all. What's even more strange is that I can now see every dark corner of the path that I used to rely on a mobile phone flashlight to illuminate, as if my eyesight has become extremely sharp. Just as I was halfway down the path, a car suddenly crossed out in front of me and blocked my way. 4 or 5 men in black suits walked out of the car. I realized that the situation was not good and tried to back off, only to find that I was also blocked by a car behind me, and several men in black suits got out of the car. "You are Li Muhan?" In the end, a handsome and tall man got out of the car, about the same age as Li Muhan, but at first glance he was a young master from a rich family, exuding an aura of arrogance. "It's me. Brothers, are you blocking the road?" I laughed and stalled for time while quickly searching for an escape route. I grew up in a difficult environment, and I was very alert and knew that these people were not coming well. Although he is good at fighting, these men in suits are obviously not good at stubble, and if they want to fight hard, they may not be able to get benefits. "You hit my girlfriend, didn't you?" The man walked up to me with a sneer, always covering his mouth with a high-class handkerchief, as if the air here was unbearable for him. "Your girlfriend is the wall of my house?" I have actually guessed that this man is the rich young master on Guruashi's side. I knew that I would hit Guruashi directly in the face with that punch, and I really couldn't avoid the trouble. The man took a deep breath of the taste on the handkerchief, and his face softened slightly. After confirming my identity, he turned around and got into the car, waved his hand before leaving, and said coldly, "Do it." In an instant, a group of men in suits pounced on me in front and back. I slammed my bike to block the men in black in front of me, then turned and rushed towards the enemy behind me. I found that my dynamic vision and physical strength were much better than before, and my physical fitness improved dramatically, allowing me to play against these well-trained opponents. Still, the enemy was outnumbered, and I was eventually subdued. Fists rained down on me, and I gritted my teeth, trying to protect my head and vital points while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. "All right, bring him here." The young master sitting in the car opened the door and watched all this leisurely. I was dragged to the side of the car, covered in injuries and barely able to stand. The young master squatted down, lit a cigarette, looked down at him, and sneered. "You think I troubled you because you punched her? Do you really think I'm going to have a crush on that kind of woman? She's just a plaything. Of course, she can also use my resources to climb up. Boy, your ex-girlfriend is so much smarter than you." With that, he grabbed me by the hair and forced me to look up at myself. "Little master, this fight has also been fought. It's almost over," I said weakly. I thought that the other party would be a little measured, but I obviously overestimated the young master's reason. "She said you had known each other since high school, and you stalked her to keep her with you. True or not, I don't want to see any more contact between you." Zhao Qiankun patted my face coldly, obviously not intending to stop there. What surprised me was that it was the first time for her, and she made me responsible for her. Haha, it's really funny. You've been together for so long, she hasn't let you touch it, has she? After only knowing me for a week, after a meal and a cell phone, she slept with me. Zhao Qiankun took a sharp puff of cigarette and spit the smoke on Li Muhan's face. "Your girlfriend, that's pretty good." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the man in the suit next to him immediately took out a video camera. I was so exhausted that I had to let the men in the suit lift him up. Zhao Qiankun brought the camera in front of me and said viciously, "Show you good things." I barely opened my eyes, and my gaze fell on the screen of the camera. I saw a man and a woman naked in the picture, doing unspeakable things in bed, and the woman was his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. "What, you don't recognize her when you take off your clothes? This is your ex-girlfriend. Look at how sassy she is in bed, this side. I'm afraid you've never seen it in your life, right?" Zhao Qiankun put his arm around my shoulder, as if he was sharing something interesting with me. Then, Zhao Qiankun said wantonly, "I know you are angry now, but you have to learn to accept reality. I'll also tell you that your so-called girlfriend is just one of my many toys. Do you know? This kind of woman who has never seen the world is really fucking cool to play. Wrath? I should have been angry. But I'm surprisingly calm now. When I saw Guruoshi being pressed on the bed by Zhao Qiankun and gasping for breath, there was no anger in my heart, only a trace of deep sadness, feeling sad for Guruoshi. Young master, be civilized, beware of the internet police knocking on your door. Can you let me go first? I said lightly. Zhao Qiankun turned off the camera, ignored my words at all, and then grabbed my hair. Boy, no matter how much I say, you can't feel the gap between us, so I'm not going to talk nonsense. I'm a cleanliness person. Before I'm tired of playing that little slut, don't say a word to her again, understand? You fatherless and motherless wild seed, you. Just when Zhao Qiankun was saying cruel words, he suddenly noticed my eyes. It wasn't the fear or anger he expected, but a cold, frighteningly calm gaze. Zhao Qiankun was a little stunned for a while, but soon, he regarded this as a provocation, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief, got up and took out a baseball bat from the trunk of the car, and walked back to me with a sneer. What a death! Huh? What? I didn't say anything. Before I could finish my sentence, the baseball bat had already smashed my head. A dull sound echoed through the silent night, blood running down my head. Waste stuff, poor ghost who can only stay at the bottom forever, Zhao Qiankun said viciously and threw away the baseball bat. Several men in black also let go of me, ready to get in the car and leave. I was dizzy at the moment, my eyes were blood red, and I could barely hear the outside world. I desperately tried to raise my head, but I only saw Zhao Qiankun and his men getting into the car. Every breath I breathe sends a sharp pain in my chest. Perhaps he is really going to die. I felt my body gradually cold, the pain slowly dissipated, and my vision was swallowed up by darkness, as if countless hands were dragging me into an endless abyss. In an old, low chanting, I woke up. The voice seemed to come from time immemorial, piercing my consciousness and awakening me from the chaos. I moved my body slightly, slowly opened my eyes, and found myself in the dark, with my head intact, as if the conflict with Zhao Qiankun just now was just a dream. I stood up, looked around, and found myself in front of me a large stone door. The door is tens of meters high, as if inserted into this endless darkness. The doors were covered with intricate runes, flickering with ghostly light, carved with hideous monster reliefs, as if demons from the depths of hell. Well, even if this is heaven, it could be Nintendo. I laughed at myself, feeling like I was in hell. Then I cautiously placed my hand on the door and tried to push it, only to find that the door was not moving. Just as I was wondering, an indescribable whisper came from the door and went straight into my head. Key. Then, a large number of unfamiliar words flooded into my head, and although I had never heard them, they seemed to be engraved in my soul, so that I could remember and repeat them clearly. So, following the voice in my head, I recited an ancient incantation. As the spell ended, the huge stone door made a loud bang and slowly opened inward. I thought there would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, or a demon's lair, but behind the door was unexpectedly a huge opera house. A circular auditorium surrounds the stage, and I am standing in the center of the stage. The spotlight suddenly hit my head, and the blinding light made me squint my eyes and gradually see the dark shadows in the audience. They were not humans, but statues of various shapes. Is this the afterlife? It's too abstract. I couldn't help but complain. At that moment, the eyes of a statue in the auditorium in front of me lit up red, and I was instantly dragged into another space when I met its gaze. It was a ruined temple, surrounded by ruined walls and dimly lit, except for one throne intact. And on that throne sat a young man. He had a handsome face, black skin with golden runes carved into it, white hair hanging disheveledly over his shoulders, and an ancient garment that I couldn't recognize, like an ancient Babylonian style. The boy's eyes stared blankly ahead, as if piercing me, staring into the endless void. Dude, how do you get to the underworld? I walked up to the throne and asked tentatively. The boy didn't respond, just held his chin in his hand and muttered to himself. Why did you lose? Why did you lose? At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Li Muhan's mind. Demon Ball level, annihilation soul status, broken mission, help Ball repair his soul, and for each stage of repair, he will gain a portion of Baal's power. Current degree of recovery, 0%. I was stunned. The boy in front of me turned out to be the legendary demon Baal, the first demon god of the 72 pillars of the demon god. Hello, my name is Li Muhan. I tried to communicate with Bar. Are you really Bar? The first pillar of the 72 pillar demon god? Dude, you're the general who controls thunder and lightning in the game, right? However, no matter what I said, the teenager did not respond. In desperation, I had to go straight to Bar and raise my hand and slap him. Smack dash. A crisp sound echoed through the empty temple. As if awakened by the slap, Bar looked up, his eyes full of confusion. You! Who is it? Before I could answer, the voice in my head sounded again. Awakened Baal's soul, current repair, 1%. You've gained Baal's gaze, and you're gaining power from Baal. I cursed in my heart, it's so easy to turn on. Could it be that if he gave a few more slaps, his soul would be beaten back? Before I could react, a mysterious force suddenly poured into my body, as if tampering with every cell of him, making me feel a sense of rebirth. When this force subsided, the young man in front of me had already stood up and walked barefoot to my side. Then, a series of voices rang out in my head. Acquired realm skill, 10,000 thunder killing realm ability. In the realm, strength, stamina, speed, and mental power are increased to 10 times the usual level. In the realm, you can gain Baal's power to control the thunder and lightning. In the realm, you can absorb the power of all the appliances in the realm to strengthen yourself. In the realm, as long as the thunder and lightning are not extinguished, you will not die. Boundary, 1 kilometer radius boundary, level 2. He who awakens me will also receive my power. Human, I know exactly what you want, and do dying bodies want to be reborn again? Bar stared at me, an invisible majesty shining through his golden pupils. Who wants to die if they can live? I whispered in response. The boy scoffed. Power isn't that easy to control. If you don't believe me, try it and see if you can withstand my 1% of my strength. With that, the boy raised his hand and flicked it, and my consciousness was immediately withdrawn and flew into the darkness deep in the temple. At the same time, Zhao Qiankun spat at my body lying on the ground, and returned to the car with a curse. Damn, how could Guru Ashi like this kind of stupidity? Don't give him money, you have to find death. After speaking, Zhao Qiankun sat in the passenger seat and lit a cigarette. Young master, the master said that you should not kill people no matter what, but you, one of the bodyguards said with some embarrassment. You guys just deal with it, it's not the first time you've done this kind of thing, handle it cleanly. I checked, he is an orphan and has no relatives, even if this kind of person disappears, no one cares. Wait, it's raining? Zhao Qiankun looked out of the car window and suddenly noticed that the sky began to roll up thunderclouds, and thunder flashed in the clouds. This hellish weather, too, is convenient for you to do things. While it rains. His corpse. Before Zhao Qiankun's words were finished, a loud bang suddenly came from the roof of the car. What's moving? Zhao Qiankun looked up in amazement and looked at the sunken roof. Several men in black hurriedly got out of the car to check the situation. As soon as one of them got out of the car and looked back at the roof, he immediately collapsed on the ground in fright. I, who was supposed to be unconscious on the ground, was standing on the roof of the car at the moment. My shirt was torn, revealing my body covered in strange runes, and my hands had turned into pitch-black claws with thunder wrapped around them. To add insult to injury, a pair of demonic horns grew on the top of my head, and a long, pitch-black tail grew from my tail vertebrae. My golden pupils stared at the crowd in front of me, and the corners of my mouth curled into a wicked smile. The realm is opened, and 10,000 thunders lead to killing. Chapter 8, Solomon's Demon. At the moment when the monster said this in a hoarse voice, the thunderclouds rushed towards the earth in an instant, and the demon quickly spread to a radius of 1 kilometer around it, and then the thunder did not dissipate, but enveloped the kilometer in it. A field of thunder and lightning was formed. Within this kilometer radius, all furniture or vehicles that could generate electricity were out of order in an instant, and countless thunderbolts slowly headed towards the center of the realm. That is, where the monsters are gathered. Blame! Monster! When the thunder pierced the night sky and illuminated the roof of the car, several men in black screamed in fright. And the sound seemed to attract the attention of the monster on the roof of the car. The thick, barbed tail slammed into the roof, smashing a hole into the roof. All the men in suits pulled out their pistols and pointed them at the demon standing on the roof of the car. The guns appear in a pure service plot, don't take it too seriously. Shoot! Shoot! Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down, but when they approached the monster's body, they were all blocked by an electric current. By the time the bullets were finished, everyone was dumbfounded. In front of the demon, a wall of bullets had been formed. What the is that? The man in the suit screamed in fear. But his voice hadn't fallen yet. Looking down, the demon's lightning claws had pierced his chest. Blood gushed out instantly. His body twitched violently a few times, then finally came to a complete still. His eyes were filled with endless fear and consternation, and it was obvious that he could never have imagined that he would end his life so hastily. Help! Help me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Grass! Don't kill me! Then came a massacre. Where the lightning flashed, a man in black was torn to pieces by the monster. All of a sudden, screams, gunshots, and thunder and lightning mingled into a hellish rhapsody. When the last man in black died under the claws of the monster, everything fell silent again. And what about Zhao Qianquan? Just now, the monster's tail smashed into the roof of the car, causing the door frame to be completely deformed and unable to open. He was now stuck in the back seat, a pistol in his hand, his head shaking. Don't. There was no movement outside, but Zhao Qianquan still didn't dare to look up. He prayed that it would all pass quickly, and he prayed that the monster didn't find himself. But none of this is possible. The silence was broken by a heavy breath. Who is it? I'm the fucking young master of the Zhao Consortium, don't touch me! My dad! Before he finished speaking, a claw suddenly reached in from outside the car and dragged the young master who was shrunk in the back seat out. The young master was pinched in the air by the monster's claws, and he struggled to raise the gun in his hand and fired several shots at the monster's head. But the bullet was still blocked by the invisible barrier of electricity in front of the monster's eyes. All this made Zhao Qianquan desperate. I'm sorry! I'll give you back your woman. I'll give you whatever you want. You want money? I have money! I have a lot of money! The monster tilted its head slightly, and its golden pupils, without the slightest emotion, looked at Zhao Qianquan as if it were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Suddenly he smiled, and that terrible smile again. Then the monster raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning slashed down, blasting Zhao Qianquan's right hand into ashes with incomparable precision, and there was not even bone and meat left. Ah yes! My hand! My hand! Pain and fear tormented Zhao Qianquan. Since he was a child, he didn't even scratch his skin, but now, one of his hands is gone, and he was still blasted into slag by a monster with thunder and lightning. Snot and tears stained Zhao Qianquan's cheeks. He knew he was going to die today, but the monster didn't seem to be going to kill him, but wanted to torture him for a long time. Just when the monster was about to stretch out its claws and gouge out Zhao Qianquan's eyes, the thunderclouds above the original realms suddenly seemed to have been torn open by someone. Then a full moon hung in the sky. White moonlight cast out of the thunderclouds. Accompanied by the moonlight was a young girl with huge wings. The girl's long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her blood-red eyes looked down on the demon condescendingly. The realm is open, the crimson hunts. With the girl's words, the bright moon instantly turned scarlet, and then the blood-red moonlight completely dispelled the thunderclouds and shone on the city. The demon raised his head and looked at Xia Yu, his golden eyes revealing a hint of excitement. He threw down Zhao Qianquan, who was almost fainting in pain, and faced the girl floating under the blood moon. Wake up, Li Muhan! Xia Yu looked at the demon coldly and said. But this demon has little sanity other than a thirst for killing. Now he has regarded Xia Yu as another trapper, a trapper who has broken into his realm. Xia Yu also seemed to see that she couldn't communicate now. She sighed, and slowly stretched out her claws at the same time. Boom! The thunder roared again, and the demon bent down slightly, and then slammed towards Xia Yu in midair. He moved extremely fast, and his momentum sank like a cannonball with lightning. Xia Yu, who had already turned into a vampire form, just pressed the face of the monster that pounced on him with just one hand, and then swooped down and pressed the monster to the ground. At the same time, the pointed parts of her wings were like nails, and the monster's arms were pinned to the ground. Through the gap between Xiaoyu's fingers, the demon's chaotic eyes stared at the vampire in front of him. And then there was a weird smile. Xiaoyu's face was frosty, as if he knew that Li Muhan under him was about to resist, and before he could resist, Xiaoyu's hand holding Li Muhan's head was violently forced, and it actually pressed a crack into the ground. Calm down, Li Muhan, learn to control this force, don't be led by its nose. Li Muhan's pupils slowly moved upward, and his eyes were full of surprise when he looked at Xiaoyu, followed by banter. An ancient language came out of his mouth. Then a thunderbolt slammed into Xiaoyu. The wings behind Xiaoyu quickly incited, and the girl avoided the attack of thunder and lightning. The demon who was able to get out pinched Xiaoyu, who had not yet stood firm, at a speed that was so fast that it was staggering. Then the thick demon tail pierced the girl's body with a thud. The girl's petite body was pierced and lifted into the air, blood gushing out of her abdomen. But there was no pained expression on her face. On the contrary, it was a demon. He froze after piercing Xiaoyu with his tail, and then his golden pupils began to dim, and his body began to tremble. Looking around again, full of broken corpses, Li Muhan was awake at this moment. He killed people, many, many people. In the end, he almost looked at Xiaoyu in front of him with a trembling cry and said, "Summer. Xiaoyu? Did I hurt you? I did all this." Xiaoyu was hung in front of her by the demon's tail. She slowly raised her hand, cupped the demon's cheek, and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let you." Immediately after that, her wings slowly closed, enveloping Li Muhan's body in it. Then Xiaoyu opened her mouth suddenly, and a pair of terrifying fangs flashed fluorescent under the thunder. The fangs sank into Li Muhan's neck, as if they were injecting a tranquilizer into him. His body slowly began to tremble, and the runes on his body gradually faded, and finally the demon's horns and tail. It reverted back to its human form. And the lightning barriers that surrounded them also collapsed in an instant. Li Muhan felt that the power and restless emotions that made him almost crazy suddenly disappeared as if they had all been sucked away. His expression slowly began to regain its composure, and his eyes shone again from the chaotic darkness. The head hurts. He felt his body go limp, and what had just happened seemed like a nightmare. "You're just tired, go to sleep." There was still a trace of Li Muhan's blood at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, and after licking the blood, she gently lifted Li Muhan, who was asleep, and then glanced at Zhao Qianquan, who was paralyzed on the ground and covered his severed hand and was so frightened that he peed his pants. "No, no, no, don't kill me! I was wrong! Don't kill me!" Zhao Qianquan was already a little weak because of excessive blood loss, and at this time he was so frightened that tears and snot flowed down his face. Xiaoyu ignored him at all, and directly hugged Li Muhan's body, and the whole person turned into a dark shadow in the next moment, and the shadow then dispersed into countless bats and disappeared into the silent winter night. And the crimson moon in the sky gradually returned to its original state. Chapter 9: Natural Disaster Aliens. At this time, a bank building in Tianhai City. The lobby on the first floor of the bank, which has long since closed for business, is frequently attended by people. It's just that these people didn't go through the main entrance, but went straight down to the 5th basement floor through a hidden elevator on the side. And this is a special point of action set up by a certain organization. At this time, the 5th basement floor was constantly sounding a sharp and piercing siren, which urged the staff to rush to their work as soon as possible. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes while wearing a blazer, and after taking the coffee from her colleague, she walked quickly with the others to the deepest intelligence hall. At this time, 4 people had gathered in the intelligence hall, 2 men and 2 women, and each of them revealed an extraordinary aura between their eyebrows. 2 heterogeneous realm reactions appeared together at the same time? Is it a turf war? Does it have anything to do with the thunderstorm that just came suddenly? The middle-aged man in a black trench coat said with a frown. If it's a turf war, can we still stay here and discuss? A shrewd and capable woman with glasses said coldly to the man. According to our intelligence officers, the location of the accident is in the west block of Tianhai City, an inaccessible road, There are almost no residents and shops nearby, and there is no damage to the streets and buildings. Another tall woman projected the information into a street where a dozen black uniformed staff members were loading body after body bag. 10 people were killed at the scene, 1 was injured, and we have no record of the reaction of one of the alien realms. After listening to the tall woman's report, the man in the black trench coat snorted coldly and said, "What about the other one?" Cataclysmic realm response. Listening to the woman's words, the man in the black trench coat suddenly stood up, and at this moment, his cold sweat soaked his back. "What? Cataclysm? What do the people in the special administration do to eat? Would you even allow catastrophic aliens to appear in the city?" Without speaking, the girl sitting in the chair stood up. She was wearing a black suit uniform. She looked about 20 years old, and her short black shoulder-length hair was tied into a neat ponytail. And she always had such an unpredictable smile on her face. Now she stood up, and all eyes were on her. "On this point, I would like to explain that this natural disaster class is a person registered in the management of our Special Management Bureau." As soon as these words came out, the other people were a little surprised. Tianhai City has a natural disaster level outlier that is on record. Why did we never know about this? Deputy Director Lin, do you want to explain? The girl called Deputy Director Lin glanced at the man in the black trench coat and ignored his questioning. The rest of the people also looked at the girl and seemed to have the same doubts. She slowly picked up the coffee cup on the table, churning it and smiling. "The Special Administration is independent of all agencies, whether it's the CIA, the Department of National Security, or the military, and we are not obligated to report to you." "Forest Bureau, that's not quite right, so since you don't need us, what are you calling us for?" The glasses woman lifted her thin-rimmed glasses and said with some dissatisfaction, "Director Wei, don't be angry, since we have invited you here, we don't plan to hide it." The girl casually picked up a tablet and walked to the screen. "As you have just learned, there are 2 realm reactions that appeared in the city this time, and the one of them is the one who is at the catastrophic level, and the alien of the natural disaster level has been supervised by us 15 years ago." Her finger moved a few times on the screen, and the file of a beautiful black-haired girl immediately appeared on the projection, and the name of the file was impressively written with the word, Charia. "Then you can first introduce what the situation is with this Charia," the man in the black trench coat said. "Xia Lia, whose real name is unknown, whose myth is unknown, and whose existence is unknown, is a relatively special alien, and the alien race is a blood clan, but it is different from the ordinary blood clan. She is not keen on creating dependents to increase her own power, but wants to take root in human society and live in a human way. 5 years ago she was adopted by a pair of old people and renamed Xiaoyu. 15 years ago, I let her enter the Special Administration Bureau as a guarantor, and now she has contact with another alien for no reason, and she has also used the power of the realm. This matter naturally falls on my head, and I will be responsible for investigating it, including another new alien." 15 years ago? Everyone present was a little surprised. The Forest Bureau said that she had guaranteed this alien to enter the Special Management Bureau 15 years ago, but she didn't look like she was 20 years old. Wasn't she a child 15 years ago? As if seeing everyone's doubts, the girl smiled a little embarrassedly. "The age of the girl is a secret. I hope you can understand it." "Okay, the Special Administration Bureau is a special agency that manages different kinds of people, and who can say that the person who can lead this special organization is not another kind of difference?" After passing the short description, Lindsay put down the tablet, picked up her coffee cup again and walked towards the door. "Hey, where are you going?" The man in the black trench coat stopped Lindsay. Lindsay walked to the door, looked back at the man in the black trench coat and smiled slightly. "Let's get to the bottom of it, sir." With that, she closed the door and left. "This woman is so rude. Just hang us here. I'm going to go to her superiors and complain about her." The tall woman patted the trench coat man on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I advise you not. If you are at the same level, you have to call her Chief Lin, and the work she has to do must not be delayed at all." "Huh! Isn't she just a deputy director, she? Don't you understand the administrative level of the special administration? And about the alien, we ordinary people have no way at all. Who makes the Special Management Bureau have the ability? So, what are we here for?" The man in the black trench coat sat helplessly in his chair, and soon, his question was answered, and a mission briefing appeared on the projection. It was a photo of Zhao Qianquan, along with a brief description of the mission. This is the only survivor of this incident, Zhao Qianquan. His father is the boss of the Zhao Foundation, so I hope that all of you will work together to settle the aftermath of this incident. The three people who saw the task all had some unhappy expressions. Especially the man in the black trench coat. Calling us here is to wipe the butts of the special authority. Why? There's really no respect at all. I'm not going to do this. If you're willing to wipe their butts, you can go. This time, the heads of several top institutions have reached a consensus. What is the matter? And directly assign tasks to them in this way. Do you really think they're minions? But at this moment, everyone received a text message on their phones. It's the same person who sent the message, and everyone was stupid when they saw it. This is a person whose position they must not disobey. There is only one content in the newsletter. Please ask the leaders of all departments to fully cooperate with the work of the Special Management Bureau. A few people, you look at me, I look at you, and in the end, all the unhappiness can only turn into a helpless wry smile. The peculiarity of this special administration in Huaxia can basically be said to be a special department independent of all administrative organs. The level of its administration is unimaginable. Okay, that's all for now, then we'll go back to work. The tall woman was the first to speak at this time. She smiled at the others before being the first to walk out of the office. The glasses woman lifted her glasses, nodded slightly to the man in the black trench coat, and then left the office as well. In the end, the man in the trench coat was left, and he wanted to speak again and again, and in the end, 1,000 words only turned into one word. Grass. Meanwhile, in the operating room on the top floor of the most authoritative first hospital in Tianhai City, a group of first-class doctors who rushed from all over the country were nervously operating on Zhao Qianquan. Although his arm was intact, it was split by electric splitting, and the cells at the junction were necrotic, and even if he was connected again, he could not recover. What they have to do now is to save Zhao Qianquan's life as much as possible, so that he will not have any sequelae because of this car accident. The entrance to the operating room. A tall man sat in a chair. He looked to be in his 50s, his face was resolute, especially the eyes as sharp as a falcon staring at the door of the operating room. He is Zhao Jijiang, the boss of the Zhao Consortium, and Zhao Qianquan's father. After learning that his son had a car accident, Zhao Jijiang immediately flew over from other places. Although he had more than this son was not very satisfactory to him. But in the end, it's your own flesh and blood. Zhao Jijiang didn't believe what the police told him about the car accident. The bodyguards who followed his son were all dead, and he had asked someone to see the scene, and there was no trace of the car accident at all. This is an act of revenge against oneself. Zhao Jijiang, who has been in shopping malls all year round, knows very well that shopping malls are battlefields, and there are too many people he has offended, and he can't lock down who his target is for a while. But he vowed that no matter how much force he used, he would make those who killed his son pay. Li Muhan opened his eyes suddenly. What he saw was the familiar ceiling. He had already returned to the bed, and Xia Yu was lying on the side of his bed. It seems that it was because of his own waking up that he also woke up the girl. Xia Yu slowly stood up. What the hell happened last night? Li Muhan vaguely remembered that he lost consciousness after being humiliated and beaten by Zhao Qianquan. But he could still feel that he seemed to see a lot of blood, and many people died in his own hands. When he regained consciousness again, he was already held in his arms by Xia Yu, who was in the form of a vampire. I killed someone? Did I kill someone? Li Muhan looked at Xia Yu with a little trembling eyes. Xia Yu sat on the edge of the bed, gently raised her hand and put it on Li Muhan's shoulder, and said gently, It's normal for you to get out of control when you open the power of the realm for the first time. Then in the future, will I lose control as long as I use this power? Just as Xia Yu was about to answer, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 10 Monster's Perspective. It's 9 p.m. How can anyone come to the door at such a late hour? Li Muhan doesn't have any friends. Isn't Luo Yang here to ask for his bicycle? Just when Li Muhan was stunned, a young woman's voice came from the door. Excuse me, can you open the door? I'm not a bad person. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyu's expression obviously became nervous. When Li Muhan got up and opened the door, there was a tall and beautiful girl in a suit standing outside. She had her short hair tied in a ponytail, an indescribable smile on her face, and a plastic bag in her hand. "I bought some dinner on the way here, can you let me in?" The woman raised the bag in her hand towards Li Muhan. The smell of food came from inside. Li Muhan didn't know this woman, but he was used to seeing the world since he was a child, and he could read a trace of information from a woman's eyes. Although she looked like she had a smile on her face, there was something murderous in her eyes. "Salesman? I don't buy anything." Despite this, Li Muhan still tentatively wanted to reject the other party. But it was obvious that this woman had come prepared. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, who walked out of the room behind her and saw this scene, instantly became nervous. Especially Xiaoyu, when she saw the woman outside the door, her whole person entered a state of vigilance. After seeing the woman stretching out her hand to Li Muhan, she was almost about to open the realm. But the woman just handed Li Muhan a work card. "My name is Lin Zhe. I am the Deputy Director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. You see, I am a state agency, not a bad person. Can you let me in and sit?" Li Muhan took the ID photo and looked at it repeatedly. He didn't know the documents of any state organs, and he... What kind of bureau is the Special Management Bureau? He looked back at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu just breathed a sigh of relief at the moment, and saw that Li Muhan was asking for her opinion. She nodded slightly. "Okay. Come in." Li Muhan opened the door and let go, and the woman named Lin Zhe immediately walked into the house, and then threw the bag on the table. When she saw Xiaoyu at the door of the room still standing in place, she beckoned. "Why are you stunned? Come and sit." It's like she's her own home. Li Muhan went to the kitchen to pour Lin Zhe a cup of tea, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. After putting the teacup on the table, Li Muhan walked to Xiaoyu's side, and Xiaoyu tugged at the corner of Li Muhan's clothes dissatisfiedly. "Cup, mine!" Only then did Li Muhan realize that the cup that poured water for Lin Zhe was the one left by Guruashi before. "This cup is dirty, we'll throw it away after giving her a drink, and then buy a new one." "Oh." Although Xiaoyu was still a little dissatisfied, she still nodded. The woman took a sip of tea, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. "Can I smoke?" She looked at Li Muhan with a smile. "Feel free to do so." Li Muhan didn't pay much attention to this. With the consent of the owner of the house, Lin Zhe immediately lit one for herself, leaned on the back of the chair, and after exhaling a puff of smoke rings, she looked at Xiaoyu. "What? I haven't seen you for a month, and you're so estranged from me? Sit down." Lin Zhe patted the chair beside him as he spoke. Xiaoyu pouted, and slowly walked to Lin Zhe's side and sat down. Lin Zhe casually raised his hand and rubbed Xiaoyu's hair, which had just woken up and was still a little frizzy. Li Muhan was stupid. Is this Xiaoyu so obedient? Or do you want to say that this woman is so strong that even Xiaoyu can't be hard with her? "You're going to get me in trouble, little moon." Don't call me that, I hate it." Although Xiaoyu's tone was indifferent, there was a feeling that he didn't dare to resist. The woman extinguished the cigarette but with her fingers and then looked at Li Muhan. "Come here, don't worry, I won't eat people." Li Muhan also understood that this woman was not an ordinary person. He walked to the other side of the table and sat down slowly, and exchanged glances with Xiaoyu, both of whom looked very uncomfortable. This feeling. It's just as uncomfortable as seeing your parents. Let me introduce it again. My name is Lin Zhe, and I belong to the Huaxia State's Special Administration, the so-called Special Administration Bureau, which is an organization specifically responsible for sheltering those special groups that do not belong to human beings. When it came to special groups, Lin Zhe glanced at Xiaoyu. "You should also know the true identity of the young lady next to you. I am her guarantor, so I am really troubled by her making such a big disturbance last night, and I will be in big trouble if I don't handle it well. I did what happened yesterday, and it has nothing to do with her." Li Muhan was about to get up immediately. Sit down. Lin Zhe smiled and waved his hand at Li Muhan. "If I really came to trouble you, why should I buy you dinner?" Lin Zhe leaned back, looked at Li Muhan for a while, and then showed that unfazed smile on his face. Actually, I knew it was you last night, and I didn't know who the other target was, but when I walked into this apartment, I understood that there was a strong smell here, the smell of demons. It's not. What you think? This time it was Xia Yu's turn to stand up and argue for Li Muhan, but Lin Zhe gently raised his hand and pressed her back into the chair. I'm your guarantor. Why don't you trust me more, little moon? Do I look like one of those unreasonable people? That. What do you want to do with him? Xia Yu didn't put away that kind of guarded look. Don't get excited. I'm just here to investigate. It doesn't really matter if he's a demon or something. The most important thing is that I want to make sure if he causes trouble for our work or the world. He won't, Xia Yu said resolutely. Little cutie, it's not up to you. My colleague was busy all night collecting those broken corpses last night. Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan. Can you tell me, are you a primordial demon or a possessed human? At least as far as I can remember, I'm supposed to be human, Li Muhan said. Lin Zhe nodded, then stood up and walked in front of Li Muhan. Xia Yu just wanted to say something. Li Muhan raised his hand and shook his head at her. He could see that this woman named Lin Zhe had no ill will towards him, and she seemed to have a good relationship with Xia Yu, so instead of letting them have a conflict here, it was better to see what Lin Zhe wanted to do first. Good, really sensible. Seeing Li Muhan stop Xia Yu's movements, Lin Zhe smiled slightly, then raised his hand, took off his gloves, and touched Li Muhan's chest. Li Muhan didn't make any moves, just quietly let the other party feel his heartbeat. This power. Lin Zhe frowned slightly, which made Li Muhan swallow a mouthful of saliva a little nervously. But after a while, Lin Zhe's face changed to that indifferent smile again. Tell me, what did the demon say to you? Are you still on the side of the humans? He barely said a word to me. Am I still human? Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan's eyes and said, I don't know yet, we need to investigate. In the end, Lin Zhe seemed to be tired of this kind of confrontation, and she sighed and said, But you're killing someone after all, so… Friend or foe, choose. Li Muhan finally had a sense of reality at this moment. The real feeling of killing someone. But despite this, he should also be justified in defense. No, his head was smashed, which can already be regarded as the other party killing first. Why should he be held responsible? No matter what you want to do, but I hope I can have a chance to argue. Aren't you a state agency? I think last night's incident… Flutter. Before Li Muhan finished speaking, Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. I'm sorry I teased you just now. You don't really think that we will care about the kind of nouveau riche of the Zhao family. It's better to say that the fewer nouveau riche who have done all this kind of bad thing, the better. Alas, it's a pity that they are big taxpayers, so as the deputy director on the surface, I still have to ask, don't worry you… or the people killed by the demon in your body. I won't pursue it, and the Special Administration Bureau doesn't bother to pursue it. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't speak, Lin Zhe said to himself, You have a powerful power in your body that you don't understand, and this power… guidance is required. Lin Zhe's smiling face suddenly became a little frightened at this moment. Do you know where the power in my body comes from? Li Muhan asked, and the woman in front of her leaned in close and looked at Li Muhan carefully, until Xia Yu angrily dragged Lin Zhe away from Li Muhan. She smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, Huaxia is not rich in demons, and the Special Administration Bureau has hardly contained demons, so I don't know what the condition of your body is. But I can only guarantee one thing, if you don't learn how to control this power, you will be usurped by this demon sooner or later. Li Muhan was silent. Indeed, he only vaguely remembered a little about last night's events. If you use the power yourself, you will be replaced by a monster, then this power cannot be said to be your own, and he is just a tool of the monster. She needs to be guided and learned, she is right, but… How do you trust someone you just met? I don't intend to be a puppet or slave to anyone, whether it's the demon in my body or your so-called secret service. Li Mu said coldly. He was tempting, wanting to know what the other party could do for himself. But Lin Zhe doesn't seem to have any intention of revealing more, at least for now. You don't need to be our slave, we can be a partnership, of course. If you can kill me, everything I said before is a fart. You can do whatever you want, and you don't need others to guide you. After all, you have power, and those who have power have all the right to speak. Lin Zhe has been emphasizing strength to Li Muhan, which Li Muhan seems to be able to understand what she is saying. The implication is that you are very powerful, but you don't know how to control it, and I, the special administration behind me, can help you. Li Muhan looked at the woman in front of him. Although she was petite, the sense of oppression she gave him was extremely huge. But I'm strong. Seeing that Li Muhan stood in place without any movement, Lin Zhe regained that indifferent smile. She saw the blankness in Li Muhan's eyes, so she planned to give this young man some time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. It can be said that the Special Administration Bureau is the best destination for you now. Of course, this is just a suggestion. We will not force you to join us. After speaking, Lin Zhe wiped the finger that had just extinguished the cigarette but with the tissue on the table, and walked to the door. 3 days, think about it, it won't hurt you. After saying that, he closed the door and left. Xia Yu and Li Muhan, who stayed in the room, did not speak. Li Muhan sat on the chair, and he kept looking at his hands. Xia Yu thought that Li Muhan thought that he had killed more than a dozen people yesterday, and just wanted to comfort Li Muhan a few words, but Li Muhan suddenly raised his head and showed a smirk at her. It's okay, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, there will always be a way. You're such a fool. In fact, Li Muhan's character has always been like this. Even if he suffers a big blow, he can stand up. It's not because he had a good childhood, or because he was a mentor. On the contrary, he grew up in a hellish environment. In fact, until now, Li Muhan can also feel that the demons in the theater in his heart are looking at him with fierce eyes. They were happy to see that Li Muhan had become depressed and sunk, so that they would have obtained this body one step earlier. It's just that I'm probably not a human now, so it's a bit of a pity. Li Muhan smiled and scratched his head. Xia Yu suddenly remembered something. She reached out and grabbed Li Muhan's wrist, and then looked straight into his eyes. I'll show you something. After speaking, Xia Yu didn't wait for Li Muhan to refute, and directly dragged his hand to the window. Close your eyes. Huh? Why? Don't ask, close your eyes. Looking at Xia Yu's delicate eyes under the moonlight, Li Muhan was slightly moved. He felt that his heartbeat was a little faster, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a sense of weightlessness hit, and Li Muhan felt Xia Yu drag him out of the window. The world was silent. Only the sound of the howling wind reached my ears, as if time had stood still at this moment. Li Muhan held Xia Yu's slightly cool hand, full of calm. He even had the leisure to think about vampires' body temperatures. You can open your eyes. I don't know how long it was, maybe it was a long time, maybe it was only a short moment, Xia Yu's voice sounded in Li Muhan's ears. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes against the strong cold wind. He was stunned by what he saw. At this moment, he was held by Xia Yu, and the two of them floated above the entire city, with sporadic lights and flowing vehicles under their feet. The lights of thousands of homes were at their feet, and in the distance there was the sea that connected with the city's port, glowing with black waves at night. This is the first time Li Muhan has overlooked the city from this perspective. He was born in an orphanage since he was a child, and he has never even gone out of Tianhai City, let alone taken a plane. Xia Yu didn't speak, just hugged him tightly so that he wouldn't fall. Li Muhan also gradually understood what Xia Yu meant. It's also interesting to look at the city, or the world, from another perspective. Just like what Xia Yu is doing now, as a vampire, she is living in a human way. As a human being, why can't Li Muhan live as a monster, again? The view here is better than the top floor of a high-end hotel, right? Li Muhan was slightly stunned, and then understood the meaning of Xia Yu's words. She still remembered Guruoshi's circle of friends that she accidentally saw last time, compared to here on the top floor of the high-end hotel. It's not worth mentioning in an instant. Just as a gift for you to take me in, of course I know it's not enough, but... Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan with a smile, and before she finished speaking, Li Muhan had already hugged her body tightly. Thank you? Li Muhan hugged Xia Yu's petite and somewhat cold body tightly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a monster. Chapter 11, Making a Deal with the Devil. The top of the TV tower in Amami City. Li Muhan sat here, looking at the night scene under his feet in a daze. If it weren't for the whirring cold wind blowing his cheeks painfully, I am afraid that he still has a feeling of dreaming. As for Xia Yu, she has turned into a vampire form. The girl sat close to Li Muhan, and the huge bat wings gently closed to wrap the two of them in it. Is this still cold? Well, but I'm still very puzzled. This body is obviously so badly injured. How can I not even feel it at all after I wake up? Except for those bloody clothes, Li Muhan woke up without the slightest trace of injury. The power of the devil will repair your body, Xiaoyu said. Li Muhan touched his heart. I was surprised to find that my heart was beating very slowly, not at all like a living human. Then he remembered about the power called the realm. In the 10,000 thunder-killing realm, his recovery power and physical fitness can be increased by more than 10 times, that is to say, his injuries have been healed when he was in the realm. That's a very handy ability. Speaking of which, are you also from the special administration? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. She turned her head and found that Li Muhan had already looked at her. There was still a hint of demonic gold in the boy's eyes, which was not the color of hope, but a kind of despair. But Li Muhan was not afraid, but had a free and easy face. Well, but they haven't come to me for a long time. I'm not from Huaxia. So I'm kind of an outlier in special containment. Xiaoyu nodded and said. Li Muhan raised his hand, looked at his palm and said with a wry smile. She's right, this power is not mine yet, although I am also annoyed by the surname Zhao, but at least I hope that if I want to kill him, it will be my own will, not the demon in my body. Xiaoyu nodded. She had seen many people with power hidden in their bodies that did not belong to them, and if they relied too much on that power, they could only become a puppet in the end, and it was not uncommon for their bodies to be taken away. Tell me about the Secret Service. Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. Is it a civil servant? Or enterprises and institutions, or the military? Xiaoyu thought about it. She didn't quite understand the difference between the names Li Muhan said, but she still explained to Li Muhan as much as possible in her own words. 1. Joining and becoming an outlier under the control of the Special Administration means accepting the supervision of the Special Management Bureau, and if you don't commit a crime, there is basically no big problem. But once you commit a crime, when the laws of mankind cannot restrain this outlier, the Special Administration will use its own set of methods to deal with it. 2. For outliers with criminal records, different degrees of supervision are to be carried out according to the severity of the criminal record. 3. The heterogeneous Special Administration Bureau, which is too powerful and indisputable, will not be too persistent in supervising it. After all, they are all outliers of that level, and if they really want to destroy the world, they can't be effectively stopped by supervision. Li Muhan looked up at the bright moonlight, and from the top of the tower, it didn't seem to be closer to the moon. Oh, I see. To put it simply, the powerless aliens can be safe as long as they don't cause trouble. The murderous aliens will be given special care, and those who are too powerful, the special authority will choose to cooperate with them instead of. Speaking of this, Li Muhan suddenly realized what Lindsay said to himself just now. She said that she should learn to control her power, rather than let that power dominate her. Li Muhan, whether you want to join the Special Administration Bureau or not, don't mess with that woman. She's not a bad person, but she's really scary. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu lowered her head, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. In her heart, maybe Li Muhan will become like this because of her. She is like a disaster star, and wherever she goes, she will bring bad luck to the people around her. Li Muhan turned his head slightly, looking at the girl beside him, with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. It's wonderful. Then he hugged Xiaoyu in his arms, which made Xiaoyu stunned. You! What does this do? Thank you so much. Thanks to your appearance, I was able to come out of the shadow of broken love so quickly, although it seems a little strange to say this, but you are really sent by God to save me. Xiaoyu didn't understand. Love, this kind of affection she has almost never had. She has wandered in this world for thousands of years, and she has never met anyone who can make her feel this way. This made Xiaoyu think that the blood clan was all creatures without the emotion of love. But the human being in front of him is just so negative because of the loss of love, and he needs someone else to save him. Is love so important to him? So if you can fall in love with him, is it the best reward for him? At this time, Xiaoyu didn't know what love was at all. She thought that this was a kind of repayment for Li Muhan, so she gently hugged Li Muhan back. The next day, Li Muhan came to the school early. Even if he was not a human being, he still had to go to school. When he arrived at the school, he found that there seemed to be a dark cloud hanging over the school today, and everyone was talking to each other. I don't know if it's psychological, but he seems to hear everyone talking about himself. Muhan! A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Li Muhan turned around and saw Luo Yang running towards him. Yesterday, last night. Did I fall asleep last night? You're embarrassed to say, the fare is 30, pay me back. Li Muhan looked at Luo Yang, who was running out of breath, and showed no mercy, and directly reached out to ask for money. Alas, alas! I haven't asked you for my car yet! Let's not talk about that. Did you know that last night something happened on the street near where we had a barbecue? Luo Yang's expression was very exaggerated, as if he was discussing some earth-shattering secret. What's the matter? I don't know. Li Muhan's expression was also a little unnatural. If you guess correctly, not only do you know about it, but you are also the one who started it. I'll tell you, that day on a street near where we had a barbecue, someone died. Someone's dead. Li Muhan subconsciously looked a little evasive. Of course, Luo Yang would not notice this. He continued to tell Li Muhan what he knew. It's been a car accident. 3 cars crashed together on that street. 10 people died. There is also a heavyweight who didn't die, but his hand was broken. Do you know who he is? Who? It's the famous rich second generation in our university, Zhao Qianquan. Wait, you just said car accident? Li Muhan suddenly grasped the blind spot. Where are you focused? The point is not a car accident. It's Zhao Qianquan. Zhao Qianquan broke a hand. I know he broke a hand, I do. What do you? I saw the news after I made breakfast. Luo Yang's face was unhappy. Then you fucking told me you didn't know. I thought you had any new news. Don't interrupt, you just said it was a car accident? Yes, didn't you watch the news? It's strange to say, that road is inaccessible, there are no shops and homes, and there are no cars in normal times, but last night there was a 3-car collision. It's a hell. Just as Li Muhan and Luo Yang were talking and walking towards the big classroom, a somewhat trance figure in front of them also walked towards them. Li Muhan inadvertently glanced up and found that it was Guru Ashi. At this time, Guru Oshi's eyes were in a trance, his face was haggard, and it seemed that he hadn't slept all night last night. I also know that after Zhao Qianquan's accident, she must have gone to keep watch all night. After all, Zhao Qianquan is her golden key to the upper world. How can she be willing to let Zhao Qianquan die? Guru Oshi also saw Li Muhan and Luo Yang at this time. Hey Muhan, that's... Don't bother. Li Muhan's face was as usual, and now that he saw Guru Oshi, even Guru Oshi, who was so depressed, didn't feel anything in his heart. Guru Oshi slowly stopped. She raised her hand, wanting to say hello to Li Muhan. But Li Muhan passed by her directly, and didn't even look at her. Guru Oshi's hand froze in midair. She felt very aggrieved. Why did Li Muhan treat herself like this? I just want a better life. It's just that I don't want to live a hard life anymore. Am I wrong? What's wrong with me? But she completely forgot that all she wanted was once based on Li Muhan's pain. Muhan, so ruthless? Heartless? No, I just don't feel like I want to have anything to do with her at all. There was no sympathy in Li Muhan's words. Luo Yang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, it's worthy of someone with a new girlfriend. Li Muhan then remembered that Luo Yang had met Xia Yu that night, although Xia Yu was not his girlfriend, but now they live together, and they also take care of each other. If you say it's not a girlfriend, no one will believe it. 8 p.m. that day. Guru Oshi came to the door of the hospital ward after dressing up carefully, but was stopped by the bodyguard at the door. Do you know who I am? She pointed at the bodyguards and scolded. I'm your young master's girlfriend. The bodyguards glanced at each other. Even with sunglasses, Guru Oshi could see disdain on their faces. This had never been done before, and these bodyguards had nodded and bowed to her without any disrespect. Young master's girlfriend? Which one? What one? Your young master is just my girlfriend, don't you know? Guru Oshi was so angry that her little face turned red, and her face became more delicate after she deliberately put on makeup. Do you really take yourself seriously? The bodyguard said with a sneer. Our young master just treats you as a toy, you hooves? Do you really think our young master will like a dirty woman like you? Dirty! You say I'm dirty? Guruashi was so angry that her eyes widened. You two dare to say that about me? When Zhao Qiankun wakes up, I will definitely. When the young master wakes up, I guess I won't have time to take care of you, and you're still fighting here? You kind of bitch who can get on for money, don't put gold on your face. You, what did you say? Guruashi was so angry that he was about to step forward, but he was easily pushed to the ground by the bodyguard. She was wearing high heels, and the fall hurt her ass. Look at your virtue, it is estimated that the young master will not be interested in you even if he wakes up. Don't talk nonsense, the young master said, when you play for a while, you will throw her to us to play. Hee, can we? It now? You. When we get tired of playing, we'll sell you abroad to make chickens. Damn it. I've long seen that you bitches unhappy. Whore? Chicken? Just give money and you can get on. How familiar these words are. I used these words to scold the woman named Xiaoyu a few days ago. And now, he has become a victim of these words. You bastards wait for me. It's not over. Zhao Qiankun. I'm for you. I abandoned my boyfriend who I had been dating for so many years for you. You bastard. Stinky bitch. You're talking nonsense here, you're welcome. In the end, Guruashi was thrown out of the hospital gate by 2 bodyguards. Her originally glamorous clothes were now torn to tatters, and her hair was in a mess, and she no longer looked like she had the same spirit and demeanor as before. Stepping on a broken high heel, walking alone on the street at night. Guruashi certainly felt a little cold, obviously wearing an expensive coat, but this cooling was felt from the inside out. She slowly stopped and looked at the night sky, and in this moment she seemed to see the past. I saw the boy who was not good at words in the past, but said that he would protect her for the rest of his life. I saw the meticulous care for her, caring and considerate, and said that he wanted to be a teenager she relied on. I also saw the man who passed by him, but there was no longer her in his eyes. She exhaled slowly. I couldn't help but ask myself, am I wrong? Chapter 12. The top floor of the Zhao Consortium building in Tianhai City. Zhao Jijiang, as a self-made man in business in the early years of Huaxia, has been in the officialdom for decades and has already established his own business empire. The Zhao Consortium also has a well-known name in China. And all this brought Zhao Jijiang countless wealth and supreme power. But now, he is in trouble. Because of his son's affairs, he couldn't find out the slightest clue. Surveillance is broken? Zhao Jijiang looked at the investigation report given to him by his subordinates with a calm face. The fact that his son had his hand removed was also a big deal for him. The reason why we can only say yes. Because the one who has lost a hand is his little son, that is, the waste. This little calf is as idle as his mother. Zhao Jijiang also knew that his character would be sooner or later, but he didn't expect that the person who started it was quite ruthless, and it was directly an arm. Putting down the report, Zhao Jijiang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window resentfully, overlooking the city he started from. He is not a fool, he can let the investigators he personally sent return in vain, and the person who attacked Zhao Qiankun must have some ability. So now Zhao Jijiang is thinking about whether he should continue to take this risk for this incapable waste. Mr. Zhao. The secretary walked in with the papers. Your lady called again, and she cried that you must. All right, tell him I'll take care of this. Zhao Jijiang waved his hand, and he didn't need to ask to know who this lady was. He is 58 years old this year, of course, not only Zhao Qiankun's son, he has 3 wives, and each wife gave birth to 2 children for him. And now the woman who keeps calling is Zhao Qiankun's biological mother. This is also the reason why Zhao Jijiang is very annoyed with their mother and son. Because this kid is as greedy for pleasure as his mother, he never knows how to progress and learn. With such a big business empire, Zhao Jijiang has also made up his mind that it is impossible to let Zhao Qiankun touch half an inch. But now it is Zhao Qiankun who has been unloaded with an arm. It can be regarded as a slap in the face. If it spreads and his son is unemployed, and he doesn't dare to do anything, it will indeed affect his majesty. Hey! He dialed another number. And this phone is absolutely encrypted, and Zhao Zhijiang will never contact these people in normal times. Mr. Zhao, you have found some eyebrows in the matter you explained. The voice on the other end of the phone used a voice changer. This is an illegal organization that specializes in underground intelligence trading in Huaxia Kingdom. Even Zhao Zhijiang has not seen their true faces, but only one thing Zhao Zhijiang is very sure of: they have their own way of doing things, although the price is so high that even Zhao Zhijiang feels expensive. But great value for money. But this time, this person only said to Zhao Zhijiang that he had found some eyebrows. What do you mean? Not even you can find out. The person on the other end of the line sneered. Mr. Zhao, I don't lie to you. If it weren't for you, we really don't want to touch this matter. Its degree of secrecy is so high that you can't imagine. Brother, this is a hot potato. Don't talk nonsense. Do I let you check the trivial things in your charging standards? Find out what and say it quickly. It's been sent to your phone. Dudu. At this time, Zhao Zhijiang's other mobile phone rang and he received an email. The email is encrypted through layers of encryption, and the source cannot be found at all, and inside is a surveillance video. Surveillance footage clearly shows his son beating up a boy with bodyguards. The boy looked to be about the same age as his son, and the video was cut off when his son hit him on the head with a baseball bat. What's going on? What's next? Zhao Zhijiang asked. All the follow-up videos can't be found, and this video has been desperately recovered from places you didn't expect. That's a fart. Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. What happened to Gongzi may be related to this person. Didn't he beat my son to death? Zhao Zhijiang didn't care about the life or death of that person at all, even if he killed someone, as long as his son handled it cleanly. He's not dead, and as a bonus, I'll tell you something about this man. Zhao Zhijiang pinched his mobile phone, furious. Because he can now confirm that this incident was not a fucking bullshit car accident at all. It was someone who killed his own son. And the man who was beaten by his own son in the video is the key. Uncle Chen. Zhao Zhijiang hooked his hand and let the tall man who had been standing at the door walk in. Mr. Zhao, you command? Go find this person named Li Muhan to understand the situation. Remember, don't kill if you can. Yes. 6 p.m. on the same day. Li Muhan finished the last meditation class and was about to go home, and he made an appointment with Xia Yu today to pick her up from work at the barbecue stall where she worked. Although Xia Yu said that she didn't have to worry about her own safety, Li Muhan still felt that it was not good for a girl to walk alone on the road in the middle of the night. Xia Yu didn't say anything, just lowered her head and smiled and said, Well, then I'll wait for you. Just when Li Muhan walked to a street, an unlicensed van suddenly stopped beside him, and then several masked men grabbed Li Muhan into the car with 3 strokes and 5 divisions. Li Muhan did not resist. He knew very well that these people's methods were quite professional, and they came prepared, and they might be even more terrible if they resisted. In broad daylight, is there a king? Before he finished speaking, a hood was put on Li Muhan's head. Be quiet. Then in the darkness, Li Muhan felt a bump. The car had been driving for about 40 minutes, and there was originally the sound of vehicles outside, but now it was quiet. Whoop. The car door was opened, and Li Muhan was dragged out of the car. Then he felt like he was being dragged into some building. When the hood was uncovered, Li Muhan had already been handcuffed and hung up. And this is supposed to be some unknown basement. Who the hell are you? I really don't have any money, so why don't you put me down first? Several men didn't speak. Looking at their physique, they should have enlisted Li Muhan's previous thoughts. These people should be retired from special forces, and they have no chance of winning in front of them. Soon, a tall man walked into the room. He hung up the phone after saying a few words behind his back to Li Muhan, and then Li Muhan found that his eyes had completely changed when he turned around. Finished. Li Muhan's heart was half cold. Sure enough, as soon as he beckoned, several people immediately beat Li Muhan violently, and they avoided Li Muhan's vital points well, but they all hit the parts that would make people feel a lot of pain. In less than half an hour, Li Muhan had been beaten to death. Blood kept dripping down. The tall man pinched Li Muhan's chin, raised his eyebrows angrily, looked directly at Li Muhan, and said coldly, Kid, may I ask you something? Fuck. Where did someone start fighting before they even asked? You should have asked me first. I'm quite energetic, that's good. I don't want to kill anyone. My surname is Chin. You can call me Uncle Chin. Last night, did you have some conflicts with our little master? Little master? You say Zhao Qianquan? Li Muhan raised his head slightly and glanced at the man. He already knew very well in his heart that this man was the person from the Zhao family who came to seek revenge. Alas, you children, why do you want to be heavy-handed? No, uncle, that young master of your family has blown my head out. You say it's a child's fight? Uncle Chin ignored Li Muhan, just waved his hand slightly, and the man next to him turned around and kicked Li Muhan in the abdomen. What do you answer when I ask, okay? We all save some time. Li Muhan, who was hanging in the air, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body was beaten back and forth like a sandbag. To be honest, I really don't do anything to children, but you are too heavy. Unload one of his hands. Of course the master will not kill for the sake of the little master, but I hope you understand, child, sometimes we have to learn to help the master do things ahead. You people. It's just as disgusting. Li Muhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Uncle Chin with blood on his face, but a weird smile appeared on his face. I've checked, you're an orphan, you have lived in a black-hearted orphanage since you were a child, and you've been kept as a dog, just because our young master robbed your girlfriend, so you have an estrangement, right? It's just a woman, it's really not. Uncle, you can't speak, isn't your son coming to trouble me? Li Muhan tried hard to keep his breathing and not let himself faint from this pain. Uncle Chen's face was still calm. He lit a cigarette and handed another one to Li Muhan. Li Muhan shook his head and refused. Child, I'm very busy, but now I have made time for you. I don't want much. I hope you can give back the life of our young master. You don't have a family, so I can't give your family money. I can help you bury it well. You can tell me if you have any wishes. It's a good hand for a life. Seeing that Li Muhan was not going to give in, Uncle Chin raised his hand again and snapped his fingers, then spread out his hand and hooked his fingers. One of the bodyguards immediately handed him a sharp axe. That's it, you call me uncle, I am also your elder. Today's incident is our young master's fault first, but it's a pity. His life is worth more than yours, or Uncle Chun will say sorry to you, and then you will die with peace of mind? Then, Li Muhan raised his head and looked at Uncle Chin. His eyes were full of coldness and indifference. You try? Uncle? It turned out to be a madman. When Uncle Chin saw Li Muhan like this, the hypocritical guilt in his heart disappeared. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards rushed up to support Li Muhan's body. In fact, Li Muhan no longer had the strength to resist. I could only watch Uncle Chin walk towards him step by step with the axe in his hand. At the moment when Uncle Chin walked in front of Li Muhan and raised his axe to cut it off. Ding ding ding. The phone in his pocket rang. Uncle Chin said to Li Muhan very gentlemanly, Sorry, child, I'll answer the phone. After that, he handed the axe to the bodyguard and took out his mobile phone. Seeing that it was an unknown call, he was a little puzzled. This mobile phone is his own private phone, except for his boss Zhao Jijiang. Generally no one knows this number, and those who know this number should not be an unknown caller. Hello, who is it? Hello, my name is Lindsay. Lindsay? I don't seem to have heard the name. When Uncle Chin said the word Lindsay, Li Muhan was slightly stunned, and then slowly looked up at the man. Of course, he knew that Lindsay was the woman who called herself a special management bureau who had come to his house. Why did she call? Of course you don't know me, I'm just a small public official, but I suggest you stop what you're doing. Really? Miss Lindsay, are you a police officer? Huh. Of course not, but I called to save your life, although I don't care if you die or not. Save my life? That's interesting, Miss Lindsay. I don't know where you got my phone number, and I don't care who you are, but... It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words, forget it. Some things will indeed have problems if they don't vent out, especially the body of a little boy at this age. Huh? What are you talking about? The words of the woman on the other end of the phone gradually made Uncle Chin a little incomprehensible. No, it's nothing, anyway, I'll put it here, you'd better not touch that child, it's for your good. And it's also for the good of the master behind you. Of course, if you insist on doing something, I won't stop you, so be it. Dada. The phone was hung up. Uncle Chin glanced at the phone, a little inexplicable. He threw the phone to the bodyguard. When you're done, go find out who this is and find her out. Yes, Uncle Chin. The bodyguard took the phone and stepped aside. Then Uncle Chin unbuttoned the cuffs and neckline of his shirt, picked up the axe on the table, and walked towards Li Muhan. Sorry for the delay and couldn't give you a good time, let's continue. Uncle Chin. Li Muhan looked at the man expressionlessly and said, What, do you want to beg for mercy? No, I just want to ask you, the one named Lindsay just now, did he mean that it doesn't matter if you die? Uncle Chin looked into Li Muhan's eyes, then let out a sneer, and finally he handed the axe to one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard also understood what Uncle Chin meant, and he didn't want to have this appointment on his hands. So the bodyguard took the axe, turned around and raised his hand, raised the axe violently, and cut it down towards Li Muhan's head. Chapter 13, Don't Look for Death. Everyone was waiting for the sound of the axe splitting their heads. But after a while, they found that they did not hear any movement they wanted to hear, nor did they hear the screams of the orphan, but the bodyguard was slowly shaking. Hey, you're crazy? What are you doing there? Flutter. Uncle Chen's words were interrupted. Finally, blood rushed out. But it wasn't Li Muhan's blood. The bodyguard's body trembled violently, and his body was lifted directly by something, and then blood splattered out of his neck one by one. In the end, all I heard was a rattle. The bodyguard crooked his neck and fell directly to the ground. And Uncle Chun and the others suddenly discovered that his neck was bitten off. Look at Li Muhan in front of him again. Wait, is this still that orphan? Uncle Chen's lips trembled slightly. He had lived so long and done so many great things. I have seen a lot of the world. But now he really wondered if there was something wrong with his brain, because he found that the place that was hanging in front of his eyes at the moment was still a human, and it was a complete monster. It had a demonic horn, and its dark skin was covered in runes that glowed with a faint golden light. However, the most terrifying, even trembling, were the golden demonic pupils. There was not the slightest warmth or emotion in these eyes, only the coldness and indifference of an endless abyss. When you gaze into it, you will feel that the thing with the soul is mercilessly drawn in, as if it can tear and devour the soul. And in his mouth, he was biting the half of the throat of the bodyguard who had just fallen. What is this? Weird monster! Several of the younger bodyguards were already in a mess at the moment, and hurriedly retreated to distance themselves from this monster. Uncle Chin finally had a good psychological endurance. He immediately stabilized his fear, and at this moment he looked at the monster with fierce eyes. Uncle, kill him? Standing beside Uncle Chin were a few old qualifications, and they also regained their composure at this time, and at the same time asked Uncle Chin about it. Kill? What the hell? Damn it! So disgusting! When the demon heard this, he crushed his throat and spit on the ground, and then looked at the people in front of him with a strange smile. Arrogance, the eternal original sin of mankind. Fuck you! One of the bodyguards pulled out a Nepal saber and stabbed the demon in the neck. Bang bang. But at this time, they found out that this thing still had a thick tail dragging on the ground, and the bodyguard was violently pierced by this tail the moment he rushed up. The tail hung it in the air and slowly moved to the demon's eyes. Blood slid from the tip of the tail and dripped onto the demon's lips. He grinned as he looked at the man who was trembling from being impaled but still trying to attack him in the tail with his saber. I've always wondered, why do vampires like to drink human blood, and now, when I drink it, I just realize. He licked the blood from his lips, and then flicked his tail violently, directly slamming the bodyguard's body to the ground. I just realized that I still like the human soul. No. Wait, don't kill me, wait. Flutter. Before he could finish speaking, the thick tail slammed into his head. Ha 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 ha. And that wasn't the end of it. The huge tail was still stabbing at the rotten bodyguard on the ground again and again, until his body was completely mashed. Finally, the demon easily broke the chains that bound his hands. You! What are you looking at? Draw your gun! Kill him! Seeing the demon walking towards them after landing on the ground, Uncle Chun couldn't suppress the fear in his heart again. He pushed the bodyguard next to him violently, and then beckoned the others to draw their guns together. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the basement became very eerie. Several black holes pointed their guns at the demon's head. They were all well-trained veterans, but at the moment they were facing a thing that didn't know what it was. For the first time in their lives, they wondered, could they kill this thing? Toys, human beings always like to rely on toys to make up for their own weak. The demon still had an eerie smile on his face, and the glow of the runes on his body was slightly brighter than before. Immediately after, the basement lights suddenly began to flicker, and countless currents began to slowly pour into the demon's body. Let me help you remember your primal fears. The demon held his head high, looking a little more excited in the face of the muzzles of the guns. Smack! The overhead light suddenly went out, leaving only darkness in the entire basement, and the golden runes on the demon's body. Shoot! Towards that golden light! Uncle Chin reacted immediately, and in order not to hurt his own people, they also unified their positions, forming a covering trend of crossfire. In fact, in this kind of basement, it is not a good choice to shoot at random in a state of total darkness, and they are likely to be ricocheted. People who want to be crooked give me a good review. Mouth equals injuries. But after witnessing the monster brutally murder their companions, their hearts were filled with fear and anger. But they soon found that this fear and anger, and even the gun in their hands, seemed like a joke in front of this thing. Ha 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 ha! The monster's body was as fast as lightning, and the golden runes on its body flickered and dimmed, and every time a gun rang out, the light lit by the muzzle of the gun would see the monster's figure flash with thunder and lightning. Help me! Help me! Don't kill me! No! Wait! I surrender! I surrender! Oh! Uncle Chin only heard a continuous scream all around. But soon, all the screams stopped, as if they had never existed. Now he couldn't hear a single sound, except for his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. Oleg! Tom! What about you people? Squeak if you're still alive! He wanted to roar, but his voice was full of tremors, indicating that his fear had also reached its peak. What exactly does this mean? An orphan, an untouchable life that he doesn't know how many he has killed. Why is he being in this way now? At this moment, there was a sudden sound of rustling in front of me. Uncle Chin raised his gun sharply and shot forward, and the flames from the muzzle of the gun made him see a shadow that was slowly approaching him. But no matter how he shot, the figure seemed to be unaffected, still approaching him step by step. The bullets ran out quickly. He jerked his head down to change the bullets, but heard an eerie heat coming from in front of him. He trembled and slowly raised his head, and the golden runes slowly lit up. In front of him, at close range, the demon was looking at him with interest. At this time, the demon's body swelled a little more, and the face became even more strangely distorted. You! The gun in Uncle Chen's hand was almost unstable, and the monster in front of him slowly lowered his head, leaned over to him and sniffed it carefully, as if tasting his fear. That's right, that's it, like your little master, his fear is so delicious. You humans have become so arrogant and ignorant. You used to want to summon me, to get my knowledge, and now, you are just looking for death. Hey, to be honest, I like you guys better now. His huge claws slowly pinched Uncle Chen's head. A trace of thunder slowly swept across his fingertips, and Uncle Chen immediately trembled in pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. What a delightful fear! I will taste it slowly until the last moment of your life. No! Don't kill me! I'm just doing what I'm told. It's not that I want to kill you. Not me. It's the Zhao family. Zhao Jijiang. And his son. It's none of my business. Uncle Chen has completely lost his mind, and in order to survive, he completely confessed his master. Noisy. The demon's hand began to strain slightly. Uncle Chen's head immediately clicked, and his pupils began to become congested. Scarlet blood continued to seep from his ears, nostrils, and eye sockets. No! Spare me! Click! His head had begun to deform slightly, and finally, after a thunderbolt exploded, the man's head was completely crushed. Bang bang! Look at the headless body of the man who fell to the ground. The demon sneered dismissively. Then he seemed to sense something, and slowly looked out of the house, and finally he slowly sat down on the ground, in the middle of the pile of corpses he had made. The demon's features began to fade slowly, and eventually he regained his human body. Li Muhan shook his head, looked around, and found that his pupils widened after finding that there were corpses all around, revealing a frightened look. These are all I doing? Just then, the basement door was opened. A girl in a black suit slowly stepped into the enclosed basement, filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Finished? Lindsay still looked at Li Muhan with that indifferent smile on his face. No. I didn't do it. It's a demon. It's not me. Please forgive me. It's not me. Li Muhan hugged his head and curled up on the ground, tears and snot flowing from his face. Lindsay slowly walked in front of him, then squatted down and raised his hands slightly. Purr. Her voice was very gentle, and her movements were very gentle, and her slender fingers gently brushed Li Muhan's cheeks as if to wipe away his tears, which made the frightened young man raise his head. Can be a second. What came out of Lindsay's mouth was not any words of comfort. The smile on her face instantly turned evil and crazy, and there was a hint of joyful madness in her pupils. What are you and I pretending to be here? Li Muhan was stunned. Pretend to be possessed by a demon, lose control, kill someone, and then hold your head in pain, and let your sister comfort you. Lindsay's hand gently picked up Li Muhan's chin, and she kept approaching Li Muhan with an excited smile, and finally she leaned into Li Muhan's ear and whispered. Murder! Didn't you do it a lot when you were a kid? Li Muhan's pupils widened suddenly, and then the panic slowly disappeared, and his expression gradually became flat. Oh! What do you mean? Maybe the first time you were robbed of your body by a demon, but now, didn't you kill them all of your own will? Hearing Lindsay pierce his heart, a trace of indifference flashed in Li Muhan's eyes. So, you now want to exercise the authority of the special administration to give me, a murderer, to... Lindsay slowly pointed his finger at Li Muhan's lips. Whether these people die or not has nothing to do with me, and your actions are obviously legitimate defense, at most. Overly defensive? Then Lindsay slowly stood up and walked towards the door. We'll deal with these corpses. You better go home and think more about the proposal I made to you earlier. Make a deal with the demons. You may have an advantage at first, but don't forget, all these powers you rely on are in their hands. Don't let her go. In his head, Bar's voice suddenly made Li Muhan stunned. Her soul is very powerful. Kill her, harvest her soul, you can repair my soul, and when the time comes, I will give you more power. You can do whatever you want, no one can restrain you. Li Muhan pressed his head hard. Don't think I'm a murderer. Humph. Ha 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 ha, you just. Isn't it fun to kill? I also learned from Lao Tzu to speak. Because those people deserve to be killed. Lindsay walked to the door, listening to Li Muhan's self-talk. She slowly turned her head and looked at Li Muhan. Li Muhan, do you need help? Li Muhan pressed his head with one hand, and waved his hand at her with the other. Get out of here! I might be fast right now, can't control it. Come on. Oh. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan with a little more playfulness in his eyes. It seems that you are not a murderer. With that, Lindsay turned around and walked towards Li Muhan again. Don't hear. Li Muhan desperately suppressed the demonic voice in his head, but he already felt that this demon was eroding his will. Leave it to me, leave everything to me, and I will tell you how to use this power. I said it. Damn it. Shut up. At the moment when Li Muhan roared, Lindsay had already come to Li Muhan's eyes. She gently pressed Li Muhan's shoulder and said softly, Be good, leave it to him. Poof. In the next moment, the sudden appearance of the demon tail directly pierced the woman's body. Li Muhan also turned into a demon form again. Of course, this time it was no longer Li Muhan who controlled his body, but a real demon. You're really kind, woman. The demon tilted his head, looked at the woman, and grinned. Chapter 14, The Devil's Opera. The smile on Lindsay's face froze, but it didn't disappear. She slowly looked down at her pierced body. The tail was very thick, and the woman's body was very petite. She wanted to face the wall crookedly, and the piercing directly opened a large hole in her abdomen. Alas, this dress is my work clothes, and I have to change my clothes with money like this. How can I sneak attack? The demon looked at the woman coldly, and the body of this woman who was pierced by him didn't even have a trace of blood gushing out. And she didn't seem to have any pain in looking at it. "You! Not human!" the demon said in a hoarse voice, then hung the woman up with his tail and hoisted it in front of his eyes. "Your breath is so strange." Then, the demon began to smell the woman's breath carefully. "The perfume I use doesn't smell good, does it?" Lindsay winked at him, without any fear on his face. "I don't know about you. What the hell is it, but the soul is very powerful." The demon's face was full of doubt, as if he was very interested in what the woman in front of him was. But Lindsay obviously didn't want to be hung up like this. "Let's continue with the topic just now, Li Muhan. You should still be able to hear it, right? I have absolutely no objection to you countering violence with violence. After all, our Special Administration Bureau needs people like you, but the premise is that you have enough strength, otherwise you may kick the iron plate that you can't deal with now." Hey. As soon as I talk about this, the demon is not sleepy. "You little thing, talking to me about strength? With me here, no one can stop him, he can kill whoever he wants." The demon approached the woman and grinned. "Really?" Lindsay also smiled, her slender fingers lightly tapping on the demon tail that pierced her. "Ball, when your soul was scattered, I didn't see you so arrogant. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Finally, Lindsay's hand slowly rested on the demon's pierced tail, and then sighed as if he was tired of it. "I'm interested in you, demon, but unfortunately you're too weak now." "Me? Too weak?" The demon's face suddenly became gloomy, and Lindsay's words seemed to have touched his scales. "Yes, I assure you, demon, you now makes me feel bored." Hey, well, you're being pierced by my tail now, and you dare to say such a thing? "Excuse me, what did you just say? Yours tail?" Smack. Lindsay still had an indifferent smile on her face, and the hand she placed on the demon's tail was lightly forced, so the thick tail that pierced her body was like a bubble that was easily crushed by her. "You dare!" The demon was startled and then furious, but it also understood that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. No, she was not a fucking human at all. Then the demon's eyes burst into golden light. "Boundary! 10,000 thunder kills!" He didn't hesitate to open the realm, intending to blast this woman to the slag in an instant. But in the next second, Lindsay's hand had already choked his neck, and the huge power made the demon feel an inexplicable sense of fear. "Did I say you can open the realm?" Click. The thunder and lightning that had begun to gather vanished in an instant. Own boundary. Broken in an instant? The demon's eyes widened as he stared at the woman in front of him. And the woman really began to reveal her strength at this time, which is ancient and pure, representing the profound heritage of the Chinese land for thousands of years. Bar glared at the woman in front of him, as if he was being choked by an ancient and mysterious being. "You're strong, Ball." The smile on the woman's face vanished, and she looked at Ball with a blank face, and at the same time the strength of her hand increased, and the hole pierced by the demon's tail just now was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "But now, just now, I'm stronger than you, so obediently give him my body back." Bang! Bale's realm was shattered, and he felt his power sucked back from this body. He grinned, looked at the woman, and smiled. Hey, Huaxia. This land really interesting. There is an existence like you, woman. Remember, today I did not lose to you, but because of this body and my broken soul." His horns began to turn to powder, and the runes on his body began to slowly dissipate. "Remember me. Remember, woman, wait for the day when I regain my strength. I will come again to savor your pain." Eventually, his skin began to gradually return to its previous color. "What a pleasure, this land. It seems that in this human body, I will not be bored." Eventually, the demon reverted back to human form. And the woman pinched Li Muhan's neck and slowly let go. Ahem. Li Muhan looked around at the corpses, and then he slowly raised his head and looked at the woman. It's true that people have been killed, but that's to survive." "I know." Lindsay gently supported Li Muhan, and this time she didn't show the terrifying look just now. "It's the same now, Li Muhan. When you face someone who wants to take your life, no matter what kind of counterattack you make, it's not too much, but Li Muhan, there is still a rule game in this world, and your current strength is not enough to break the rules of this game. Well, I already felt it just now. Although the authority of the body does not lie with him, Li Muhan also personally understands the terrifying strength of Lin Zhe. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Don't show that expression, you can't control your power well now, the demon inside you seems to like this world too. How about it, do you want to go to the special administration with me to have a look? I won't force you to join. The woman helped Li Muhan step by step towards the basement. Li Muhan pondered for a long time, and finally turned his head slightly to look at Lin Zhe. Is there free labor? Don't talk nonsense, regular state units, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are indispensable for you. I'll think again. Don't worry, it's not time yet. Li Muhan looked at the woman. Just now he also deeply felt the power of this woman, and it seemed to be only the tip of the iceberg of her strength, and he had to become stronger. Judging the situation, this is the thing I learned the most in the orphanage, at least for now, I really can't beat this woman. So he nodded slowly. So half an hour later, Lin Zhe, that is, this woman, drove a car with Li Muhan and Xia Yu to the Tianhai City Bank building. Then he entered an elevator hall through a hidden passage through the back door. After Xia Yu learned that Li Muhan was kidnapped, she followed the smell of his blood to find Zhao Jijiang's private villa. But she was stopped by Lin Zhe outside the door, and she said that she would solve the matter. In fact, Xia Yu already understood that this woman's purpose should be to let Li Muhan join the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan, if you don't want to join, just refuse directly, and I will help you. In the elevator, she turned her head to look at Li Muhan and said, Well, thank you. Li Muhan replied with a smile. Oh, our Special Management Bureau is a regular state unit, a civil service agency. Don't say it's like a criminal gang? Lin Zhe smiled a little helplessly. These two people didn't care that she was there at all. The elevator went down for a few minutes, you can imagine how deep it is, and when the elevator door opened, Li Muhan froze. It's a small underground city, with buildings and roads that look like they're on the ground. My God, building a place like this under a bank is like digging a hole under the people's wallets. This is the headquarters of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Lin Zhe walked in front to lead the way for the two, and everyone he met along the way respected Lin Zhe very much, and he had to shout, Forest Bureau, when he passed by. Soon, Lin Zhe took Li Muhan and Xia Yu to the registration center. Name: Li Muhan. Age: 21. Belonging to an alien. Huh! When asked this question by the registrar, Li Muhan was stunned for a moment. Right about demons, Lin Zhe said to the registrar with a smile. The registrar was stunned for a moment, and raised his head to look at Li Muhan for the first time. Demons? Forest Bureau, make no mistake, we've never tolerated demons. Make no mistake, didn't I catch one of them? Lin Zhe said jokingly. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be contained by you. Li Muhan interrupted their conversation. The registrar looked at Lin Zhe inexplicably and said, Forest Bureau, are you fooling people to come over again? What do you mean by flickering? Li Muhan, just to make a registration, we won't let you join, and our inspection here will help you better understand your body, which is also beneficial to you, right? Li Muhan remained vigilant until Xia Yu whispered behind him. Rest assured, they don't have any malice yet. Okay, listen to you. So he was willing to cooperate a little. The registrar got up and beckoned to Li Muhan, motioning for him to follow into the room. Li Muhan looked at Lin Zhe and Xia Yu. Go ahead, it's okay, just assess your calamity level. Calamity level? Li Muhan heard this word for the first time, and he was a little curious. I'll explain it to you later. Lin Zhe waved at him. Now let's get inside, our staff is very busy. The moment he walked into the room, Li Muhan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of depression. The room was not as bright as he had imagined, and instead of all kinds of high-tech testing equipment, it was a little dark. Just as Li Muhan was wondering in his heart, his eyes fell on a wheelchair in the center of the room. In a wheelchair sat a young girl, dressed in a long white dress like snow, her eyes covered by a white cloth, as if she could not see the world. Her long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, making it stand out in the dimly lit room. Her face is as beautiful as fine porcelain, which people dare not touch easily. "Ma'am, the new alien needs your help to identify it." The registrar was polite to the woman, and the woman turned her head slightly when she heard the voice. "Come here." She looked at Li Muhan with a smile, as if her eyes were not affected by the white cloth at all, and the smile on her face also made Li Muhan feel extremely warm. "Please hold my hand." Li Muhan stretched out his hand and gently held it with the silver-haired woman's hand. At this moment, she seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, which wanted to let her into it. The woman didn't resist too much. She had to go deep to understand what kind of force this was, and that was her mission here. A theater. An empty theater and stage. The silver-haired woman stood in the center of the stage, her feet now free to move, and her eyes slowly opened. She looked around at the eerie theater. "Demons." The woman's lips spat out two words slightly. Because she found that above the dimly lit auditorium, there were faintly hidden figures of one or two demons. "Why are there so many demons in his body?" the woman said to herself, looking at the demons. Fortunately, these demons are not too strong, but they are full of chaos and evil powers. It's okay, just a few little devils. Eventually, the woman came to a conclusion and closed her eyes. The woman's figure eventually disappeared from the stage, and then the spotlights went out one by one. In that dark auditorium, I don't know who it was, suddenly a sneer rang out. Then came the second tone. The third tone. Laughter, ridicule, and maniac laughter swept the theater. Countless pairs of demonic eyes opened in the darkness, and they mocked madly at the woman who had left like a mischievous child. Until everything is swallowed up by the dark abyss, and the world returns to silence. The woman let go of her hand and still smiled at Li Muhan. "I'm sorry, I think there's something in my head," Li Muhan said to the woman apologetically. He knew that the woman saw the same thing as him just now, and this may be the woman's ability. The silver-haired woman said slowly, shaking her head. "You're special, your soul is pure, but there are demons living in it, and it's the first time I've seen this. Calamity, chaos." Finally, the woman said this, and then turned her back and said no more. "Understood, you've worked hard." This level does not seem to be particularly high, and the registrar does not react much. After Li Muhan and the registrar left, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't understand if she hadn't pretended not to see those things like that, and those things would have let her go. Her hands were still shaking, and she was still afraid. What the hell is that stuff? After Li Muhan left the room, Lindsay walked out in the dark. She looked at the silver-haired girl with a smile and asked, "How? What kind of soul can hold so many terrible demons? Even Di Ting's heirs have such a high opinion of him, so this time he really picked up a treasure." The silver-haired girl was skeptical of Lindsay's optimism. "He's a demon, the Secret Service hasn't contained demons, and he doesn't have experience dealing with demons. That human can't last long. Once the demon takes over his body, then..." "Don't worry, that kid won't lose to those demons." Lindsay squatted down in front of the girl and gently stroked her hair. Then Lindsay explained to Li Muhan the Special Management Bureau's assessment of the heterogeneous level. The lowest level is chaos, generally speaking, some mountain spirits and wild monsters that have mixed into the human world, and ordinary police officers can clean it up. Then there is chaos, and if this level of anomaly causes chaos, then the Special Administration Bureau will intervene. Then there is the cataclysm, and the aliens who have reached the cataclysmic level are already in the category that are controlled, and they cannot even live normally in the human world without special permission. Then came the calamity, the annihilation, the natural disaster. These three classes of aliens are forbidden to come into contact with humans, and must survive under the watchful eye of the Special Administration. Xia Yu is an exception. Lindsay, Deputy Director of the Huaxia State Special Administration Bureau, personally acted as a guarantor for her, ensuring that she would not endanger human society, so that she could walk in the world. The last level, the extinction. It has only appeared once since the establishment of the Special Administration Bureau, and twice since the birth of human society. One of them was in China 1,000 years ago, when humanity was almost extinct. The second was in Europe more than 700 years ago, and the natural disaster killed almost a third of the world's population. It was the Black Death that swept across Europe. Li Muhan was suddenly stunned when he heard the world-destroying level. Because in Baal's temple, the rating of Baal in his mind is the destruction of the world. And Xiaoyu is a natural disaster, that is to say, if he really gets all of Baal's strength, he may be able to fight better than Xiaoyu. That's right. This one is for you. Lindsay took a string of pendants from a staff member and handed it to Li Muhan. I didn't plan to bring a leash. Li Muhan didn't take the pendant, because he could obviously feel some kind of power from the pendant, and that power was a restraint on the demon. Perhaps demonic blood was seeping into his body, and he was naturally sensitive and repulsed by the power of restraint. But Lindsay stuffed it into Li Muhan's hands. This is not a dog leash. Now you may lose yourself as long as you use the power of the demon, so sooner or later you will be usurped by the demon, and this thing can help you keep yourself awake when using the power of the demon, Lindsay said with a smile. Li Muhan was a little curious, and he took the necklace. How will it help me? Lindsay didn't answer this question directly, but just smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. You'll find out soon enough. Although Li Muhan accepted the pendant, he didn't put it on. He wasn't stupid enough to do whatever others asked him to do. Under the leadership of Lindsay, he also visited various departments of the Special Management Bureau. Except for some classified intelligence departments that did not go in, places like the engineering department, the personnel department, the medical department, and the logistics department were all visited. This also made Li Muhan feel more and more that this Special Management Bureau seems to have received strong support from the state, and both manpower and material resources are quite sufficient. Then that's the last thing. In the dining room of the Special Administration Bureau, Lindsay said while drinking coffee while looking at the two people sitting across the table. Your guarantor, whether you join the Special Administration Bureau or not, you must have a guarantor, but unfortunately, I am already the guarantor of the one next to you, so... Then I'll be his guarantor. Without waiting for Lindsay to continue, Xiaoyu had already taken a step ahead of him. Lindsay seemed to be thinking about something. She took a sip of coffee gently, but her eyes kept looking back and forth between the two. You've been late, haven't you? The sudden sentence frightened Li Muhan into a thrill. What? No. He blushed and pleaded, but thought of the night when he was broken. Is it true that nothing has happened innocent? Well, even Li Muhan himself didn't believe it. Xiaoyu. That night, Li Muhan saw that Lindsay was just looking at himself and smiling without saying a word. He was anxious, and hurriedly looked at Xiaoyu on the side. As a result, when she turned around, she found that Xiaoyu was silent, and her face was already flushed at this time. Wait a minute! Why did Xiaoyu react like this? Don't. Xiaoyu's head was buried lower, and his face was red to the root of his ears, and Li Muhan also gave up thinking for the time being, but he must ask Xiaoyu after this matter. When you are unconscious. Okay, stop, I agreed, you will be his guarantor, the two of you must live together from now on. Li Muhan, you can't leave Xiaoyu's sight for more than 24 hours otherwise. Lindsay smiled, and just when Li Muhan thought she was going to say something cruel, she suddenly looked at Xiaoyu on the side and said, Otherwise, Xiaoyu, you can reasonably suspect that he is cheating. Poof. Li Muhan, who was drinking water to relieve his nervousness, squirted out directly. Chapter 15, 7th Action Group. After that, Lindsay took the two to the training center of the Special Management Bureau. This is a place to cultivate special humans who can fight against aliens, and it was at this time that Li Muhan learned that there were also many alien staff in the Special Management Bureau. Looks like you have to use magic to defeat magic. Not only that, but even human beings can learn the power of the realm after special training. However, this type of training is extremely rigorous and has a high chance of death. As a result, most of the existing staff in the Special Administration Bureau are support personnel, and the personnel of the departments involved in combat will be relatively small. The main combat force still has to rely on the outliers who have been co-opted. This is the training center of the Special Management Bureau, and here, every member of the Special Administration will do a physical evaluation, and only those who meet the requirements can participate in the special training. Lindsay introduced to Li Muhan, but Li Muhan was a little puzzled at this time. Why do these people join the Special Administration even in the face of special training with ultra-high mortality rates? Or in other words, why do they have to join the combat department of the special administration? Isn't it possible to be a civil servant? As if seeing Li Muhan's doubts, Lindsay smiled and didn't say anything. Forest Bureau, I have a question, Li Muhan suddenly asked. That is, if the demon in my body recovers to its heyday, will you be able to beat it? He had always been very concerned about Lindsay's previous completely suppression of the demon in his body, so although he knew that it might be rude, he still asked. Lindsay thought for a moment, and then said with a smile, I'm going to win. The corners of Li Muhan's mouth twitched. This line is not interesting to say. The one who said this kind of thing last time has been cut in half. Just then, the door to the training room was pushed open, and a tall man in a beret walked in. Huitian, you came just in time. This is the new member of your team. Come and get to know you. Lindsay stood up and looked at the man who walked in with his hands behind his back. The man was tall and resolute, and at first glance he was a professional soldier. Li Muhan, this is the captain of the 7th Action Team of the Special Management Bureau. Huitian, from today onwards you will be his person. Cherish it. This is a demon. Li Muhan was startled and hurriedly explained to the man. I'm sorry, I haven't decided whether to join the special administration or not, and the strength in my body is not what I actively want. Listening to Li Muhan's words, the tall man named Huitian obviously looked indifferent. Forest Bureau, I'm not a nanny. This kind of little kid is not qualified to join my team. I know at a glance that he grew up in a greenhouse and has no experience. This sentence can be described as extremely lethal, and Li Muhan feels that his self-esteem has been hurt. Okay, you said you want to replenish manpower. Didn't I find one for you? Although people haven't decided whether to join or not, don't you just use your personality charm to conquer him? Since he is unwilling to join the special administration, he should follow the rules. There should be no exceptions, and we don't have any internship period here for heterogeneous. Huitian's tone did not give in at all. This can make it difficult for Lindsay, because what Huitian said is also the truth. The attitude of the Special Administration Bureau towards aliens is very clear. You can either join and accept supervision, or hunt directly. Most of the so-called aliens are creatures that exist in various legends and myths. Except for those gods at the top of the real mythology, there are no outliers that the Special Administration Bureau does not dare to manage. Xia Yu's eyes also turned scarlet at this time, and she stood beside Li Muhan, and her attitude was also very clear. If she wants to follow the rules, she will also turn her face on the spot. Lindsay sighed, and at this moment, Huitian suddenly changed his words and said, Unless he can fight me. This big brother has just met, so there is no need to fight and kill. Yes, just fight. Li Muhan wanted to ease the atmosphere, but Xia Yu directly took over the conversation halfway through the words. It seemed that Li Muhan was belittled by Huitian, and made her very unhappy. Huitian glanced at Xia Yu, and at this glance, he felt unprecedented fear. What kind of terrifying power was hidden in that small body? Just a murderous aura released made Huitian's legs tremble a little. 10 of you won't be enough for him to fight. Xia Yu continued to mend the knife. What do you say? Huitian is a man of temperament. Although he knows the gap between him and Xia Yu, he can't bear to be humiliated like this. In the end, Li Muhan interjected. Good. I'll fight you. Li Muhan doesn't pretend anymore. He doesn't like Rory too. He used to fight a lot in junior high and high school, not to mention when he was a child in an orphanage. But I'm fighting you. I don't want to prove that I'm amazing. I'm going to tell people that what I lost, I must get it back with my own hands. When Li Muhan shouted these words, his eyes were resolute, and his tone was sonorous and powerful, as if he had really lost something. What does it mean? Huitian asked suspiciously. I'm sorry, but the atmosphere is in place, and I can't help it, so I want to say this line in person. Li Muhan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Lindsay yawned, waved his hand and said, Well, since that's the case, let's fight. Anyway, this is also a training room. Just right, Li Muhan, you can familiarize yourself with the power of the devil. No matter whether you want to join the Special Administration Bureau in the future, it won't hurt you. Okay, Forest Bureau. Li Muhan also nodded slightly to Lindsay like the people here. This time, Xia Yu, you can't help him anymore. Lindsay made the last request, and stood aside with Xia Yu. Huitian took off his coat, and his muscles were revealed, Li Muhan was a little chilled when he saw it. If he really wanted to fight him, a few lives would not be enough. Oh yes, there's one more request. Just as the two of them were about to make a move, Lin Zhe suddenly raised two fingers and said, Huitian, you are not allowed to use the power of the realm, and Li Muhan, this rule has no restrictions on you. Second, you have to wear the pendant I just gave you, and this is also your chance to test its strength. Li Muhan was a little puzzled. He looked at Lin Zhe and said, Isn't this a little unfair to Captain Hua? Unexpectedly, Huitian sneered and said before Lin Zhe, Boy, wait until you can really force me into the realm of use. The power of the so-called realm is not unique to the aliens. Most members of the Special Administration's combat units have access to the territory. The level of the realm is also divided according to the level of calamity. Levels 1 to 6 correspond to the calamity levels of chaos, cholera, annihilation, natural disasters, and finally the end of the world. It stands to reason that Baal's 10,000 thunder-killing realm should be at the world destruction level, but now Li Muhan is only at the second level, that is, the chaos level. But he wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Lin Zhe and the others directly that the demonic power in his body was actually world-destroying. I'm afraid that when the time comes, these people will not let themselves out of the Special Management Bureau with all their might. Okay, I promise. He slowly slipped the pendant around his neck. Have you thought of your last words? Seeing that Li Muhan was ready for all this, Huitian asked with a sneer. I have a question, Captain Hua. You say. Why did you want to join the authority? Huitian was slightly stunned, not knowing why Li Muhan would ask such a question. What? Want to get close to me and let me do it? I'm sorry, I've always been cruel to strangers. I hope you're mentally prepared. I just want to know what made you risk your life to undergo that special training. This sentence seemed to touch Huitian's scales, and his face instantly became gloomy. What a fucking fool I was to communicate with a monster like you. A monster like you would never understand how much it would cost a human to protect something. Li Muhan was very puzzled. I said something wrong. Why is this person still in a hurry? Well, I'm actually human. Before his words fell, Huitian's fist like a cannonball had already appeared in front of Li Muhan's eyes. Chapter 16 Ball. Li Muhan's physical conditioned reflex generally wanted to dodge. After all, he grew up fighting every day in the orphanage when he was a child, and later he was almost often injured for Guruoshi. Therefore, Li Muhan's physical fitness is better than that of ordinary peers. But now the punch was ridiculously fast, and it was heavy. Even though Li Muhan had dodged at the limit speed that his body could do, he was still hit in the left half of his face by this punch. In an instant, his body spun and flew out, and then he fell to the ground. Although I'm tired of saying it, Huitian, it's over. Lin Zhe yawned and said to Huitian, I'm sorry, Forest Bureau, this is the Special Management Bureau, and he is an outlier who is not subject to the control of the Special Management Bureau, so I can't stop him. Okay, you guys hurry up, it's my day off. Don't worry, Forest Bureau, it won't delay you for too long. Huitian sneered, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle falcon stared at Li Muhan, who was knocked to the ground. Ahem. What the fuck, you really want to kill? Li Muhan held the ground and just wanted to stand up, but before he finished speaking, the strong man on the opposite side rushed in front of him again, and then swung down with a fist towards Li Muhan's head. Bang! Li Muhan rolled and dodged, and his punch hit the ground of the training room, and there was a trace of crack. Don't destroy the training room, you don't want this month's salary? Lin Zhe said with some dissatisfaction. I can't be merciful to strangers. Huitian sneered and looked at Li Muhan, who was dodging. You're very fast, isn't it? I think you can see the number of punches I made from my first punch? He's a fighter, but that's all. It's not that exaggerated, but I can see that you really want to kill me. Li Muhan wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, spit out a mouthful of blood foam and a few broken teeth, and looked at Huitian with cold eyes. Huitian burst out and then rushed towards Li Muhan again, and swept his whip leg towards Li Muhan's head. And Li Muhan did see some of Huitian's ways. He squatted down to avoid this leg, and then punched Huitian in the stomach. Unexpectedly, after Huitian whipped his leg and swept away, he immediately turned around and kicked Li Muhan in the abdomen. Bang! Li Muhan was kicked to the ground, flew upside down, and smashed against the wall. Ha ha ha, you are a master of fighting, but unfortunately, the real battle cannot be static. After all, Lao Tzu is not playing tricks with you. Huitian laughed and mocked Li Muhan. Xia Yu wanted to step forward but was stopped by Lin Zhe raising his hand. Trust him a little more. Then Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said, What's going on, Li Muhan, is it okay? You don't think you're going to be able to take down our squad leader just by fighting? Of course, Li Muhan knew that his way of fighting was as naive as a child in Huitian's eyes, so there was only one way for him to win now. He slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Boom! The huge indoor training ground began to gather a thundercloud, which quickly spread, enveloping almost most of the building. Other staff members of the Special Administration Bureau were also a little curious at this time. Who actually opened up the realm in the headquarters of the Special Management Bureau? It's the kid brought by the Forestry Bureau, don't worry, Captain Huitian of the 7th Squad is fighting him. In the training room wrapped in the converging thunder, Huitian did not feel scared by the scene in front of him. Instead, he smiled excitedly. Ha ha ha, good! That's what it sounds like! Immediately afterwards, he rushed to Li Muhan's side, raised his fist high, and smashed it towards Li Muhan's face. Huitian didn't have his hand left for this punch. If it really hit, Li Muhan was afraid that his entire head would be blown up. But Li Muhan just raised his hand slightly, and caught the punch lightly, and when the two of them met with fists, a fierce thunder burst out. Good boy, you're very strong! Huitian smiled with a hint of madness, and his fist continued to be strong. Li Muhan slowly straightened up, his pupils turned pale gold, a demon's horn grew out of his head, and a thick demon's tail was constantly beating the floor. Li Muhan slowly turned his head, and just happened to face Huitian, who was facing him. There was a hint of madness in their eyes, and a fanatical smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Ha ha, it's enjoyable! Come on! Boom! Huitian's fist violently exerted force again, and he actually smashed Li Muhan in demon form to the ground and half knelt on the ground. Li Muhan's eyes flashed with golden light. Just a moment he just raised his head. A pair of military boots kicked him hard in the face. Demons, huh? Alien, huh? Realm, huh? Huitian's fist smashed into the demon's head one by one. Each punch reverberated with a roar of thunder and sparks. Xia Yu frowned, but Lin Zhe still kept smiling. Just when Huitian was about to smash this demon's face with one punch, Li Muhan, who was already lying on the ground, suddenly smiled again. Enough trouble? Li Muhan spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if he was from hell. Boom! A burst of thunder and lightning blew Huitian directly out of the air. Just at the moment when he fell to the ground, a hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Let go! Let go of Lao Tzu! No matter how Huitian struggled, the fist that was squeezed by Li Muhan couldn't break free. Angry, he began to use his other hand and leg to constantly attack Li Muhan. But these attacks hit Li Muhan at all, and even Li Muhan's body couldn't shake a minute. Crackle! Then his hand holding Huitian's neck flashed with a trace of thunder. Under the reflection of the thunder light, it was Li Muhan's almost crazy smile. Boom! In the end, the thunder light struck Huitian's whole body, and the strong man of this meter 9 fell to the ground after a few convulsions. Li Muhan let go of his hand and turned to look at Lin Zhe and Xia Yu. Xia Yu was very nervous, because she knew very well that if Li Muhan couldn't maintain self-awareness, the Special Administration Bureau would definitely treat him as a time bomb that he couldn't control. Lin Zhe put his hands in the trouser pockets of his suit, and his face was still calm and normal. Don't worry, it'll be fine. But Li Muhan showed them a weird smile. Those golden pupils were full of murderous aura. He's out of control, Xia Yu said lightly, but she wanted to step forward to make a move, but she was stopped by Lin Zhe. Okay, let's watch quietly. Li Muhan, who was possessed by Bar, directly reached out and pressed Huitian, who had just gotten up and wanted to attack, to the ground again. I have so much strength! Huitian's face was full of shock. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even make this demon's hand move in the slightest. Immediately, Li Muhan's hand began to slowly turn black, and his claws replaced his palms, holding almost Wutian's entire face in the palm of his hand. Just as the demon was about to crush Wutian's head, a dark green light suddenly burst out from his chest. Li Muhan's face immediately showed a frightened expression. And the one that emitted this green light was the pendant that Lin Zhe had asked Li Muhan to wear before. He seemed to be very uncomfortable by the dark green pendant, so he shook off Wutian and wanted to tear the pendant off. The moment his claws touched the pendant began to change, and countless black threads shot out of the pendant, and these threads traveled around the demon's body. The demon tried to tear the threads, but the moment his body touched them, it turned back into a scorching sound, and a roar of pain resounded throughout the training room. "I'm a good girl, so exaggerated." Wutian, who had picked up a life, couldn't care much more. He crawled to Lin Zhe's side, and several people observed the changes of the demon together. The dark green threads eventually began to converge on the demon's face, covering almost half of his face. Whoop! The silk thread tightly wrapped around the lower half of Li Muhan's face, and turned into a binding mask like a vicious dog. The mask stretched all the way to the base of the ear, and when the mask finally took shape, Li Muhan suddenly raised his head, and his pupils began to dilate. I was trembling all over. It wanted to roar, to destroy everything in sight, but now the mask was squeezing his power back. Eventually, he fell to his knees, his head bowed, his body trembling slightly. "You didn't tell me this was going to happen." Xia Yu looked at Lin Zhe with some dissatisfaction. "Where is it? Didn't I say before? When he uses the power of the devil, the pendant will play some auxiliary role." After about 3 minutes, Li Muhan slowly raised his head, cold sweat wetting the bangs on his forehead, making his originally slightly long hair even more messy now. There was still a hint of gold in his eyes, but there was no such strange evil aura as just now. "I'm alive?" This was the first sentence Li Muhan said, but because he was wearing a mask, his voice was a little muffled. He himself noticed this, raised his hand and touched his face, and the moment he touched the mask, Li Muhan was a little anxious. I was able to control my body?" Li Muhan looked at his hand, a little stunned. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, and looked at Li Muhan with interest. "It's pretty handsome, this mask," he said to Lin Zhe as he wanted to pull the mask off. This thing can't be taken off?" "Of course you can. After you remove the realm, it will revert to a pendant. This is the latest achievement of our Special Administration Science Council, because we have not tolerated demons, so this is a temporary production. The head of the Science Council calls it Demon Suppressor 1.0. It can help you suppress the excess demonic power in your body, and reasonably distribute the power according to your existing strength, which is equivalent to helping you install an external processor, which is very expensive," Lin Zhe said with a smile. In the end, when Li Muhan lifted the realm, the mask also returned to the shape of a pendant. "It's a really feeling it's weird." He looked at the pendant on his chest, which was not responding at the moment, and he really couldn't understand how it worked, and it was actually the Science Council that developed it. Could it be that the end of science is really metaphysics? An hour later. "Cheers! Cheers! Welcome new members!" In a small tavern, Tianhao laughed and patted Li Muhan on the back. Li Muhan didn't like to drink, but on this occasion, he had to raise his glass together. After Wutian woke up, he had to take Li Muhan to the party, and the other 3 members of the 7th squad were also attending the party. Yin Qi, a short-haired girl who is responsible for early intelligence investigation, Su Shui, a tall girl who is responsible for long-distance fire support, and Lin Ziyu, a teenager who is responsible for equipment maintenance and logistics support. These 3 people are all about the same age as Li Muhan, and they are all human, which means that Li Muhan is the only outlier among them. Chapter 17 Reasons for Joining. Su Shui, a tall girl with pale pink hair, came to Li Muhan with a wine glass and sat down. She had a proud figure and a delicate face. Even if you wear a suit pants for the workplace, those long legs are still very eye-catching. "Li Muhan, I heard that you had a fight with the captain. Our captain belongs to the cerebellum that develops faster than the brain, and he can only use his muscles to think about problems. Don't hate him." "Little Peach! How to speak?" Although Wutian's face was flushed from drinking, he still heard Su Shui's words, and his loud voice quickly shouted. Li Muhan guessed that the reason why she was called Su Shui Little Peach might be because of her cute pink hair. This party was a welcome banquet for Li Muhan by the 7th Squad, and his strength was recognized by Huitian. And these team members also seemed to trust Huitian very much, so they also accepted Li Muhan. Li Muhan also learned that the team was currently in an embarrassing situation. Damn! Why don't you send us a task? Huitian, who was already drunk, roared angrily while pounding the table. Lin Ziyu, a young man in charge of logistics, comforted him on the side, and at the same time warned his captain not to break the table. The team has not much money left. Captain, if you destroy things again, you will really have to sell our team's classic car at that time. Yin Chi, you too, don't just eat, talk about him. Scout Yin Chi was relatively silent, and she didn't say a few words when she was partying. She was petite, wearing a hat, she looked a bit like a child, and those big eyes would glance at Li Muhan from time to time. This made Li Muhan a little puzzled. Our team's situation is a bit special. Su Shui looked at Huitian, who was drunk and crazy, and said to Li Muhan with a wry smile. Generally, the members of the combat team are all fighters of the Special Management Bureau, but there will also be an outlier, which can reduce the combat pressure of the team, and if necessary, it will not be wiped out because of combat strength. Captain Huitian doesn't hate aliens very much? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui took a sip of wine, and a trace of bitterness flashed in her eyes. Well, but he can't disobey the rules of the Special Administration. In other words, there have been no outliers in the 7th Squad? There were. This time it was Yin Chi who spoke, and her voice was slight, like a kitten. But in an operation 6 months ago, he betrayed us. Treachery? Li Muhan was slightly stunned. He is not unfamiliar with this word. Li Muhan doesn't know how many betrayals he has experienced since he was a child, and just recently, he was also stabbed in the back by his childhood sweetheart's ex-girlfriend Guruashi. But he knew very well that the betrayal in Yin Chi's mouth was definitely more painful than the ones he experienced. That was originally a simple investigation mission. An old factory detected a chaos-level anomaly, and it was not supervised. Our team was responsible for going to investigate. Of course, there was also the anomaly. She was still our companion at the time. Su Shui said in a flat tone. Everything is going well. It is a blood clan that has just woken up, and it is very blank about everything in this world. It has not hurt anyone, but it is hiding in the abandoned factory and shivering. Hearing the blood clan, Li Muhan was a little alert, as if he saw his thoughts. Su Shui smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your guarantor. That blood clan is very weak, belongs to the low-level blood clan. We tried to contact her to calm her emotions. It was already fine. We are all ready to take her out of. Speaking of this, Su Shui's hand squeezed the cup tightly, her eyes full of confusion and incomprehension. But our alien team members suddenly opened up the field. She injured the captain and Yin Chi from behind, and then fled the scene with the bloodline, and her whereabouts are unknown until now. The defection of the alien is a very serious matter. All the responsibility is detained on the head of the captain. Our team has not had a serious mission since then, all to assist the police to complete some trivial small cases, and it has nothing to do with the alien, and the alien who defected has never appeared in our sight again. The captain never gave up pursuing his existence, and after that, he refused to allow any aliens to join, and the most common phrase in his mouth was sure enough, aliens are all beasts, and it is impossible for them to really help humans. So, Li Muhan, if in the future action, if the captain says or does something very excessive to you, don't take it to heart. It will not be easy for us to get out of that shadow. It doesn't have to be this way. As a result, Huitian, who was supposed to be drunk, directly pushed Lin Ziyu away, looked at Li Muhan and said, We're here in the Special Management Bureau. It's a knife-licking blood. Don't be so hypocritical. It's not a mutual aid association. Everyone has a past. He looked at Su Shui, Lin Ziyu and Yin Chi. You are not qualified to ask Li Muhan to tolerate anyone. You have also read his information. Should he swallow his anger? Then he looked at Li Muhan again and said, I looked down on you before, thinking you were just a little kid. I apologize to you, if the two of us have a disagreement in the future. He clenched his fists, shook it in front of Li Muhan's eyes, and said after laughing heartily, It's all men, and we use this to solve the problem. Li Muhan also smiled and said half-jokingly, Okay, Captain Hua, I haven't finished the fight before, so come on. Hu Tian smiled embarrassedly and quickly waved his hand. I can't beat you now. Give Lao Tzu some respect. Li Muhan was speechless. This Captain Hu Tian's face changed faster than turning a book. After the party, Su Shui and Yinxi left together, while Li Muhan helped Lin Ziyu help the drunk Hu Tian into the car. Muhan, can you please send the captain back with me first, and let me send you home again? Lin Ziyu said. This child, who is younger than himself and may have just turned 18, looked at Li Muhan a little timidly. Li Muhan knew that he was afraid of his demonic identity. So he smiled and nodded. Because he guessed that Lin Ziyu should have something to say to him, otherwise he wouldn't let him get in the car together. Sure enough, as soon as the car started, Lin Ziyu said, You must be wondering why our captain hates aliens so much. Indeed, I'm a little curious, Lin Ziyu said with a wry smile while driving. Our captain used to be the chief of the Tianhai City Police Department. This made Li Muhan a little surprised. He didn't expect this Hu Tian to be such a number one person. He has been in the special administration for 5 years, and he has been desperately participating in training since the first day he joined the special administration, and he almost died several times. By the way, I heard these things from others. After all, I didn't join at that time. Lin Ziyu scratched his head a little embarrassed, and Li Muhan reminded him not to drive with one hand. So Lin Ziyu continued. Don't look at Captain Hu Tian now. He used to have a family. He had a wife and son, and his son also became a policeman with the first grade in the school. Although Hu Tian looked strong, he was actually in his 50s. So Li Muhan felt that he was even more incredible. What was the purpose of desperately entering the combat unit at this age? But he vaguely felt that he would soon get this answer from Lin Ziyu's mouth. Lin Ziyu glanced at Hu Tian through the rearview mirror, and continued after finding that the other party was sleeping soundly and still snoring. But just 5 years ago, before he joined the Special Management Bureau, there was a horrific case of continuous disappearance of young girls in Tianhai City, and the victims were all young female college students or white-collar workers who had just joined the workforce, and the police attached great importance to this matter. The captain couldn't sleep all night because of that case, and in the end he really caught a clue, all of which pointed to a taxi driver named Zhou Jigua. Li Muhan didn't speak. He sat in the passenger seat, quietly listening to Lin Ziyu tell the past. Hu Tiangang became the director of the bureau that year, and his future was bright, and it was extremely painful for this kind of incident to occur in the jurisdiction. He didn't think about sorting out clues all night, and finally targeted a taxi driver named Zhou Jigua with the overall situation, just when he was already about to close the net. A phone call from the provincial department warned him not to investigate the matter again, and someone would solve the incident. Although he was very unhappy, Hu Tian still suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and asked the whole world not to interfere in this matter again. There is only one person who is resolutely opposed, and that is Hu Tian's son, a trainee police officer who has just come to report to the criminal police team. For this reason, Hu Tian also had a big quarrel with his son, and finally broke up unhappily. That is, early the next morning, Hu Tian received the bad news. His son died in an abandoned warehouse, his entrails hollowed out. And that ruin was exactly where they intended to collect their nets. After that, Captain Hu Tian completely collapsed. He went to Zhou Jigua with a gun more than once, and in the end he even lost his public position. The strangest thing is that those missing girls actually came back overnight, and they didn't remember anything, as if they had been brainwashed. Speaking of this, Lin Ziyu turned his head to look at Li Muhan. You should know who did it. Special Administration. Li Muhan did not hesitate and said it directly. That's right, the Special Administration Bureau intervened in this matter and found the missing girl, but there is no evidence to prove that Zhou Jigua did these things, and in the end he can only strengthen his control, and this matter will end here. But for Captain Hu Tian, this matter is just the beginning, Li Muhan said. Lin Ziyu nodded. In the second month after losing his job, the special administration found the captain and informed him that his son died at the hands of a stranger, but it could not be proved that Zhou Jigua did it. Speaking of which, Li Muhan had already understood the answer to the question he had asked Hu Tian before. Why join the special administration? He wanted to avenge his children with his own hands. Don't think too narrowly about the captain. Of course revenge is a point, But after knowing the existence of that kind of monster, the captain felt that as a former policeman, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people, so he resolutely joined the Special Management Bureau and made himself a combatant who could use the realm. If you don't forget, there will be an echo. People who are so obsessed with this may be able to pass the kind of special training that is close to hell. At this moment, Tian, who had been sleeping in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed a trace of rare sadness. Meanwhile, the top floor of the building of the Zhao Consortium in Tianhai City is very bright even late at night, as if announcing that the night cannot make the city fall silent. Zhao Jijiang smoked cigarette after cigarette at his desk. He's waiting for a result. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. Zhao Jijiang stood up suddenly. "Come in." A bodyguard walked in and said timidly, "Mr. Zhao, I can't find it. Uncle Chen and those bodyguards were all missing, and the villa in the suburbs was also very clean, and there was not even a trace of blood." Zhao Jijiang sighed. Qin Yun has been his confidant for many years and has helped him do many shady things. The reason why he values Qin Yun so much is because this person does everything well, and at the same time is absolutely loyal to himself. If Zhao Jijiang speaks, he can even kill his own mother. But this time, it was just for him to ask about the orphan's situation. Why did he disappear directly? "What about the previous organization?" "It's the organization that found out Li Muhan's information. Go to them to check. You can pay as much as you want. Qin Yun is my old subordinate. I want to see people in life, and I want to see corpses in death." Zhao Jijiang said this, but the bodyguard did not move. He looked at the bodyguard with some confusion. "What are you doing in a daze?" "Mr. Zhao, that organization was destroyed." Zhao Jijiang stood up suddenly. Although that organization belongs to an underground force, it can be regarded as an old organization that has taken root in Tianhai City, and it has not hurt them in the slightest since it was purged several times, so why is it extinguished now? How smart he is! These things may be nothing when they are taken apart, but after they are connected, a trace of cold sweat suddenly oozes from Zhao Jijiang's back. More than a dozen people died, but they could be covered up as a car accident. A powerful underground intelligence organization had just checked Li Muhan's file and was destroyed the next day. Qin Yun, who has never missed, has no news at the moment because of that orphan. "Mr. Zhao, I'll immediately contact other organizations to investigate." The bodyguard saw Zhao Jijiang's face was pale, and he was about to go out immediately. Zhao Jijiang hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. "Stop! Mr. Zhao, what else do you have to order?" "No. Don't look it up." The bodyguard thought he had misheard, and walked back to look at Zhao Jijiang and asked, "Mr. Zhao, don't you check Uncle Chen's traces?" "Don't check not only Qin Yun, the person named Li Muhan, don't check it either, everything about him, from now on, don't touch it at all, understand?" The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Just then, another bodyguard gleefully rushed in. "Mr. Zhao! Good news! Good news!" Zhao Jijiang was still shocked just now, and when he heard the good news, his mood eased a little. "What's the good news? We won the bid for the project in Dongshan Park." "No, it's an underground killer bounty. 50 million, someone has already picked it up." "Huh!" Zhao Jijiang's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. "What killer bounty? What 50 million?" "That's it. Reward for the head of the person named Li Muhan. No one took the 5 million before, but now it is 50 million, someone has taken it, a female killer from abroad." "Ah? Who issued the bounty order? Why don't I know?" Zhao Jijiang's almost roaring voice frightened the bodyguard to sit on the ground. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao! Is it ma'am?" Madam said. "It was you who allowed it." Zhao Jijiang only felt that his eyes were dark. "Don't think about it, the lady this person is talking about must be Zhao Qianquan's biological mother. I'm going to exit him. Yuan, why don't you ask me about such a big thing? Hurry up and revoke the bounty order. Chase me back. That stinky bitch." Zhao Jijiang made up his mind in his heart, and when he was done for a while, he would throw her into the sea to feed the fish. He has a total of 4 women. Zhao Qianquan was born to him in the 4th room, that is, the youngest son, but he is also the most uncompetitive one, and he has caused a lot of trouble since he was a child. Zhao Jijiang was able to use money to help him settle everything before, but this time things were obviously abnormal. If you get used to that stupid ex-son and his mother, you might set yourself on fire. The mother and son will always only make trouble for themselves. Zhao Jijiang was so angry that he punched the table. Just when the bodyguard was so frightened that he was about to run out, Zhao Jijiang's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was an unknown call, and he was a little puzzled, and few people knew about his mobile phone. Whoever? Picking up the phone, Zhao Jijiang asked coldly. I'll confirm the work with you, Li Muhan, right? A cold girl's voice came from the phone. Huh? Who? The you. Suddenly, Zhao Jijiang thought of something. You're a killer? 50 million. Are you crazy? An orphan's life is worth 50 million? 50 million, I'll take it. The other party's cold voice made Zhao Jijiang feel a chill down his spine. 50 million is nothing to Zhao Jijiang, it's just that this person's origin is unknown, and the recent things surrounding the orphan named Li Muhan are too weird. Zhao Jijiang didn't want to take this risk anymore at this time. Forget it, I'm going to cancel this job. I'm sorry, I've already taken it, 50 million, if you plan to withdraw, then according to the rules I will come to you. You want to die, don't you? Mr. Zhao, if I dare to take it, it means that I have the ability, please prepare 50 million, otherwise it will. Toot toot toot. The phone was hung up. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Zhao Jijiang's forehead. The meaning of what the woman said just now was very clear. If she cancelled this mission, then her goal would become herself. Zhao Jijiang sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Mr. Zhao. What to do? The bodyguard asked cautiously. Let's see, if she gets the money, she can really get things done. I did it with her afterwards, don't let people know that it was our Zhao family's reward order. Although having said that, Zhao Jijiang always had a very ominous premonition. This time, this stupid ex-son seems to have really caused himself a lot of trouble. Chapter 18 Transfer Students. The next day, after Li Muhan sat up on the sofa, he felt a chill to the bone. It shouldn't be, even if it's winter, but it's indoors. Is the heating broken? Li Muhan got up to check the heating, and knocked on the door of the room by the way, and the girl's voice was a little dissatisfied from inside. Let me sleep a little longer. This is the agreement between Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, which is actually an agreement unilaterally forced by Li Muhan. That is, he sleeps on the sofa, and Xiaoyu sleeps in the room. Although Xiaoyu said that he didn't mind sleeping with Li Muhan still covered his face and said that it was wrong to do so. As for whether they had done it or not, Li Muhan didn't ask in the end. It's so hard to talk about. Li Muhan prepared breakfast and told Xiaoyu, who was still sleeping, to remember to go out after eating, because he was used to Xiaoyu often skipping class, which may be one of the reasons why she didn't have a good reputation in school. And people are vampires, and they go out at night, which seems to be very reasonable, doesn't it? After going out, Li Muhan was surprised to find that it was snowing in Tianhai City. No wonder the temperature is so low, the city hasn't had snow in 5 years. On the bus, he turned on his phone and found himself pulled into a WeChat discussion group, whose name was Team 7, Home Forever. Welcome to Muhan. Su Shui, whose avatar is a cute lamb, was the first to speak. Peaches, are you sleeping? Didn't you welcome yesterday? It was Lin Ziyu who complained, and his avatar was a two-dimensional girl. Welcome. Then there was Yin Qi. To Li Muhan's surprise, Yin Qi's avatar turned out to be a cute kitten, not to mention, this kitten feels really similar to this taciturn and petite girl. Captain, come and welcome. The captain is probably still sleeping. You were too unrighteous last night. Just throw the captain to me and Muhan and go home. It took a lot of effort for us to move him upstairs. Lin Ziyu made a crying expression. No way, the captain must be too happy, because our 7 squad is now complete again, thanks to Muhan. Peaches! Are you ignoring my words? It took a lot of effort for us to get the captain upstairs. Imagine his physique. It doesn't matter, you can just do the task. Yin Qi said coldly. Yin Qi! You ignore me too! Li Muhan watched this group of people chatting in the group, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that he has never had so many friends, he has never been welcomed and embraced by so many people. From childhood to adulthood, the best one to play with him is Luo Yang. But Luo Yang also has his own social circles, and those circles are something that Li Muhan can't fit into. Luo Yang is very smart. He will not force Li Muhan to integrate into his circle, he will separate these circles very well, and will not make Li Muhan feel anything uncomfortable. Thank you, but I'm not a member of the Special Management Bureau, at most a trainee. Li Muhan also sent a sentence. This is Lin Zhe's agreement with him. He follows the 7th team as a trainee member to do the task first. As for whether to join or not, he decides for himself. Wrapped in a thick coat, Li Muhan got out of the car and came to the school. I don't know if it's an illusion. When he arrived at the school, he felt that the cold breath was even more severe, as if this school was the center of the cold release. Oh my mother, it's so cold. Yes, I didn't say it would be so cold today. Although it's winter, the temperature is too much, we're a southern city. Listening to the complaints of other students in the university, Li Muhan walked to the teaching building. Along the way, he heard the discussion of the students around him, and the discussion was the most. It seems that a transfer student has arrived. It's amazing! That transfer student, super big beauty. Guess how tall she is, 1.75 meters. Oh my mother! Those long legs! I heard that it was an international student from the northern ice field country, and it was really beautiful. These topics did not make Li Muhan pay much attention. It is too common for universities to have foreign exchange students or international students, and everyone will have a strong interest in some foreign students that they rarely come into contact with. And in a certain classroom, by the window, a tall, fair-skinned, suffocatingly beautiful blonde girl was looking out the window with her chin propped up. Miss Hattie, are you still used to living here in Huaxia? Isn't it quite different from your country? Woo, your skin is well maintained. It's so white. Excuse me. Do you have a boyfriend? A group of students gathered around her and asked questions. The blonde girl ignored the group of students who gathered around her and asked questions. She always kept a cold face until her eyes just saw Li Muhan passing downstairs. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her face, which had no expression. Found it. During the lunch break, Li Muhan received a call from Xiaoyu. Did you get up and eat breakfast? Xiaoyu still seemed to be lazy, and there was also the sound of the quilt rubbing during the process. It's very cold outside today. By the way, I'm going to take you to buy some clothes this weekend. You can't always wear my clothes. I'm sorry. I don't blame you, it's just that you're so beautiful. You should wear clothes that are better and more suitable for you. Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone seemed to let out a chuckle, and then suddenly remembered something. You said it was cold today? Yes, you really haven't woken up. Get up and see, it's snowing outside. Then came the sound of the curtains being drawn. Xiaoyu's voice became a little cold. Li Muhan, do you have a part-time job tonight? Yes, what's wrong? Don't go to a part-time job lately, and go home early in the evening. Li Muhan was a little strange, but Xiaoyu's tone sounded serious. If you don't work part-time, where can you have money to pay rent? I'll figure it out. Anyway, you come back early after class, or I'll pick you up. Although you are my guarantor, you don't have to pick me up from class. Li Muhan smiled and comforted Xiaoyu, and hung up the phone after assuring that there would be no trouble. As for part-time jobs, how could you not go? Now that there is an extra mouth in the family, although Xiaoyu has also started to work to make money, she can't rely on her to support her. So after class, Li Muhan still went to the supermarket where he worked. Shaoli, you won't use it in the future. But he was directly kicked out by the supermarket owner. He was very puzzled. He had done nothing wrong. Why was he fired? Boss, am I doing something wrong? Li Muhan entered the supermarket again and wanted to ask for an understanding. The boss hesitated, and finally looked around and found that no one whispered. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and now someone wants to fix you. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a job anywhere. Li Muhan suddenly understood. This was Zhao Jijiang's idea. He can't kill himself, but he can use his power and money to block himself. But I'm afraid that even if he can graduate successfully, he won't be able to find a job. Helpless, He had to go home first and walk alone on the snowy streets. Li Muhan thought of Guruashi again. This woman used to be his own beacon, and now, when he thought of Guruashi, he would only feel a burst of sadness. When passing by the park, Li Muhan remembered that it was here that he met Xiaoyu. That rainy night, if he hadn't stretched out his hand to Xiaoyu and taken her home, would he still be immersed in the pain of being betrayed? The ghost sent the gods. Li Muhan walked into the park, and he sat on the swing where Xiaoyu used to sit. In just half a month, a lot has happened. After talking to himself for a while, Li Muhan took off his gloves and looked at his hands. These hands took 10 lives a few days ago, although it was said that it was because of the strength of the storm, but these hands still seemed to be able to feel the feeling of blood warmth. Forget it, let's go home quickly. Li Muhan, who was about to leave with gloves on, suddenly found that he was sitting on the swing next to him, and he didn't know when he was also sitting on someone. It was a silver-haired girl, tall, wearing a white cloak, slender legs tightly wrapped in thick black stockings, and a beauty that was so delicate that it was breathtaking. The girl didn't look at Li Muhan, as if she didn't exist at all. Li Muhan didn't pay much attention to her, and was about to get up and leave. What the hell is special about you? The girl looked at Li Muhan's back and suddenly said. Li Muhan paused, and then slowly turned around. Just saw the girl show him a strange smile. What did you say? Li Muhan asked. What is there about you that can attract the attention of your master? The girl also slowly stood up and walked towards Li Muhan. She walked in front of Li Muhan, leaned her head forward, and sniffed Li Muhan's body. It's a demon! Didn't wait for Li Muhan to answer. The girl had already opened her mouth, and a pair of sharp fangs suddenly appeared in front of Li Muhan's eyes. Wrong. Something is wrong with this woman. Chapter 19, The Second Bloodline. Li Muhan's shoulder was directly bitten off a large piece of flesh, and the clothes on his body were also torn to tatters. The woman was a vampire, and unlike Xiaoyu, she was extremely aggressive, but perhaps she was only very hostile to herself. Pinching the numbness! Lao Tzu is not guilty of Tai Sui this year. How can a woman bite Lao Tzu? Li Muhan didn't have time to think about the reason, because she had managed to break free from the vampire's shackles just now, and was now fleeing on the streets. Because of the heavy snowfall and the fact that it was late, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets, and the blood on Li Muhan's shoulders flowed all over the ground. It's all blood-sucking. Why does this vampire want to eat himself alive when he sucks his own blood? Where are you going? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from overhead, close at hand. Li Muhan looked up and saw that the woman was hanging upside down on the street lamp, with a face just looking at him, and then the woman, with a weird smile on her face, pressed Li Muhan's face and pressed his body to the snow. What's that? Go home for dinner, or do you want to join us? My family is pretty big. Let me taste the demon's blood again. The silver-haired woman's mouth was full of blood. It was Li Muhan's blood. Maybe it was this blood that stimulated her, and now she was even more aggressive than just now. Saw that she pressed directly on Li Muhan's body, stretched out her claws and pinched Li Muhan's neck. It's delicious. She licked her lips and smiled even more. Girl. Ahem. You, who are you? Do we know each other? Wait a minute. Wait. I'm a serious man. Li Muhan was a little out of breath. His hand reached for his school bag, which contained a gun, which was given to him by the Special Management Bureau. But as soon as his hand touched the bag, the woman's wings were nailed to the snow, and the tip of the wings like steel pierced through Li Muhan's palm, and the blood instantly flowed to the ground like a spring. 50 million your head, it's really expensive, but it's your blood. It's really delicious. I don't know what's in your body, but it's really fascinating. You love blood so much. Go to the hospital. In the end, the corners of the woman's mouth hooked up an evil smile, and the strength of her hand to pinch Li Muhan's neck became stronger and stronger. At this time, several passers-by had already witnessed this scene. Is it a movie? It's a realistic prop, but I don't see a camera. Why don't you call the police first? That blood seems to be real. The woman ignores all this. She only has Li Muhan in her eyes now, and just when she was about to tear off Li Muhan's head, Li Muhan suddenly realized that she had to make a move. 10,000 thunders lead. If you spread out the realm here, then all these humans will suffer. The silver-haired vampire stared at Li Muhan with an evil smile, and Li Muhan realized that he didn't know when there were already many passers-by around him. They were all filming what was happening on their phones. Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've seen such a kind demon. The smile on the silver-haired woman's face grew insane. She looked at Li Muhan coldly, as if she saw her victory. She took advantage of Li Muhan's body hesitation and stabbed Li Muhan's chest with her hand. Li Muhan suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his heart was being pinched by this woman. You're a demon, why do you have a heart? It's disgusting. He wanted to struggle, but his body couldn't move, and he could only watch the woman torture himself. The silver-haired woman looked at Li Muhan's eyes, revealing a kind of fanatical excitement. Nausea when you have a heart? Put your mother's fart, hurry up and… Lao Tzu! In public. Ahem. You're still pressed on me, what kind of body are you doing? All Li Muhan can do at the moment is his mouth. This woman really wants her life, but he can't even lift his hand now, and new wounds are constantly adding to his body. I'm a little tired of you. 50 million, it's okay, it can make me chic for a while. The silver-haired woman finally leaned her head close to Li Muhan's ear and whispered, and then opened her mouth suddenly, intending to give Li Muhan the final blow. The realm spreads and the frost loves snow. At this moment, the wind and snow were blowing. The mobile phones in the hands of those passers-by who were still taking pictures were instantly frozen into ice. Ouch, I'll go, my phone. Why is it so strong all of a sudden? The wind and snow blowing away the onlookers by, and the mobile phones they were holding in their hands were instantly frozen into ice. And this gust of snow also made the silver-haired woman's frantic killing movements gradually stop, and she could feel that she was in the middle of the realm. As for who is the one who spreads the realm? She turned slowly and looked at the figure that was gradually appearing at the end of the snowstorm. Who? The silver-haired woman asked in a low voice. When the figure became clear in front of her eyes, the silver-haired woman's pupils instantly dilated. Why are you here? It was no longer a question, but a surprise and horror in her heart. Before she could finish speaking, her face was rudely pressed by the visitor, as if to question her silently. This figure was like a mountain with endless power, and with one hand, he pulled the silver-haired woman from Li Muhan's body, and then threw her aside like a rag doll. Why? Why are you here? The silver-haired woman gasped. Astonishment and confusion shot out of her eyes like sharp arrows. Li Muhan got a chance to breathe. He struggled to prop himself up, and just happened to make eye contact with the person standing in front of him. It was a pair of turquoise, beast-like pupils. At this moment, he is looking down on himself condescendingly. It was a tall girl, at least about 1.75 meters, a pair of slender long legs tightly wrapped in white stockings, and although she was wearing a wide coat, it did not cover her seductive figure at all. She didn't speak, nor did she bother with the terrified silver-haired vampire next to her, just staring at Li Muhan with a faint smile on her face. Who are you? Li Muhan looked at the girl and asked, but the girl just raised her fingers and made a silent gesture. Her eyes were full of lust, and looking at Li Muhan was like looking at some extremely tempting food. At this moment, Li Muhan heard the sound of the car's brakes. The blonde girl seemed to hear this movement as well. She turned her head, looked in the direction of the vehicle, looked at Li Muhan again, and finally whispered, I've got a crush on you, demon. Then he turned around and disappeared into the snowstorm. Hey! Li Muhan! You're a man! The first shout was made by Huitian. Soon, his tall and majestic figure emerged from the wind and snow. What the fuck are you doing? Huitian walked to Li Muhan's side against the wind and snow, and when he saw that Li Muhan had awakened the demonic power and was embarrassed, he roared angrily. What the hell is going on? I met an alien, I was attacked, and I was rescued by another alien. Saying that, Li Muhan looked at the position of the silver-haired girl just now, but it was empty. Who saved you? Xia Yu? It's not. I don't know. Forget it, get out of here first. This is the realm. Huitian stuffed Li Muhan into the car, took out the car and shouted with the walkie-talkie. There are aliens who have spread out their boundaries in the city. Hurriedly. Support. But the blizzard quickly subsided, and nothing was lost except for the cell phones of the onlookers and their memories that were later erased. It was Lin Ziyu who was driving, and the two of them quickly left the scene with Li Muhan and went straight to the Special Management Bureau. In the special area of the Special Administration, Li Muhan opened up the realm, and the wounds on his body began to recover rapidly, and finally after a simple wound treatment by the medical team of the Special Administration, Li Muhan and Huitian were taken into an interrogation room. "It's fine, it's just a routine," Huitian said to Li Muhan with a smile. In fact, it is true, the other party just made some simple inquiries and let Li Muhan leave. But later Li Muhan learned the seriousness of this matter, although Li Muhan did not join the Special Management Bureau. However, the overseeing power is now on the 7th squad for the time being, and each squad will be equipped with an outlier to strengthen the overall strength of the team. However, the battle of the guarantor must be supervised by the team leader throughout the process, and if there is an outlier with a guarantor, the guarantor's approval is also required. Although this incident happened suddenly, Xiaoyu also said that he was responsible, but Huitian still accepted the punishment and was fined 2 months' salary. But afterwards, he patted Li Muhan on the back very heroically, and said with a smile that he didn't make it clear to Li Muhan, it was his captain's problem. At that time, Li Muhan wanted to say that he was actually not a member of the Special Management Bureau, so you don't have to carry it for me. But looking at Huitian's hearty smile, he didn't say anything in the end. Ha ha ha, it's okay, when we do a few tasks, won't the bonus just come up? It was Xiaoyu who came to take Li Muhan away. She was still wearing Li Muhan's clothes and a baseball cap on her head. I think I just came from the barbecue restaurant where I worked. When she learned from Li Muhan that it was a silver-haired vampire who attacked her, Xiaoyu's face instantly became a little cold. By the way, it seems that the one who saved me at that time was also an anomaly, but there was a sudden strong wind and heavy snow, and I couldn't see who she was at all. On the way home, Li Muhan said this. Xiaoyu didn't answer, thinking to herself. That night, she quietly went out while Li Muhan was asleep. The wind and snow became her best cover. Even if she spread her wings and soared in the night sky, no one could notice her. Finally, she came to the top of the Tianhai TV tower, where she and Li Muhan once overlooked the city. And now, sitting on the edge of the top of the tower, is another woman. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Hati. Xiaoyu looked at the girl's back and pronounced the name. Chapter 20. It's easy to say anything when the money arrives. The girl named Hattie didn't pay attention to Xiaoyu, just hummed a song. There was no expression on her face, and looking at the city at her feet was like looking at a huge cemetery. It wasn't until Hattie walked behind her that she slowly stopped humming the ballad. Long time no see, little moon. At the same time, Li Muhan, who was asleep, was pulled back to the opera house. And the opera house was also echoing with a melodious singing voice at this time. If it weren't for Li Muhan knowing that those audience members were demons, he would even suspect that he had come to the temple. By touching the idol of Baal, Li Muhan came to the ruined temple. Looking at the demon Baal who was sitting on the highest position, Li Muhan was angry. Because Baal was still feeling sorry for himself at this time. Why the hell am I losing? Why the hell? What, you're upset? Li Muhan walked over directly and grabbed Baal and dragged him up from the throne. I don't know who you lost to, but how long are you going to be depressed? Bar, who was dragged by Li Muhan, did not answer, but just turned his head slightly to look at Li Muhan and said lightly. You won't understand, you're a mortal, a piece of waste. Minus. You're going to quarrel, aren't you? I'm a landlord. You're in my body. If you don't pay the rent, forget it, why are you still scolding? Just when Li Muhan was about to have a good wrestle with this demon, Bar had already closed his eyes as if he didn't want to say a word to Li Muhan anymore. Li Muhan knew that Bar's soul was now broken, and if he wanted to communicate with him normally, he had to repair his soul first. But how to fix it? To repair Baal's soul, it is necessary to harvest the souls of other aliens to make up for the mutilation of Baal's soul. It's like knowing Li Muhan's difficulties. The solution immediately sounded in his head. Harvest the souls of other aliens? It's a simple and crude method. Finally, he glanced at Baal again, and watched as the other slowly sat back on the throne, and couldn't help but be a little curious. This King Baal is so powerful, who is he beaten so down? This was Li Muhan's last thought, and then he was pulled back to reality by the sound of a mobile phone alarm clock. Ding ding ding. He picked up the phone, and after seeing that the caller ID was Lin Zhe, he knew that the other party must have called because of yesterday's incident. How about it, Li Muhan? Are you resting well? The injuries on your body should have recovered. Li Muhan took the time to glance at the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and when he turned his head, the room was empty. Didn't Xiaoyu come back last night? Well, the wound is almost healed. Now, yes. Li Muhan wanted to sit up from the sofa with his body propped up, but when he pressed his hand next to him, he found it soft. Looking down, Xiaoyu was sleeping beside him. Li Muhan? What's wrong? Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone asked with some confusion. Not. Xiaoyu was disturbed by Li Muhan like this, and opened her eyes slightly, but immediately turned over to face Li Muhan, holding Li Muhan's arm and continuing to fall into a deep sleep. Are you? Do you need me to call later? Lin Zhe was already a little impatient on the other side of the phone. It's okay, I just haven't woken up yet. Li Muhan tried to calm down, and at the same time decided in his heart that he must talk to Xiaoyu well, it would scare people to death. After that, he finally broke free of Xiaoyu's hand, came to the door in slippers and continued to talk to Lin Zhe. Okay, you can go on. I can't see that your kid is tracheitis, Li Muhan. Okay, Forest Bureau, you should have something to do with me. Lin Zhe put away his joking tone, and he said with a little seriousness. I read your transcript report last night, and it was the unsupervised blood clan who attacked you, and we will continue to track her down. And what about the man who saved me? Li Muhan asked, leaning on the handrail of the staircase corridor, playing with the door key in his hand. Her name is Hattie, nicknamed Beifeng, and she does not belong to the supervision of the Huaxia State Special Management Bureau. Oh yes, she and Xiaoyu have an old feud. If you can, you should try not to contact her in the future. Li Muhan smiled bitterly. No matter what people do, they can be regarded as saving their lives, 1 yard to 1 yard. When she and Xiaoyu fought, she could only cheer on the side and not interfere. And what I am encountering now, apart from taking Xiaoyu home, which one is voluntary, which is something that I cannot contact if I don't need to touch it. As for what old feud Xiaoyu and Beifeng had, Li Muhan didn't ask, and Lin Zhe didn't mention this topic again. By the way, I heard you're still working part-time? Lin Zhe suddenly said such a sentence. Well, but now it's gone, and I'm fired. Speaking of this, Li Muhan was a little discouraged. He still had some savings, but he couldn't keep going like this. That's right, the 7th squad is now complete, and it will soon be ready for normal tasks, and you won't have much time to work after that. Li Muhan was a little unhappy. He was a volunteer to help. How could he make it look like Li Muhan had signed a deed of sale? Forestry Bureau, I've said it many times, I haven't decided to join the Special Administration Bureau now. Why did you start arranging work, and I haven't paid this rent yet? Li Muhan became angry when he thought of the rent. He was so poor that he paid the rent on time, and the autistic demon in his body actually said that he was a waste of firewood, as if he owed him. Ding dong. Alipay suddenly bounced a message to Li Muhan. Alipay has arrived at 30,000 yuan. Li Muhan was stupid. What's going on? Why did your account suddenly arrive at 30,000? Rent? That's right, you're still a student. This is my private sponsorship of your living expenses, and when you officially join the special administration, your initial salary will be about this amount, and the money should have been paid, you see? 2. It's arrived. Wait, 30,000 a month's salary? Huh! This is just the basic salary, not counting other additional benefits, as well as the task attendance bonus. You are a newcomer, you will not get too much, about 30,000 a month. Boom. Li Muhan felt that bar's thunder and lightning hit him directly in the mouth. 30,000 a month. What kind of high-paying job is this, Grandma? Of course, if you don't want to accept my sponsorship, I can. It. Don't, Forest Bureau, I accept, although I didn't join, but I can also help you. What did you say just now, work? Okay, I'm your guy these days. In this way, Li Muhan became a trainee of the Special Management Bureau. An hour later, he and Xiaoyu came to the Special Management Bureau together, because today, the 7th team will usher in their first mission. In the conference room of the 7th Squad, Hu Tian, Su Shui, Lin Ziyu and Yin Qi had already arrived. After seeing Li Muhan, Hu Tiangang wanted to step forward, but suddenly saw Xia Yu who walked in after Li Muhan, and he was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back and shrank back. "The captain is still so afraid of Miss Xia," Su Shui said jokingly. "Momoko, shut up." Hu Tian lowered his head and muttered. Li Muhan was a little curious. Hu Tian, a strong man who seemed to be not afraid of heaven and earth, actually had people who were afraid? He turned his head to look at Xia Yu. "What's going on? I cleaned him up once before, when he had just joined the special administration." Xia Yu said it lightly, with an expressionless face, as if she was talking about something as easy as eating a piece of bread this morning. Li Muhan probably understood. For the sake of his captain's face, he didn't continue to ask. Chapter 21, The Missing Girl. "Alright, so the members of Team 7 are here, huh? Xia, Miss Xia, do you want to participate in our action too?" Lin Ziyu is the person in charge of the task briefing every time. He has no grievances with Xia Yu, but he is more introverted by nature, and Xia Yu is a natural disaster-level outlier, so he is naturally a little nervous. Xia Yu shook her head. She seems to be so cold to everyone, except Li Muhan. "I'm his guarantor, in charge of sending him here, and now it's up to Team 7 to take over, so I'll go first." Seeing Xia Yu walking towards the door, the members of the 7th team breathed a sigh of relief except for Li Muhan. This is a natural disaster-level anomaly. Blood Clan Xia Yu, this name is a terrifying existence like death in the Special Management Bureau, and under her supervision under this kind of person, you can imagine how painful Li Muhan's days are. When she walked to the door, Xia Yu suddenly turned around, and everyone became nervous. But she just looked at Li Muhan and said in a gentle voice, "I'll bring some barbecue back tonight, and the boss said you can give me the rest." When she said this, she had a hint of expectation on her face, as if she was waiting for Li Muhan's praise. Li Muhan didn't let her down, and walked up with a smile and rubbed her hair. "No need, I also paid my salary, took you out to eat at night, and took you to buy some clothes on the weekend." Xia Yu lowered her head and blushed slightly. Li Muhan still couldn't believe the scene of Xia Yu working in a barbecue restaurant. It is said that Lin Zhe introduced her to that job, so it seems that the boss who opened the barbecue restaurant is not an ordinary character. After Xia Yu closed the door, the mouths of the other members of the 7th team had not yet closed. Even Yin Qi, who had always been expressionless, opened his mouth wide at this time, wondering if he had read it wrong. "Damn! That's Xia Yu? You guys! Li Muhan! Your grandma! What's going on?" Hu Tian couldn't speak. He originally thought that Xia Yu was just Li Muhan's guarantor. But now it seems that the relationship between these two people is very unusual. "Muhan, what kind of relationship do you have with Miss Xia?" Su Shui also leaned over very gossipingly. "It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that Xia Yu, that natural disaster level. She can be so gentle with people." Li Muhan couldn't cry or laugh. This Xia Yu didn't care about his reputation at all. Was rumored to be a bad girl in college, even a bitch, and in this special authority, her reputation is obviously not good. After some gossip, everyone finally got to the point. Lin Ziyu projected the mission information on the screen and explained at the same time. "This mission is a request from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, and Brother Muhan is the first time to participate in our mission, so I will probably say that the commissions accepted by the Special Management Bureau are basically related to heterogeneity. That is, the incidents involving heterogeneity that cannot be handled by human organs will be handed over to our bureau for handling." Li Muhan listened very seriously, and even took notes, which made Lin Ziyu nod his head. It was the first time he had been so respected when he was giving a mission briefing. Although Wu Tian and the others will listen very carefully, they will never give Lin Ziyu such positive feedback. The case was originally a very ordinary case of abduction of young girls, but in the winter of last year, a female employee of a company in Tianhai City suddenly disappeared when she came home from work, and she was suspected of being abducted. A photograph of a good-looking woman appeared on the projection. Lu Yu, 24 years old, suddenly disappeared when waiting for the bus when she got off work in September last year. Pay attention, it suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it is still unfounded. There are 2 elderly people in the family, both in the countryside, and there is a boyfriend, who has also been cleared of suspicion. A piece of surveillance was played on the projection. In the picture, Lu Yu, who was wearing professional clothes and carrying a bag, was looking at her mobile phone while waiting for the bus. But when the time reached 8:24, Lu Yu disappeared without a trace in the next moment, which scared an old man next to her enough. But because it was getting late and there were fewer people waiting for the bus, only this old man noticed this. Then a second woman's picture appeared. Zhou Yunyun, 25 years old, a bank employee. In the second month after Lu Yu's disappearance, Zhou Yunyun went to the bathroom when she was traveling with friends, and then disappeared mysteriously in the bathroom. Then there are Kong Yuhua, 23 years old, Zhao Li, 25 years old, Yang Ying, 22 years old. So far, a total of 15 missing women. The most recent one is 2 months ago, Li Muhan, a 22-year-old junior girl at Tianhai University. They all have in common that they suddenly disappeared without warning. Li Muhan's brows furrowed more and more. Why did he seem to have heard about these incidents somewhere? The serial disappearance of young girls. Wait a minute! He suddenly turned his head to look at Hu Tian, and found that the other party's gaze did not have the kind of banter he had before. At this moment, Hu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the projection deadly, and his hands were clenched into fists and creaking. That's right. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan. These events are the same as the serial disappearances of young girls 5 years ago. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at Hu Tian and said, I suggest that the 7th squad abandon this mission and transfer it to another team. Nope. Hu Tian stood up and said coldly, If it's given to another team, then this matter will not be resolved. His eyes were full of anger, obviously dissatisfied with the special administration team that handled the matter back then. Lindsay sighed helplessly. I had to continue to introduce the task. The Tianhai City Police are helpless, and these missing cases have left no traces, and they have no way to do it. So last month, after an assessment, the special administration took over the case and conducted a preliminary investigation, and finally targeted an outlier called the Monkey Country. The country of Qi, also known as Manhwa, is a kind of mountain spirit monster born and raised in the land of China, which was first recorded in the So Shinji, written by the historian Gan Bao of the Eastern Jin dynasty. This kind of monster looks like a monkey, specializing in capturing women and forcing women to give birth to children, otherwise they will not be let go home. At present, the country only exists in Huaxia, or only the country of China has a record and supervises it. There are 3 of them. 3 photographs appeared on the projection. The men in these 3 photos are no different from ordinary people, about 40 years old, somewhat bald, and look like 3 greasy middle-aged men. The first Qigua, alias Zhu Chang, was first entered into the archives 50 years ago, and now he is a minor and basically has no contact with women. The second Qigua, alias Zhang Yu, was first entered into the file 30 years ago, and he is currently a seafarer, wandering all year round, which can basically be ruled out. Then a third person appeared on the projection. Zhou Zhigua, who was first entered into the archives 7 years ago, is currently a taxi driver in Tianhai City and, at the same time, Lindsay looked at Hu Tian and found that the other party's eyes looking at Zhou Zhigua were almost as scary as eating people. At the same time, he is also one of the suspects in the serial disappearance of young girls 5 years ago, and he is also the outlier who is most likely to commit this case. Looked at Zhou Zhigua's somewhat obscene photo. Li Muhan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Are those women still alive now, and where are they? What did he do to those women again? Thinking of this, his back felt a little cold, and Zhou Zhigua's eyes seemed to become extremely cold. This time, I'm not going to let him run away again. Hu Tian picked up the tablet and looked at Zhou Zhigua on the screen. Boom. The tablet was directly crushed by him. Captain? This is public property. It's going to be deducted again. The conference room echoed with Lin Ziyu's wail. Chapter 22, He's Really Changed. Amami City in the evening. At the gate of the first hospital, Guruashi was kicked out again. She obviously heard that Zhao Qiankun had woken up, and originally thought that he would contact her as soon as possible, but Guruashi didn't receive any message from Zhao Qiankun. Helpless, she had to call to ask. Zhao Qiankun, who had just woken up, was very weak, and Guruashi was a little distressed when she heard it. So she dressed up carefully and planned to go to the hospital to see Zhao Qiankun again. This time Zhao Qiankun woke up. Those bodyguards shouldn't dare to do that to themselves. But what Zhao Qiankun said after seeing her made Guruashi fall into an ice cave. "I'll fuck you, stinky bitch! Don't let me see you again! Or I'll skin you!" Zhao Qiankun, who was originally paralyzed on the bed, immediately pointed at her nose and began to scold angrily when he saw Guruashi. "Ah-kun, what the hell did I do? Get out of here! I don't want to see you again! Get out!" Zhao Qiankun picked up something with his only remaining hand and smashed it at Guruashi. Guruashi, who escaped from the hospital, walked aimlessly on the street on a winter night. Today's snow has stopped, and there are many pedestrians on the streets at night, but Guruashi is like walking on a dark path with no end in sight at this time. She didn't understand why this was happening. Guruashi only felt very tired and wanted to sleep, so she returned to the single-family villa that Zhao Qiankun bought for her. But at the door, she couldn't unlock the door, whether it was fingerprints or face brushing. Even an alarm was triggered. Such houses for the wealthy are covered by a dedicated private security company. Within 2 minutes, several security companies arrived at the door of the villa. They saw Guruashi with a blank face and asked her what she was doing. "I'm the master here." Guruashi took out her ID card and said that the house was her own. The security guard checked the ID card, but told Guruashi, "I'm sorry, your name wasn't written in this house at the time, Miss Gu, and just now, the information you originally entered into our security system was also cleared by the real owner of the house, Mr. Zhao." "What? But this house Zhao Qiankun bought it for me. And a lot of the furniture inside was bought by me with my own savings. My luggage is still in there." "We don't know about that, but please get out of here now." Guruashi still wanted to argue, but was directly dragged into the car by the other party with brute force, and the people from the security company drove the car and threw Guruashi on the street a few streets away. Guruashi felt extremely aggrieved. Not only did she not have a home to go back to, but she also had no luggage. But then again, is that really her home? She got up from the ground with a disgraced face, thinking that she might go to the hotel for the night. If it was before, Guruashi would be a girl who would make a plan a month in advance when she traveled with her parents, and would bargain with the owner of the homestay for 10 yuan for half a day. But now, she didn't even look at it before she walked into the most exclusive 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. For her, everything here is deserved, but she ignores her current situation. Opened the top-floor luxury suite, Guruashi was lying on the soft big bed and was just about to fall asleep, when the door was suddenly opened. The sleepy-eyed Guruashi was dragged up from the bed and went downstairs to the front desk. "I'm sorry, miss, the amount in this card you just swiped has been frozen." What? She looked at the front desk in disbelief before pulling another card out of her bag. "This one is frozen too, miss." Wait a minute." Guruashi began to flip out the cards in her wallet one by one. Not surprisingly, all the cards were frozen and unusable. Finally, Guruashi knew the reason. Because these cards were given to her by Zhao Qiankun, they were not money that belonged to her. After being kicked out by the hotel's security, she sat down on the ground in a daze. "Where are you going tonight?" "I still have more than 1,000 yuan in WeChat, and I can only live in an ordinary hotel." But how does Guruashi live in that kind of place now? She was going to get a bite to eat first. After hesitating for a long time at the door of the high-end restaurant, she still didn't walk in. After all, this money is her last reliance, and a casual meal in this restaurant can make her bankrupt at the moment. Finally, as she walked aimlessly, she was attracted by the smell of barbecue. "It's been a long time since I've eaten any of this." Looking at the barbecue restaurant with a booming business, Guruashi gritted her teeth and finally walked over. She was sitting in an open-air chair, looking at the menu, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "You don't have to pick me up, I can go home." "I'm afraid you won't be able to think about it and run to the park to sit again." "Shut up." Guruashi followed the voice and turned around, and saw a familiar back. That used to be her most cherished back. Li Muhan. Ah. Guruashi subconsciously wanted to call Li Muhan, but found that he was chatting with a petite and slender girl. The girl wears a voluminous sweatshirt and jeans. She has black hair tied into a long ponytail, and although she wears a mask and a hat on her face, she can be seen to be a beauty from her eyebrows. Who's that? Guruashi asked in her heart. Li Muhan's girlfriend? How is it possible, that stuffy gourd, who will take care of him except himself? Guruashi suddenly remembered that Li Muhan brought home Xiaoyu, a famous bitch in the school, last time. Could it be that this woman is Xiaoyu? She took a closer look, looked at the girl's face, and was surprised to find that it was really Xiaoyu. That Xiaoyu actually worked at a barbecue restaurant? She was the one who gave herself the menu just now. Did she deliberately not recognize herself? Still deliberately chatting with Li Muhan in front of him? What is this called demonstration? Guruashi felt funny. A man who was abandoned by himself, how could he still care about him? But in fact, Guruashi's heart was already a little uncomfortable at this time. Seeing such a pleasant exchange between Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, Li Muhan even reached out to help Xiaoyu tidy up his hat that was a little crooked. Guruashi's anger doesn't come to one place. How can he be so close to other girls? She cleared her throat, stood up, brushed her ears with her fingers, and pretended to be surprised and shouted at Li Muhan's back. What a coincidence! But unexpectedly, Li Muhan didn't even turn around as if he hadn't heard it. He didn't hear that? It's impossible, even Xiaoyu has seen herself. Whoa! Xiaoyu looked at Guruashi and glanced at Li Muhan. Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, then turned around, and happened to see Guruashi standing in place in embarrassment, with his hands still raised in the air ready to say hello. Oh, you were calling me just now? I'm sorry, but why don't you just call your name? Li Muhan said to Guruashi with a faint smile on his face. What? Guruashi was very unhappy in her heart. Meaning, if I don't call you by name, you won't even be able to hear me? On purpose, he must have done it on purpose, trying to make me angry. Guruashi had this thought, and then pretended to be relaxed and said to Li Muhan, It's okay, do you want to come and sit together? No, I'll pick her up from work, I'll leave later, you eat and drink well. Li Muhan just said hello to Guruashi with a smile, then turned around and chatted with Xiaoyu. Guruashi was stunned. Li Muhan is no stranger to these performances. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, or that kind of abnormal orphanage, Li Muhan is very precocious. It's sleek, and he can keep anyone at a distance, so you don't feel presumptuous or too affectionate. But these are never used on yourself. Li Muhan has always been to himself. It is completely different from others, but just now. Guruashi felt that in his eyes, there seemed to be no difference between him and all living beings. Chapter 23 The Missing. So Guruashi aimed all this at Xiaoyu beside Li Muhan. It must have been this woman who snatched Li Muhan. She was completely dizzy, forgetting that it was Li Muhan who she abandoned first, and vented her anger on this girl who was more dazzling than herself even if she was dressed plainly and wore a mask and hat. Li Muhan, are you still dating this kind of woman in order to be angry with me? She stepped forward and said to Li Muhan with some anger. Li Muhan turned his back to her, rolled his eyes, and then turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Miss Gu, I hope you will be more respectful of my friend. Li Muhan, you dare to speak to me like this? Who do you think you are? I've already given you enough face to talk to you now, Miss Gu. As you said, we are not people of the same world, so you'd better stop talking to me. When Guruashi heard this, she was even more convinced that Li Muhan was angry with her, and she snorted coldly. Puffed up his chest and said to Li Muhan, Li Muhan, even if I don't want you anymore, you can't be willing to fall. What virtue does this woman have? I still use me to remind you. Maybe I will sleep with you today, and I will climb into someone else's bed tomorrow, you. Li Muhan's eyes suddenly became fierce. He stared at Guruashi coldly, and said word by word, Don't be embarrassed. As soon as he saw Guruoshi's face, he remembered the videos that Zhao Qiankun showed him, not that he was angry, but that he felt that the former love in front of him was his beloved. It's dirty. How can you speak to me like that? Li Muhan, let me tell you, originally I thought we could still be friends, but now, I feel that I should cut off all contact with you. This is a method that Guruashi has used many times. Whatever you do, just say it. Then let's break off our friendship and never talk again. Li Muhan would immediately put down his body and coax her. She thought it was because Li Muhan couldn't do without her. But she didn't expect that it was because of Li Muhan's love for her that he was so accommodating to her. But now, Li Muhan's love for her may not be left at all. When she heard Guruoshi's words, Li Mu took out her mobile phone with a cold smile and blocked her WeChat friends' mobile phone numbers, including Alipay accounts, in front of Guruoshi. Then he said to her with an indifferent expression, "Now we're okay, stop pestering me." "Pestering? I'm pestering you." Guruoshi trembled with anger. Why did Li Muhan become like this? She looked at Xiaoyu with angry eyes, but found that the girl didn't even look at her, looked at her boredly, and yawned. You dog men and women! Li Muhan, you will regret it! Even if you kneel and beg me to forgive you, I won't bother you!" Guruoshi was about to leave with her bag, and before leaving, she also heard the conversation between the two behind her. "When she comes in the future, do you need me to tell the boss to give her a discount?" "Discounted? It's almost like a broken bone, leave her alone." Guruoshi was almost mad. She stepped on her high heels and trotted all the way, unable to tell whether she wanted to avoid Li Muhan or Xiaoyu. "I only know that I have been gone for a long time, and there is no one around." Only then did she find that she had turned into a path. Guruoshi took off her high heels, rubbed her feet wrapped in high-end flesh-colored stockings, and walked all the way on high heels, and now her feet were extremely sore. "Forget it, let's find an ordinary hotel to deal with tonight." With this in mind, she turned around to walk out of the path, only to find several drunken men blocking her path. "Beauty, hiccup do business? Yo! I grass. Big Beauty, I only saw your back just now, but I didn't see the front, it's so beautiful. Hey, look at this leg, my mother, my saliva is going to flow out, brothers, for people, Beauty, look at it, how to charge." Guruoshi looked at these people coldly. "Fuck off, I don't have time to deal with you." "Yo! You're not here to do business, are you?" "That's better, my brothers don't have any money anyway, ha 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 ha." Saying that, several men pounced on Guruoshi. "Let go of me! You eyeless brutes! Know who I am!" Guruoshi resisted desperately, but she was still pressed to the ground by several people, and someone was already about to tear her clothes. "I don't care who the fuck you are, now you're a fire tool for a few buddies, don't fucking shout, or I'll cut your pink little face with a knife." Guruoshi was angry and afraid. She didn't understand why she had encountered such a thing. "Help! Help me! Li Muhan! Help me!" She thought she would shout Zhao Qianquan's name, but subconsciously, it was Li Muhan's name that blurted out of her mouth. Just when her clothes were torn by several people, Guruoshi's consciousness seemed to return to before. Return to the night when he first met Li Muhan. That year, Guruoshi was 7 years old, and after a conflict with her parents, she rushed out of the house and ran wildly in the night. It also seems to be a moonless winter night like today. It's also an alley like this where you can't see your fingers. The only difference at the time was a few wild dogs. 7-year-old Guruoshi was surrounded by several wild dogs, which, like the men now, began to attack her and bite her skirt. Guruoshi at that time was the same as now. No, it should be the same now as then, crying like a helpless child. At that time, it was a little beggar in tattered and unkempt hair who saved him. He stepped forward and beat the wild dogs away with stones and sticks. Facing Guruoshi, who kept crying, the little beggar only said one word. "Don't cry, I'll protect you." He stayed with Guruoshi until she was tired of crying, and the little beggar carried Guruoshi on his back and put her at the door of the police station. Later, the police station investigated the surveillance and found that the little beggar was a child from a nearby orphanage, named Li Muhan. Guruoshi and her parents went to visit Li Muhan together, and from that time on, the two became friends. "You said you would protect me, right?" Since then, Li Muhan has been fulfilling his promises. Until now. He will never stand up to defend himself again. "Didn't you say that? Will it protect me?" Just when his clothes were about to be torn, Guruoshi sobbed and said this. But they were ignored by this group of beasts, and now they just want to vent their animal desires. But no one noticed that in the depths of the alley, a dark shadow was slowly approaching the group, admiring their farce, and then slitting the throats of several men. The black shadow squatted down, tilted his head, looked at Guruoshi, who was stunned, and then let out a low sneer. On this winter night, another disappearance occurred. The police received the report the next morning, but it was not a disappearance, but a homicide. A garbage picker found the bodies of 4 men in an alley. The men had their throats slit, and blood was left on the ground. What really got the police to contact the SA was because a lady's high-end handbag and a surveillance video were found at the scene. A woman walked into the path, and the 4 dead followed, but no one came out again, and the path was a dead end. The people of the 7th team rushed to the scene, and this was Li Muhan's first mission. He looked at the corpses and felt like throwing up, but when he saw the bag, his brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong? Under the weather? The first time I saw a corpse, it was like this." Huitian walked up to Li Muhan and patted him on the shoulder. Their status is to assist investigators in particular, since the existence of the special administration cannot be known to the general public or the police. But Li Muhan just squatted on the ground, picked up the bag and said to Huitian, "I know the missing person this time." Chapter 24: Extralegal Areas. Each team of the Special Administration Bureau has a specially issued vehicle, and there are also documents made by the Bureau, because the identity may be different for each mission, so the certificate also needs to be specially made. Like this time. A few members of the 7th Squad hung on their chests were the special task force from the province. Looking at his photo on the certificate, Li Muhan felt that the Special Administration Bureau was really powerful, and even this kind of thing could be done, and it was officially certified, and you could even go to the municipal government to find their information. "What do you want?" Huitian, who was driving, glanced at Li Muhan with his spare eyes. "It's nothing, it's just that it feels amazing. Yesterday I was sitting in the university and listening to lectures, and today I became an expert in handling cases in the province." "Ha ha ha, just get used to it. Guess what I used to do?" "Chief of police," Li Muhan blurted out. Huitian glanced at Li Muhan. "Stinky boy, can't you cooperate with me to act?" "Captain Huitian, didn't you pretend to be asleep in the car that day? You're better than me," Li Muhan replied with a smile. Huitian scolded a few words. After that, Li Muhan glanced at Su Shui and Yin Qi in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "What, are you interested in my past?" Su Shui, who was still looking at the file, noticed Li Muhan's gaze and smiled and looked at him through the rearview mirror. "Although I didn't join the Special Management Bureau, now let's be comrades in arms." Li Muhan scratched his head and said with a smile, "Well, I used to be the administrator of a state-owned enterprise." "I can't see it, Sister Shui, you're all working." Su Shui narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard Li Muhan say this. This girl always made Li Muhan have a feeling of keeping a smile all the time. But the more this is the case, the more Li Muhan feels a little unclear. "Work? You know, if Peaches is willing, even if she eats delicacies from the mountains and sees every day and doesn't work for the rest of her life, it is estimated that her money will take 10 lifetimes to spend it." "Captain, you talk a lot." Su Shui looked at Huitian with a smile, but Huitian felt a trace of killing intent from this smile, so he immediately closed his mouth. "Good guy, it turned out to be a rich woman," Li Muhan sighed. "Where's Xiaoyin?" Li Muhan looked at Yin Qi, who had been looking at his mobile phone again. "You don't have to worry about me." But he only received a cold response from Yin Qi. "Ah-h." Li Muhan was a little embarrassed, and finally the intercom in the car sounded Lin Ziyu's voice. "You can't guess what I used to do. I'm a hacker, a super hacker who once hacked into the national security system." "Who asked you?" Huitian interrupted Lin Ziyu, and then said to Li Muhan helplessly. "This kid was fished out of prison by the Special Management Bureau. He dared to hack the national security system at the age of 14, and he peed his pants directly when he was arrested. You look at his cowardice. If he really enters the Bureau, I'm afraid that the chrysanthemum will not be guaranteed." "Captain? People are hard to dismantle." The atmosphere in the car became lively, diluting Li Muhan's disgusting feeling when he saw the corpses of the men who died tragically just now. At present, the place where the 4 of them are going is a dilapidated apartment in the old town of Tianhai City. This street is an omission in Tianhai City's renovation plan, because there are too many historical problems, so in the end, the government can only choose to let it grow wildly. In the long run, it became a meeting point for homeless people and certain gangs. Muhan, are you better? Su Shui saw Li Muhan holding on to the wall and vomiting for a long time just now, so she was a little worried now. It's okay, I just haven't seen such a bloody scene. This is a lie. Li Muhan had seen dead people when he was a child, and there were quite a few, but there was no need to talk about these things here, those were all in the past. But seeing it doesn't mean he's numb. Even when he was a child, he was in a hellish orphanage, and he still longed for an ordinary life. This is also why he regarded Guruashi as the light in his life before, because it was she who took him out of that hell. It's a pity, things are people, not everything. It's really strange, your file clearly records that you have 10 lives on your body, and according to the photos of the scene, the deaths are much worse than these 4 people, how can you still feel unwell? It was Yin Chi who spoke. Her words were sharp, and seemed to have a somewhat questioning tone. And the 10 lives on Li Muhan's body that she said were those thugs of Zhao Qianquan, which could actually be counted on Bar's head, but Li Muhan didn't say anything, just showed a wry smile. Xiaoyin, how do you speak? Hu Tian immediately spoke out to stop him. That's right, Xiaoyin, it was also written in the file that Muhan was... because his strength was out of control at that time. And what if he loses control of the power again? Yin Chi's words lowered the atmosphere in the car to a freezing point. I can't give him my back. All right, Yin Chi. Finally, Lin Ziyu on the walkie-talkie broke the deadlock. Muhan has a guarantor, and the necklace around his neck is the latest product that I have developed with the Science Council, specially developed for demons. Besides, he is not an official member of the Special Administration, he is here to assist us. Sorry, I'm not interested in hearing it. Yin Chi coldly interrupted Lin Ziyu, who wanted to show off. Li Muhan was also embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. It wasn't until he heard Lin Ziyu's words that he asked with some confusion. Excuse me, can Xia Yu, who is also an alien to me, also be a guarantor? Generally speaking, no, but Xia Yu is special. Hu Tian said. She doesn't belong to the Huaxia Special Administration. You should be able to see that her appearance is not pure Chinese blood, and she is a natural disaster-level outlier within the controllable range, that is, the existence that the Huaxia Special Administration wants to win over no matter what. Li Muhan understood. This guarantor is not reassuring Yin Chi. It's telling Yin Chi. Even if the Special Administration Bureau leaves all of them behind, it will definitely win over Li Muhan. As for why? Because his guarantor is a natural cataclysmic anomaly. Yin Chi snorted coldly and continued to bury his head and began to look at his phone. The destination has finally arrived. Li Muhan looked out of the car window and found that the scenery outside the car window had completely changed. There are no high-rise buildings and bustling streets, only dilapidated bungalows and old apartments, and some people gathered together. The men watched the car pass with strange eyes, as if they were alert to something. Boy, you're not a local, are you? Well, I'm from Tianhai City to study at university. You try not to talk for a while. After Hu Tian said this, he parked the car in front of an old apartment. The advantage of the special administration is that you have money and resources. As long as you do your job well, you have no problem with whatever you want, but there is also a disadvantage, that is, you must be low-key, especially when dealing with ordinary people, you must not attract too much attention, remember? After receiving Li Muhan's affirmative answer, Hu Tian suddenly took out a pistol from his waist and handed it to Li Muhan. But don't be intimidated. Seeing that Li Muhan took the pistol with a complicated face, Hu Tian opened the car door. As soon as the 4 of them got out of the car, several men surrounded them. Where did it come from? What do you do? The man at the head chewed gum and looked at the 4 men in suits and ties with disdain. Public affairs, rest assured, do not investigate. Hu Tianliang showed out the forged documents. Although the man didn't look serious, he seemed to recognize the document. Yo, from the province. He was not afraid at all. He stared at the documents for a long time, and suddenly looked at Su Shui and Yin Chi. Hey, your mother-in-law is so beautiful. As he spoke, he was about to step forward to look at the documents of the 2 girls, but was stopped by Hu Tian with his hand raised. Enough is enough. Hu Tian only said this sentence. The man chewed gum with disdain on his face, then spat it on the ground and waved his hand at the four. Go in, keep a low profile, or no one will be able to protect you even if you come from heaven. Until they walked into the apartment, several men were still staring at their backs. Li Muhan felt very strange. Isn't there a police station here? Can I get help from the police station first? Take a lead and start the whole body. The relationship network here is all rotten to the roots, and when the police station takes us to find someone, the person will run away long ago. Li Muhan nodded. Tian is worthy of being a policeman before, and his insight is different. The elevator in the old apartment was narrow and smelly. I don't know if it's a lot of people defecating in the elevator. As soon as she entered the elevator, Su Shui covered her nose and frowned. On the contrary, Inchi is completely like a nobody, and seems to have long been accustomed to this environment. The elevator went to the 5th floor, and the four of them went straight to rooms 5 to 8. The corridor of this apartment is open, and looking down through the handrail of the corridor, Li Muhan was surprised to find that there were at least 30 men gathered downstairs. Everyone had a guy in their hands and stared at them deadly. Do you now know why the special authority's salary is so high? In the earphones, Lin Ziyu said to Li Muhan with a smile. Can you see what I see? There's a tiny camera in your chest papers. Of course I can see it, and I have to give you support. Look at the sky at 9 o'clock. Li Muhan looked in the direction and saw a micro-drone hovering in midair. Okay, Ziyu, don't show off. Tell us about the situation of 5 to 8. Got it, Captain? Lin Ziyu was a little unsatisfied, obviously wanting to say a few more words. But now the task is heavy. The micro-drone silently circled to the other side of the building, and then Lin Ziyu said to a few people. People are in the house, go. After receiving a positive answer, Tian raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who? A hoarse voice came from the room. I'll pay next week. Don't come to me. Zhou Zhigua, open the door. We are not here to collect protection money. Tian said coldly. And who are you? Don't know me anymore? Tian sneered and looked at Zhou Zhigua. Yes, it's you. Zhou Zhigua just wanted to close the door, but Tian then kicked the door open, and Zhou Zhigua was hit by the door and fell directly to the ground. Search! Then Tian waved his hand, and Ying Qi and Su Shui immediately began to search the room. Zhou Zhigua, who got up from the ground, looked at Tian with angry eyes. It's you again! It's you again! I didn't kill your son! Why won't you let me go? Tian directly threw his Special Management Bureau certificate in his face. Lao Tzu is now from the Special Management Bureau, and he is here to investigate the case. Hearing the Special Management Bureau, Zhou Zhigua was silent. And Li Muhan also saw the person in front of him clearly at this time, this middle-aged man in ragged clothes and with a haggard face. This person is Zhou Zhigua. That is, the legendary monster, the country of the monkey. Chapter 25, A Different Kind of Stranger from Imagination. Director Hua. I've told you many times, your son, I really didn't kill me, and I have nothing to do with those disappearances of girls. You broke one of my legs, why don't you let me go? Zhou Zhigua was controlled by Tian, sitting on a chair in the living room and watching several people turn their homes into a mess. Tears were about to flow from his eyes. Lao Tzu is no longer the director of the bureau, and now I am the captain of the 7th Squad of the Special Management Bureau. Do you understand what it means? Tian kept patting Zhou Zhigua's face with his documents. Li Muhan could see how deep his hatred for Zhou Zhigua was, but even so, he was still suppressing his anger now, otherwise Zhou Zhigua would not be able to speak this time. It is not an exaggeration to say that Zhou Zhigua's family is poor, and the only valuable thing in the family is the old picture tube TV. I understand, Hua Bureau, Captain Hua. If you understand, I thought you brutes didn't know how to communicate with people. Tian sat on the chair unceremoniously, and at this time, Su Shui and Ying Qi also returned to the living room after searching the room. Both of them shook their heads at Tian. Tian glanced at Su Shui. Su Shui immediately stepped forward and took out the photo, which was the photo of the missing person. Have you seen any of these people? Who are these people? I'm sorry, sir, I haven't seen it. Is something wrong? Zhou Zhigua looked at the photo and didn't seem to react. They're missing. It's not like humans did it. Su Shua's last sentence was accentuated, and it seemed that it was meant for Zhou Zhigua. I'm sorry, sir, I haven't seen them. I've really never done that. Ladies and gentlemen, please be careful. What the are you howling? Hu Tian slapped Zhou Zhigua's face, and Li Muhan, who was watching it, felt that it was a bit too much. This week, Zhigua was beaten, although he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately knelt on the ground. Captain Hua! I know your child died before. But you can't rely on me. I'm innocent. Hu Tian squatted down and looked at Zhou Zhigua coldly, and Zhou Zhigua trembled at him. In the end, Hu Tian sneered and dragged Zhou Zhigua up from the ground. Okay, we're on business. As for the past, I don't want to mention it anymore. If you really didn't commit a crime, I won't trouble you. Thank you, Captain Hua. Thanks to the leadership. Hu Tian waved his hand and said, What's the matter with those people downstairs? Hearing the group of people downstairs, Zhou Zhigua sighed. A group of gangsters gathered in the old street. I get up early every day and go out of the car in the dark to earn these 3 melons and 2 dates. And this is not enough to satisfy those gangs who come to collect protection money, sir. How can you say that this person can be more greedy than a monster? When he said this, Zhou Zhigua immediately felt that he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not saying this on purpose. Please forgive me. It's okay, you're right. Some people are worse than monsters. Don't worry. Let's go back and explain your situation, and see if we can give you some help. Zhou Zhigua, you should be honest. Don't hurt people. Hu Tian completely changed his attitude, as if all the previous anger was disguised. After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave with a few people. Alas, thank you to the leaders, thank you to the chiefs of the Special Management Bureau. I will be a man in peace, and I will not cause trouble to the Special Administration and mankind. Li Muhan didn't say a word during the whole process. He was not only observing Zhou Zhigua, but also observing the way the 7th team did things. It can be said that everyone in this team is very tacit. There is no need to communicate in advance, just do their own duties and do what they should do. After leaving Zhou Zhigua's house, after going downstairs, he inevitably had to face the group of people who had gathered. Yo, leader, the matter is done. You said earlier that you were looking for Zhou Zhigua's bastard. I will throw people down to you, and he still owes me a lot of money. Facing the man with a hippie smile, Hu Tian didn't give him much of a good look. Get out of the way. The man didn't stop him, but a group of younger brothers surrounded their car. What do you mean? Hu Tian turned around and looked at the man. He was 1.95 tall, burly. This man looked like a chick in front of him. But the man was not afraid of Hu Tian at all. Maybe it was because there were many of them, and they had guys in their hands, so they were so confident. I was clumsy just now. I didn't recognize it. Aren't you the former director of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau? Ouch! Look at my eyes. What's wrong? Have you been promoted? Well, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Director Hua, before more than 10 of my brothers were planted in your hands, but you didn't give you any affection. Hu Tian sneered and looked at the person who spoke. And what do you want? Otherwise, today I will be the East. Let's solve this Liangzi. Although I don't know what you have to do with Zhou Zhigua's pickles, but since you are here, stay for a meal. I'm not free today. Another day. I'll be the East another day. Please have a meal. Hu Tian smiled and wanted to bypass this person, but was pushed back by the man, and his face became gloomy. What? Look down on brothers? Don't give a face, right? It's okay, leave you 2 mothers-in-law behind. Let's invite 2 beauties from the province to have a good time, and you can be regarded as apologizing for my brothers who are still in prison. The man laughed obscenely when he said this. The people around him also laughed, but before he could laugh, Hu Tian also laughed. He turned his head, looked at Li Muhan, and laughed dryly. Without waiting for Li Muhan to react, Hu Tian grabbed the man's neck and slammed it into the car window. Because the window glass of the Special Administration Bureau has been specially treated, the glass is not broken, but the man's face is not so lucky. Blood mixed with saliva and a few broken teeth slide directly down the glass. Li Muhan, who witnessed this scene, echoed in his mind what Hu Tian had said to him just now. When dealing with ordinary people, you must not pay too much attention. You! The man just wanted to scold Hu Tian, pinching his neck and hitting him again. Bang! This directly knocked the man into his body and fainted. Brothers! Move! Move your mother, go back! Just when these crowds were attacking, Li Muhan had already pulled out a pistol from his waist, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at a yellow hare standing at the front. Li Muhan glared at the group of people with disdain, and there was a ruthlessness in his eyes. Although there were many of them and there was only one pistol, no one wanted to be the one who came up first to die. I could only watch the four of them get into the car. It wasn't until the car started that Li Muhan put away his gun. Then the car roared in place, and the few thugs who were in front of it were so frightened that they quickly got out of the way. The car drove away, leaving behind only a large group of angry scolding behind it. Chapter 26. When the car left the old block, Huatiankai laughed. He held the steering wheel with one hand and patted Li Muhan's shoulder with the other hand and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you kid, there's a kind. Lao Tzu didn't read the wrong person. Even though you didn't even have the fucking insurance opened." Li Muhan was photographed by him for a burst of coughing, and could only keep reminding him to drive well. "Why did you kid think of pulling out a gun? Didn't you give me a look and let me do it, Captain?" "Huh! I mean, you start the car after I do it, so we can run right away." Li Muhan was speechless. It turned out that he had misunderstood Huatian's meaning. But in terms of results, Li Muhan obviously handed over a 120-point answer. "Evening," she said lightly. "Well done." Then several people talked about the case again. Li Muhan thought that he would go back to the bureau first, but Huatian went around in a big circle and found a hidden place near the entrance on the other side of the old street and parked the car. "Are you going back and killing a carbine?" Li Muhan asked. "I didn't catch the evidence, and it didn't work." Huatian took out a cigarette case and handed one to Li Muhan, but Li Muhan said that he didn't smoke. "All right, get me out of the car, lady needs to change clothes." "Huh! Oh." Li Muhan instantly understood, but he didn't seem to understand. Why did he change his clothes? It's already 7 p.m., and winter nights always come quickly. Li Muhan and Huatian leaned against the wall not far from the car. Huatian lit a cigarette, spit out a mouthful of eye circles comfortably, looked at Li Muhan, and handed over the cigarette case. "One? No. Okay, what are you pretending? I want to make a good impression in front of my sister, I understand, isn't it just the two of us?" "Captain, I really don't smoke." Li Muhan couldn't cry or laugh, and then he was ridiculed by How again. "I'm sorry for my life. Who said that if you don't smoke, you don't plant? You just said that you didn't see the wrong person." "Scene, give you a good impression in front of the girl. What's the matter? Which one do you like, peach or Xiaoyin? Do you want my brother to give you?" Seeing that Huatianwe was talking more and more, Li Muhan hurriedly asked him to stop, and then pulled the topic back to the case. "Do you think it's Shou Jigua?" Li Muhan asked Huatian, but Huatian threw the question back to Li Muhan. "What do you think?" "I think, well, it's hard to say. He gives me the feeling that he is an honest middle-aged man, but I can't look at people on the surface. But there seems to be nothing suspicious in his family." "Indeed." The atmosphere fell silent again. Huatian squatted by the wall. The cigarettes were one after another. Li Muhan found that he seemed to be looking at something, and when he got closer, it was actually a necklace pendant. The lid of the pendant was open, and inside was a photograph. "Is it handsome?" Huatian suddenly turned his head to look at Li Muhan. "Huh! This is my son, handsome or not." Huatian proudly showed the photo in the pendant to Li Muhan. Li Muhan saw that in the photo was a young man in a police uniform, with a tall figure and a heroic face, a typical image of Wei Guangjing in the story. "Handsome and upright. Hee, of course, this is my son." Speaking of this, Huatian took another deep puff of his cigarette. "If you can continue to be a police officer, you will definitely be the director's material in the future." Li Muhan knew that the young man in this photo would never be able to continue to be a policeman, and his life would forever stop 5 years ago. "Captain?" Li Muhan squatted beside Huatian. "Is that why you joined the authority?" Huatian didn't answer, just stared at the pendant in his hand and looked at the child in the photo. After a long time, he replied unbelievably. "After the child's accident, his mother divorced me. That time was the most painful time in my life. I carried a gun, ran to Zhoujigua every day, and was warned many times. The last time, I didn't hold back, a shot broke his leg. Speaking of this, Hu Tian smiled bitterly. I wore a police uniform for decades, and I was taken off like this. And then the Secret Service found you? Hu Tian nodded. It was the Forestry Bureau who came to me personally, and the first thing she said when she saw me was to apologize to me, because she couldn't find the real murderer of my child, and I was very angry at that time, so I kicked her out. Thinking that Lindsay was knocked out of the house, Li Muhan wanted to laugh a little, but because of the current atmosphere, he still held back. Ha ha ha, you don't know the expression of the Forest Bureau at that time. As a result, Hu Tian laughed. She came 3 times, I drove away 3 times, and the 4th time she directly kicked my door, the security door, so thick, her thin arms and legs actually kicked my security door away, and then guess what she said to me? What? It's enough to look at the thatched house 3 times, it's sincere enough, right? Ha 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 ha. This time, Li Muhan couldn't hold back and laugh together. Then the Forestry Bureau directly dragged me to the headquarters of the Special Management Bureau, and then introduced the situation of the Special Management Bureau to me, and asked me if I would join. In fact, it is illegal for her to do so, and I have not yet expressed that I want to join the Special Management Bureau, so it stands to reason that I should not go to the headquarters. She seems to have violated my situation this time. Lin Ju is a good person, she gave me hope for rebirth. She gave you a chance to avenge your son? Listening to Li Muhan's words, Hu Tian was stunned for a moment, then closed the pendant lid with a click, then turned his head and spit out a puff of smoke towards Li Muhan. The pattern is open, your pattern is small. At the beginning, it is true that I joined the special administration with a revenge mentality, but in the past 5 years of work, I know how significant the special administration is to the survival of mankind. Captain, have you been brainwashed? You little kid knows a ball, although I don't know how your demonic power came from, but I can guarantee that if you go for that training, you will be the first to be eliminated. Li Muhan understands that if human beings want to have the power to fight against aliens, they must accept the test of inhumanism. And he seems to have awakened Baal's demonic power after being beaten half to death by Zhao Qianquan. It is indeed unfair to Hu Tian and these people to say this. Boy, you really don't consider joining the special administration? Am I not interning with you? No, I can see that you won't join now. Hu Tian stared at Li Muhan's eyes, and Li Muhan felt that his thoughts seemed to be seen through by him. That's right, Li Muhan doesn't plan to join. Now he just wants to know more about the way the Special Administration Bureau does things, so that he can be convenient in the future. He doesn't want to be a dog on a leash. It's good. Hu Tian slowly stood up. A child like you shouldn't step into this world where there is no return. Li Muhan also stood up, but just as he wanted to ask something, there was a sound of the car door closing behind him. Li Muhan looked back and saw that Su Shui had taken off her black suit and trousers, changed into a sportswear that was easy to move, and was carrying a guitar case behind her. She was wearing a woolen hat on her head and a mask on her face, and Li Muhan almost didn't recognize it for a while. Yinchi was also dressed in the same way, but she didn't say much, walked to Hu Tian's side, raised her finger and pointed to the watch on her wrist and said, At 1935 I went in. Go ahead. Hu Tian was still smoking, but he nodded, and Yinchi put on a mask and walked into the old street alone. Captain, Brother Muhan, then I'll go first. Su Shui waved her hand at the two and walked into the old street. What are they doing? Li Muhan looked at the two who disappeared into the night and asked. To each his own duty. Hu Tian seemed to answer Li Muhan's question, but he didn't seem to answer. At this moment, Li Muhan's mobile phone rang. Pick it up, you may not be able to answer the phone later. Hu Tian threw away the cigarette butt and lit a new one. Li Muhan picked up the phone and looked at it, and his brows immediately furrowed. Because the caller ID clearly shows Gu Roshi's mother's number. Hey, Auntie. Xiaohan, Auntie asks you, what's going on with this Xiaoxi? Gu Roshi's mother spoke in a very anxious tone on the phone, as if she had already known about Gu Roshi's disappearance. You already know? The police called me and asked if we could contact Xiaoxi. We called her on her mobile phone, looked for her on WeChat, called to school, but we couldn't find anyone. Auntie, don't worry, now the police are looking for it with all their might. Gu Roshi won't have an accident. Gu Ruoxi's mother's voice on the other end of the phone was about to cry. Xiaohan, you must find Xiaoxi, you two are so good, Auntie begs you. Listening to the meaning of this, it seems that Gu Ruoxi's mother didn't know that she had broken up with her daughter. Don't worry, I'll find her. Li Muhan knew that he couldn't give the old man this kind of hope, and where he had the ability to find someone, he had to rely on Huitian and them, but he didn't want Gu's mother to be heartbroken. After all, no matter what Gu Ruoxi did to him, the old couple had loved him very much since he was a child, and after the accident in the orphanage, it was the old couple who took him in. So they are also half of Li Muhan's parents. Hey Xiaohan. The next person to speak was Gu Ruoxi's father. We have already bought a ticket to Tianhai City. We can go to Tianhai City tonight. Don't worry too much, now that the police technology is so developed, and there is surveillance everywhere, Xiaoxi should be fine. Li Muhan was a little moved. This old father himself must be anxious, and he was still comforting himself at this time. Well, uncle, I'll arrange a place to stay after you two elders come over. Don't worry, I'll find Gu Ruoxi. After comforting Gu's mother a few more words, Li Muhan hung up the phone, and at the same time felt extremely heavy in his heart. Feeling stressed? Hee, if I were you, I wouldn't talk nonsense. Huitian smiled and shook his head. You're taking the responsibility on yourself. Who are you, this girl? Ex-girlfriend. Yo, ex-girlfriend. Huitian dragged the word before, for a long time, then glanced at Li Muhan meaningfully, and finally patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, let's not tell Xiaoyu about this. Huh? What does it have to do with her? Hey, you don't understand women. You are running outside in the middle of the night for your ex-girlfriend. Do you think Xiaoyu will not be jealous? Captain. Xiaoyu and I. Li Muhan was a little embarrassed, because so far, his relationship with Xiaoyu was still a little vague. No one ever said the word, like, to the other. Some things, it comes naturally, boy, you are still young, you will understand later. Some words don't wait for girls to say, be like a man. Just when he was in a hurry to explain, Huitian shrank back into the car. Li Muhan hurriedly followed, but found that this Huitian was actually lying in the back seat of the car and closed his eyes directly. Chapter 27, Who is the Prey? About half an hour later, Su Shue's voice suddenly came from the intercom of the car. Captain, these gang members just got into the car as if they had made an appointment, and drove towards an abandoned factory in Lao Kai. Abandoned factories? Li Muhan was shocked. Could it be that it was the abandoned factory where Huitian's son had an accident? Momoko, what's your position? Huitian also sat up from the back seat at this moment, and asked towards the walkie-talkie. The view is good, and I have to say that it is quite difficult to find the commanding heights in this kind of old street. Be vigilant and don't get discovered. Huitian lit a cigarette in the car, took a deep breath of smoke and spit out a puff of smoke, and the smoke lingered in the car for a long time before quietly dissipating. The cars all stopped in front of the warehouse of the abandoned factory, and they got out of the car and headed towards the warehouse. Don't worry, Momoko, can you see the whole factory from your location? No problem. Then keep an eye on it. In-chi, what about your situation? Huitian continued to give instructions, and with just a simple name, the other party immediately knew what she was going to do. I've followed these people into the warehouse and are following them covertly. Linziyu, what about Zhou Jigua's situation? Zhou Jigua has been at home all the time, and now it seems that he is watching TV, without any abnormal behavior. It turned out that Linziyu's drone had been hovering near Zhou Jigua because its paint had been specially treated. Under the cover of night, the drone did not attract anyone's attention. Tick. Tick. Time passed minute by minute, and no one spoke again during this time, and Li Muhan felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. It was already 1 o'clock in the evening, but Li Muhan was not sleepy at all, and he also received a text message from Xiaoyu during this period. The first text message has no content, just a kitten's cute expression. Just when Li Muhan was very confused, the second text message came. Sorry, the first time I texted someone, I pressed the wrong one. I have to say that although Xiaoyu seems to be a vampire who has lived for a long time, her common sense of life is still a mess. But thanks to this one, Li Muhan's tense nerves relaxed a little. But before this string was completely loosened, In-chi's voice came from the earphones again. The missing target was found, and it was in an abandoned warehouse, and these people wanted to transfer the hostages. Li Muhan suddenly became excited. Not only because the missing person was found, but also because this incident was done by these gang members and had nothing to do with Zhou Jigua. To be honest, Li Muhan was actually a little compassionate when he saw Zhou Jigua living so miserably. "Captain? Let's get over there," Li Muhan urged. But Hua Tian was still smoking, as if he was thinking about something. "Captain?" Li Muhan shouted again. Hua Tian slowly turned his head to look at Li Muhan. "I know from the Forestry Bureau that you used to be a human being, then Li Muhan, tell me, what do you think of the aliens?" Li Muhan looked puzzled, not knowing why Hua Tian asked him this question at this time. "It's different. For example, the vampire who attacked me before was very brutal, but Zhou Jigua, I think he seems to be quite honest." Listening to Li Muhan's answer, Hua Tian smiled faintly. "I want you to always look at every living creature in this world with this mindset, whether they are human or not, and whether you are a member of the special administration or not." After speaking, Hua Tian ignited the engine of the car, and the moment he started the car, Hua Tian suddenly covered his stomach. "Ouch! Ouch! My stomach hurts!" Li Muhan was stupid. Why did Hua Tian suddenly have a stomachache at this time? "It must be that the restaurant where I had dinner is not clean. Ouch! Captain, didn't we eat together? Lao Tzu's intestines are fragile, can't you? Ouch, no, Lao Tzu has to find a place to solve it on the spot. Li Muhan, you go over to Lao Tzu first and support Su Shui and Yin Qi." "Huh! I'm going alone?" "You're afraid of a mouthful, you're an alien, and you're afraid of humans. And Su Shui and Yin Qi are both combatants, just don't drag them back." That's fine." Li Muhan was a little dizzy. How did this situation become like this? "But I can't drive." Hua Tian directly leaned over and opened the door of the passenger seat, and then kicked Li Muhan out of the car. "Fuck, you still want to drive there? Run over! Hurry up! Lao Tzu is going to pull it out." Although he was confused, Li Muhan still quickly rushed towards the location of the abandoned factory. Watching Li Muhan's back disappear into the night of the old street, Hua Tian's painful expression holding his stomach gradually became flat. He opened the door and got out of the car. Lit a cigarette, opened the trunk of the car, took out a long backpack, hummed some kind of tune, and walked towards the dilapidated apartment. Just as Li Muhan was about to run to the abandoned factory, the sound of Lin Ziyu suddenly came from the headset. "What's the situation? How did my drone fall? Also, who turned off my signal just now?" Listening to Lin Ziyu's words, Li Muhan suddenly felt that something was wrong. "What about you people? Report the situation!" Lin Ziyu shouted anxiously on the other end of the earphone. "Not available." Yin Qi's brief reply came, and there was a faint sound of shouting and killing from her side. It seemed that Yin Qi had already started a battle with people. "I'm sorry, Lin Ziyu. Our side has already started fighting. Captain, how long do you have to get to the scene?" In the background of Su Shui's side, there was the sound of whistling wind, and from time to time there would be a sound similar to a sniper gun firing. "The captain suddenly said he had diarrhea. I'm running to the abandoned factory right now." At this moment, Li Muhan seemed to hear Lin Ziyu gasp. "Li Muhan! Get back! Get back! Get back to the captain!" Li Muhan slowed down his running speed and asked very anxiously. "Huh? What's the situation?" "Li Muhan, the captain deliberately broke you off," Yin Qi said while fighting people. "Brother Muhan, the captain must have noticed the details that we didn't notice, the details about Zhou Jigua," Su Shui said. "Then why didn't he tell us?" "Because he wants to end the year alone. Don't let him go. There has been news from the Forest Bureau just now. Zhou Jigua, that is to say, the calamity level of this country suddenly rose to cholera. That's not a monster that the captain can deal with." Li Muhan is stupid. "The Forest Bureau has already said that the hostages will be rescued first, and as for Zhou Jigua, she will send someone to deal with it. You hurry up and bring the captain back." Li Muhan didn't ask any more questions. He remembered what Zhou Jigua said to him when he looked at him the last time. He began to beat wildly inside, almost feeling some kind of foreboding. Immediately afterwards, Li Muhan turned his head and began to run towards Zhou Zhigua's residence. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the dilapidated apartment, Zhou Zhi was at the entrance of the country. Hui Tian took one last cigarette, then took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Here! Zhou Zhigua's voice came from the room. It's so late, who? Opened the door, and after seeing that it was Hui Tian, Zhou Zhigua was stunned. Captain Hui Yu, why are you here again? There's still a bit of unclear understanding, Hui Tian said with a sneer. Although he was very reluctant, Zhou Zhigua still let Hui Tian enter the door. Captain Hui, what else do you want to know? Zhou Zhigua came out with a cup of tea, but saw Hui Tian throw a long bag on the table. Zhou Zhigua, don't pretend, there's no one else. Captain Hui, what the hell are you talking about? I know that you did what happened 5 years ago, and now this case is also done by you. Hui Tian looked at Zhou Zhigua, and Zhou Zhigua's emaciated figure trembled slightly at this time, and then said with a dry smile. Captain Hui, why are you still mentioning this? I'm really not. Perfume. Hui Tian interrupted Zhou Zhigua and then said. You missed this problem 5 years ago, and now you have this problem again. You have at least 5 different perfumes on your body, in your house, and these perfumes can't be affordable for prostitutes. Zhou Zhigua's mouth opened wide, and he didn't say a word for a long time. I'm sorry, my wife. My ex-wife is a perfume mixer, so I have long been used to smelling all kinds of perfumes, and I doubted you because of this, and I didn't know at the time, why didn't you deal with the perfume smell in the room, but after joining the special administration, I understood. Hui Tian said as he slowly unzipped the bag. A tang knife with a black scabbard appeared. Hey, hey, hey. Zhou Zhigua lowered his head and began to let out a strange laugh. Because we have no sense of smell. When he looked up again, those eyes were full of strange madness. Chapter 28, Realm Tearing. Looking at Zhou Zhigua's gradually exposed nature, Hui Tian's heart became more and more calm. He took out the tang knife and slowly pulled it out. The blade that flashed with cold light reflected Hui Tian's cold eyes. It's been 5 years, and it's time for an explanation. Hey, hey, hey. Captain Hui, you are really persistent. 5 years of human beings is a fart for us, but you really caught me twice in such a short period of time, but it's a pity that last time, your son died for you. I don't know. This time. The knife flashed, and Zhou Zhigua's head, which was still with his mouth open, had fallen to the ground in response. Hui Tian slowly put the knife into the sheath, looking at the human head rolling off the ground. His eyes were cold. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a terrifying force eroding the entire building. And behind him, there was also some kind of weird rustling sound. Captain Hui Tian. The head that fell on the ground was looking at Hui Tian at this time, revealing a hideous smile. Don't be in a hurry to go, it's all here, have a cup of tea. Hui Tian turned around, looked at the headless body that had risen from the ground, and sneered. It's a monster. In the next moment, endless darkness began to spread, finally enveloping the entire building in shadow. Boundary, unfold, kill and destroy the way of life. In the end, what Hui Tian heard was Zhou Zhigua's voice that had gradually begun to distort. Cholera! Hui Tian's eyes widened, looking at the endless darkness in front of him and the figure gradually squirming in the darkness, and smiled helplessly. I'm still so unlucky. At the same time, Li Muhan finally ran back to the apartment. The car was still parked, but Hui Tian was no longer there. He rushed into the building, climbed to the 5th floor in one breath, and when he kicked open the door of Zhou Zhigua's room, he found that everything was as usual here, but there was no Zhou Zhigua, and there was no Hui Tian. They're not here, Li Muhan said into the earphones. The captain and Zhou Zhigua are not there, and there are no traces of a fight at the scene. Lin Ziyu suddenly remembered something and said to Li Muhan. The captain must have used the secret administration's boundary edict to isolate the entire apartment from the current interface. Speak human words. Li Muhan was a little helpless. He didn't understand the professional terms of the Special Management Bureau. This is a prop used by the Special Administration Bureau when cleaning up the aliens. You can interpret it as if you planted the item, and the entire area would be split into an area forged by the item. Except for the aliens and the personnel of the Special Administration, everyone will be excluded. This is also to prevent ordinary humans from being drawn into the battle between the secret administration and the aliens. Li Muhan is stupid. So what do I do now? Is there a way to break the realm edict? Su Shue's voice came from the earphones. Brother Muhan, look around and see if there are any order flags. There are 5 in total. As long as the 5 order flags are lifted, the boundary edict can be broken. I try. Li Muhan hurriedly went downstairs again, looking for something similar to Ling Qi. But after several turns, he was out of breath when he ran, and he didn't find a single flag. I also know that Huitian must have made full preparations in order to face Zhou Jigua alone, and he knew very well that what he was going to do was not only to carry out the mission, but also to understand the past personal enmity in the name of the mission. Otherwise, he could have reported what he found Zhou Jigua was wrong, but he didn't choose to do it. He was afraid. I'm very scared what to do if nothing comes out of the way before. He didn't know if he would be able to accept that again. Just when he was helpless and returned to Zhou Jigua's room, Lin Ziyu's voice came from the earphones. Li Muhan! I've applied for special support from the engineering corps, and they should be coming soon. It's too late. Although he didn't know why he felt this way, he had a vague feeling in his heart that by the time the engineering troops came to break the realm edict, it might be too late. I remember the first time I uncontrollably unfolded the realm. Xia Yu used her realm to tear apart my power, Li Muhan said as he urged the power in his body. Li Muhan? What are you doing? Don't act rashly until the engineering troops arrive. Yin Qi's voice also came from the earphones, but it was only a short sentence, and it was quickly muffled by the noisy fighting and angry scolding. I didn't officially join the special administration. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of golden light flashed in his pupils, and the necklace on the back of his neck also reacted, quickly turning into black silk threads that wrapped around half of his face, converging into a black mask. In turn, isn't that what you're going to do? It seemed that something was wrong with his voice after being covered by the mask. Lin Ziyu became a little anxious, although he was also worried about Huitian now, but Li Muhan was a new team member after all. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for the 7th team to explain to the headquarters. You wait for me, Li Muhan! Li Muhan no longer paid attention to Lin Ziyu, but slowly urged the demonic power in his body. The realm opens. 10,000 thunder led to kill. All of a sudden, all the lights in the building, 1 kilometer block around, started flickering, and then the household appliances started to sizzle, as if the electricity was being sucked away by something. Lin Ziyu seemed to be still yelling in the headphones, but Li Muhan couldn't listen to it at all. He tried hard to recall the feeling when his realm was torn apart, but because he didn't have much consciousness at that time, and it was basically Baal who was manipulating, it was very difficult for him to do what Xia Yu did at that time. Thunder and lightning converged on his body again and again, but he was like a gun that couldn't find its target, and after a few attempts, Li Muhan felt a little pain in his head. He seemed to hear Bar laughing at him in the ruined palace. Li Muhan! Shut up! Li Muhan heard the voice in the headphones, thinking that Lin Ziyu had come to persuade him to wait for support again, but he just wanted to pull out the headphones, but suddenly heard the voice and continued. Concentrate your attention and tear another realm with a realm, not to expand it completely, but to shrink it into a single point. This voice is soft and quiet, not Lin Ziyu, nor Su Shui, nor Yin Qi. Forest Bureau? Li Muhan heard that this was Lin Zai's voice. He was slightly stunned, and then continued to close his eyes and began to recall what Lin Zai had said just now. The so-called realm is just a manifestation of power. The characteristics of the Qi kingdom can allow them to create an environment that is not noticed, and now his strength has been improved, so he brought Captain Huitian to his realm, and if you want to break through his realm, there are only 2 options. 1. What Xia Yu did to you before, use a more powerful realm to directly devour the weak realm, and 2nd. Forcibly compress the power of the realm into a point, and then tear it apart. Lin Zai seemed to have taken over the control of the scene from Lin Ziyu. Su Shui, Yin Qi, you continue to carry out the containment task. Be sure to ensure the safety of the hostages in the old warehouse. Li Muhan, as for you. Although Lin Zai's voice was gentle, it gave Li Muhan an indescribable courage. Do what you want to do. Li Muhan didn't need to say more. He unraveled his realm and reopened, only this time, he kept compressing that feeling, and compressing it. When a small ball finally formed in his heart, he opened his eyes suddenly. 10,000 thunder kills! Boom! Right now! Lightning cracked through the gloomy sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, and a wave of angry scolding came from downstairs and next door. Grandmas! The voltage was unstable just now, and now there is a sudden thunderstorm, and it doesn't let people live. He didn't care about the dissatisfaction of these neighbors, and when he opened his eyes again, a spatial rift that had been torn apart by lightning appeared in front of him. From the depths of the land of no return, Wetian's familiar and majestic voice was heard first, and then it was interrupted by an even stranger, creepy roar. The roar seemed to echo from the endless abyss, containing indescribable anger and coldness. Hey! You're really capable of fighting. You've been pretending to be a grandson for Lao Tzu, and I thought you were such a soft egg. Human! Act recklessly! I spared your life a few years ago. You dared to come to die! You're even more stupid than your stupid son! How the fuck do you dare to mention my son? Lao Tzu gave you face? On the other side of the rift. Huge to the point of exaggeration, like a giant ape, the kingdom of the monkey is standing proudly here. It resembles a mythical titan beast that has escaped its shackles, and its image is so large that it is difficult to look at directly. On the other side of it, a man with an unassuming but resolute look was fighting to the death. And the man standing in front of him and facing him held a tang knife in his hand that was as dark as the night of the abyss. He had broken an arm, his tattered blazer tossed aside, his shirt and half of his face stained red with blood. His body swayed a little, but he still refused to fall, and every wound on his body told the horror of the battle just now. Chapter 29, Go All the Way. And the Chi Kingdom was actually not much better. The mane that was originally as sharp as a steel needle was mixed with mottled bloodstains, and the whole body was covered with different shades of cutting marks left by the tang knife. Every time it heard a heavy, slightly trembling wheezing sound, it revealed the fear it had in its heart for the seemingly weak man. Knowing that he had already received the power of that adult's gift, he was now a cholera-level alien being. He was supposed to be invincible in the face of such a low-level creature. But why is the life of this special management bureau cell in front of him so humiliating and challenging? I thought it would be easy to crush this lowly creature in front of me into dust, but he never thought that the battle situation had not been resolved until now, and he was so seriously injured. Hey, hey, hey! The wide face covered with textures slowly tore open a hideous opening, revealing its sharp teeth like jagged teeth. On that ugly face, which was almost impossible to look at, a chilling and eerie smile gradually emerged. You're very strong, Captain Hua. It utters a hoarse, harsh voice in human language that seems to echo from the abyss. What makes your power in the flesh of your lower flesh so tenacious? Is it because of the parent-child enmity deep in my heart? Or is it the responsibility of the human ethics and special administration? The words were twisted like vines, intending to invade the most vulnerable part of Wetian's heart. However, in the face of this monster's playful act of revealing the wounds in his heart, Wetian only raised his eyebrows. He took a deep breath, stabilized his body, and pointed the tang knife in his hand directly at the Chi Kingdom, and there was no other emotion on his face except for the increasing indifference and anger. What the about you? He spat out the words, with a sharp, spicy, ice-like blade cutting through his skin. You bastard, you babbling to learn how to speak? Do you have this fucking IQ? A junk brute who can't control the lower half of his body and only harms the weak. Wetian's mouth was as bad as ever, and he spit out words with sharp and spicy eyes, but it only made Chigua see the fear in his heart more deeply. Hey, hey, I know the answer, you. Fear me, I'm your nightmare for so many years. Nightmares? Just the with you. You little don't peep to see what virtue you have, you. Just as Wetian was about to continue scolding the street, a tense silence suddenly condensed in the air. He sensed something wrong, but before he could think about it, the huge figure in front of him exploded at an astonishing speed like a predator. It was as if the kingdom had broken free from its restraints, and with its huge, mountain-like body, it slaughtered it fiercely. The wind and waves it brought, and the shock waves swirled like huge waves in an angry tide. Wetian felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was all the horror at the end of his death, and he saw that the giant claw smashed down like a giant hammer falling from the sky, drawing a desperate trajectory in the air. Seeing that the air was torn apart, and the whistling sound seemed to smash his entire person under the big hand that covered the sky and the sun. Tian knew that he had nowhere to escape. At this critical moment, he relied on the instincts, and fighting instincts inspired by the line of life and death to intercept only with a one-handed knife. The weapon collided with the claws, releasing dazzling sparks as the metal came into contact with the tough scales. He almost felt that it was not a monster in front of him, but a mountain, and the chaotic and oppressive momentum instantly pressed down on him with the overwhelming pressure. "Fuck you!" The roar was mixed with anger and determination, but it seemed so vulnerable to fate. But at this moment, Tian's survival instinct and years of combat experience made him react in the interval between the collision between steel and beasts. He almost crushed his teeth, and the moment he forcibly held the blow with one hand, the blade tilted, and his body rolled, barely removing the power of this slap while dodging. But before he could roll and fall into place, the impact of the giant claw slapping the ground had already shocked his body away. After rolling on the ground several times, Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tang knife in his hand also rolled to the side. Before he could stand up, the top of his head was already covered by a shadow, and he looked up to see that the body of the Monkey Kingdom was reflected in the eyes of despair. At the moment when he was about to be crushed into a puddle of rotten flesh by that huge body, a flash of lightning flashed from the darkness. The figure that came with the thunder slammed into the huge and incomparably large figure of the Qi Kingdom, and the thunder light was as menacing as a cannonball, and the Qi Kingdom that jumped into the air was knocked directly to the ground, and a heavy muffled sound resounded in this void and chaotic space. "Ahem. You kid? What do you come to do? Didn't you fucking go to the warehouse?" Tian slowly supported his body and sat up. He looked at Li Muhan, who was in front of him and was entangled in thunder, and suddenly became angry. "I'm just a trainee. I can listen to you, and I can move freely. This is the original words of the Forestry Bureau." Li Muhan looked at Tian slightly. At this moment, after the dust dispersed, the huge body of the Qi Kingdom had already pounced again, but this time his target was not Tian but the half-demonized Li Muhan. "Ha ha ha, I fucking thought you were a little alien, but it turned out to be a demon. Lao Tzu hasn't eaten the devil yet. Let Lao Tzu try it today. Eating everything will only hurt you." Li Muhan rushed towards the huge figure of the Monkey Country. He was much faster than the Monkey Country, and at the moment when the Monkey Kingdom raised his huge hand to smash it down, he had already come to the feet of the Monkey Country, and then raised his hand and smashed a thunderbolt into the left leg of the Monkey Country. Phew! The thunder light instantly enveloped the body of the Qi Kingdom, and its raised fist was still in the air, but its body was constantly trembling by the power of this thunder. "Professor Yang's kiss!" Li Muhan yelled as he increased the intensity of the current, and countless thunderbolts were pouring out from the crack he had opened. "Good boy! Good boy, awesome!" Tian also saw at this time that this Qi Kingdom seemed to be very afraid of electric shocks, and he also became energetic, so he hurriedly crawled over and picked up the knife. "Let me slash! Let me cut it!" He limped over to mend the knife, but as soon as he walked in, the Qi Kingdom suddenly roared, broke free from the confinement of thunder and lightning, and the terrifying momentum that erupted directly shook Li Muhan and Tian away. "Ouch! Your mothers!" Tian rolled on the ground a few more times, and the knife fell to the ground again. Li Muhan only took a few steps back. At this time, the fox didn't dare to underestimate Li Muhan anymore. He jumped back suddenly, kept a distance from Li Muhan, and then lay on all fours on the ground, its strong body arched like a hill, and gradually bloomed a trace of palpitating and uneasy red light in its originally dull eyes, and the color was blood red like a soul-devouring lamp. "What is he going to do?" Li Muhan was a little puzzled. He didn't understand the habits of a monster like the Qi Kingdom, so he turned his head to look at Tian. "Brat! Don't look away! Keep an eye on him!" Tian hurriedly reminded Li Muhan, but it was too late, and when Li Muhan turned his head again, the Qi Kingdom had already disappeared in place. At this time, he remembered what Lin Zhe had just said. The characteristic of the Monkey Kingdom is that it can make itself unnoticed, and this Monkey Kingdom has been strengthened because of its strength, so this characteristic will only be stronger. Before Li Muhan could think too much, a huge force had already attacked from his side. Bang! The sudden appearance of the Qi Kingdom with a tyrannical breath, a paw slapped Li Muhan out. Fortunately, Li Muhan condensed thunder light to protect his side at the moment he was hit, but he still felt that his body was in great pain. His body flew several meters, and he stomped on the ground fiercely, stepping on the void floor through countless cracks before he could stabilize his body. By the time he was ready to fight back, the kingdom had once again disappeared into darkness and nothingness. How can it be broken? Li Muhan didn't go to see Huitian this time, but kept looking around, trying to find the precursor of the attack of the Qi kingdom. Bang, another attack, this time overhead. Li Muhan still didn't notice it, and only at the moment when he made a move and was close at hand, he could use his instinct to defend himself, but the consequence of this was that he would be directly knocked to the ground by a punch from the sky from the Qi kingdom. Dot! Li Muhan shook his head, and an irrepressible anger in his heart was slowly rising. He could feel that Bar was sitting on the throne, his chin in his hands, looking at him playfully. Bar didn't say a word, his golden eyes were full of banter and mockery, but Li Muhan knew what he wanted to say. Human, leave it to me, and I'll teach you how to use this power. I don't know if I can stand it. Li Muhan propped up his body and just wanted to stand up, but his body was immediately knocked out by a huge force, and the Qi kingdom didn't give Li Muhan a chance to breathe at all, and kicked his body fiercely with a pair of big feet, and then it jumped violently and pounced towards the crack created by Li Muhan. Not good! Huitian was shocked that it was not good, but it was too late. The Qi kingdom came to the rift, opened his mouth and bit it fiercely, directly swallowing the rift that appeared in midair, and at this point, the rift that Li Muhan used to transmit power was directly sealed. He suddenly felt a feeling of his power being cut off. After getting up from the ground again, he tentatively tried to condense the thunder, and although he succeeded in gathering the thunder around him, he could clearly feel that his energy transmission had been cut off. Seeing that huge monster rush towards him again, Li Muhan sighed. He twisted his neck, although he already knew that he might not be the opponent of this Qi country, and the headphones were also silent. I am afraid that the passage of time here is also different from the outside world, and no one can save them here. Dog mongrel! Li Muhan raised his middle finger towards the Qi kingdom that pounced on him. Come on! Just when the Qi kingdom was about to fight with Li Muhan, who was a little exhausted, again, a black tang knife fell from the sky and was directly inserted into the middle of Li Muhan and the Qi kingdom. The moment the blade was inserted into the ground, it suddenly swelled with countless golden rays, which immediately made the Qi kingdom stop its shape. Boy, I'm the captain, you're old. If you want to be a hero, you have to line up. Huitian limped in front of Li Muhan. He took a long breath, and then barely stood up straight, looking at Li Muhan coldly. Uncle, you can save it! Li Muhan looked at Huitian, whose physical condition was worse than his own, and sighed. It seems that it is really difficult to escape today, and it is difficult for his remaining strength to open the rift again. Of course, there is another way, which is to give his body to Bar. Don't give up so quickly, boy, don't become dependent on the demon inside you. What are you afraid of? As long as you can live, it's a big deal that Lao Tzu won't be a man. Facing Li Muhan's words, Huitian just smiled helplessly. Don't be a man anymore, well said, don't be a man anymore. But not you. As he spoke, Huitian slowly took off the pendant around his neck with one hand. He turned the pendant over and opened the back cover of the pendant with his thumb. So Li Muhan was shocked to find that in the back cover of the pendant, there was a small red crystal fragment hidden. Li Muhan, let me tell you the truth. Huitian looked at the red crystal in the pendant, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I told you before that I joined the Special Administration Bureau, and under the training of the Special Management Bureau, I changed my mind, but in fact, that is all bullshit. With one hand, he struggled to pull out the small fragment with his fingers, and the moment he picked it up, the pendant slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Lao Tzu has not forgotten a day, not a day, Zhou Chigua, my son, the Special Administration, and all the aliens. Lao Tzu's hatred for these things has always been there, and it is deepening day by day as time goes by. The one of the Monkey Kingdom first tilted its head in confusion, and then suddenly seemed to feel something, and its face showed a very incredible expression. What the hell are you going to say? Li Muhan frowned, looking at Huitian's abnormal behavior. A wave of uneasiness surged in his heart, and the aura emitted by that red fragment made him feel a little depressed and terrifying. What I want to say is, Li Muhan, don't take Lao Tzu as an example. Whether you join the Special Administration Bureau or not, don't take Lao Tzu as a reference. Lao Tzu died 5 years ago, and Lao Tzu died the moment that beast hollowed out my son's internal organs, and what he has lived in this world for the past 5 years is just a soul for revenge. He looked at Li Muhan solemnly, and then slowly put the fragment on his chest. You're a fucking idiot, Li Muhan, but you're also the last member of Lao Tzu's team. I hope you look at me well. You're going to dance? Li Muhan tilted his head, still unable to understand what Huitian meant. Saw Huitian laugh twice. It's not just monsters who can get this so-called gift, Li Muhan. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Special Administration, nothing to do with you and me. This is an explanation for my son. When the fragment suddenly began to glow red on Huitian's chest and began to disappear into his body, Li Muhan finally understood what he had done. You think you're a monster? Dig it out! Li Muhan grabbed Huitian's shoulder, he tore Huitian's shirt, and when he saw Huitian's heart, he gasped. The speed at which the fragment invaded was so fast, after it had just entered Huitian's body, it immediately penetrated deep into his heart, and then began to spread continuously with his heart as the origin, and in just a few seconds, a blood-red crystal flower had bloomed on Huitian's chest, and the crystal flower covered the Special Management Bureau logo on Huitian's chest. It seems that this thing is rejecting me. How much it looks down on humans. Even a stupid person like the Monkey Kingdom can help it become strong, but it is so resistant to humans. You see, it wants to come out of my body. Huitian used his only remaining hand to slowly caress the crystallized flower on his chest, and then looked at Li Muhan and said the last word. Remember, Li Muhan, don't rely too much on the demons in your body. Their power. Click. Huitian crushed the crystal flower on his chest, and at the same time crushed the badge that belonged to the Special Management Bureau. Just like that, make their power your own. Huitian cracked his mouth, and his yellow teeth were rough and dull like old amber under the rendering of tobacco. His big yellow fangs, full of spots and mottles, seemed to store the stories of the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life. Suddenly, Li Muhan felt an infinitely powerful thrust erupt from Huitian's arm. Li Muhan was pushed into the air like a broken kite. He lost his balance, and landed heavily after crossing an arc in the air. This terrifying power was actually much stronger than the attack of the Qi Kingdom just now. When Li Muhan stood up with a trembling body, Huitian, who was just an ordinary person just now, had already begun to change amazingly. His body gradually expanded, as if there was infinite energy bursting out of his body. Blood vessels bulged and swam on the surface of its skin, swaying like a living snake swaying in the dark night for a way out. His form began to swell, his veins rushing under his skin, as if he didn't want to be confined any longer. His hair had also begun to grow endlessly, and although he had not transformed into a behemoth similar to that of the Monkey Kingdom, Huitian had also turned into a formidable giant more than 3 meters tall. Standing brings a sense of oppression and terror to the surroundings. Huitian tilted his head slightly, and a pair of eyes that were already pitch black were staring at Li Muhan like an abyss. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but the mouth, full of sharp shark teeth, could only let out a muffled grunt and a strange roar like the number of beasts. Human! How dare you, human beings, covet this power that does not belong to you? Put your pieces together. Give me! I'm going to get stronger. Give me! The Qi Kingdom went crazy and pounced on Huitian. Then Li Muhan saw Huitian. Let's just think it was Huitian. Or maybe it was the monster that used to be Huitian, and slowly raised his hand. The tang knife, which was originally inserted in the ground, began to tremble slightly, and then suddenly rose to the ground and reached his hand, and the moment his hand touched the hilt, a breath began to spread out around its body. When these breaths touched Sakoku's huge body, the knife wounds left by the tang dao on Yakuni's body before all bloomed with red blood at this moment. The huge monster raised its head to the sky and wailed, and its sudden figure knelt in front of the monster named Huitian, and it slowly raised its head and looked at the other monster in front of it. Boundary. Region. Submit. Will the town. Demon. Huitian opened his mouth, and it could no longer be said that it was a human being, and a few words were hoarse and twisted from his mouth. Immediately, a huge golden figure appeared behind Huitian, and the figure was wearing a golden battle armor, and suddenly the Heavenly Court Divine General. With Huitian's movements, the Golden Divine General also raised the huge long knife in his hand. No. No, wait! Captain Huitian! You're a monster too! You're an anomaly! We don't have to kill each other! The country suddenly realized something. The power of this monster is completely above it, and there is only one thing it can do now: live, save its life, and beg for mercy. Wait! Wait! Captain Huitian! We should unite! No, no, no! No! I was wrong! I was wrong! I shouldn't have killed your son! I was wrong! Kill! Huitian's huge figure held the knife in one hand, and the movements of the Golden God General behind him were the same. The two almost reached a perfect harmony at this moment, and Huitian and the Golden God swung a sword at the same time with a hurricane-like furious force and slashed straight towards Sukumi. The narrow country that was still wailing and begging for mercy was directly slashed by this terrifying knife, and its huge body was actually split in half, forming a strange and bloody separation scene in the air, and the murderous body became shattered in the blink of an eye. As Sakunoka's body collapsed, the chaotic space gradually began to disintegrate. At the same time, the golden figure behind Huitian also dissipated. Li Muhan's pupils trembled a little, although what happened just now was extremely short, but it deeply shocked his heart. Click! But before he could think about it, the black tang knife had already made an arc in the air and then plunged into the ground at his feet. Empty. Broken. Scratch. Tight time. Li Muhan looked at the tang dao under his feet, and then raised his eyes to look at the Huitian, who was still undergoing abnormal changes. He knew that Huitian was gradually about to lose control of this power, and at this time, its body was trembling, baring its teeth, and just saying those words just now had almost used all his remaining sanity. Humans have never been alien. Li Muhan understood what Huitian meant. He wanted to let him send him on his last journey. He sighed and held the handle of the tang knife. The moment the handle was held by Li Muhan, it seemed to be a little resistant, but it soon fell silent. When Li Muhan dragged the knife step by step towards Huitian, the knife seemed to be emitting a buzz similar to crying. It is crying for its master, and it is also seeing off its master. Finally, Li Muhan came to Huitian's side. He dragged the tang dao in his hand, looked up at Huitian, who had completely become a monster, and finally slowly condensed the last thunder power in his body on the blade. You're really an incompetent captain. Li Muhan slowly raised the knife. Huitian's body was still trembling. It was suppressing, enduring patience, resisting the urge to tear the demon in front of him to pieces. His hatred for the monkey country, his hatred for the special administration, his hatred for all the aliens, and the guilt for his son and his ex-wife have indiscriminately begun to mix into a kind of distorted madness at this time, and his last rationality is no longer enough to support himself to control this madness. His hand slowly stretched out towards Li Muhan, the human in front of him. The demon was so small, as long as he squeezed it a little harder. You're sorry for your son, you're sorry for the Special Management Bureau, you're sorry for Su Shui, you're sorry for Yin Qi, you're sorry for Lin Ziyu, you're a selfish person, but... At the moment when the pitch-black claw was about to touch Li Muhan, the blade with thunder light instantly slashed through the body of Huitian. You're too arrogant, too self-righteous. Seeing Huitian's body slowly kneeling on the ground, and his arms slowly hanging down, Li Muhan took a deep breath, as if to stabilize his emotions, but a line of tears still slipped from the corners of his eyes. No one is qualified to persuade you to let go of hatred. Lindsay doesn't, the special administration doesn't, and this world doesn't. Is it a shame to have hatred? No, it's a shame that you don't trust the children you've raised. He slowly squatted down and grabbed the collar of Huitian, and the remaining fabric was almost torn apart by Li Muhan. Su Shui, Yin Qi, Lin Ziyu, they are all your children. They treat you as a father, entrusting their backs and even their lives to you. And you, do you trust them? You could have a better choice. Huitian's aura gradually began to weaken, and the crushed but still flashing red flowers on his chest were gradually extinguishing. In any case, Captain, it's over your life. Whether you feel aggrieved, nested, or relieved, it's over. Li Muhan let go of his hand, then held the handle of the knife again, raised his hand the moment he got up, and the tang knife slashed horizontally. This knife cut Huitian's body into 2 pieces, along with the broken and open blood-colored flower on his chest. Good all the way, Captain. Chapter 30. Are you really jealous? Half an hour later, led by the 7th team and followed by the support forces of the Special Management Bureau, a group of people entered the factory, and under the guidance of In-chi, they came to a stocking room deep in the abandoned warehouse. Li Muhan's eyes revealed exhaustion, but after several members of the Special Management Bureau knocked on the iron door of the hoarding of goods almost with brute force, his heart still couldn't help but tense. Intermittent cries and exclamations came from the chamber, and with them came a smell. This smell made several people present frown. Including In-chi, she silently looked at the inside of the warehouse. Because of the taste. It was the stench of decomposing corpses. When the dim light overhead hit the inside of the chamber, everyone froze. Then almost everyone showed an angry expression. Because what they saw was a group of young girls huddled in the corner and gathered together like beasts. Except for one who seemed to be uninjured and his clothes were intact, the other girls were all unclothed without exception, and they also had more or less scars on their bodies. Even more terrifying was the other corner of the chamber, where two naked, highly decomposed bodies were lying quietly. They are the source of the stench. A member of the Special Administration Bureau scolded angrily, and Li Muhan slowly walked into the area full of crime and torture. When the girls noticed someone entering, some of them began to tremble, their eyes closed, and their mouths seemed to be pleading for something. And there are others, their eyes are dull, they just look up at Li Muhan who walked in like livestock. There was only one person, the girl who was not harmed, and suddenly got up and pounced on Li Muhan after discovering Li Muhan. She hugged Li Muhan tightly and began to cry at the same time. Great! Muhan, great, you're here to save me! Li Muhan lowered his head in a daze, looked at Guruoshi's crying face, and didn't say a word. Then his gaze slowly swept over these girls, either frightened, desperate, or numb, until Li Muhan whispered to them. We have come to your rescue, and you are safe. After hearing this, Li Muhan felt that a glimmer of light seemed to flash in the eyes of these girls. If I hadn't seen the sun, I wouldn't have been afraid of the dark. If I hadn't seen the darkness, I probably wouldn't have longed for the light so much. Half an hour later. Because of the conclusive evidence, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, together with several subordinate units, and even the armed police, came to Lao Kai. All gangs were almost swept away, and for the first time, these thugs who were kings of the mountains felt how small and ridiculous they were. Jojigwa, who is different, is the real boss of several gangsters who have been entrenched in this old street for so many years. Guruoshi was sitting in front of the ambulance with a blanket on her body, and the doctor was giving her a physical examination. And her eyes have been looking for a familiar figure. Li Muhan stood alone in a dark corner of the factory ruins, watching the police take out the girls one by one, clothe them and comfort them. But he didn't feel happy in his heart. Because soon, the police brought out two bodies that had been covered with white cloths. These two people, one is 19 years old and the other is 22 years old, they are the most resistant, so they have suffered the most terrible torture in addition to being violated. Lin Ziyu also came to the scene, and was standing beside Li Muhan at this time, holding a necklace pendant in his hand, which was Huitian's pendant. I'm sorry, Li Muhan whispered. He was talking to Lin Ziyu, as if he was blaming himself. Lin Ziyu slowly turned his head and looked at Li Muhan on the side. Is it painful for him to die? Lin Ziyu suddenly asked. Li Muhan remembered that Huitian finally turned into an earth monster, and his body was constantly trembling because he wanted to suppress the restlessness in his body. He didn't know if it was painful. He bowed his head and said with a blank face, I think it should be painful. Lin Ziyu looked up at the night sky, sighed, and didn't know if he was stopping his tears from falling, so he quickly changed the topic. When he took me out of the detention center, I thought the same thing. I didn't have a father when I was a child, and my mother didn't want me anymore. For me, it's my father. Lin Ziyu did not complain about Li Muhan between his words, and Su Shui was the same, although he couldn't accept the news that his captain had died. But after learning that it was Li Muhan who sent the captain on the road in the end, Su Shui not only did not blame Li Muhan, but hugged Li Muhan while crying, but comforted him not to care. She didn't say anything. She returned to the car directly with an expressionless face, and never got out of the car again. This mission, we succeeded. Finally, Lin Ziyu said to Li Muhan. Success? Li Muhan muttered to himself. Is this a success? We caught the outliers, prevented the persecution of the remaining girls, and even helped the police sweep away the cancer in Lao Kai, which is a success. But the wounds of those girls who have been hurt will not go away, they will always be imprinted in their minds. And the 2 dead girls will never come back. And Huitian, the one who likes to smoke, speaks loudly, and moves his hands lightly or heavily. But he has always taken care of the man he loves as if every member of the 17 was his own child. He'll never come back. There's no peace of mind, can you? Lin Ziyu seemed to see Li Muhan's thoughts, and he patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Then keep this feeling in your heart, keep it firmly in mind, this is something we should bear. Only in this way can we stay awake, can we feel the difference from those monsters. It's not something you should bear, it's something you choose to bear. It's good for you, Su Shui or Yin Qi. Huitian too, how can you be sure that the path you have chosen is not wrong? Li Muhan said as he handed the tang knife in his hand and the pendant that Huitian had dropped on the ground before to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu sniffed, wrapped his clothes tightly, he looked at the pendant, and Tang Dao handed over by Li Muhan, smiled, and finally only took the pendant and left the Tang Dao in Li Muhan's hands. Why do people have so many choices, Muhan? After speaking, Lin Ziyu waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the vehicle. Before opening the car door, he looked back at Li Muhan again. Either way, you gave the captain one last ride, whether you were our colleague or not. Thank you so much. Li Muhan lowered his head, looked at the tang knife in his hand, and let out a long sigh. Then when he looked up again, he saw Guruashi, who was not hurt. This is also thanks to Yin Qi and Su Shui almost with the strength of 2 people to drag all the old street gangs until the support of the Special Administration Bureau arrived. At this moment, Guruashi seemed to be a little frightened, she was looking for something everywhere. Li Muhan knew that she was looking for herself, but he didn't show up. Then Li Muhan saw 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, crying and running towards Guruashi, and Guruashi also hugged them and cried. Li Muhan knew that he didn't have to see her anymore, so he turned around and returned to the car. Su Shui and Yin Qi were all sitting in the back seat, and Li Muhan was sitting in the co-pilot. It's just that the person who drove the car was replaced by Lin Ziyu. Several people didn't speak, Su Shui's eyes were a little moist, and Yin Qi looked at the night outside the window, as if she was in deep thought. I remember the first time I met the captain, it was a little strange. My best friend was killed by a stranger, and I was in a crisis at that time, and it was the captain who saved me. At that time, he wanted to be handsome in front of me, but he was chased all over the building by the stranger. Su Shui said with a hint of crying. At that time, the captain had just become a combatant and was not yet in good command of the power. But he protected me anyway. Yin Qi didn't speak, but she also recalled that 3 years ago, she was hunted down by the organization, and when she was rummaging through the trash cans outside to find food, she was targeted by an alien, and in the end, the captain saved her. He also brought her home like a beggar, gave her a lot of good food, and bought her new clothes. Thinking of this, Yin Qi's nose was also a little sour. For these people in the 7th squad, although it usually seems that Huitian is very improper. But at critical moments, he always stepped forward to protect these children. For them, Huitianjin is as reliable as his father. The atmosphere fell silent again. Good! Mission success! Great work, everyone! Lin Ziyu suddenly shouted. A few people were taken aback. What nerves are you having all of a sudden? Yin Qi said dissatisfied. Ha, I just think that if the captain is still here, he will definitely howl like this. Don't cry, if the captain knows, he will definitely laugh at us. Our brother Ziyu, has he already started to prepare to take over the captain's class? Humph, that old thing didn't believe us in the end, and faced all this alone, obviously looking down on us. I swear, Lin Ziyu, must become stronger than him. Better than him? He's just a chaos-level combatant, that's all you need. Yin Qi sneered and mocked. Perhaps it was because of Lin Ziyu's voice that several people were temporarily liberated from their grief. The loss of the dead is bound to be accompanied by pain, but pain does not always follow. Because they still have tasks on their shoulders, as well as responsibilities and missions. Li Muhan looked out the window wordlessly, looking at the bright lights in the city. Behind this prosperous world, there are always people who are moving against the light, silently carrying everything. They have no complaints, no sacrifices, because they have chosen to take it as something they have to bear. But as Lindsay, you said? Man, where are there so many options? After that, several people returned to the Special Administration Bureau to report on their work. When I heard that Hwatian was killed in battle, Lindsay, who has always been gentle and always has a smile on his face, also has a serious expression at this time. After calming the members of the 7th Squad, she left Li Muhan alone. I'm sorry, but this time it's the intelligence work of the Special Administration Bureau that is not in place. The first thing she did was to apologize to Li Muhan. Li Muhan shook his head, and then took a few steps forward and put the black tang knife he had been holding on the table. This is Captain's knife. Lindsay looked at the knife, then picked it up, gently stroked the scabbard, and said, Fu will suppress demons. This is a gift I gave him as a gift for him to pass the special training. This knife gave him his last ride, and it myself. I know. Lindsay put down the knife, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. You don't have to carry out the task for the time being, Li Muhan. I should be fully responsible for this incident, and my handling of you will also be put on hold. If you want, I can let you disappear from the archives of the Special Administration. At least I believe that you will not pose a threat to mankind. The girl looked out the window at the underground city, which was the base camp of their special management organization. In the battle with the aliens, it is inevitable that there will be sacrifices, and Lindsay doesn't want to get used to this feeling. If she gets used to it, and becomes numb, then she will become her former self again. Become the creature that doesn't matter if humans destroy themselves. You can go first. The reward for this mission will be paid to you tomorrow. Forest Bureau. Li Muhan did not leave. He lowered his head slightly. Hwatian's death did have a great impact on him, but to say that it would affect him and let him join an organization that might work for a lifetime, it's impossible. But at present, joining the Special Administration Bureau is indeed very helpful for Li Muhan. First of all, he can better understand his own strength. And then it will give him a good salary. Although this salary is fought with life. To be honest, he's a little undecided right now. Lindsay turned around, looked at Li Muhan, and smiled slightly, revealing a hint of bitterness in his smile. Don't join because you sympathize with us, Li Muhan. Sacrifice is inevitable. I know, but people shouldn't be numb to sacrifice. It seemed that Lindsay did not feel guilty about Hwatian's death, and Li Muhan was a little dissatisfied. Strictly speaking, if the Special Administration had properly dealt with the country back then what would have happened later would not have happened. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Lindsay sighed, picked up the Fujian demon suppression on the table, and threw it to Li Muhan. Give you one night. If you regret it, return this knife the next day. If you still decide to join the Special Administration, then this knife will be yours in the future. I'm not its owner. Li Muhan looked at the Fu general in his hand and remembered Hwatian's last battle. Can you answer me a question, Li Muhan? What? What is a knife? Murderous weapon. Then Li Muhan paused and spoke again. It's also a weapon to protect important people. Li Muhan knew what Lindsay wanted to say. The knife in her mouth could be power, alien, or a special management bureau. And Lindsay's reaction made Li Muhan unable to see that she was not satisfied with her answer. Lindsay just smiled, and then waved his hand at him. I don't want to work overtime today. After leaving the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan found that Xia Yu had already been waiting at the door of the Special Administration Bureau's headquarters. Are you hurt? Xia Yu looked around at Li Muhan's body, and Li Muhan pointed to his temples helplessly. No, but Captain Hwatian died. Xia Yu's tone was very flat. This made Li Muhan slightly unhappy. But when they think that the other party is a blood clan and has lived for so long, maybe human life is a flash in the pan for them, fleeting. Maybe you don't understand the feeling of suddenly losing something. After all, your life is too long for a human being. The girl's footsteps, which had been following Li Muhan, suddenly slowed down. When Li Muhan noticed it, the girl's figure had stopped behind him. What's wrong? Li Muhan asked suspiciously. Although I am an immortal, it does not mean that I am a monster who does not know the reason for life and death. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan. Although her eyes were still indifferent, Li Muhan could hear a trace of anxiety in her tone. It's not that he's angry, but he seems to be in a hurry to explain something to Li Muhan. I was adopted by an old couple. They were very kind to me. They treated me as their own daughter, and even though I was unknown and I was an outlier, they still fed me, dressed me, and let me study. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu's voice slowly brought a hint of crying. And Li Muhan suddenly remembered that when she met Xiaoyu for the first time, the sadness and despair in her eyes were not exactly the ones she had just experienced loss. But I can't even let them live. I'm not a cold-blooded monster, and I've experienced loss. And now, I also have people I don't want to lose. The girl looked up, her eyes already full of tears. Li Muhan walked over quickly and hugged the girl in his arms. I'm sorry, it's me who is not good, I said the wrong thing. After a meal of appeasement, Xiaoyu's mood recovered a little, but she was still a little angry. Don't be angry, I'll buy you dessert tomorrow. Li Muhan smiled and wanted to touch Xiaoyu's head. But the girl tilted her head and dodged Li Muhan's hand. Li Muhan was a little helpless. This little vampire's temper is not small. It's not because of this. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly said to Li Muhan angrily. Huh? Not because of which? I'm not angry because of what happened. What else did I say wrong? Li Muhan's second monk was puzzled, and before he could react, Xiaoyu suddenly snorted coldly, Don't overdo it, and muttered in a dissatisfied tone. When you hugged me just now, I smelled it, you smelled her. Li Muhan suddenly had a feeling that he had made a mistake and was caught, and she was obviously guruashi in Xiaoyu's mouth. But this vampire's nose was so smart, it belonged to a dog. Can you even smell her hugging herself? Isn't she the victim this time? She was a little emotional when she was rescued. So you hugged her? Huh. Well, no, it wasn't me who hugged her, it was she who pounced on me and hugged me. I don't want to hear it, it's annoying. Xiaoyu directly quickened his pace and walked towards the elevator back to the ground. Li Muhan was stunned in place, and at this moment, Su Shue's voice came from behind him. Well, why are you still stunned? Sister Shue, haven't you gone back yet? Su Shue was still carrying the huge guitar case behind her back at this time, and Li Muhan now knew what it was. It was a detachable sniper rifle. What a long-range fire sniper. Brother Muhan, you really don't understand a girl's heart. Girl? Did you say Xiaoyu? She shouldn't be a girl. Su Shue covered her forehead and sighed, and then gently tapped Li Muhan's head with her hand. Okay, don't be stunned, go after it. Li Muhan also seemed to understand something, and he ran in the direction Xiaoyu left. At the moment when the elevator door closed, Li Muhan blocked the elevator with his hand and squeezed in. Xiaoyu stood obediently to the side, seemingly giving way to Li Muhan, but in fact it seemed to be keeping her distance. It's the first time I've been on a mission today, and it feels amazing. Obviously I was in the university classroom yesterday, and today I am like those agents in the movie. Do you know how many people are around us today? There are hundreds of people, all with weapons, lying in the groove. That scene, have you ever seen Kung Fu? Does the Axe Gang know? Li Muhan kept talking, but Xiaoyu next to him didn't answer a word. In the end, Li Muhan couldn't help it. He pressed Xiaoyu's shoulder and forcibly made her face him. Why? Xiaoyu asked with a somewhat evasive gaze. Isn't it just her smell? You can just cover up the past with your scent. After speaking, Li Muhan directly hugged the girl's petite body tightly. Because the girl was petite, this hug almost made her feet leave the ground. Let go. Don't let go. Well, I can't reach the ground. It's okay, I'll hold you. All right. I'm not angry anymore, you let go. Li Muhan didn't let go, but just approached Xiaoyu's ear and said, Is the smell over now? Humph. All she got was Xiaoyu's cold snort, but Li Muhan knew that she was no longer angry. In the narrow elevator, Li Muhan hugged his petite body tightly in his arms, and at this moment, he also wanted to cry, yell, and vent. Because until now, the desperate expressions on the faces of the imprisoned girls were still in my mind. It was Hua Tian who looked at his expression at the end. And the tang knife, which was carrying the long bag behind him, was very heavy. Because the meaning he represents is too great. I'm sorry. Li Muhan's sentence of sorry was said to Xiaoyu, and maybe it was also said to those girls who he couldn't save at all. Maybe it was also said to Wetian. Captain, you say I'm not worthy, maybe? I don't have the same great ideals and the spirit that I can dedicate myself to humanity like you. On the way home, Li Muhan kept looking at Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. Laughing at what? Xiaoyu put his hands behind his back, turned to look at him, and asked. A word comes to mind. What? If I put down the knife, I won't be able to protect you, and if I pick up the knife, I won't be able to hug you. Who said that? Good meat. Xiaoyu was amused by this sentence. I don't know where it came from, but as far as I know, it was a champion who said it. I don't understand what you're saying, stupid. Xiaoyu quickened her pace, and Li Muhan also hurriedly followed behind her. So, Captain, I also have people I want to protect, not so many, just this one. If the reason is so selfish, can I still hold this knife with peace of mind? After arriving home, Li Muhan was extremely sleepy, perhaps because of the fighting, and he hurriedly lay on the sofa after taking a bath. It was only in a blur that he felt something burrow into his quilt and shrink into his arms. You don't have to think about it to know that it's Xiaoyu. Li Muhan was a little helpless. What's the point of sleeping on the sofa by himself in this way? Isn't this a waste of a bed in vain? It's better to be straightforward and forget about the two sleeping in the same bed. Thinking like this, he involuntarily hugged the figure in his arms and fell asleep. At the same time, in the office of the deputy director of the special administration, Lin Zhe brought a cup of coffee to Lin Ziyu in front of him. Good job, I haven't been on a mission for so long, the 7th team is still not rusty, and the final outcome is obviously something we don't want to see, but that's what Tian's own choice. Human beings, always so good at disguising themselves, even I thought he had let go of. Lin Ziyu took a sip of coffee and seemed to be a little unaccustomed to drinking it and put it back. He has never liked to deal with big people. He prefers to stay in a dark room to tinker with the computer than to be called to the office by the leader to drink coffee, hiding himself in the virtual world of the network. It's over, Forest Bureau. He didn't pick up the topic about Huitian thrown by Lin Zhe, which was a very smart decision. Do you accept my proposal? Lin Zhe sat back in his office chair and asked with a smile while stirring the coffee with a spoon. Lin Ziyu showed a wry smile. Forest Bureau, thank you for your love for me, but I can't be the captain of the 7th squad. I have a recommended candidate. Tell me about it. Lin Zhe still kept smiling. Until Lin Ziyu said his name. Li Muhan. Chapter 31, True Fragrance. Lin Zhe was a little confused when Lin Ziyu proposed Li Muhan's name. She tilted her head slightly, looking at this genius boy who had just turned 18. Don't you want to carry on your captain's legacy? Lin Ziyu lowered his head, looked at the coffee in the cup and said with a wry smile. Perhaps the one who can inherit his legacy the most is Li Muhan. The person who witnessed the captain's last knife is also Li Muhan. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. She looked at the letter of appointment for the captain of the 7th squad that she had just handed out, and finally asked again. Are you sure? Sign now, and I won't go back. Don't ask again, Forest Bureau. I don't have this ability, and you actually mean the same thing, otherwise I wouldn't have handed over the demon suppression to him for safekeeping. Lin Zhe smiled bitterly. Maybe they'll return it to me tomorrow morning. He won't. Lin Ziyu is very firm. This seems to be the most determined sentence he has said since he was born. I know he won't. So Lin Zhe didn't insist anymore. He would handle other things, and now it depends on Li Muhan's opinion. Early the next morning, Li Muhan was called to the Special Management Bureau by Lin Zhe. Well, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call me. Sitting in Lin Zhe's office, Li Muhan was a little embarrassed. He thought that Lin Zhe was asking him to return the knife, so he deliberately carried the long knife in the bag behind him. You must know that he took the elevator from the back door of the bank, and he was carrying a knife behind his back, and if he was seen, he would not be able to wash it if he really jumped into the Yellow River. And what did you think about? It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're in such a hurry just after going to work. Lin Zhe smiled slightly, and said jokingly, Of course, who made you a talent? I am the most cherished talent. To be honest, I don't have any real feelings. Li Muhan said his inner thoughts. Picking up a vampire, There are demons living in my body, there are still all kinds of aliens in this world, and there is a special management bureau to manage it, and Captain Huitian's last battle yesterday. I feel like I am in a long dream. Lindsay didn't interrupt him, but listened quietly to him. I'm not a great person, Forest Bureau. If there is no demon in the body, I believe that you will not look at me at all. The puppet is not guilty of it. I have this kind of power now. It means that I will be targeted by you. To be honest, if my strength is strong enough to ignore your special management bureau, maybe I will reject you. Li Muhan thought about it for a long time. He grew up in an orphanage. He was already wary of everything. But he also learned one thing at the same time, that is, tactfulness. I won't hide it from you. I can join the special administration, but I will only use this as a place to learn how to control my strength, how to become stronger, how to see the world more comprehensively. And this is not because of you, not because of Captain Huitian, but out of my own will. Li Muhan stared at Lin Zhe and carefully observed her expression. She had to grasp how the other party viewed her in this negotiation. The movement of stirring coffee in Lin Zhe's hand stopped. Although her expression was still indifferent, she had to admit that her opinion of this child had changed a little. Originally thought that Huitian's death in battle last night would only have two effects on him. First, infect him, move him, let him join with all his heart, and work hard for the Special Administration Bureau with all his blood. If this is really the case, then in Lin Zhe's eyes, Li Muhan may always be just a tool, a piece of jade, a knife, and that's it. Second, it frightened him, so that he was frightened and cautious after really seeing the world clearly, and he did not dare to join the Special Management Bureau, nor did he dare to face his own strength, let alone look at the world. Maybe Lin Zhe will introduce him to a psychiatrist at that time, and then use some power to arrange for him to live in a unique place built by the Special Administration. But now Li Muhan has given a third way. Learn? This is the first time Lin Zhe has heard someone describe the Special Management Bureau like this, and everyone who comes here has their own reasons, and some of them have been ruined by aliens. Most of the human beings who joined the Special Administration Bureau were destroyed by the aliens, and they were full of hatred for the aliens. Most of the outliers joined the Special Administration because they accepted this era of rule by people. They were tired of fighting and going with the flow, and it was better to find a place to live than to be restrained everywhere. Whether they are human beings or aliens, the first thing they must learn after joining the Special Administration is to learn to accept each other's existence. This is a painful and long process, and some people who can't survive it will be erased from their memories and return to the human world to continue living. The boy in front of him is different. He was a human at first, and now he is a demon. In other words, he has both human and different identities, and he does not need to let go of any hatred, nor does he need to force himself to integrate into human society. He has an innate advantage, which is a precedent that the Special Administration Bureau has never had. Perhaps it is precisely because of such a unique perspective that he can walk out of a different path from others. You're so interesting. Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan and couldn't help but smile and say this sentence, which made Li Muhan a little inexplicable. Yes, if you want to study here, if you want to make money here, or even make girls here, it's no problem. Not yet, not yet. And I promise you, Li Muhan, once you fully learn to master the demonic power in your body, you can leave the Special Administration Bureau at any time, and you will no longer be subject to any restrictions. Li Muhan was a little puzzled, because there is a Special Management Bureau of Tianhai City, then there must be other Special Management Bureaus, and even a General Bureau. Does Lin Zhe speak alone? But now, Li Muhan saw promise in Lin Zhe's eyes. The woman in front of her, although she said that she had an intersection with herself because of the strength in her body, had to admit it. She is the friendliest person in the world besides Guru Oshi's parents and Xiaoyu. Our relationship, I hope it can be called a... Lin Zhe thought for a moment, and then stretched out his hand towards Li Muhan. Cooperation. Deal. Li Muhan held her hand, which was extremely cold, like a dead person without any temperature, but it made Li Muhan feel a kind of trust and strength. Then, after a few brief greetings, Lin Zhe went straight to the point and threw a document on the table. Let's see, if you don't have any opinions, sign it quickly. Lin Zhe had heavy dark circles on his eyes, and at a glance, he knew that he had stayed up late last night. Li Muhan picked up the document, and when he read the title, his hands trembled with fright. 7th Squad, Captain's letter of appointment. Forest Bureau, you got it wrong. Shouldn't I sign an employment contract? What's the panic? The labor contract is indispensable. How can we say that it is also a state agency? Sign this for me first. Lindsay's words are undoubted, but Li Muhan can't sign this in a daze. He has to ask to understand. I can't sign this thing unless you explain it to me. Li Muhan put the document back on the table. Is that enough reason for the other members of Team 7 to unanimously elect you? Lindsay walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Li Muhan really wanted to tell her that it was underground now, and it was useless for you to stand by the window and smoke. After hearing Lindsay say this, Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, and then remembered the battle last night, as well as Hu Tian's knife. Not eligible. In the end, Li Muhan slowly lowered his head. As a person who was not sure whether to join the Special Administration Bureau yesterday, he felt that he was not qualified to carry Hu Tian's sense of mission. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have the qualifications. Don't be pretentious like A. Lindsay looked out the window and said with a puff of smoke. It was you who witnessed his last battle, and you gave him his last journey. To be honest, I didn't expect you to have such courage, Li Muhan. No one is more qualified than you, of course. If you really don't want to sign, I won't be reluctant, but this 7th Squad may be about to be disbanded. Huh? Li Muhan raised his head and looked at Lindsay suspiciously. Lindsay, Su Shui, Yin Qi, they are all qualified to be captains. Why do they have to be me? It can only be you, and it must be you, Li Muhan. It is true that they are more experienced than you, and they are deeper than your bond with Hu Tian, but in the end it is you who hold this knife and come out. If you feel that you are not qualified, try to become enough to bear this expectation, understand? Li Muhan was silent. He felt the black tang knife behind him, as if at this moment, the tang knife was also exuding residual heat, as if Hu Tian was gently patting his back with his hand. Then he said in that old smoke tone, Boy, I'll leave it to you. Li Muhan silently took the document, and then signed his name. I can't promise I'll do well, but I'll try. Lindsay turned his head, extinguished the cigarette butt, and said with a smile, You just have to be worthy of your own heart. Then Lindsay took Li Muhan to go through the entry procedures. From then on, Li Muhan was an official member of the Special Management Bureau. Unexpectedly, he had just joined the company, and he came to a new job, and his position as the captain was not yet hot, so Lindsay took an external transfer report and said to Li Muhan, Team 9th is going to borrow you for the time being. The 9th Squad of the Special Administration Bureau does not belong to the main department, but is a team under the Occult Management Division, also known as the Special Paranormal Incident Handling Team. As the name suggests, the cases they are responsible for are generally supernatural cases caused by ghosts. In this world, in addition to those legendary monsters, there are also some ghosts and ghosts that humans can't understand. The Special Administration Bureau has a department dedicated to evil spirits, that is, the Occult Management Section, which has a total of 5 teams, and the most representative of this is the 9th team. Why are you borrowing me? Isn't there a special assignment for the 9th Squad either? Team 9 has been in trouble lately, and their heterogeneous mood is a bit unstable, so they need to be seconded members of other departments. But looking at it now, the new members of your 7th Squad have no other tasks for the time being. You're the captain now, and as the captain, this is still a precedent that has never been seen before. Take this opportunity to win over the members of the other squads, and this is a matter of course, can you understand? Lindsay said a lot of words, and Li Muhan heard it in a fog, but the new official had to burn a few fires no matter how he took office. The cooperation treaty between us, can you count it? Of course. Lindsay smiled and tapped his finger at the documents. If it's a task you don't want to take, you can always turn it down, and of course, your salary will be reduced accordingly. You can understand that, right? Li Muhan nodded. He didn't mean to refuse this mission, just to confirm whether Lindsay, or the Special Management Bureau's attitude towards him had changed. In the end, Li Muhan still took over the documents and files, but when he left Lindsay's office, he found that many staff members had a hint of strangeness in their eyes when they looked at him. He killed Hu Tian. Hu Tian has absorbed unknown external abilities and violated the highest prohibition of the Special Management Bureau. He can't be counted as a human being anymore, he just helped Hu Tian get free. Then the 7th Squad. It should be him. And the content of their conversation was all about killing Hu Tian and now becoming the captain. Li Muhan smiled bitterly. This is the disadvantage of airborne. Early the next morning, Li Muhan was woken up by the ringing of the phone, and when he looked at the phone, it turned out to be Gu Ruoxi's mother calling. Xiao Han, it's me, Aunt Jiang. Gu Ruoxi's mother's surname is Jiang, and she was also the daughter of a large family in her early years, but she married Gu Ruoxi's father in those years. I know, Aunt Jiang, is there something wrong with you so early? Li Muhan was still a little dazed, probably because he had just woken up, and he didn't remember that he had saved Gu Ruoxi's life last night. Xiao Han, I'm in the hospital now. Xiaoxi, she did some tests last night. Oh, is she hurt? Li Muhan's tone was flat, and he didn't seem to care about Jiang's mother's reaction. No, thanks to you, Xiao Han. Xiaoxi said that you saved her. She was just a little frightened. The doctor said that she would be hospitalized for observation for 2 days, and it just so happened that the police would come to Xiaoxi for questioning in the past 2 days. Well, it's fine. Xiao Han, Auntie already knows about the matter between you and Xiao Shi. Aunt Jiang's words made Li Muhan silent. He didn't know what to say. After all, these two elders were very good to him, and the fact that he and Gu Ruoxi shouldn't be angry with them. It's okay, Auntie, you and Uncle Gu are like my parents, and the matter between me and her will not affect this. Xiao Han, about the two of you, Auntie shouldn't have said anything, but couples will quarrel. You young people should not be so impulsive. Li Muhan suddenly wanted to laugh. He probably knew the reason why Aunt Jiang said this. Specified that Gu Ruoxi didn't tell the truth to his mother at all, and didn't say that he kicked himself away because he had a lot of money. It's not as simple as a quarrel, Auntie, it's okay, we're done, you don't have to worry, it's a peaceful breakup. Xiao Han, you're Uncle Gu and I want to invite you to a meal, see if you can. Li Muhan scratched his head and sat up a little straighter. Only then did he notice that Xia Yu was still sleeping comfortably on his stomach in the quilt. Looking at Xia Yu's lovely sleeping face, Li Muhan couldn't help but show a smile on his face. As for Aunt Jiang sighed. How can I let you have a treat, Aunt Jiang? You and your uncle have come from afar, and you should let us juniors behave. In this way, Auntie, I will decide on a place to eat first, and I will tell you when I have booked it. Alas, Xiao Han is really sensible, and that aunt is not polite to you. Okay, Auntie, if it's okay. It's noisy. Suddenly, Xia Yu, who was still sleeping, suddenly muttered. It seems that the sound of her talking on the phone is disturbing her to sleep. Xiao Han, do you have any guests? And Jiang obviously heard Xia Yu's voice as well, and she asked with some confusion. Well, Aunt Jiang, I still have something to do here, so I won't tell you about it yet, and I'll contact you later. After speaking, Li Muhan hung up the phone, and then used the corner of the phone to poke Xia Yu's face, which was still lying on top of him. Why? Xia Yu opened her eyes dissatisfied. Li Muhan was surprised to find that she didn't seem to have just woken up, but had been eavesdropping on her phone calls for a long time. So what did she mean by suddenly saying that sentence just now? Gu Ruoxi's parents have come to Tianhai City, and they have taken good care of me since I was a child, so I want to have dinner with them tonight. No need to tell me. Xia Yu was still lying on Li Muhan's body, and she didn't seem to want to move her body. Li Muhan smiled and rubbed Xia Yu's hair with his hand and said, Then you don't hurry up. Didn't you go to dinner at night? What are you going to do when you get up now? He knew that Xia Yu didn't want to go by herself, but she didn't have any reason to stop herself, so she left herself on the sofa in this way. I don't care, but those two are half my parents. Are you sure you want to wear my ill-fitting clothes to them? Xia Yu was suddenly stunned, and then slowly lay on his back on Li Muhan's body, and a pair of smart eyes rolled up at Li Muhan. What do you mean? I just want you to go with me. What am I going to do? You are my guarantor. Our relationship is not ordinary now. I can't leave you for 24 hours. You also believe Lin Zai's nonsense about lying to you. Xia Yu sat up slightly and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Are you going? No. Xia Yu tilted her head slightly, and then ran her fingers around her long hair that had just gotten up, and said listlessly, It's a pity. I'm going to book a very luxurious hotel with an unlimited supply of high-end desserts. Xia Yu's ears moved, and she seemed to be very interested in this. Of course, Li Muhan knew that Xiaoyu was a foodie, and he could see it from the first time he brought her home from the park to see her eating fried dough sticks. The kid hadn't eaten anything good. And then I often buy her some desserts, chocolates and the like. She just likes it, don't want it. What vampire loves desserts so much? Since you don't want to go, then I can only go and eat by myself, but it's a pity that the place can't be packed, alas. You've said that, it seems that I can't go away, after all, I'm your guardian, alas. It's okay, you don't have to go, it won't take more than 24 hours anyway, I'll be back in the evening. Shut up, I'm going to go. There was almost no hesitation, but I couldn't hear how happy the tone was, but Xiaoyu was such a girl who lacked common sense and was a little weird. Chapter 32, You Vampire is a bit stupid. A remote business district in the central urban area of Tianhai City. Since the renovation of Tianhai City and the construction of a new commercial center, it has been slowly forgotten, and the old department store seems to have witnessed too many years in the city, at this time like a kind old man, silently looking up at the newly built and prosperous new commercial center a few blocks away. Xiaoyu is still wearing Li Muhan's clothes today. A black turtleneck sweater was worn on her body and almost didn't cover half of her face, and the jacket was an old coat from Li Muhan's high school days. As for the jeans, Xiaoyu had to pull up the hem of the pants several times so that it would not drag on the ground. No way, who let this girl's own clothes completely scrap after the rainstorm that day? I heard that her previous clothes were still in the family of the old couple who adopted her. As for why she didn't go to get them, Xiaoyu seemed to be a little speechless, and Li Muhan didn't ask much. Of course, today I came to take Xiaoyu to dinner, and secondly, to buy her some clothes. The most important thing is that you have to buy some underwear for this girl. Ordinary clothes can deal with it, but underwear can't. Thinking that Xiaoyu's turtleneck sweater was empty now, Li Muhan felt a blush and heartbeat, and this girl also likes to burrow into her bed in the middle of the night, and in the long run, even a saint can't hold it. It can be seen that Xiaoyu has hardly visited the store, even in such an old commercial building that has almost been eliminated. The things sold in it make her feel very novel. Little sister is so cute, come try this hairpin, wow, it's so cute, this is so suitable for you, I'll give it to you. Fresh octopus balls, delicious and inexpensive, this young lady, do you want a box, how much does it cost? You are so beautiful, come to my store and sit more, I will treat you to eat enough for free. Hot coffee and hot milk tea, in such a cold weather, come and drink some hot, wow, the girl is so beautiful, this cup of milk tea sister will give it to you for free, I will come to visit more in the future. Li Muhan has seen it today, good-looking people can really do whatever they want, and it almost didn't cost a penny, Xiaoyu already had a lot of things in his hands. Why didn't they give it to you? Xiaoyu asked Li Muhan while eating pop candy. Huh. If it weren't for Xiaoyu asking this question, Li Muhan would definitely feel that this person was showing off. Okay, don't go shopping, hurry up and buy clothes, look at what you're wearing, it's not a few dirt. But it's your clothes. I'm dirt. Look at this outfit, an ill-fitting hooded sweatshirt, jeans that still drag to the floor after the pants are flattened several times, and a pair of sneakers that don't fit. Xiaoyu's stunning beauty with this outfit is really a bit violent. But I kind of like the clothes. Xiaoyu bit the lollipop, and then said in a very low voice. It smells of yours on it. But Li Muhan obviously didn't hear this sentence clearly, and pulled Xiaoyu and walked towards the clothing store. Idiot. Xiaoyu looked at the straight man in front of him very dissatisfied, but still followed him towards the women's clothing store. Along the way, Xiaoyu was asked for contact information. These people completely ignored Li Muhan's existence. There was no way, Xiaoyu was so beautiful. Dude, I'm still here. Li Muhan couldn't help it in the end, and stopped a man who wanted WeChat and said with a wry smile. So what, this girl doesn't have a ring, that is, she is not married, and everyone has a chance if she is not married. Li Muhan was speechless, but fortunately, Xiaoyu almost didn't care about anyone except Li Muhan. As long as someone talks to her, she has a cold expression, and she can say one word and never say the second word. Girl, can you ask for a WeChat? No, you can't. Sister, is it convenient to leave a contact number? I am a scout of a film and television company. It's inconvenient. In this way, it was clear that a short section of the road was intercepted several times, and Li Muhan wanted to cry a little. The heart said that Xia Yu should not be a target with ridicule. Finally, after many difficulties and dangers, the two finally came to the women's clothing store. In order to wait for the convenience of changing clothes, Li Muhan took Xia Yu to buy underwear first. But when he walked to the door of the underwear store, Li Muhan didn't want to go in. After all, this is a women's underwear store, so it's a little inappropriate to go in by yourself. Why don't you go in? Xia Yu turned his head to look at Li Muhan and asked. Wait a minute, I'll be mentally prepared first. Li Muhan's face was a little red, although he was boyfriend and girlfriend with Guruashi before, but at most he had kissed Guruashi, and he hadn't stuck out his tongue yet. Not to mention taking care of Guruoshi's underwear. The first time I saw a girl naked, it had to be Xia Yu. Hello, do you need help? The clerk seemed to spot the two standing in the doorway, and she walked out smiling. Li Muhan was startled. His heart was beating faster at this time, and he couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. I want to buy underwear, and if I don't wear underwear, this person will not be happy. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu directly took the first step to open his mouth, and pointed at Li Muhan next to him. Huh! The female clerk was a little surprised, and then looked at Li Muhan with a slightly strange look. No, it's not. This is my sister. Country. Village girl. She doesn't have the habit of wearing underwear. Village girl. Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan very dissatisfied, and at the same time squeezed Li Muhan's hand with a little force. Her strength is extremely strong, and this little bit of strength can make Li Muhan feel painful. Yes, it's the village girl. Now the little girl is in college. I can't afford not to wear underwear. The clerk smiled wryly. Although it feels a little strange to these two people, this girl. It's really beautiful. Well, the boy is waiting outside, I'll take her to pick out the style. Does the little sister know her size? Mine is huge. Huh? Yes. Aha. Seeing the clerk pull Xia Yu into the store, Li Muhan was relieved, and his legs trembled so much that he was almost sitting on the ground. So Li Muhan was playing with his mobile phone outside, waiting for the situation inside. Just as he was playing the mobile game, the voice of the clerk suddenly came from behind him. This brother? Li Muhan turned around and saw that it was the clerk just now, and she said to Li Muhan with a wry smile on her face. Your sister must let you see the effect of your upper body. What do I see? If she likes it, it's fine. But the look of embarrassment on the clerk's face was even worse. Actually, she almost ran out on her own just now for you to see, so you might as well go and check it out. Li Muhan wanted to cry. Why couldn't he hide? Helpless, he had to follow the clerk to the fitting room of the underwear store nervously. It seems that this situation is rare, and the rest of the clerks are also a little blushing. After all, this is directly wearing underwear for men to see. And the man also said that he was her brother, not her boyfriend. This is even stranger. Li Muhan was even more uncomfortable at this time. He was stared at by such a group of female clerks, as if he had been caught as a pervert. Just as he was thinking, the door to the fitting room opened. Xia Yu, who was wearing white lace underwear, appeared in front of Li Muhan's eyes. Li Muhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was already red to the root of his ears. Is it pretty? Xia Yu didn't care much at all. Xia Yu, who had taken off her clothes, showed her figure even more at this time, except that she was relatively flat. Her body curve could be said to be perfect. The skin is also as white as snow, and the blow bomb can be broken, and the female clerks are both envious and amazing. Good looking. Well, so be it. Only got a compliment from Li Muhan. Xia Yu's expression suddenly relaxed, and Li Muhan's suggestion seemed to be very important to her. In the end, Li Muhan asked the clerk to pack up the sets that Xia Yu had just tried. After all, you can't just buy one piece of underwear, you have to change it. 1,608, sir. Although Li Muhan had heard that girls' underwear was very expensive, when it was time to pay, he still felt a little outrageous. He couldn't help but think of his $20 and 3 pairs of panties. This may be the most intuitive difference between a beautiful girl and a rough man. This brother. When he left after paying, the clerk looked at Li Muhan with a strange smile. Huh! What's wrong? Since the family is not short of money, it is better to give my sister more good food, she should still be growing at this age. After speaking, the clerk looked at Xia Yu's chest with slightly pitiful eyes. Xia Yu suddenly felt a great blow. She opened her mouth slightly, and just wanted to defend herself. She was dragged by Li Muhan, and hurriedly left the underwear store. Can I still develop? When he walked out, Xia Yu suddenly asked Li Muhan. How could Li Muhan know what the age of the development of the blood clan was, so he could only perfunctory. Yes, big, very big. While pulling Xia Yu to the women's clothing store quickly. This time, Li Muhan seemed much more natural. After all, the women's clothing store herself had accompanied Guruashi to visit. Although she was just a bag, Guruashi would not ask her opinion. Xia Yu is different. Is it pretty? Where's this? Does this look good? Do you like it? Seeing almost every piece of clothing, Xia Yu would ask herself. In the process, Li Muhan found that Xia Yu didn't seem to like to look at skirts very much. Is it a bit of a waste for such a beautiful lady not to wear skirts? Look at this dress, how beautiful it is, do you want to try it? Li Muhan pointed to a small pink and white skirt and said. It feels like a kid. Xia Yu said lightly, and Li Muhan complained frantically in his heart. Although your age is unknown, don't you look like a girl? It's a good fit for you, try it just for me. In the end, under Li Muhan's soft grinding and hard bubbles, Xia Yu finally decided to try the skirt. After a while, Xia Yu appeared in front of Li Muhan wearing the pink and white dress. In order to match the skirt, the clerk also prepared a pair of white lace stockings and a pair of small leather shoes for Xia Yu. She walked to Li Muhan's side a little crampedly, as if she was a little uncomfortable with this dress. Is it good looking? Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan nervously, but Li Muhan didn't say anything for the first time because he was stunned. It's more than just pretty. It's just amazing. The story or movie says that vampires are born succubi, the ceiling of appearance. Don't lie to me. At this time, many customers around him were also attracted by Xia Yu, and those boys who were originally accompanying their girlfriends to buy clothes now looked straight. A girl kicked her boyfriend in the ass and scolded. If you like it so much, get out! The man hurriedly apologized to his girlfriend, coaxing and persuading, but his eyes still glanced at Xia Yu's side from time to time. In the end, it looks good or not. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't speak, Xia Yu's tone was a little anxious. Li Muhan gently raised his hand and touched her hair. It's as pretty as a princess. Listening to Li Muhan's words, Xia Yu's face showed a faint smile. That? Do you like it? Well, of course I do. Do you like clothes or do you like me? I didn't expect Xia Yu to suddenly hit a straight ball, and Li Muhan was a little caught off guard. I like it. I like both. In the end, Li Muhan scratched his head and said with a wry smile. Xia Yu puffed up her face, as if she was not very satisfied with this answer, but she didn't say much. Just when Li Muhan wanted to pull Xia Yu to check out, the girl said with some hesitation. Still, let's change your body. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Li Muhan was a little puzzled. Did she really not like to wear skirts? No, I like it, but... Xia Yu was a little speechless and stopped, and under Li Muhan's repeated questioning, Xia Yu finally spoke. It's too expensive. Li Muhan instantly understood. Last time she told her that she couldn't pay the rent, so she was trying to save herself money in disguise. No wonder what she just looked at were some very cheap pants with a very ordinary style. It's okay, you can buy it if you like, the salary in the Special Administration Bureau is not bad. Li Muhan said to Xia Yu with a smile. Although Xia Yu was still a little hesitant, in the end, Li Muhan directly pulled her to the checkout, and bought it with white stockings and shoes. By the way, I also bought a few relatively cheap skirts and a few pairs of pants. The price is 5,000 too. This woman's things are really expensive. Lindsay sponsored his own 30,000 yuan, excluding the rent. Now there are only 20,000 left. I have to say that people are very frugal as long as they have no money. Once there is money, it is spent faster than running water. But when he saw Xia Yu's slightly happy expression when he was wearing this dress, Li Muhan felt that all this was worth it. By the time all this was done, it was almost time for dinner in the afternoon. Li Muhan looked at Xia Yu, who was sitting on the rocking car not far away, and walked to the side and took out his mobile phone. Hello, Tianhai Tingfei Hotel, what can I serve you? Hello, I'd like to reserve a table for tonight. Do you have a VIP card? Huh? No. I'm very sorry, but we only accept VIPs, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to serve you in the future. Dada. After the phone was hung up, Li Muhan sighed helplessly. Sometimes in this world, you can't do things if you have money and no identity. Li Muhan. Sitting on the rocking car, Xia Yu suddenly shouted to Li Muhan. What? You wait a minute. Li Muhan was looking for other high-end restaurants on Meituan, but he didn't want Xia Yu to point to the rocking car and say, I'm going to play this. 5 minutes later. The children's area on the ground floor of the department store resounded with cheerful nursery rhymes. And the beautiful girl vampire who has lived for an unknown amount of time is sitting expressionlessly in a rocking car, and there are several 5 or 6-year-old children watching next to him. Sister, is it fun? Well, that's interesting. Can you sit down for a while? No, it's mine. Seeing Xia Yu surrounded by a group of children, Li Muhan felt that he couldn't cry or laugh, and he took a big friend out with him. Just then, the phone rang. Li Muhan glanced at the phone screen and found that it was Lin Zhe. Forest Bureau? Got a task? No, we are not a black coal kiln here. Today is the weekend. I called mainly to tell you that your appointment papers have been approved, and from now on you will be the captain of the 7th squad. Li Muhan leaned on the handrail, looking at Xia Yu, who was still fighting with the children for control of the rocking car. He couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to the Forest Bureau, now I feel Alexander. It's a good thing to be stressed. What, you have other things on your mind, and you don't seem to have much energy when you hear your voice. Li Muhan didn't want to talk to Lin Zhe about these things, but he didn't know why, and now he wanted to find someone to talk to. The kid king of the rocking car can't be counted on. So Li Muhan told Lin Zhe about inviting important elders to dinner but not being able to book a high-end hotel in Tianhai City. I thought it was a big deal. Hearing Lin Zhe's tone, Li Muhan suddenly became excited. That's right. Lin Zhe is an official, deputy director. This arranges a table for yourself in the most exclusive hotel, isn't it easy to grab? Forest Bureau. Are you going to book a table for me at the Ascendas Hotel? What do you think? I'm a public official. I refuse to be extravagant. Don't let me make mistakes. Lin Zhe's words were like a basin of cold water, which immediately extinguished the hope in Li Muhan's heart. But don't you just want to invite your adoptive parents to dinner? It's simple. I'll arrange it for you. Lin Zhe's words could have blinded Li Muhan. I just said that I couldn't arrange it, and now I say that it can be arranged, so why don't you pull me here? Then, thank you to the Forest Bureau. I hope the dinner can be set at 7 o'clock tonight. 7 o'clock? Lin Zhe was silent for a while, as if he was looking at the time. Don't worry, 7 o'clock, it's too late. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Li Muhan looked at the phone that was hung up, and was a little puzzled. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was just a hotel reservation. How could it be too late? This Forest Bureau was really full of humor. Soon, Li Muhan received a WeChat message from Lin Zhe, and there was an address on WeChat. 7 p.m. meet here. It also comes with a cute kitten emoji. Li Muhan opened the map and looked at the address. Yuehua apartment number 5, 32nd floor? Yes? Didn't you book a hotel? Why did you get the whole apartment? What kind of high-end private restaurant? Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a dinner for you that satisfies your adoptive parents. All right. Since Lin Zhe said so. Li Muhan also relaxed a little. It doesn't matter where you eat, the important thing is that you can get together with your adoptive parents, who provide for him to go to junior high school, and college, although he is now self-reliant, but the kindness to his adoptive parents will not be forgotten or diluted. At this moment, the children's songs that had been lingering around him came to an abrupt end. Li Muhan. Xia Yu's voice appeared from the direction of the children's rhyme just now, and the difference from just now was that this time it was accompanied by some children's voices. Brother! Big brother! Big brother! What for? Li Muhan looked at them and found that the group of children had already regarded Xia Yu as the leader, and it seemed that only with her approval could they sit on the throne of the rocking car. Coins. Chapter 33, Private Restaurant. At the same time, in the city hospital, Guruashi had just finished receiving a doctor's examination. She should be regarded as the luckiest of the more than 10 girls, because the police intervened in time, so she was not harmed. Of course, it is impossible for Guruashi to know the role of Li Muhan in this matter. So her gratitude to Li Muhan is actually not too big, but now there is a new problem. When she was about to be discharged from the hospital, her parents packed up her things for her, and then asked something that Guruashi couldn't answer. Xiaoxi, where do you live now? Guruashi originally lived in the luxury villa that Zhao Qianqun bought for her. But now that the villa has been taken back by Zhao Qianqun, she can't even go back to get her luggage, and the cards on her body have also been frozen. After all, it is all the Zhao family's money. As for her own money, Guruoshi, who was used to being lavish, didn't care about money at all, thinking that after falling in love with Zhao Qianqun, she would have no worries about food and clothing. Now she has 2,000 yuan in her card, and there is no problem in renting a house, but after that, let her go to work part-time to make money, and now Guruashi will definitely not be able to endure that hardship. Seeing her daughter's embarrassed look, and Jiang thought that Li Muhan had kicked her daughter out of the house. This Xiaohan, even if it's not boyfriend and girlfriend, you two are also childhood sweethearts. Why are you so ruthless? Ahem. But Uncle Gu coughed twice, interrupting what his lover wanted to say next. Xiaohan grew up watching us. What kind of person do you think he is? Xiaoxi, are you hiding something from us? What happened between you and Xiaohan? No, it's nothing, Dad. I just don't like him anymore. Alas, I don't see that you have a place to live now, so let's stay in a hotel after having dinner with Xiaohan tonight, and you will move back to school tomorrow. Guruashi felt uncomfortable when she thought of the 4-person dormitory in the university. No, I don't want to go back to school. Although it has lost its financial owner, it is easy to go from thrift to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to thrift. Now Guruashi seems to have been dazzled by Zhao Qianqun's money offensive, and she doesn't realize what situation she is in now. Is still dreaming about whether Zhao Qianqun will come to him after he changes his mind. Alas, you kid, then your father and I will help you rent a house near the school you live first. What if you and Xiaohan still have room to maneuver? After listening to Aunt Jiang's words, Uncle Gu was obviously not very happy. Why haven't you heard yet? The matter between the two of them is definitely not so simple. Mom, Dad, can you not ask Li Muhan and I? There was a lot of complication between us, but I felt like he should still love me, or he wouldn't have risked his life to save me. That's the best, Xiaoxi. It's the best result for you to reconcile with Xiaohan. Your father and I like Xiaohan. Don't be too arrogant when you eat this man. You can't blindly refuse people for thousands of miles. You still have to loosen the rope on this hand a little. Don't worry, Mom. He also saved my life. I think I should be able to start over with him. And Li Muhan, you know, he has a strange personality since he was a child, and he has no ability except for his appearance. Who wants him but me? I promise that he will beg me to return to him. You too. Uncle Gu obviously couldn't listen to it anymore. He had actually guessed that it must be his daughter who was sorry for Li Muhan. Otherwise, with Li Muhan's personality of being obedient to his daughter, he would never do such a ruthless thing. But then again, is Li Muhan really ruthless? No, you can't just listen to your daughter's words. You must find a chance to ask for an understanding when you have dinner with Li Muhan tonight. While she was talking, Aunt Jiang's mobile phone suddenly rang. Look, the call came while I was talking. Aunt Jiang immediately smiled when she saw that it was Li Muhan's call, but Guruashi looked away a little coldly. Hey, Xiaohan. Aunt Jiang, I've already decided on a place to eat tonight, at 7 o'clock in the evening at number 5 on the 32nd floor of your apartment. Li Muhan was also a little hesitant when he said this address. This doesn't sound like a place to eat. Okay, Xiaohan, I'm bothering you. Aunt Jiang felt a little more relieved after hearing that the place to eat was not a high-end restaurant. Li Muhan, the child, has been stubborn since he was a child, and when he was just brought out of the orphanage, he was as silent as a mute, but he was very affectionate and had been protecting Guruoshi. If he had to settle in those high-end places for the sake of face this time, Aunt Jiang might be a little unhappy. And Guruoshi also heard this address. She was a little puzzled. Why did Li Muhan arrange to eat in an apartment? Could it be that he moved? Your apartment doesn't seem to be a high-end apartment. Guru Ashi's father also stepped forward at this time and said to Li Muhan on the phone. Xiaohan, what is this? You are too caring, knowing that I and your Aunt Jiang don't like too noisy environments, so we specially arranged them at home. Uncle, that's not my... Li Muhan looked a little embarrassed, but Uncle Gu's words reminded him. Why do you have to arrange to eat out? Isn't it more enjoyable for this family to eat at home? But when he thought of his cramped and dilapidated apartment, Li Muhan felt that something was still wrong. It's a private restaurant, Uncle. I asked a friend to order. Oh. Okay, Xiaohan, that's it. You should make more friends. Did you make new friends in college? Well, Uncle, in addition to Luo Yang, I also met some friends. Li Muhan didn't tell the truth. He didn't have any friends at all in college except Luo Yang. Is Xiaoyu counted? Hey, living in the same room, sleeping in the same bed, that's called a friend. That's called a girlfriend. That's good, seeing that you are so sensible now and have such a cheerful personality. Your aunt and I are very happy. Xiaohan, you must learn more things in college. If you have any difficulties, you must tell our second elder. Well, old man, what do you have to say at night? Aunt Jiang snatched the phone. That Xiaohan, let's go with Ruashi at 7 o'clock in the evening to the private restaurant you said. Hearing that Gu Ruashi was coming, Li Muhan originally wanted to say something, but considering the feelings of the second elder, he finally swallowed the words, but his tone became a little colder. Yes, okay. Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and Gu Ruashi also obviously felt Li Muhan's unhappiness. She didn't speak, because she knew that she owed Li Muhan, so she wanted to say that she wouldn't go herself. As a result, Xia Yu's voice came from there again. This is delicious, I'll feed you, open your mouth. Wait, I'm on the phone. Give me my mouth. Ah-h. Gu Ruashi knew that the voice was Xia Yu, so she suddenly felt a very uncomfortable feeling in her heart. The phrase, I'm not going. In the end, he didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Gu returned the phone to Aunt Jiang and looked at his daughter with suspicious eyes. Ruashi, do you know the girl next to Xiaohan just now? Gu Ruashi snorted coldly and didn't speak. Uncle Gu instantly understood something, and didn't continue to ask. But Aunt Jiang's brain didn't seem to react for a while. She sighed and said, Why did Xiaohan find another girl so quickly? Alas, this is too fast. That's it. Uncle Gu directly interrupted Aunt Jiang, although he didn't know what happened to his daughter and Li Muhan, but from Gu Ruashi's reaction just now and his understanding of this daughter, she must have been sorry for Li Muhan first. What are you yelling at? Aunt Jiang also seemed to understand the meaning of her husband's words, but she had been used to her daughter since she was a child, and although she knew that her daughter was at a loss, she didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Young people, where can there be no little quarrels? Don't we quarrel for 3 days when we are young when we fall in love? Can this be the same thing? Dad, Mom, why don't we set our own place? This time Li Muhan saved my life. Isn't it good to let him have a treat? Gu Ruoshi was about to quarrel when she saw her parents, so she quickly changed the topic. Her feelings for Li Muhan are a little complicated now. Obviously, she betrayed Li Muhan herself. But now, she has a feeling of being abandoned by Li Muhan. How much self-consciousness does it have to be to have such thoughts? Alas, Xiaohan has a heart. We can't let him down. Let's listen to Xiaohan this time. Aunt Jiang also felt that her daughter was reasonable, but Li Muhan had already booked a place, and now it seemed a little rude for them to go again. She sighed and stood up. Xiaoxi, if you don't want to see Li Muhan now, find a hotel to rest first. Aye. Gu Ruashi gritted her teeth, and finally made a secret decision in her heart. Go and go. If Li Muhan scolds himself in front of his parents at that time, then there is no way. After all, he has done such an excessive thing to him before. It's just that she really doesn't want to see her parents humiliated. Chapter 34 Unrepentant. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Muhan took Xiaoyu to the location sent to him by Lin Zhe. Yuehua apartment. It's not a luxury apartment, just an ordinary high-rise apartment building in the heart of the city. Lin Zhe's text message was written on the 32nd floor, but when Li Muhan stood under it, he did not find a trace of advertising signs about private restaurants. He had heard that hidden in the depths of the big city, hidden from the public, private restaurants were a secret paradise in the hearts of diners. There are often delicious delicacies that gourmets talk about and recite endlessly. Even those seemingly inconspicuous old bungalows may hide a secret restaurant that only a few know about, and that can thrill the taste buds. It's getting more and more exciting. Li Muhan came to the elevator door, pressed a button, and while waiting for the elevator, he had already begun to fantasize about what kind of private restaurant it was. It's the kind of secret palace that is richly decorated. Or is it antique and full of charm? Or maybe he hasn't decorated much at all, but the chef is a god who once caused a sensation in the culinary world and finally quietly retreated. No matter which one it is, it makes Li Muhan reverie. But the strange thing is that Xia Yu is standing at the door of another elevator at this time. Come down here quickly, hurry up. Li Muhan reached out to drag Xia Yu, but was directly dragged to his side by the girl in a beautiful dress. The elevator over there can't get to the 32nd floor. Xia Yu said lightly. Li Muhan didn't believe it. He walked to the elevator and looked at it again, and sure enough, there was a line of small characters written next to the elevator, only to the odd floor. You kid! Li Muhan pointed at Xia Yu and said with a smile. Pretty smart. At this time, the elevator door in front of Xia Yu opened. The two walked in, and after the elevator door closed, Xia Yu said lightly. It's nothing, because I've been here a lot before. Huh! Li Muhan turned to look at Xia Yu, feeling a little incredible, but soon relieved. This Xia Yu was originally picked up by Lin Zhe and brought back to the Special Management Bureau. She was her guarantor, and Lin Zhe was Xia Yu's guarantor. Lin Zhe must have brought her to this private restaurant for dinner. And what about the food at this restaurant? Li Muhan asked. Xia Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. She's cooking, it's okay. Huh? She? Who is it? Lin Zhe. Li Muhan's mind was full of question marks. What is the situation? This store was opened by Lin Zhe? Isn't she a public official? How dare you open a store without permission? She opened a store and cooked herself. She usually sees that she is very busy, but I didn't expect this technology to be a craftsman. What kind of store is it? This is her house. Li Muhan was silent. It was as if his mind was down at the moment, and it took a while to turn it back on. This is Lin Zhe's home, so it seems to be a matter of course for Lin Zhe to cook by himself. But… Ha! What a funny joke you just made! Li Muhan tried to hear Xia Yu say, Yes, I'm joking with you. But Xia Yu was silent, just slowly turned his head, looked at him, and then showed a weird smile. A few minutes later, Li Muhan stood in front of the door, his hand hanging on the doorbell and never daring to press it. Was Xia Yu joking just now? It must be, it's definitely just a private restaurant. Lin Zhe is so busy, and he is still his leader, how can it be? Ding dong. Seeing that Li Muhan's hand was hanging all the time, Xia Yu stood on tiptoe and directly helped him press the doorbell. I'm ready. I'm not ready! Anyway, the doorbell had already rang, and footsteps and slippers could be heard inside. Click. The door opened, and Li Muhan was ready to greet Lin Zhe's face with an indifferent smile. I don't know what Lin Zhe is like in home clothes, I only seem to have seen her in a black suit. I think I suddenly have a little expectation. Welcome home, two hosts. Li Muhan and Xia Yu looked at the person who appeared in front of them expressionlessly. It was not Lin Zhe, but Su Shui, and the clothes Su Shui was wearing at this time were maid outfit. The black and white long maid outfit and white stockings are a perfect match, especially when worn on such a super invincible and cute pink-haired beautiful girl. Bang dong. Li Muhan took the initiative to hold the doorknob, closed the door, and then pointed to the door and said to Xia Yu, This is what you call Lin Zhe's home. Xia Yu was also silent, she didn't seem so sure anymore, and the door was opened again. What are you doing? Brother Muhan! Am I not good enough? When he saw Su Shui's face again, Li Muhan also regained some calm. He pressed Su Shui's shoulder and asked solemnly, Tell me, Momoko, if there's any special assignment. Su Shui looked at Li Muhan's gaze and nodded. Yes, Brother Muhan, there is indeed a very important task, that is. Sister Shui! Don't be stunned at the door, come and help. Lin Ziyu's voice came from the house, and Li Muhan was even more puzzled. what the hell was going on. Anyway, you two come in quickly. Su Shui couldn't help but drag the two of them into the house. After entering the room, Li Muhan found that although the apartment was not large, every corner was spotlessly cleaned. There are no elaborate paintings or glittering decorations on the walls, and the furniture is simple and bright, and there is not even a spare pillow on the sofa. He seems to be able to feel from these details that the owner of the house has an almost obsessive pursuit of cleanliness. The whole space is dominated by white and light wood tones, which are more warm and rustic under the gentle light. On the windowsill are pots of carefully manicured plants, which grow quietly there, adding a bit of life and elegance to the space. Coming? At this time, a familiar voice came from the kitchen. It was Lin Zhe. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, Li Muhan was immediately relieved, because Su Shui suddenly walked out in a maid's outfit and really startled him. But when Lin Zhe's figure appeared at the door of the kitchen, Li Muhan was completely messy. The one who was wearing a short maid skirt and black stockings, and a maid hair ornament in his hair, was really the Lin Zhe he knew. But the indifferent smile on her face is indeed her. Forest Bureau! This is. The two words Yinjiao didn't come out of his mouth in the end, and if he really said it, he was afraid that he would be thrown directly from the 35th floor. Well, I don't know much about your young people's preferences, but according to Lin Zhe's script, if you want to be satisfied, it seems that you have to wear this dress. Lin Zhe raised his hand slightly and looked at his maid dress. It seemed that even she was trying this style of clothes for the first time. Forest Bureau! All I want is an ordinary dinner. Although Li Muhan was embarrassed to refuse the kindness of his leaders and colleagues, it was his adoptive parents who came, and they were all dressed like this. What kind of style did it become? Su Shui and Lin Zhe stood together, as if they were discussing something, and then Li Muhan found that Lin Ziyu had also walked out of the kitchen. He was wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and seemed to be helping Lin Zhe cook. Captain? You're fine, right? This is the highest pursuit of men. I know. I love it too. But that's not appropriate. Alas, you still can't let go. If you want me to say, we should shorten the maid's skirt by another. Before Lin Ziyu finished speaking, Su Shui had already knocked him unconscious with a light hand knife. Alas, Brother Ziyu is still too unreliable. Su Shui picked up Lin Ziyu like a chicken, and took the kitchen knife that slipped from his hand. That Forestry Bureau, let's use my backup plan next. Su Shui carried Lin Ziyu and turned her head to look at Lin Zhe expectantly. Lin Zhe seemed to think for a moment, and finally nodded. Li Muhan looked at these people and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Chapter 35, Preparing for Dinner. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhe and Su Shui both changed out of their maid outfits and put on more everyday clothes. Su Shui chose a white turtleneck, which was simple and warm. The lower body is a black pleated skirt, which not only retains her usual elegant and dignified style, but also adds a bit of youthful vitality. The white stockings on her legs are still the same as before, making her look like a big sister next door. Lin Zhe changed into a loose and comfortable lilac knit sweater with pastel colors. Is different from Su Shui's slightly playful student dress. Lin Zhe exudes the gentleness and tranquility unique to mature women. Underneath is a pair of slim-fitting jeans, which reflects her simple utilitarian style in loungewear and forms a soft transition with knitwear. The whole shape shows its low-key and restrained beauty in terms of color matching and style design. Okay, don't explain. I'll see it myself. Li Muhan interrupted Lin Ziyu, who was giving a detailed introduction to the clothes of the two girls. Ever since he woke up from a coma, he had been listless, as if he had been a little lost because his plan had been denied. Captain, didn't you really think about my plan? Lin Ziyu spoke again, with a naughty glint in his eyes. He imagined the scene, the two ladies dressed in maid costumes, and respectfully proclaimed that he was the master and attentive in front of Li Muhan's adoptive parents. How wonderful the scene should be. Xia Yu glared at Lin Ziyu, like a sharp ice blade. Lin Ziyu immediately shut up after feeling her almost substantial anger, but it didn't take long for him to secretly whisper to Li Muhan. I also prepared a set of relatively small ones, suitable for flat chests, or you can bring them back, it may be. Later. Under Xia Yu's slap, Lin Ziyu fainted again. Then Xia Yu turned to Li Muhan with a slight flush. You love this, Games? Li Muhan scratched his head slightly embarrassed and replied, Well, men may have a little bit of like it. There was a bit of helplessness and a wry smile in his voice, and he wasn't sure how he should answer the question. Lin Zhe and Su Shui entered the kitchen again, and Lin Ziyu, Li Muhan and Xia Yu were left in the room. At this time, Xia Yu shrank on the sofa, watching TV while drinking Coke, and didn't seem to care about the communication between Lin Ziyu and Li Muhan next to him. What, Ziyu? I just want an ordinary dinner. I know, Captain, but when you talk to the Forestry Bureau about this, there's no turning back. Why? You may not know it, but the Forestry Bureau is very keen to invite people to her house for dinner. This Lin Zhe still has this preference? Originally, there weren't. Lin Ziyu explained. A year ago, she seemed to have signed up for some kind of leadership training course how to be a good leader. Then, after returning from training, I asked people to go to her house for dinner every day. Li Muhan was a little stunned. Then we are now treated as experimental subjects? Don't worry. Lin Ziyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This Forestry Bureau's cooking skills do have 2 brushes. Smelling the aroma coming from the kitchen, Li Muhan's heart also relaxed a little. He knows how to cook himself, and this taste really represents a food that will make people eat a lot. Although he was suddenly and slightly strangely dragged to the leader's house for dinner, he still felt quite embarrassed and helpless. But at least, it seems to be an enjoyable and expectant experience on the palate. But Li Muhan hadn't put his mind at ease yet. After all, Su Shui had just said a backup plan. Although Su Shui looks more stable and reliable, isn't there a saying? The pink cut is all black. Who knows if she still has something to wait for herself. So don't you want to shirk it? From the moment you enter this room, you must eat this meal here tonight. Lin Ziyu patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it came to 7 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Zhe and Su Shui had already prepared a table of meals. Originally Lin Ziyu also planned to stay, but he answered the phone and left first in anger when he heard that someone was attacking the firewall he had erected. And just a few minutes after Lin Ziyu left, Li Muhan received a call from Aunt Jiang. Xiaohan, we've reached the 35th floor, where are you? Wait a minute, Auntie, I'll pick you up right away. Li Muhan covered the phone and said to Lin Zhe, who had just come out of the kitchen. Forest Bureau, my adoptive parents are here. Then what are you still doing in a daze? Go pick it up. Lin Zhe waved his hand at Li Muhan, while bringing out the last dish. Li Muhan gently pushed open the door of the house. Winter nights always come quickly. Although it was only 7 o'clock, the sky was getting a little gray, and the lights in the corridor were on. He looked to the end of the hallway, just in time to catch the familiar figures. Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang were standing near the elevator entrance discussing something, and next to them was the girl with a somewhat familiar and unfamiliar emotion, Guruashi. Li Muhan's brows furrowed slightly. She used to be the person who had all his expectations and hopes, but now she couldn't help but make him feel a little in the way. Uncle, Aunt! Li Muhan waved his arms, looking particularly cordial against the warm light. Here! Li Muhan beckoned to the 3 of them, and then led them into the room. When the second elder and Gu Ruashi stepped into this simple but warm home, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The air is filled with a faint aromatic smell and a hint of home-cooked oils. This is completely different from the business style they expected to be positioned as a private restaurant. No matter how you look at it, it is just a simple furnishing, warm and comfortable ordinary room. But just when the 2 elders were puzzled, a table of delicacies on the table with neat plates, attractive colors, and aromas of meat and vegetables attracted everyone's attention. Each dish is as if it were the work of a master chef. The braised rib sauce is rich and oily, the steamed sea base is white and tender, and the water vapor is curling. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables are colorful, fresh and delicious. It's all appetizing. Only then did the second elder believe that this might really be a private restaurant. To be honest, when the first dish was served, Xia Yu was already sitting at the table, looking at Lin Zhe with a begging look. But every time, Lin Zhe stopped her restless little hand that wanted to pick up vegetables with a smile full of kindness. Now seeing Li Muhan bringing people in, her eyes suddenly lit up. Open dinner! Chapter 36, Oath of Sovereignty. The dishes are ready, everyone, please take a seat. Lin Zhe looked at Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang with a smile. her temperament, and that indifferent smile and beauty made the second elder feel a little at a loss. This looks like the owner of a private restaurant. Xiaohan, did you choose this place? It feels like home, you really have a heart. Although Uncle Gu felt a little strange, after all, his heart was relatively big, and he patted Li Muhan on the shoulder with a smile. As everyone knows, Li Muhan is already more embarrassed than the two of them at this time. As for Guruashi, she is also quite uncomfortable. There are now 4 girls in this room. Xia Yu, Lin Zhe, Su Shui, and her. And she has always been synonymous with beauty in the eyes of her friends, but now, in front of these 3 girls, her appearance has become the most ordinary one. Especially when compared with Xia Yu, she even felt a little ashamed of herself. Xia Yu's fingers were slightly strained at the moment, holding the chopstick straight and orderly, like a warrior preparing to enter the battlefield. Her gaze fell on Li Muhan instead. Her eyes were as clear as water, and they were glowing with excitement and anticipation. She asked softly the most direct thought in her mind. Dinner? Dinner? Wait a minute, good. Li Muhan's response was both warm and a little doting. He hurriedly took out a can of cold Coke from the refrigerator, handed it to Xia Yu with a hint of naughtiness and affection, and gently rubbed her slightly unkempt hair inadvertently. After calming Xia Yu for the time being, he turned to the second elder and said respectfully, Uncle and Aunt, please sit here. He gestured to the comfortable and well-appointed chair next to him. At the same time, during the entire greeting process, Li Muhan was extremely indifferent to Guruashi as invisible. He never gave the girl who once had a place in his heart a little bit of eye or word attention, as if the other person didn't exist in this space at all. At this time, the second elder really looked at Xia Yu, and Jian was a thoughtful person, and she could hear that Xia Yu's voice was the girl who was talking next to Li Muhan on the phone just now. She found that this girl was born so small and delicate that even the girl she had always been proud of was less than 1/10 of the child. But what made them even more curious was who this girl was and why she was so close to Li Muhan's actions. After the second elder sat down, Lin Zhe and Su Shui also sat down together. This made the second elder a little puzzled. In their opinion, Lin Zhe and Su Shui seemed to play the roles of chef and waiter respectively, intimate and low-key preparations for this banquet behind the scenes. But at the moment, the two of them were not in their predetermined position, busy with anything. It's about sitting down and sharing dinner moments with everyone else. In confusion, Uncle Gu broke the silence with a smile. Are these two your friends, Xiaohan? Huh? Yes. Yes. She, the two of them. Just when Li Muhan wanted to say that this was her superior and colleague, Su Shui suddenly smiled and spoke. Uncle, Aunt, hello, my name is Su Shui. I am the senior sister of Brother Muhan in college. Brother Muhan has helped me a lot, so I know that you two are coming today. I also want to accompany you. I hope it will not disturb your yaxing. Su Shui spoke softly and politely, and her gestures had the demeanor of an eldest lady, which made the second elder feel like a spring breeze when he talked to her. Of course not, sister. You are Muhan's senior sister. That should also be our Roshi's senior sister, right? Aunt Jiang smiled and looked at her daughter beside her, wanting her daughter to participate in this topic as well. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know your daughter. As a result, as soon as Guruashi was mentioned, Su Shui's gentle face just now suddenly became a little distant, and her tone was a lot colder. Of course, Guruashi doesn't know Su Shui either. She has always chosen those who are uglier than herself and can bring out her beauty when making friends. How can she go to find a big beauty like Su Shui? Then she will become her green leaf. Hello, I'm Li Muhan's class teacher. In order not to make the atmosphere embarrassing, Lin Zhe took over the words, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, crossed her legs, and kept stirring the liquid in the coffee cup. The smile on his face was still gentle, but it looked a little repulsive. Old teacher? Uncle Gu was surprised, and he looked at Li Muhan with some complaint. Xiaohan, how can you take us to the teacher's house and let the teacher cook for herself? Li Muhan was also speechless. This is Su Shui's plan? Forget it, at least it's much better than 2 maids. Please don't blame him, uncle. Lin Zhe smiled and relieved Li Muhan. Li Muhan is excellent in school and is a rare good student. I like him very much, and I also want to meet what kind of adoptive parents can teach such an excellent child, so I really want to meet the two today. A little presumptuous. I hope the two can understand. is worthy of being a member of the public family. This little word said by one quickly frightened the two old men. But only Guruashi was very disdainful and didn't believe it. If there is such a beautiful teacher in Haishur University this day, can she not know that Li Muhan's class teacher is a bald middle-aged uncle, and he has nothing to do with the beautiful girl in front of him? In the end, the eyes of the second elder fell on Xiaoyu, which was also the girl that Aunt Jiang paid the most attention to. Because some of Li Muhan's interactions with her seemed too intimate, it's like a couple. Oh, this is Xiaoyu. Li Muhan noticed that the second elder's gaze was focused on Xiaoyu. He understood that Xiaoyu's situation was not so easy to say, because Guruashi saw Xiaoyu living in his house, so he acted decisively and directly raised his hand to hold Xiaoyu's delicate and gentle wrist, who was about to pick up the vegetables. At that moment, Xiaoyu obviously felt a tightness in her heart. Her heart raced at the sudden movement, like a thief caught uncaught in a stealing act. She looked at Li Muhan slightly. Eye contact with him, and that affectionate, soft eyes like the warm sun of late autumn are full of affection and comfort. Uncle, Aunt, Li Muhan began to speak in a soft but firm tone. I would like to take this opportunity to allow me to formally introduce the two of you. He took Xiaoyu by the hand and stood up from the chair, but Xiaoyu's eyes were still reluctantly looking at the table of dishes. This is my girlfriend, Xiaoyu. Everyone present reacted in their own way. Lin Zhe supported his chin with his hand and admired the scene with a smile, while Su Shui covered her mouth in surprise. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Gu looked at each other, as if they didn't expect Li Muhan to be so direct. As for Guruoshi, her hand clenched her chopsticks tightly, and the emotions gathered in her heart finally couldn't help but explode at this moment. Chapter 37. Muhan, are you going to say something to me? Just when Li Muhan pulled Xiaoyu to introduce himself, Guruashi suddenly said with a sneer. Huh! Li Muhan looked at Guruashi for the first time, and then seemed to understand something. He sneered and said, Well, you're welcome. This time it was Guruashi's turn. Huh! That's it. She thought that Li Muhan pretended to be reserved and deliberately ignored herself, but she didn't expect him to say such a sentence. Without waiting for her to ask, Li Muhan had already continued. You should be saying something to me. I saved you this time, so you should thank me, but I'm already polite to you, so we don't need to talk about this topic anymore. After speaking, Li Muhan didn't waste a second more on Guruashi, and immediately looked at the second elder and said with a smile, Uncle, Aunt Xiaoyu is also a student at Tianhai City University, and we are living together now. Huh? How long have you known each other? Aunt Jiang asked a little embarrassedly. It seemed that she was still a little unwilling. Li Muhan and her daughter Guruashi really ended up like this. This girl named Xiaoyu is really much more beautiful than her daughter. If you only look at her appearance, it is estimated that a man would not choose Guruashi. Maybe because the conversation between his daughter and Li Muhan just now was too straightforward, Li Muhan almost said to Guruashi, Who are you? Are you familiar with each other? That's the feeling. Uncle Gu also felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Shui's emotional intelligence is very high. She beckoned everyone to start eating, and went out to get a bottle of good wine to fill it up for Uncle Gu. The atmosphere finally eased a little, but Guruashi seemed to be holding her breath all the time. But Xiaoyu didn't care about her at all. Her attention was always focused on those delicacies, and she ate one bite at a time. Xiaohan, Uncle is really happy to see you doing so well now. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors, this topic was also discussed. Uncle Gu patted Li Muhan's shoulder with a wine glass, and there was even a trace of tears in his eyes. You have so many friends and a cheerful personality. Uncle is really happy for you. Li Muhan didn't drink, but he still drank 2 glasses with him, and he shook his head a little humbly. Uncle, Aunt, thanks to you, if it weren't for you, I, Li Muhan, would not have had a chance to get out of that hell. Okay, you two don't talk about it, it's such a happy day today. Aunt Jiang was also infected by this atmosphere, although there was also a trace of tears in her eyes, but she didn't want to let the topic continue to be so sad, so she quickly pulled her husband's sleeve and pulled him back to his seat. Guruashi seemed to have been talking and stopped, and now, after drinking a glass of liquor, she couldn't sit still anymore, and suddenly stood up and said to Li Muhan, Li Muhan, what is your relationship with her? Don't try to lie to me. How could you be a couple? The atmosphere was destroyed again, and what Guruashi said about her was naturally Xiaoyu, who had been eating. Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Aunt Jiang pulled Guruoshi's sleeve, eating people with a soft mouth and short hands. How could she turn her face at this time? Mom, you don't know, this woman is not a good person. Xiaoxi. What to say? This is Xiaohan's girlfriend, how do you talk? Lao Gu was also angry, and after drinking, he stood up directly and glared at his daughter and said. Su Shui and Lin Zhe glanced at each other, and exchanged glances, as if they had expected this to happen. Mom, Dad, you believe me, this woman's name is Xiaoyu, and she is a celebrity in our university. Li Muhan didn't speak, just quietly watched Guruashi's performance. Li Muhan, I told you before, let you respect and love yourself. You may have made friends with a noble person now, and you are a little promising, then you should keep your distance from this kind of woman. All she wants is your money. It's just a vampire. Bang bang. The chopsticks in Xiaoyu's hand fell to the ground. She turned her head and looked at Guruoshi with some surprise. You? How do you know? Humph, how do I know? Those deeds of yours have already spread all over the school. Say it. How much blood did you suck, Li Muhan? I didn't. Didn't suck much, probably. 200 milliliters per day. Li Muhan couldn't cry or laugh. What are these two people talking about? They are simply not communicating in the same server. Guruoshi's parents didn't know what the situation was now, but their daughter obviously knew the girl named Xiaoyu, and they had a lot of complaints about her. Xiaoxi, don't mess around. Aunt John's face was also a little unsightly. Mom! The whole school knows about it. This woman is doing that kind of business. Huh! Aunt John's eyes widened, and then she couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seemed to think that her identity as a vampire was recognized by a human and was a little panicked. She lowered her head and held her skirt with both hands without saying a word. It's like being ashamed after being exposed. Now Lao Gu also felt that something was wrong. Xiaohan, is this true? Uncle, Auntie, do you think she resembles? Li Mu looked at the three people opposite coldly and said lightly. You think she's the kind of person your daughter says she is? Humph, knowing people and knowing faces but not hearts, Li Muhan, I am for your good, you must not be deceived by this kind of woman. Oops, this video really makes people blush. Suddenly, Su Shui interrupted Guruoshi's words. She didn't know when she had taken out her mobile phone, and some kind of video was playing on it. Uncle, Auntie, do you want me to show you something good? This thing is interesting. Su Shui slowly amplified the volume of her mobile phone, and a woman's gasp came out of her mobile phone. The moment she heard this voice, Guruoshi's face turned white all of a sudden, because she couldn't be more familiar with this delicate gasp. Isn't this her own voice? What's going on? Why is your voice? Wait, that man's voice, isn't it Zhao Qianquan's? Don't. What are you doing? Guruoshi yelled at Su Shui almost frantically. Su Shui shrugged her shoulders, smiled and lowered the voice of her mobile phone a little. I'm sorry, someone sent me this video just now. I think it's very interesting. Well, how can I say it? This woman is the same as Miss Gu just said. It's just shameless to the extreme, alas. Miss Gu, why does this woman look so much like you, Uncle? And, do you want to see it? Guruoshi's face turned white all of a sudden. Yes, how did she forget? It was she who betrayed Li Muhan first. She sold her body for money first, and she violated her oath first. Why did you just say that you just got up and directly put these on others? This change was so sudden that the second elder didn't understand why he suddenly tore his face. What Su Shui said just now also lingered in their minds. Uncle Gu had seen the world. He understood something in an instant. Although he was a little angry at Su Shui's behavior just now, he still suppressed his anger at this time, looked at his daughter and asked, Rishi, what exactly did you do? Aunt Jiang suddenly looked a little wrong. She took Guruoshi's hand with trembling hands and said, Xiaoxi, do you really? Did you do something sorry for Xiaohan? Guruoshi couldn't say a word at this time, and stood in place with a face full of shame biting her lip. Chapter 38. How to say that if you turn your face, you will turn your face. What the hell did you do? Lao Gu slapped the table and directly shook the wine glass. Su Shui and Lin Zhe glanced at each other at this time, smiled slightly and put away their mobile phones. It seems that these two are sensible people, and they don't seem to need anything to do. Dad? Mom, I just want a better life and want to. If you want to enter a higher level of society, you have made me beautiful, so Is there anything wrong with me using this to make my life easier? When she said these words again, her eyes kept staring at the ground, and her tone was a little ashamed. There was no hardness and naturalness when he said these words to Li Muhan when he was in the rental house. That's right, of course it's true, fight for a better goal, that's right, we also respect your life and your choices, but can you please stop spreading rumors about others? Lindsay still kept smiling, holding his chin with both hands and looking at Guruashi and said, No one has seen what you said about Xiaoyu with their own eyes, but you can say it so well, but the things you did were photographed and sold as works of art for money. Guruashi really collapsed now. Could it be that he and Zhao Qianquan were really filmed when they were doing those things? She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Li Muhan with a look for help. But Li Muhan was even colder than she thought. Let me tell you, Guruashi, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. That's right, it's true, but the bigger the wind and waves, the easier it is to capsize. You are lucky this time. The surname Zhao had an accident before selling you. Otherwise you still have the life to eat here with your parents. Li Muhan said that Guruashi was speechless, but she was just not convinced. She didn't think she would lose to Xiaoyu. And she has been with Li Muhan for so many years, she can't imagine what Li Muhan looks like standing next to other women. Xiaohan, you dissipate your anger first. This matter is our Xiaoxi sorry for you, we two old things. I'm also ashamed, but after all, the two of you have been in a relationship for so many years. Aunt Jiang still wanted to persuade a few more words, and her address to herself changed from the second elder to the old thing. But Uncle Gu's face was already gloomy at this time. He interrupted Aunt Jiang and looked at Li Muhan and said, Xiaohan, my uncle asked you one thing, are you and this Xia girl really together, or are you just angry? Li Muhan's heart was like water at this time, he had never had such a firm moment. So he pulled up Xiaoyu, who was still at a loss in the seat, and hugged her shoulders and said to the three of them, Uncle, I only have 2 keys to my house, and the other one is in her hand. Alas! Aunt Jiang sighed, the meaning of Li Muhan's matter was simply too straightforward. I almost said the sentence that she was my person. Uncle Gu picked up the wine glass again and drank it all. Okay, Xiaohan, we are sorry for you for this matter, and our Gu family owes you, and we will definitely make up for you. Guruashi looked at Li Muhan. His eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand how Li Muhan could not choose her. Obviously said that he would protect her for the rest of her life, but now why do you want to hold other girls? In her heart, at this time, she had imagined Li Muhan as a betrayer. You'll regret it. In the end, Guruashi, who said this, picked up his bag and turned around and left the apartment. Xiaoxi! Aunt Jiang also chased after her. The rest of the room were speechless, as if they were embarrassed by the atmosphere. In the end, it was old Gu Chang who sighed. It's us who spoiled our daughter, Xiaohan. Can you tell me about what the situation is? Li Muhan probably talked about Guruoshi being fished away by Zhao Qianquan's money offensive, including the video of Guruoshi and Zhao Qianquan sleeping and the like. Lao Gu felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard this, and kept drinking a glass of wine and a glass of wine. At the same time, Guruoshi, who ran out of the apartment building, did not go far. She walked a few steps and was still looking back to see if Li Muhan had caught up. She was a little disappointed when she found out that it was only her mother who had chased her. Xiaoxi, why did you run away all of a sudden? Can't you sit down and talk about something? Mom, I was wrong. I was really wrong. But I don't know. Me. Guruoshi was trembling from crying. She seemed to have begun to understand from her heart that Li Muhan no longer belonged to her, and it was she who killed this fate with her own hands. Xiaoxi. And Jiang interrupted Guruoshi. Don't bother Xiaohan anymore. And Jiang, who has always been gentle and doting on Guruoshi, spoke in a cold tone at this time, although she still stroked her daughter's hair, but the words she said made Guruoshi feel a little strange. You're sorry for others. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences, Ruoshi. And Jiang sighed and said slowly, You will never meet someone who loves you like Xiaohan in the future. The meal ended up not very happy. After Aunt Jiang chased Gu Ruoxi away, Li Muhan and Uncle Gu talked about some recent events. Of course, he couldn't say anything about the Special Administration Bureau and the demons in his body. After sending Uncle Gu into a taxi, Li Muhan turned around and looked at Lin Zhe and Su Shui, who were standing on the side of the road and watching him. Forest Bureau, Sister Shui, you too. What the hell is going on tonight? I looked at your file and found out that you have a more annoying ex-girlfriend, and I should be with her parents tonight, so I want to help you get rid of her annoying tail directly. Su Shui said without hiding her disgust for Gu Ruoxi. To be honest, Li Muhan didn't feel the slightest bit wrong, but if he really wanted him to show the video to Gu Ruoxi's parents, he might not be able to do it, but Su Shui didn't hesitate at all. If Gu Ruoxi was still making trouble at that time, she might directly project the video into the TV in the living room in the next second, and then everyone would come together to observe Gu Ruoxi's skills with an academic attitude. No matter what, Forest Bureau, Sister Shui, I have bothered the two of you about my business. You're welcome. After all, I'm an excellent and good leader. Remember to give me a full score in the year-end evaluation. The Special Administration still has this kind of thing? But looking at Lin Zhe's serious eyes, it didn't seem to be a joke. Don't worry, 5-star praise plus 10,000 words of evaluation. At this time, Xiaoyu seemed to be a little sleepy. She kept leaning on Li Muhan's body, and her face was a little red. Li Muhan simply carried her on his back. Brother Muhan, I'll drive the car, let's take you home. No need, Sister Shui, it's really hard for you and the Forest Bureau today. Oh, and Ziyu, I'll carry her on my back for a while, and blow the wind. Li Muhan smiled helplessly as if he was carrying a drunk girl on his back. After saying goodbye to Lin Zhe and Su Shui, Li Muhan carried Xiaoyu on his back and returned home directly. During this period, Xiaoyu slept directly on Li Muhan's back. At this time, I was also a little sober. I don't understand. After arriving home, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said to herself, Huh! What don't you understand? Li Muhan accosted her while cleaning up the room. Why can humans put so much effort into food? Li Muhan remembered Xiaoyu's appearance when he sucked his own blood, and couldn't help sighing. Don't the vampires in the movies also like to put human blood in a wine glass? It should be a sense of ritual. That's all fake, it will only make the blood unfresh, only fresh coming out of the veins. With that, Xiaoyu sat up, turned her head, and looked directly at Li Muhan's back as he cleaned up the room. Okay, you're all gourmets, freshness is the most important thing, but you also think more about the mood of being vampire. Who wants to see yourself bloody, huh? Talk, are you asleep? Li Muhan heard that there was no movement behind him, turned his head to look, and just saw Xiaoyu's delicate face looking at him. Damn, what are you doing? Li Muhan was so frightened that he sat on the ground. It can only be said that there is really no object to jump face killing. Even if an invincible beautiful girl like Xiaoyu suddenly appears, it will be scary. But what was even more terrifying was that Li Muhan saw the desire in the other party's eyes. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu? You. That kind of craving is not the usual craving when Xiaoyu wants to suck blood, it is more of a morbid intoxication. It's so hot. Xiaoyu's voice became a little strange. She opened her mouth and couldn't help but bite Li Muhan's neck. It hurts. This time, Li Muhan felt pain, which was completely different from the feeling of being sucked blood before. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu, it hurts. It hurts this time. Didn't you suck blood today? Don't be greedy. Li Muhan instantly realized that something was wrong. Xiaoyu was not only sucking her own blood, but also wanted to tear herself. Her hand had already torn Li Muhan's clothes, and it was still going down. I'm not ready yet. Where do you touch it? Wait a minute. He could feel the blood being drained from his body, just like the last time he had been attacked by the bloodline. And the feeling that Xiaoyu gave herself was even stronger. Suddenly trying to awaken the power of demons. The eyes also turned pale gold. Bang! Before he could expand the realm, it was just in this short moment. Xiaoyu slammed Li Muhan to the floor with one hand, wings also grew behind him, and his hair faded into snow. Those scarlet eyes were full of infatuation. It's over. Although he didn't understand why it was so sudden, Li Muhan felt that he was about to be killed by Xiaoyu. And at this moment, the window was quietly pushed open without knowing who was it. Then a white figure swooped in and threw Xiaoyu's body away. Li Muhan hurriedly struggled to sit up, using the power of the devil to heal himself, and during this time, he saw the white figure. It turned out to be a huge white wolf. The white wolf held Xiaoyu down tightly. And Xiaoyu was lying on the ground, not struggling, just panting, her face flushed, and she turned her head and stared at Li Muhan with a pair of eager eyes. In the end, Li Muhan saw that the white wolf gradually began to shrink in size and turned into a young girl. And this girl who doesn't care at all is not the girl who saved herself from the attack of the Blood Clan that day. Li Muhan remembered that she seemed to be called North Wind Hutty. Chapter 39, Hattie and Skull. Excuse me. The girl turned her head and smiled at Li Muhan. Her smile was like a cold wind in snow, and there was a sense of mystery like the stars in the sky. This is the first time Li Muhan has heard her speak. Obviously she is a northerner, but she doesn't have any accent, and she speaks Huaxia very well. But the pupils that exuded the green glow of a wolf seemed to tell Li Muhan that she was not an ordinary person. What the hell is going on? Li Muhan hurriedly came to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu attacked him just now, Li Muhan could feel that there must be a reason for it. Hattie didn't answer Li Muhan's question, just slowly squatted in front of Xiaoyu, and then gently dipped some blood stains from the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth with his fingers and put them into his mouth. I see. As if he had discovered something interesting, the smile on Hattie's face was even worse. Then she stood up and faced Li Muhan. But at this time, she had just transformed from a wolf into a human being, and she didn't have any clothes on her body, so Li Muhan quickly turned her head. I have to say that Hattie and Xiaoyu are not the same type. If Xiaoyu is a typical gothic vampire girl, then this tall girl is like a white wolf walking forward in the northern wind and snow. There is a wild beauty in the body. Can you please bring my clothes? As if noticing Li Muhan's embarrassment, Hattie smiled and pointed to the clothes by the window. After all, I'm not going to the window right now. Then you just turned into a wolf and ran in, isn't it more conspicuous? Originally wanted to complain, but in the end, Li Muhan went to help Hattie get the clothes, and turned his back to wait for her to put them on, and then Hattie hugged Xiaoyu. It was like a big sister holding her sister, and gently put her on the bed. What the hell happened to her? Looking at Xiaoyu's rapid gasping and crimson cheeks, Li Muhan was a little anxious. This seemed to be the first time he had seen Xiaoyu's demeanor. The eyes that looked at him were full of anticipation and longing, and this state was exactly like. I'm in heat. With an indifferent smile on his face, Hattie bluntly said what Li Muhan was thinking at this moment. Li Muhan almost didn't spurt blood, and vampires can also be in heat? Did you give her a drink with gooseberries and cloves? Hattie said to Li Muhan while taking out a small bag from his white coat. Gooseberries? Li Muhan didn't know why. In your Huaxia, it should be called lantern fruit, or mountain cherry. Hattie took out a small white bottle from the bag, uncorked the bottle, and turned to look at Li Muhan. Help me crack her mouth. Huh? Oh, okay, I don't remember her drinking. Wait, when I was at that department store today, she seemed to go and get a bottle of sour drink from someone else, and I smelled like capers. Li Muhan walked to the side of the bed, stretched out his hand and gently pinched Xiaoyu's cheek. Just by this touch, Xiaoyu actually let out a whimper, and then looked at Li Muhan's eyes even more fanatical. It seems that they are still expecting more touches. That's right, well, don't move, open your mouth, Hattie also sat on the edge of the bed. She gently brushed her ear hair behind her ear, and said to Xiaoyu gently like a doctor. Li Muhan also tried his best to turn Xiaoyu's head in the direction of Hattie, pinching her face to make her open her mouth. At this time, Xiaoyu's wings began to become restless. But the range of movements was not too large, and Hattie poured the white powder into Xiaoyu's mouth. Li Muhan suddenly realized something. This Hattie is also an anomaly, and it is not under the supervision of the Huaxia Special Administration. Why is she so obedient and let her feed Xiaoyu something to eat? Don't worry, I'm here to represent the Northland Special Administration. As if hearing Li Muhan's heart, Hattie explained while feeding Xiaoyu medicine. After the powder was poured into Xiaoyu's mouth, Hutti dipped his index finger in some of his own saliva and put it on the tip of Xia Yu's tongue, and then recited a few words softly in a language that Li Muhan couldn't understand. Slowly, Li Muhan found that the restlessness in Xia Yu's body began to subside, and her breathing slowly slowed down, and finally, her blood form was slowly lifted and returned to her human form. Xia Yu, how do you feel? Li Muhan squatted beside the bed and looked at Xia Yu with some concern. Just now I attacked you. I'm sorry. It's all a trivial matter, you don't want to eat indiscriminately in the future. Hattie put the pouch back into her pocket, stood up and spoke. Gooseberry mixed with cloves can be said to be a very powerful aphrodisiac for the Blood Clan, but generally the Blood Clan will be very sensitive to that taste and will not touch it easily. After speaking, Hattie looked at Xia Yu on the bed, and a touch of mockery suddenly appeared in his eyes. Of course, the vampire lady who has been peaceful for a long time may have already degraded this sensitive intuition. What are you going to do? Xia Yu sat up with the help of Li Muhan. Count this time, I saved your sweetheart twice, don't you thank me? Hutti walked to the door and leaned against the wall, clasping his hands as if waiting for something. Thank you very much for saving me last time. It was Li Muhan who took the lead in expressing his gratitude. No thanks, I didn't plan to save you, I just sold a favor from the Special Administration. After all, I need the help of the Special Administration Bureau for the purpose of coming to Huaxia this time. I already told you last time, you go to the Special Administration Bureau for this matter, it has nothing to do with me, and I won't help you. Xia Yu seemed to have a very unfriendly attitude towards Hattie, and the two seemed to have some kind of holiday, which Li Muhan also saw, but it was not convenient for him to intervene now, so he could only choose to wait and see for the time being. Then I'll have to do things my own way, by the way. Hattie didn't seem to want to dwell too much, she walked to the window, and finally turned her head to look at Li Muhan. I'm very interested in you, Li Muhan. Schoolmate? Just when Li Muhan was wondering why Hattie was calling his classmate, Xia Yu was already ready to get out of bed and rush towards her. You wolf! Get out! Then Hattie's body sitting on the window frame fell straight back and disappeared into the window. A wolf howl sounded outside the window, and the exclamations of neighbors. Damn, there's a wolf howling this night? Half an hour later, Xia Yu was completely stable, and she told Li Muhan about Hattie. She's an anomaly like me, and she's also a natural disaster. Hey, little Tianhai City, I actually have you two Wulong and Phoenix Chick at the same time. We are neither dragons nor phoenixes. Li Muhan wanted to make a joke, but seeing that Xia Yu didn't understand this talk at all, Li Muhan had no choice but to pull the topic back. Oh, then what the hell is she doing in Huaxia? Find her brother. Xia Yu told Li Muhan that Hattie was the last descendant of Fenrir in northern legends, and she also had an older brother named Skull. Scour chases the sun, Hutti chases the moon, and legend has it that when Skull and Hutti devour the sun and moon respectively, the world will usher in Ragnarok. This Norse myth Li Muhan knows, especially the famous Fenrir. It's just that most of these are found in novels and games. This is the most troublesome thing for the Special Administration. An outlier who exists in mythology, with a true godhead. The fact that mythical gods really exist is a bit of a. When I think about that, there's no realism. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. But when I thought that there was a Raiden Shogun living in my body, well, it doesn't seem to be that outrageous. Perhaps all the myths that have been handed down in this world to this day have their roots, but the people at that time did not understand the existence of such powerful creatures, so countless myths were weaved. In addition, although the myths that are circulating in the world today are different, if you study them carefully, you will find that there are many commonalities. Then what kind of enmity do you have against her? When I was traveling in the Northland, she thought I was the moon and wanted to devour me, so I fought with her. Oh, the truth is revealed. Li Muhan started YY in his mind. Probably many years ago. A wolf chasing the moon got up one day and suddenly saw the moon walking on the ground, so he pounced on it like a dog chasing a ball. Yo, this moon will fight back. So a fight began. This sounds a little childish. Chapter 40, What Merry Sue plot is this? On the topic of Hattie and Skull, Xia Yu doesn't seem to want to talk anymore. That woman is a wolf in heat. Don't let her get caught. It's just that Xiaoyu kept repeating this sentence to Li Muhan, as if she was really afraid that Li Muhan and Hattie would have too much contact. Li Muhan agreed with a smile, thinking in his heart that if he told Xiaoyu that Hattie had just said that she was in heat, would Xiaoyu immediately rush out of the window to find Hattie and fight again. In order to prevent his colleagues in the Special Management Bureau from working overtime at night, and to make the dark circles on Lin Zai's eyes smaller, Li Muhan decided not to say this sentence for the time being. It's just that you and the Special Administration are heart-to-heart, and the Special Administration and you use their brains. No, Li Muhan was called to the Special Administration Bureau the next day, and Lin Zai asked him to tell in detail what happened last night. They weren't spying on Li Muhan and Xiaoyu. It's just that the members of the Special Administration Bureau in charge of the temporary supervision of Hattie reported that Hattie went to Xiaoyu and Li Muhan's residence last night, which means that the brothers still worked overtime last night. Lin Zai was holding the coffee, his eyes were covered with big dark circles, and he still had that unfazed smile on his face. Li Muhan was worried that she would suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood because of overwork. It's really not worrying. Finally, she let out a long sigh. You don't have to worry about Hattie's affairs. The Special Administration will assist her in finding Skull. After all, an escape natural disaster level is in our country, and this matter is very serious. Are you looking for me about this matter from the Forestry Bureau? Can I leave after the report? I still have classes in the afternoon. Wait a minute. Lin Zai got up and walked to Li Muhan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Do you remember what I told you last time? You mean supporting Team 9? If you remember, come in. Lin Zai snapped his fingers, the door of the office was pushed open, and it was Yin Chi who came in. Her petite body was wrapped in a black hooded sweatshirt. Although she was only 1.6 meters tall, her legs were long and thin, and she looked particularly beautiful wrapped in black leggings at the moment. After she walked in, she looked at Li Muhan, and finally directly bypassed Li Muhan and greeted Lin Zai. Forest Bureau. Lin Zai nodded with a smile, and then pointed at Li Muhan. Why don't you say hello to your new captain? Yin Chi glanced at Li Muhan. Team Li. You still call me Li Muhan? Li Muhan was a little embarrassed. This Lin Zai obviously said that the 7th team recommended him to be the captain, but this Yin Chi obviously did not have this attitude. Lin Zai seemed to see Li Muhan's thoughts. She took a sip of coffee and said, Don't doubt what I said, the first one to recommend you is Lin Ziyu, and the second is Yin Chi. Humph. Yin Chi snorted coldly. Li Muhan was also relieved. It seems that this girl is just Sundara. Yin Chi, your captain is also here, then I will tell you the order. From today onwards, Li Muhan will be temporarily seconded to the 9th team of the Occult Management Section to assist in the work, and during the time he is away, the 7th team will be presided over by you. With only a team of 3 people left, can you still carry out the mission? Yin Chi said unceremoniously. Li Muhan also understood at this time. Another reason why Yin Chi was unhappy today was because Li Muhan was seconded to another team as soon as he became the captain of the 7th squad, which was really a shame for the 7th squad. The appointment order was issued by the director himself, and he obeyed the order. Lin Zai's voice became a little colder, and Yin Chi slowly turned his head, as if he was still expressing his dissatisfaction. That's right, Li Muhan, let me give you a detailed introduction to the various departments of the Special Management Bureau. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is subordinate to the Nanling Provincial Special Management Bureau. Among them, the Tianhai Special Management Bureau is also divided into many various sub-bureaus and scientific research institutes, a total of 12 sub-bureaus and scientific research institutes, of which Forest Bureau eyed. There are also classes in the afternoon. Li Muhan is indeed not a top student, and he worked hard to be admitted to Tianhai University for Guruashi. And now he wants to sleep when he hears this kind of tirade. Lin Zai didn't continue, just patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Okay, you can get familiar with the work in the future, and you will report to the Occult Management Department after class tonight, and someone will receive you there. She didn't say anything. You are now a member of the Special Management Bureau. What kind of school are you going to? This is quite touching for Li Muhan, but he still asked with some doubts. Is it so urgent? After all, you were seconded on temporary basis to deal with a tricky incident. Yin Chi snorted coldly, and Lin Zai glared at her. Don't worry, I won't take away your captain, it's just a secondment. Who cares about him? I just don't want the 7th squad to have no tasks to do. Alright, you all go out first. After coming out of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan went straight to the school, and it was rare that Xia Yu also went to the school today, and the two met at the school gate. Although there were doubts and disdainful glances at the two of them, Li Muhan didn't care at all. Let the others say whatever they want. After sending Xia Yu to her own teaching building, Li Muhan met Lao Luo again. Muhan, the girl in the barbecue restaurant last time was really Xia Yu. That's right. You too. Are you really dating? Not really. Lao Luo obviously didn't believe it. He pieced Li Muhan to tell Li Muhan the truth. Li Muhan was very speechless. What did he say? Did he want to tell Lao Luo Xia Yu that he was a vampire, and that he was her mobile blood bag? Just as the two of them were walking towards the teaching building, a voice suddenly stopped Li Muhan. Li Muhan. Huh? Who is it? Li Muhan and Lao Luo turned around at the same time, and both of them froze. A tall, beautiful girl in a school uniform is looking at them from a short distance with a smile on her face. To be precise, he looked at Li Muhan. Isn't that the legendary beautiful girl transfer student of the northern country? Hattie. Hattie walked in front of Li Muhan, and suddenly opened his arms and gently hugged Li Muhan. Luo Yang beside him had a question mark on his face, and the students around him were also looking at him, and some even started whispering. What's the situation? Isn't that transfer student particularly cold to everyone? Who's that guy? I don't know, and I don't look very handsome. You let go of me first. Li Muhan hurriedly broke free from Hattie's embrace. Don't be shy, it's just our people's way of greeting. Hattie looked at Li Muhan with a mischievous smile. What a liar! Whether you are a wolf or a dog, Li Muhan doesn't remember that these two creatures have a way of greeting each other with a hug. At most, nose-to-nose kiss rubbing? But Hattie seemed to see Li Muhan's thoughts, and she gently held Li Muhan's face. If you want, you can. Then the girl licked her lips and smiled seductively. Muhan! You actually know this transfer student? Luo Yang let out an exclamation, and Hattie glanced at Luo Yang out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes instantly became a little cold. I'm sorry, I want to be alone with him for a while, okay? Coco can be. Luo Yang couldn't even speak clearly, but even Hattie's expression made him feel soft for a while. No, you can't! Luo Yang, you dare to fucking go! Li Muhan was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped Luo Yang, who was already about to turn around. I don't want to leave either. This girl's eyes are so scary. Still not brothers? Yes. But the brother can't stand in the way of the brother's peach blossom road. Leave! Then Luo Yang turned around and ran into the distance. This was the first time Li Muhan had seen Luo Yang run so fast. As Hattie drew closer to his lips, he could almost feel the girl's rapid breathing. She suddenly felt a burst of murderous intent coming from behind her. When she turned her head to look, a figure jerked her to the ground. I've already said it, stay away from him, you stupid wolf! Xia Yu was pressed against Hattie's body at this time, and the fangs in her mouth and her anger were almost impossible to hide. But Hattie didn't make any struggling moves, just looked at Xia Yu with a smile on his face. Does Little Moon also protect food? The more you do this, the more I want to eat him. Shut up. Now the surroundings are boiling even more. Xia Yu Hutty. Two extremely topical characters on campus collided at this time, and it was for a man? What kind of Mary Sue plot is this? This development is not right. What's going on? Come and see. Xia Yu and that transfer student got into a fight. No, is that Xia Yu this kind of character? How is it different from what I heard? Luo Yang couldn't close his mouth anymore. My mother, Li Muhan, you kid! It's hidden. Li Muhan hurriedly rushed up and hugged Xia Yu. Stop, don't do anything here. This pervert. I'm going to kill her. You couldn't kill me 300 years ago, and you can't kill me now. Hattie gradually showed her canine teeth, and the smile on her face gradually grew crazy. Oh my God! Li Muhan is stupid, although women are very good-looking in fights. But if these two people really started a realm fight here, I am afraid that none of these students will want to survive, and then I am afraid that I will see Lin Zai's anger. Thinking of this, Li Muhan almost tried his best to pull Xia Yu away from Hattie's body, and Hattie slowly got up from the ground. She patted the somewhat soiled school uniform, and said with a calm smile on her face, "It's still as savage as ever. Who can compare to you, stupid wolf, than savagery? Speak clean, little bat. I don't mind continuing here what we're not done." "No problem, come on. Come on." Li Muhan couldn't help it at all. As soon as he picked up Xia Yu, as soon as the princess picked him up, he rushed out of the school gate. That's all for today. All that was left was the staring of the crowd and the voices of discussion one after another. "What's the matter, that man? Chose Xia Yu? Xia Yu is indeed very beautiful, but I think Hattie is better. And isn't Xia Yu a bitch? Who knows, some people may be good for this." Hattie clasped his hands in front of his chest, looking at the back of Li Muhan, who was running away, and a strange smile appeared on his face again. "The more you value something, the more I want to get my hands on it." Chapter 41. Why did you suddenly become sick? In the luxurious ward on the top floor of the first hospital of Tianhai City, Zhao Qiankun has been out of danger, and now he has woken up from a coma, but that hand will never come back. Almost every day he was awakened in a nightmare in which the terrible monster chased after him, snapping his arm again and again, and then laughing at him like that. Li Muhan. That monster. Click. The door of the ward was pushed open, and it was Zhao Zhijiang who came in, and Zhao Zhijiang frowned when he saw his son trembling on the bed. "I'll send you abroad for prosthetic surgery next month, and you won't come back," Zhao Zhijiang said coldly. "Dad, that night I really saw the monster." "That's it. Shut up. Isn't there a shame?" Zhao Zhijiang's mood is also very unstable. During this time he has tripled the reward for Li Muhan. Not only no one came to take orders, but there were even many big people he couldn't afford to call him and let him stop. The strange phone call he received earlier must have been just a prank, and he still had a glimmer of hope. "Dad, why don't you believe me, that Li Muhan is a monster. He's a monster." Seeing his son's unpromising appearance, Zhao Zhijiang's anger didn't come to one place. "Fuck you! Shut up!" Zhao Zhijiang kicked over the chair next to the bed, pointed at Zhao Qiankun's nose and scolded. "You usually fucking play with women and take drugs. I don't care about you, because I think I'm sorry for your mother, thinking that you can be rich and rich for a lifetime. But what about you? You know how much trouble you've gotten into me this time?" I don't know. Dad, I just want to teach that orphan a lesson. There are so many people and so many women in this world. Who are you not good to touch? You want to touch his woman." Zhao Zhijiang thought at this time that Li Muhan did something to his son because of Guruashi, an ex-girlfriend. As everyone knows, it was actually Zhao Qiankun who went to find death by himself. Of course, Zhao Qiankun would not explain. He knew that although his father was scolding, he was no less angry with Li Muhan than himself. "Dad, do you have a way to kill him? Kill him? Did you know that now we'd better pray that man is alive? If he goes out one day and is hit by a car and dies, your dad and I may be exposed to the wilderness in 10 minutes. Zhao Qiankun was stupid. He had thought that this matter was very serious. But I didn't expect that even my father would not be able to put it in peace, and even threaten my father's life? Dad, what is the origin of Li Muhan? What's the matter? I don't have any fart, I'm weird, an orphan with no background. Why are so many immortals and powerful people jumping out to protect him, as if Lao Tzu only needs to move a single hair of him? 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals will destroy my entire family. Zhao Qiankun comforted his father. Dad, why don't we hire a killer? Do you think Lao Tzu didn't invite? Do you know what his bounty is on the underground bounty list? Million! No one even looks at the fuck. This seems to be the first time Zhao Qiankun has seen his father so angry. Suddenly, Zhao Qiankun had an idea, thought of something and said to Zhao Zhijiang. Dad, since you can't move him, let's move his family. Did you have your hands unloaded or did he dig out your brains? You don't know he's an orphan? Facing his father's anger, Zhao Qiankun sneered and said, Dad, you don't know this. Although he is an orphan, the parents of that slut are adoptive fathers and adoptive mothers to him. Oh? The slut you're talking about, is that the woman you played with before? Yes, it's the orphan's ex-girlfriend. We can start with him, arrest that slut and his parents. I don't believe that Li Muhan, that orphan, dares to go against us. Zhao Jijiang pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Forget it. Is it possible for you to get out of the way after you do it to them? When the time comes, we just don't admit it. It's not that simple. Alas, that's it. You go abroad next month, don't come back. But, Dad. I said it. That's the end of it. Zhao Zijiang stood up angrily. How could he not want to take revenge? Of course, not to avenge his son, but to avenge his self-esteem that had been trampled on by Li Muhan these days. But after weighing the pros and cons, he knew that even if he killed the slut and his parents, what would be the use, and then settle the score? Do you have to pay for your life? What is his identity, Zhao Zijiang? This transaction is simply a loss to his grandmother's family. Seeing his father say this, Zhao Qianquan didn't say anything, but his eyes rolled, and he seemed to have his own idea. This fucking professional killer doesn't take it, so just find a stupid stunned young man. Zhao Qianquan's IQ is estimated to be at this level, but there are people with lower IQs than him who really dare to deal with him. When his father was gone, he reached for his phone with his remaining right hand. Hey, Dezhuang, have you been short of money lately? Cousin? You know me, I'll never be short of money. Okay, don't talk about it, help me do something, the money is indispensable to you. Zhao Qianquan's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. At the same time, inside the DQ ice cream shop in the shopping street, everyone looked at a man and a woman in amazement. Just because there were at least 10 large ice cream bowls on the table in front of them. And what shocked them even more was that these were all eaten by the petite and cute girl alone. Okay, haven't you lost your breath yet? Li Muhan supported his chin with his hand, looked at Xiaoyu, who didn't know if he was angry or really liked to eat ice cream. Why don't you stay away from her? I told you she was dangerous. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan very dissatisfied. If I don't expand the field, I'm an ordinary person, she insists on hugging me, can I escape? Quack. The steel spoon was almost vulnerable to the girl's mouth, and it was chewed and swallowed with ice cream. It's hard to get a smell. Now it's all the stench of that wolf. Of course, Li Muhan didn't mean to speak to Hattie. After all, she was really weird, and she didn't know why she wanted to get close to her. But now looking at Xiaoyu, who was obviously dizzy from anger, he knew. Hattie approached herself in order to deliberately anger Xiaoyu. And this vampire's IQ doesn't seem to be as good as Hattie's growth after so many years, so isn't this being teased? Anyway, can you not contact her in the future? Li Muhan wanted to answer well, but suddenly he had a feeling of wanting to play a prank. Well, why? I think the Huddi are pretty good, they saved me twice. Oh yes, the second time I was attacked by you. Me? I'm because I'm. In short, I can protect you, you don't have to seek her refuge. Huh? Well, what to do, what should I do? Li Muhan's yin and yang weirdness can be seen at a glance that he is joking. But Xiaoyu didn't know about these human jokes, and she was obviously a little anxious at this time. Suddenly, her eyes darkened, and she clenched the spoon in her hand that had bitten off her head, and an eerie smile appeared on her face. It seems that it is better to kill her. Huh? Wait, what are you going to do? I'm kidding. Li Muhan didn't expect Xiaoyu to suddenly turn black. It seems that this joke really can't be messed around. Oh? Is it you feel sorry for her? Well, since I can't kill her, then I'll have to lock you up at home. The groove. Li Muhan is stupid. Has he become sick now? In the end, Li Muhan almost had to coax the little vampire well, and then let her sleep with her in her arms all night, until she felt that she no longer had the smell of Hattie. Chapter 42, Can You Be Serious? Originally, it was scheduled to go to the 9th Special Administration Bureau in the evening, but because of a conflict with Xiaoyu, Li Muhan and Lin Zhe took a leave of absence and spent the night coaxing Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe is also reasonable, and made it clear. It's also part of your job to appease that bloodline's emotions. So early the next morning, Li Muhan took the bus alone to the address sent to him by Lin Zhe. When he arrived at the location, Li Muhan found that this was not Suwei Mountain in the north of Tianhai City. This special authority is not only underground, but also in the mountains? With doubts, he went up the mountain. Suwei Mountain is a 3A level scenic spot in Tianhai City, and even on weekdays, there's an endless stream of tourists here. The first attraction on the mountain is the Jinwu Taoist Temple, which is the best in China. It is said that this true martial arts temple was established by a highly respected Taoist in the Qianjin sect of the Song dynasty, and it became a school of its own in the subsequent development, and it can be said that it has a long history and profound cultural heritage. Looking at the endless stream of pilgrims, Li Muhan suddenly felt a strangeness. There was a faint sound of a dragon's groan in his ears. The sound seemed to have a magical force that drew him around the main hall of the Taoist temple and into the remote backyard, which was independent of the subjectivity of the Taoist temple and had only a low bungalow. And the sound of the dragon's groan came from behind the bungalow. After Li Muhan followed the sound to the bungalow, he found that the weeds had been overgrown for a long time and no one had taken care of it, and not far in front was a backwater pool. For some reason, the water is very muddy, and there are no fish, but a few blisters pop up from time to time. And Li Muhan has a feeling that the depth of this pool of water is probably unimaginable, and there must be something underneath it. Just when Li Muhan wanted to walk in and take a look, suddenly he was slapped on the back. Was so frightened that Li Muhan almost fell into Tanzhong. Oh, be careful! A pair of hands grabbed Li Muhan's back collar and dragged him back. Thank you, thank you. Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling that if he really fell into this pool of water, the consequences would be unimaginable. When I looked back, I saw a cute girl who looked to be 14 or 15 years old, wearing a Taoist robe, staring at her with a pair of big round eyes. And her robe is a little strange. It seems to have been cut and transformed by herself, which is a little different from the ordinary robe, and it looks more decent and a little more playful and cute. This little friend, are you lost? Why did you get here? The girl spoke. Her voice was as sweet as her appearance, and there was a childlike smile on her face. Li Muhan guessed that she should be a Taoist priest of this Taoist temple. It's the first time I've seen Aunt Dao. As Xiao Dao chief, I heard something in this pool of water, so I came over to take a look. Voice? The expression on the girl's face changed slightly. Xiao Yu, I'm afraid I heard it wrong. This is a backwater, there is not even a fish, how can there be any sound? Maybe I misheard? Xiao Yu must have heard it wrong, I'll send you back to the main hall first. Li Muhan scratched his head. The meaning of this trail is also very clear. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. But the purpose of coming here is not to visit the Taoist temple. Is the address given by Lindsay wrong? What, little sister, no, shout out chief, can I ask? Li Muhan felt that what he said next would definitely be regarded as a psychopath by this girl, but the time before the appointment was almost up, so he could only ask stubbornly. You know. Occult Management Division. How to get around? Unexpectedly, when this girl heard Li Muhan say this, she was stunned at first, and then the smile on her face was even worse. It's you, why did you come? I waited for you to fall asleep last night. The girl suddenly pursed her lips and said dissatisfiedly to Li Muhan. Huh? What do you say? Wait for me? Okay, come with me, the master is waiting for you. Saying that, the girl took Li Muhan's hand and walked towards the bungalow. Huh? What's going on? Wait, did you recognize the wrong person? Wrong person? Are you Li Muhan, the captain of the 7th squad? It wasn't until the other party said his name and position that Li Muhan understood. After doing it for a long time, it turned out that this little girl was her colleague. Chang. The girl pushed open the door of the dilapidated bungalow. This is the Occult Management Division. Bang. The cool breeze was blowing, and there were only a few cluttered desks and books in the room, and it looked as if it had been uninhabited for a long time. It's hard for this kid to say this with such pride. Hurry up, come with me. The girl pushed Li Muhan into the house from behind, then turned around and closed the door again. It's not what I imagined, it's really supernatural. Forehead? Li Muhan couldn't help but complain that your supernatural management department didn't have to make the office like a haunted house. The girl walked to the wall and raised her hand to knock rhythmically a few times, and Li Muhan instantly found that there was nothing on the wall where there was originally a sign of Bagua Tai Chi instantly appeared. Then the girl lit up the 7-star lamp around the gossip map according to a certain direction, and the dilapidated cabinet beside Li Muhan began to slowly unfold, and an elevator door came into view. Bang! Isn't it amazing? The girl looked at Li Muhan with glowing eyes, as if she was waiting to be praised. There's a feeling that Grandma Lu has entered Hogwarts. Li Muhan really didn't know how to describe this sense of disobedience, which was even more outrageous than the headquarters of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau that opened a hole under the bank. Okay, let's go in. The girl pushed Li Muhan into the elevator again, and then walked in herself. With this feeling of déjà vu, Li Muhan felt that even if something appeared again, he would not be afraid. But he was still wrong. When the elevator stops and the elevator doors open, he was simply dumbfounded. A small group of buildings that can almost be said to be built in the interior of Suwei Mountain stands out, and the style of these buildings is all antique old buildings, and there is no sense of technology like the headquarters of the Special Administration Bureau. But because of this gives Li Muhan a solemn sense of mystery. Welcome to the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Occult Management Section. The girl jumped out of the elevator and opened her arms in the face of Li Muhan, as if she was very proud of all this. One word, absolutely. And Li Muhan couldn't say anything other than a thumbs up. There are not only Taoist temples here, but also temples, and even some strange buildings that Li Muhan can't name. Under the leadership of the girl, they came to a huge Taoist temple building, which was somewhat similar to the true Martial Dao Temple in Suwei Mountain, but it was even bigger than the true Martial Dao Temple. After entering, Li Muhan was happy. A group of men and women in Taoist robes are operating on a holographic projection with a tablet printed with gossip patterns, not to mention how strange the scene is. It's trendy. Li Muhan walked through these staff, or Taoist priests. He said to the girl. Oh, the times are advancing, and the combination of science and the occult is the mainstream trend in the future. The girl greeted the person next to her and explained to Li Muhan. Eventually, they came to a room in the depths of the main hall. Li Muhan really felt that he had survived so many hurdles, and now he wouldn't encounter anything that shocked him. As it turned out, he really had a too young, too simple Tucson break. When the quaint room door was opened, what Li Muhan saw was an old Taoist priest with immortal wind bones, and a monk in his 20s with serious eyes like angry eyes, and the other was even more heavyweight. A girl wearing a Western-style Lolita dress, a beautiful appearance, and elegant manners. The three men were sitting at a table in the room. If I take out this 3-generation one, how will you deal with it, little monk? The poor monk can only sacrifice the magic weapon, Captain, be careful. Wang bang, I won. In the end, it was the girl who ended up fighting. Li Muhan felt that his eyes were a little moist. Really, I feel like I've been educated for so many years has collapsed. Are you the Special Administration Bureau or the Dian Club? Can you be serious? Chapter 43, Squad 9. Master! Master! The girl ran up to the old priest and shook his arm. Little Linglong, don't make trouble! The master will perform a Jedi reversal for you. I'm the king of the king, and you're still here to turn the tables? The foreign girl with a mouthful of northeast mouth looked at the old Taoist priest defiantly. Did the two of them not take the poor monk in their eyes, Amitba, and look at the poor monk? The rest of the game lasted another 10 minutes or so. The final victory still belonged to the foreign lady. Good guy, Li Muhan complained in his heart, this monk, a Taoist leader, can't beat a foreign girl. She smiled and took the money from the old Taoist priest and the young monk before looking at the door. Who is this kid? Thank you. You're the first person I noticed when I walked through the door. Li Muhan wanted to cry without tears. And the girl who came in with Li Muhan originally wanted to introduce Li Muhan, but she was pulled by her master and began to play cards. Only now did I suddenly remember my mission. Ah, master! I'm just going to tell you this. The person from the Forest Bureau is here. The old Taoist priest had just lost the money, and his face was dissatisfied. He raised his eyes to look at Li Muhan. His emaciated cheekbones and sunken eyes made Li Muhan feel that the old Taoist priest was going to go west in the next second. Hey, somebody! I only saw a demon outsider. But what the old Taoist priest said made Li Muhan a little surprised. He seemed to see at a glance that there was a demon in his body. The monk was polite. He got up, folded his hands and bowed to Li Muhan. Ba, this benefactor is Li Muhan, the captain of the 7th squad. Hello, master. Li Muhan followed the monk's example and bowed with his hands folded. Okay, the money is lost, the people are here, and the card is here. The old Taoist priest picked up the dust on the side and swept it gently. The poker on the table disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xiaoling Long, go, make a pot of good tea, it's time to talk about business. The petite-robed girl jumped out of the room. After a while, I saw her carrying a tray with a pot of steaming fragrant tea and 4 cups on it. Why are you stunned? Come and sit here, Captain Li. The old Taoist priest shook the dust again, and a chair suddenly appeared in front of Li Muhan. This is really amazing. Li Muhan scratched his head and sat on the chair, thinking to himself that this old Taoist priest used to be a trickster. You still call me Li Muhan, you call me in this tone, I feel like a Japan. First of all, thank you for coming to support our 9th squad. As you can see, the entire Tsuwei Mountain belongs to the Occult Management Section, and the 9th squad is also the main squad of the Occult Management Section. The old Taoist priest had a wisp of beard. If he hadn't seen the way he was playing cards just now, Li Muhan would really have thought that this was a master of Taoism. And poor Dao is the captain of the 9th squad, a Xianhuang Dao person, Huang Zizai. Ba, the poor monk's name is Zhongya, and the common name is Sha Sha. Li Muhan took a sip of tea and almost didn't squirt out. Master, you. It must be a front-row assault in the ranks. Zhongya raised his eyebrows, looking at Li Muhan with a hint of awe in his eyes. How did the donor see it? That's right, I am indeed the heavy responsibility of the King Kong demon subduer. Because you're all in the field, of course, you have to get out of the hourglass. Li Muhan didn't say this. After all, although this master looked righteous, the murderous aura was coming out when he was playing cards just now. I thought that the 7th squad was already a master. Unexpectedly, this 9th squad is even more crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Huatian's little baby, did you really kill a cholera alien? The old Taoist priest crossed his legs, looked at Li Muhan while drinking tea, and said. At the mention of Huatian, Li Muhan's eyes also became serious. He nodded heavily. Yes, single-handedly. She was so reckless, but now his life is lost, it's really funny. Li Muhan was a little angry in an instant. He didn't think there was anything funny about this. But after he saw that Huang Zizai, who had been hanging on his face, showed a trace of loneliness, Li Muhan swallowed back what he wanted to say. Ba, Captain Huatian is a hero among people. That's right, Huang Daochang, Captain Hua single-handedly killed a cholera-level anomaly. When Monk Zhongya and the fashionably dressed foreign woman said this, Huang Daochang was instantly unhappy. Okay, stop bragging, let's get down to business. It's helpless to let you come over to help this time. Now the Supernatural Management Department has all the people who can use it. What about the other squads? Li Muhan remembered that Lin Zhe had said that there were 5 teams under the Occult Management Division. The 9th squad is the A squad, but the other squads shouldn't have caught it on the table. Do you think this combat member of the Special Administration is buying vegetables in the vegetable market? Grab a handful? Huang Zizai glanced at Li Muhan. Li Muhan knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, mainly because I saw that the 7th team was all combat members, so I... As soon as Li Muhan said this, Huang stood up with a smile. It's really from the headquarters, the tone is different. Your 7th squad is the squad of the headquarters. Even if it's the bottom of the headquarters, it's also the headquarters. We're not as big as yours. In the Occult Management Division, only the 9th squad is a combat squad. Do you understand? Understand, you dissipate. Li Muhan smiled bitterly and apologized. What a fiery doll, huh? Huang Zizai flicked his sleeves, sat down in a different position, and calmed down after taking a sip of tea. Li Muhan hurriedly opened the topic for the time being. Everyone, all I know now is this Zodiac Chief and this golden body. Well, can you two introduce the name of Master Zhongya? When the girl heard that she was about to introduce herself, she immediately raised her hand happily. Me! I'll come first. Looking at her bouncing appearance, Li Muhan suddenly felt that this child was so lively. Per Dao Yulinglong, Dao number Yulong Dao people. I saw her shaking her head and reporting her name as her master. I told you that you are not qualified first. Where did you come from? Give me a good introduction. Huang Zizai raised his hand and slapped Yulinglong's head. The little girl pouted and muttered a few words, then continued to look at Li Muhan and said, My name is Yulinglong, 14 years old, and I am an intern member of the 9th Squad of the Occult Management Division of the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan smiled and stretched out his hand to her. Nice to meet you, Sister Linglong. But the little girl did not stretch out her hand, but leaned her head over and sniffed. There's a lot of blood, and there's a smell of zombies. No, it's a wolf's breath, and so on. How can there be a strange smell that hasn't smelled before? Huh! Zombie. Bat? Wolf? What? Li Muhan was stunned. How could he listen to this girl? It was like a zoo in his body. Smack. Then Yulinglong's head was patted by Huang Zizi again. What a zombie, that's the bloodline. After all, his guarantor is the cataclysmic bloodline. It was the foreign girl who was snickering with her mouth covered and snickering. Her long pale blonde hair with a hint of curls is very exotic, especially the royal blue eyes, which are as dazzling as sapphires that have lost time. It's me, my name is Sasha Crosted. As you can see, I am not from Huaxia, but a member of the Eastern European Special Administration sent to Huaxia for exchange study, and my own job is an astrologer. Taoist priests, monks are not so rare to get together. But this inserted an astrologer. Li Muhan has a feeling that the subway old man is looking at his mobile phone. Hello, ma'am. He greeted Sasha like he did on TV, but the other party smiled even more. You're so cute. That's it. Now that you've finished the introduction, is there anything else you'd like to ask? If not, I'm going to start talking about missions. As the backbone of this team, Taoist Huang Zizai is also the Taoist of the true martial Taoist temple of Suwei Mountain, and he is also a Taoist bloodline. It can be said that it is a real Taoist master. At this time, he looked at Li Muhan's eyes and was a little different from just now. It was as if he was staring at the demonic power in his body through Li Muhan's appearance. This made Li Muhan a little sweaty. You must know that these people are not aliens, they are all ordinary people, although they are combatants, but this kind of oppression is even stronger than that collar-level Qi country. Chapter 44 Strange Aliens. I do have a problem, Zodiac Chief. Li Muhan slowly raised his hand. This is not a school, if you want to speak, you can say it. Huang Zizi shook his legs impatiently. His immortal wind bone image had not been maintained for even 10 minutes, and now he had become an old gambler again. I heard from the Forestry Bureau that something happened to your alien team, so I asked me to replace it. I want to ask, was it injured in the battle? After listening to Li Muhan's words, a few people, you look at me, I look at you, and finally Yulinglong hurriedly spoke. I'll answer. You answer a fart! And raise your hand before you speak! Huang Zizi slapped the little girl on the back of the head again, and Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. This master is really a double standard. Amitabha, when Lord Li asked this question, is he worried that the mission is too dangerous? To be honest, yes, after all, supernatural or something, I don't actually understand it. You should also know that I belong to the chaos level of an outlier, and I am not very strong in itself. Huang Zizai sneered, picked up the teacup next to him and drank it down, and then said deliberately yin and yang. How awesome should I be? The headquarters is a baby, and I was given the position of captain, and it turned out to be so cowardly. Li Muhan is not angry. What he is best at is observing words and feelings. This Zodiac Chief does not say whether he has the ability or not. His personality seems to be so arrogant. There is a feeling of an old naughty boy. Amitabha, let me tell you. As if to play around, Nikaya interjected. Master Li, your worries are not unreasonable, but we can't hide it. Our alien team members are indeed injured. Li Muhan suddenly felt that this matter was not so simple. Since it can hurt the outliers of the ACE team of the Occult Management Section, this is a big problem. Can it be solved with only one support on its own? But the monk immediately added another sentence. But not because of the task, but for some other, very complicated reason, Amitabha Buddha. At this time, Li Muhan was a little stunned. Without waiting for him to think about it, the foreign girl Sasha took over and said, "Actually, I have just come to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau not long ago, only about half a year, in order to help the Tianhai City Special Administration Bureau solve this incident." Sasha smiled and said that she belonged to the Eastern European Special Administration and had come specifically for this purpose as a foreign supporter. "I'm ashamed, I'm not good at learning, and I can't help Team 9 solve this matter." "What the hell is it that makes this so tricky?" Li Muhan also became more and more curious. In the end, Huang Zizai snorted coldly. "Humph, it's just a sinister and cunning alien who is entrenched in an ancient building, and the living soul is held hostage so that we can't make a move. Lord Sha Shi has already helped us locate the alien species, and we have carried out a total of 3 operations. Each time we were forced to retreat because there were too many souls. Master, you can just call me Sasha." "Yes, Lord Sha." "Is the soul so powerful?" Li Muhan asked. Huang Zizi let out a disdainful sneer. "Humph, cultivators, eliminate demons and defend the Tao, but those living souls are the souls of innocent people. If you really want to make a move, I'm afraid that those living souls will be scattered, and it is because of this that we have not been able to take down the aliens in the ancient tower for a long time. It seems that this is the dilemma that Squad 9 is currently experiencing." "I see," Li Muhan also understood. In addition to the ghost monster who occupied the ancient building, there was also an extremely difficult anomaly, which used the soul as a hostage to force the 9th team to attack. "Let's start with that. I'm just a Chaos class outlier right now, so I don't have much confidence that I can help you in your actions." This is not modest. Li Muhan knows his current strength very well. If he is allowed to face a narrow country with cholera level, he is not sure of winning, and he can't even do it as much as possible to end up with him like Huitian. "Don't worry, those living souls are controlled by us, and you have only one goal, that is, to go straight to the top of the ancient building and clean up that alien." Huang Zizi continued. "My last question." Li Muhan glanced at everyone. "Are your aliens so badly wounded? I can't let her fight with me, so the odds will be better." Hearing Li Muhan say this, everyone was silent. "Count, the injuries are very serious," Sasha said with a wry smile, and looked away. "Badly hurt, well?" Master Zhongya folded his hands and lowered his head slightly. "Is Sister Qiyuan injured? How did I not know?" "Not." "Per Yu Linglong seems to be patted on the head every time she speaks." Huang Zizai pressed his apprentice's head and said to Li Muhan, "Alright, just to let you know we're not fooling you, let's go and see for yourself." So Li Muhan followed a few people to a room at the end of the side room of the Taoist temple. This room is very cute. The pink paint whitewashes the door with a girly look, and there is a famous toy doll hanging on it. The little doll held up a sign that said "Do not disturb." "This?" Li Muhan looked at this door, and it was hard to imagine what kind of alien lived inside. "Anyway, she's really badly hurt." Huang Zizi patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. "If you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself." "Should I go in?" Li Muhan hesitated, and finally he decided to go in. If he could persuade this alien named Qiyuan to fight with him, then the odds would increase a lot. Swallowing his saliva, Li Muhan slowly raised his hand, and the moment he touched the door, he felt a terrible coercion, as if something was warning him, "Don't come in." Li Muhan turned his head and looked at a few people again. Several people looked away, and Sasha sighed to herself. "I decided to go in and have a look. After all, the task is heavy. In fact, the dog's life is important. If someone fights side by side with himself, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort?" Go ahead." Huang Zizi nodded, and finally patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Li Muhan's hand touched the doorknob, and then twisted, clicked, and the door opened. Watch Li Muhan's figure gradually be swallowed up by the darkness in the house, until the door clicked shut. Flutter. The first to hold back was Sha Xia, and then a few people, except for Yu Linglong. Even the big monk cracked the corners of his mouth and laughed. "Amitba! Puff ha! Master Li Shi, I really went to find the Red Mandarin. Well, there's a good show to watch now. Bet on, bet on." Huang Zizai rolled up his sleeves and took out a few 100 yuan bills. "I bet this kid won't last 5 minutes. Amitba, 10 minutes. That? I'll just bet for 30 minutes. Yu Linglong blinked at the three of them with big eyes, and finally raised her hand and said, I think brother Li Muhan can bring sister Chiyuan out. Yo, at a young age, I'm going to lose money. Hey, spend tonight, my little apprentice paid for it. At this time, Li Muhan, who was in the dark, focused his eyes on the front. In the center of the room, there is a sofa, and in front of the sofa, there is a TV. A slender figure was huddled on the sofa, staring intently at the content on the TV. Li Muhan got closer, only to find out that what was on TV was a very famous Japanese drama, and everyone who watched it would burst into tears. Hello? Li Muhan tried to greet the figure on the sofa. The figure's body trembled when she heard Li Muhan's voice, and then she slowly turned around. Li Muhan gasped. What he saw was a delicate face that was definitely not lost to Xiaoyu, and this face was slightly red with tears in the corners of his eyes at this time, obviously crying. This reminded Li Muhan of an ancient poem. Yurong is lonely and tears are dry, and pear blossoms bring rain in spring. Chapter 45. Is this the love brain? Are you? Who? The black hair that hung down on the sofa like a waterfall was slightly messy, but it made the girl look even more warm and beautiful like water at the moment. Her pale red eyes flashed with tears, and she looked at Li Muhan directly. Hello, I'm Li Muhan, the captain of the 7th Squad, and now I'm here to support the 9th Squad's operation. I heard that you were injured, so I want to see if there is anything you need help with. Wounded? Yes, I'm hurt. The wound is deep. Speaking of this, tears poured out from between the girl's eyebrows and eyes like pearls. Don't cry first. Where are you hurt? Li Muhan hurriedly grabbed the tissue on the side, pulled a few and handed it over. The girl took the tissue and wiped her tears, then looked at Li Muhan again. Are you worried about me? Huh? I'm worried about you. If you're cured, you can fight with me, so I don't have to fight it all by myself. Can you come over some? The girl looked at Li Muhan with a pleading look. Li Muhan didn't know what she was going to do, but she only hesitated for a second, and tears began to pour out from the corners of her eyes again. You don't want to be near me, you're afraid of me? Hey, what's there to be afraid of? We're both aliens, come on, I'll see where you're hurt. Li Muhan walked over ruthlessly. No matter what, you won't just eat yourself. My hurt. The girl slowly stretched out her hand, held Li Muhan's hand, and then put Li Muhan's hand on her chest. Here. It. Li Muhan was so frightened that he wanted to retract his hand, but the girl's strength was surprisingly strong, and she couldn't move a little no matter how she struggled. Why, when we love each other so much, why did he betray me? The girl's tears were dripping like pearls, but Li Muhan panicked. What's the situation? Big girl. Calm down. Why did you betray me? Wait, the injury you are talking about, should it be a love injury? Emotional wound. Yes, this kind of pain is like a crusting heart, unforgettable. Hearts and mouths are different. Li Muhan was speechless, and could only start idiom solitaire nonsensically. Different-minded, yes, he's a disinformation-minded liar bastard. Obviously said that he would be with me forever. Why lie to me? You've met a scumbag. Hey, a scumbag. Everyone has the responsibility to meet a few in their lives, why bother? No. He loves me. He clearly said that he will always love me at the end of the poem, but why? He left me and got married. Huh! This line is so familiar. He told me that he couldn't sleep without seeing my smile, but now he... Why? Tears fell on Li Muhan's hands, looking at the beautiful girl who was crying so much. Now Li Muhan's heart only wants to scold his mother. I take the liberty of asking you. Your boyfriend, is his surname Zhou? I'll go. It turns out to be an illegitimate dream girl. What? What do you mean? Well, that's what I mean. Well, I said that if you let go of love gradually, you will go further, so why bother to change the time you have missed? Li Muhan decided to fight poison with poison, and wanted to defeat magic with magic. Since the other party was a dream girl, he would use her dream to defeat her. What you say, like him, woo? I should put it down. How can I put it down? It's easy, you just need to find a new one. Li Muhan blurted out, and then she saw that the girl's eyes that were crying a little cloudy slowly became clear. You mean? There are so many good men in the world, why hang yourself from a tree? You are so beautiful, you will definitely meet the one who belongs only to you. The girl sniffed, and then held Li Muhan's hand tighter. What do you think I'm? Is it pretty? Oh, it's not just beautiful, it's like a fairy daughter. I'll pack a ticket, girl, just your appearance, a stop on the street. It's a serial car accident. Why? Because all the drivers are sticking their heads out to see you. It's so beautiful. The girl's cheeks were slightly red. What's your name? Well, I'd just like to have introduced. My name is Li Muhan. The girl slowly lowered her head and said in a voice that made Li Muhan's bones crisp. My name is Red Kite, and from today on, you are my everything, my world, my universe, and my love. Li Muhan was slightly stunned and then slowly stood up, his hands still being dragged by the girl. Wait a minute, I'll take a look. You mean you shifted the target? The target is me? No, it's not a transfer, it's true love. Everything I have encountered is for the sake of meeting you, and only when I meet you, I really feel that the world is full of color. Don't. Sister. I can't. I'm an orphan. It may sound presumptuous, but it's true. Me too, although my mother is still here. I don't know where it ran for a long time. From today on, I am your family. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's still too late. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Let's get married, honey. You can propose to me later and give me a ring. We will be happy. We will have many, many children. I love you. The red kite threw herself into Li Muhan's arms. Was so frightened that Li Muhan rolled and shrank into the corner. You don't come here. Calm down. What's the matter with you? How can you say love when you see someone? Do you know love? I got it. Why do you want to stay away? Don't you want to hug me? Men like it, or say you don't want me to wear clothes, although I'm shy. But if you want to be here, I can too, dear, as long as it's for you, I can. I'll give you my body now. After saying that, the red kite began to untie the clothes on her body. Li Muhan hurriedly stood up and shouted at her. Alas! Alas! Other! Stop it! Do you know? Love must be happy when both people are happy. Yes, we are in love, I love you. But I don't love you! After Li Muhan shouted these words, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Then Li Muhan felt it, and a trace of fire slowly rose from the red kite's body. When she looked up at herself again, the tenderness in her eyes was gone, and all that was left was coldness. What did you just say? I mean, we've just met. So what? We don't know yet. I already know what your name is, and you know what my name is. Isn't that enough? Of course it's not enough. They don't love me, but they come into my heart without permission. You can't escape, Li Muhan. You are destined to be my person. After speaking, the red kite gently hooked her fingers. A flame immediately burst out beside Li Muhan, and the flame forced Li Muhan to keep moving towards the red kite. Don't! Sister! If you have something to say, it's good to say. I actually have someone I like. It turns out that you betrayed me. You obviously love me, but you empathize with me without permission. I can't take it anymore. Li Muhan went crazy, turned around and slammed open the door, and fled as if flying. Bang! Huang Zizi was eavesdropping at the door, and the collision directly knocked him into a nosebleed. Then I saw Li Muhan crawling out of the house. Alas, big brother, where are you going in such a hurry? Huang Zizi covered his nose, ignoring the nosebleeds, and looked at Li Muhan's back as he fled with a lewd smile. You can't escape, you are destined to be my man. In the next second, the figure of the red kite also flashed in front of the eyes of the four of them, chasing Li Muhan. Yu Linglong assumed the posture of a victor. Why did you win? Huang Zizi asked very unhappily. I bet that brother Li Muhan can bring Sister Chi-Kite out. You see, Sister Chi-Kite is in a good mood now. I'm still playing games with brother Li Muhan. Well, little Linglong, in a sense, that's not actually called playing games. Sasha covered her face and was a little embarrassed. Anyway, Sister Red Kite has come out. You give money! You little wealth fan, okay, you too, give money, I'm her master, I'll be responsible for helping her keep it. Master! How do you sauce purple? Chapter 46, Eerie Ancient Building. It's too much. Li Muhan slammed the table. He was chased by the red kite for more than an hour, and chased him from inside the Special Administration Bureau to the outside of Suwei Mountain. In the end, he also launched the realm, but he was still directly knocked to the ground by this strange alien. You like that? Do you like that? I would also like. I'll torture you. Let you feel the bliss of the world in the midst of pain. It's not. I'm not shaking em. Please. Sister. Ah, stop it. Don't pull my pants. If it weren't for the fact that all the people from the Supernatural Management Department went out to rescue Li Muhan, I was afraid that Li Muhan would be on the Lover's Cliff in Suwei Mountain, forced to lose his body. Masterly, calm your anger, isn't there nothing wrong? The great monk Zhongya comforted Li Muhan while pouring him a cup of tea. That's it, you kid also touched the chest of our little red kite. What are you calling blindly? You get cheap and sell well. The old Taoist priest Huang Zizai looked at Li Muhan with a wicked smile, as if he wanted to continue to tease him. Li Muhan wanted to cry without tears, and at this moment, the door opened. Sasha walked in, followed by a man. When he saw the man, Li Muhan was so frightened that he bounced up from his chair. Why is she here again? Behind Sasha is the red kite. I'm sorry. But at this moment, the red kite looked very unenergetic, and like a child who had made a mistake, she had been hiding behind Sasha and did not dare to look at Li Muhan. Yes, I was offended. Is she? Li Muhan looked at the current red kite, and couldn't connect her with the sick girl who chased him frantically on a few mountains just now. Little red kite's spirit is not very stable, and the Special Administration Bureau is also treating her regularly, and once she is stimulated, she suddenly seems to be a different person. Sasha slowly pushed the red kite behind her to the front, so that she could face Li Muhan. Really? I'm sorry. Well, forget it, nothing happened anyway. Later, Li Muhan learned from several people that the body of the red kite was a descendant of the Chongming bird. Chongming bird is a kind of sacred bird in ancient China. Because the eyes are heavy, so it is called Chongming bird. The legend says that this bird has great strength, can move mountains and reclaim the sea, and can also expel evil beasts. Therefore, it was regarded as a sacred bird by the ancients to drive away evil spirits. But with the development of the times, fewer and fewer people know about this sacred bird, and it has gradually disappeared. And the red kite is one of the children left in this world by the heavy bird. She was afraid of humans at first, but gradually found them interesting to observe, and began to actively contact them, and transformed herself into human form. She assists humanity in fending off evil spirits and fighting natural disasters. But she was always regarded as a monster because of the divine power she displayed, and she had no choice but to keep changing her habitat, and was finally discovered by Lin Zhe of the Special Administration. Hearing this, Li Muhan felt that this Lin Zhe was like playing Pokemon, recruiting heterogeneous and talented people everywhere, and he could be said to be an excellent HR representative. I don't know how to use it. Lin Zhe brought the descendants of this divine bird back to the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, and because of its unique exorcism power, it was classified as the Supernatural Management Department. But the red kite has been betrayed by humans too many times, and her heart is very conflicted, whether she should love humans or fear them. She doesn't want humans to be harmed, but she doesn't want to be hurt by humans either. Gradually, her emotions became more and more distorted, and she could only pin her feelings on some things that seemed outrageous to ordinary people. For example, Li Muhan just heard from her the jokes that regarded a famous singer as his lover. Even now, I don't think the red kite is ready to go on this mission. Sasha concludes. I'm really sorry, everyone. The red kite's hands were folded in front of her, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt, as if she was very guilty. The occult management section has already made a battle plan. Just tonight, we can't delay any longer. The evil aura released by that ancient building is getting heavier and heavier, and it has reached a point where it can't be ignored. Huan Zizi said. Watching this group of people discuss in front of him, Li Muhan sighed and raised his hand and said, Am I not here? I'm here for this, don't worry. Although I'm not as strong as Miss Chi Kite, I'm also considered to have combat effectiveness. Li Muhan said with a smile. And he didn't notice that at this time, the red kite looked at Li Muhan's eyes and began to show love. Boy, that's the kind of enlightenment. I like it. Now you're finally worthy of your dead Captain Huitian. Whenever he thought of Huitian, Li Muhan's heart would still sigh for a while, but soon everyone brought the topic to the point and began to discuss tonight's actions. Tonight, the Operational Paranormal Research Department will dispatch 3 teams, the 9th Squad, the 10th Squad, and the 11th Squad, and we are the only main force, and the other 2 squads have no combat members, so we can only arrange the boundary edict near the ancient building for us. The so-called boundary edict, Li Muhan now understands, is another magical thing developed by the Scientific Council of the Special Administration Bureau. After the nether edict is placed, the entire area is copied and pasted from the plane, and ordinary people are not interfered with except for the target. This is one of the reasons why the various operations of the Special Administration have not been detected for a long time. As for Captain Li, your mission is clear. Huang Zizi lifted the dust and gently swept the tabletop. The table immediately appeared like a holographic projection of the tower, and he said, pointing to the top. Go to the top of the tower and get that son of a bitch. Li Muhan nodded. Although this is not the first time that this mission has been carried out, this mission is obviously different from the last one. The last time the Qi Kingdom was killed by Huitian single-handedly, and Li Muhan only made up the knife at the end, which can be said to be very easy. But now this time, he will face an alien who is not inferior to the kingdom of the monkey. It's not that it's strong, it's that it's too cunning, and it always makes the special administration useless. I do my best. After the meeting ended, Yu Linglong suddenly raised her hand. Master! The meeting is over, can I ask my questions? What's wrong with you? The kid should hurry home and do his homework. Master, I'm just curious. Why did Sister Kite become strange when she saw Brother Li Muhan, but when she saw you and Master Zhongya, she didn't react at all? Ba. Huang Zizi's face is not good-looking, and so is Zhongya. Why? Yu Linglong was still asking. Maybe, because the aura of the teacher is too strong. Maybe it's because of the poor monks. Not close to women, so. But in the end, it was the red kite himself who answered this question. She glanced at Li Muhan a few times shyly, and then whispered something that made Huang Zizi and Master Zhongya collapse. I'm Yan Kong. At around 10 o'clock that night, Li Muhan followed Huang Zizi and others to the ancient building in the suburbs. Standing in the midst of a bungalow, the ancient building looks like an independent lighthouse, only the intricately carved balustrades and eaves still tell of its former glory. But now, only the eerie atmosphere remains. Li Muhan had heard the legend of this ancient building. Luo Yang told himself not to come to this neighborhood at night. This ancient building is haunted at night, and it is particularly fierce. At that time, the city government wanted to demolish this ancient building, and every time it was constructed, there would be an accident, either the worker fell to his leg or the excavator was scrapped, so this ancient building was also regarded as a historical problem. That's what we do. Huang Zizi was lying in the back seat of the car, listening to Li Muhan talk about the legend of this ancient building, and suddenly interjected disdainfully. Think about it, if you really let those people push this building, won't all the things inside run out, and you won't want it anymore this day? It turns out that you are responsible for those supernatural events? Not quite. There used to be some homes and shops in this neighborhood, but at night there will be all kinds of terrible things, and over time, the neighborhood will be completely deserted. Ba, this also shows that those things are gradually not satisfied with this ancient building, it wants a bigger territory, so we have to solve all this tonight. Chapter 47, Taro Knows Everything. Because the operation was scheduled for 12 o'clock in the evening, Li Muhan was following the members of the 9th Squad to prepare near the tower. And this is also the first time Li Muhan has seen the large-scale operation of the Special Management Bureau. It's different from the small-scale infiltration of the 7th Squad to rescue the hostages. The Occult Management Department is imperative to solve this problem this time. Several nearby suburbs have been placed under martial law, and more than a dozen SAS camouflaged buses have driven into the open space near the tower. Li Muhan saw that almost all the monks and Taoist priests who got out of the car were strange, and he knew that these monks and Taoists were different from the combatants, and they did not have such a direct combat ability to face the aliens. They rely more on the mysterious wisdom handed down by their ancestors. Xia Yu didn't come with Li Muhan. I heard that this was Lin Zai's request, and he should always let Li Muhan get used to the workflow of the Special Management Bureau. Is a captain, and he can't let Xia Yu wipe his ass every time something happens. And Lin Zai secretly revealed it to Li Muhan on the phone. Xia Yu's current situation is very special, because she has not sucked blood for hundreds of years. Her strength has been seriously degraded, and it will take many days to recover to her heyday. For this reason, Lin Zai also specially approved a nutrition fee for Li Muhan as his reward for providing blood to Xia Yu every day. 10,000 a month, is my blood too valuable, or is this Special Management Bureau too rich? Li Muhan took his mobile phone and looked at the deposit in his bank app. In just half a month, he has entered tens of thousands. I thought that it would cost tens of thousands of dollars to invite Guru Oshi's parents to dinner, but I didn't expect Lin Zai to be reimbursed in full, except for Xia Yu's daily expenses and the clothes he bought, and now he has 20,000 yuan left in his card. Looking at the money in the card, Li Muhan sighed. He would never have the idea of getting the money the first time. It was too easy. Because he saw the sacrifice of Captain Huitian with his own eyes. Whether it was Huitian or the other members of the Special Management Bureau, they were all fighting against aliens that could barely compete with human beings. During the day, Sasha told Li Muhan that the situation in the Eastern European Special Administration Bureau was even more serious, because there were many powerful outliers in the Huaxia Special Administration who were full of wisdom and willing to stand on the side of humans. The situation in foreign countries is different. Most of the aliens are powerful and evil. They play the world just to satisfy their own selfish desires. In fact, the Huaxia Special Administration can be said to be the best country in managing heterogeneity. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. Most of the vast and powerful aliens in China are intelligent creatures who can distinguish between good and evil. Compared to the chaotic and evil purgatory on Earth, they may prefer to help humanity build an orderly kingdom. Amiba, donor, this our flash of yours is simply like a disabled person. In a small bungalow, everyone in the 9th squad was preparing here. The great monk Shongya is using his mobile phone to fight passionately with people. Although he didn't know who his teammates were, listening to his words and serious expressions, he was obviously very dissatisfied. Amiba, donor, if the monk doesn't speak, you are not suitable for playing this game. I am afraid that the donor will have a seizure when you are operating. You will not be able to take a breath and go back to the breath. You still put down your mobile phone and become a Buddha. Oh, no, my Buddha is not stupid X. Li Muhan was speechless. This monk is not only very addicted to games, but also has a very smelly mouth. Ouch, little sister, I'm really a Taoist, and I'm the Taoist chief of Wuzhuang Temple in Siwei Mountain. I look at the photos of your circle of friends, there are big breasts and... Big Omen, I think I have a fate with you, or let's meet, have a meal, and let the poor road give you a good understanding. And Huang Zizai, who was lying on a bench in the corner of the room, was chatting with a girl who didn't know where to add it while crossing his legs. This intention is too obvious, either to cheat money or to cheat sex. Only Sasha seemed to be seriously preparing. She sat at a table with a deck of tarot cards. Li Muhan thought it was more interesting, so he leaned over and sat opposite her to see what she was doing. Sit down, do you want me to take a look at it for you? Sasha raised her head and looked at Li Muhan with a smile. She is slightly older than Li Muhan, so Li Muhan also calls her sister Shashia. Sister Sasha, I'm sorry, I don't believe this. I don't believe in metaphysics, or I don't believe in fate. Well, that's it, Li Muhan scratched his head, feeling that his words were too straightforward and impolite, so he had to swallow the words back and just smiled bitterly. Come on, let's accompany my sister to relieve my boredom. Okay, I haven't played this, how do I do it? Let's draw 3 cards. Sasha's hands were extremely nimble, and the tarot felt like a rhythm of life between her fingers. Soon a stack of cards was on the table. Smoke it casually? Yes, but when you're smoking, think about what you want to know most. Sasha folded her hands and supported her chin to look at Li Muhan, as if she could see through Li Muhan's heart. I don't know why, but now I think of her. Li Muhan's mind came up with Xia Yu sitting alone on a park swing with empty eyes. It was their first encounter. That is, since that night, everything has changed in Li Muhan. Now Xia Yu lives with him and has become his honorary guarantor. But what about after that? Now that he has joined the special administration, Xia Yu can be regarded as having a share of the credit. But what will happen after that? Where will their future go? And all this seems to be seen by Sasha on the other side. The smile on her face was even gentler, and she gently raised her hand to caress the back of Li Muhan's hand. Don't be nervous, follow your heart. Li Muhan took a deep breath. He was really a little nervous now. Obviously, he didn't believe in these Western things. He didn't pick much, so he picked 3 cards. Sasha arranged the cards in order into triangles. Then she turned over the first card. The upside-down hanged person, in the right position, represents sacrifice. What you look forward to will definitely make you pay some price, but at the same time, it also warns you that you can only gain by paying. Temperance, reversal, represents purification. You and Miss Xia are both in a healing process, and the process may not be smooth, but some of your actions and participation will make a huge difference in the process. After listening to Xia Xia's words, Li Muhan felt that this was really just a fool. You can say these things to anyone. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Wait, how do you know I'm thinking? Tarot will tell me everything, and I already know everything you want to ask when you touch these cards. Sister Sasha, are you fooling me? If you believe it, you will have it. If you don't believe it, you will not have it. This is an ancient saying in Yahuashia country, and there is another sentence that it is better to believe it than to believe it in nothing, right? Li Muhan smiled awkwardly. Since they have all played here, he is not easy to spoil the other party's interest, so he said to Sasha. Sister Sasha, please hurry up and open the last one. I want to see the ending. Sasha's hand slowly touched the last one, but it didn't open it. She sighed slowly, with a helpless smile on her face. Looks like it's almost time. Just as she said this, Huang Zizai rolled over and sat up from the chair, and the great monk Shongya also put away his mobile phone. It's 12 o'clock, it's time to get started. Sasha looked at Li Muhan with a smile. Helpless, Li Muhan had no choice but to stand up and follow Huang Zizi out of the house. After a few people left, the smile on Sasha's face vanished. That's interesting. I can't see the future of the two of them. It's really a smash of my own sign. She flipped over the last card. Destruction, reversal. Chapter 48. Deal with the aftermath for me. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the wind was gusting near the tower. Li Muhan could even hear some kind of strange cry faintly coming from the tower. Looks like these guys are very active. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, shook his long sleeves, took out a walkie-talkie, and said to the Taoist priests and monks who had already taken their positions according to a certain formation map. Everyone, all in place, tonight is very important, I tell you, you must not drop the chain. The Chongming bird is the last means of suppression. If we still have that dear Captain Li have failed, we can use the Chongming bird. Li Muhan knew that the so-called foreign aide referred to himself. But this Captain Li, how to really listen to how to disobey, especially from Huang Zizai's obscene mouth, is even more strange. Thinking so, he looked at the red kite on the side, and found that the other party was still a little timid, cowering behind Sasha, with no intention of making a move. This tower imprisons not only evil spirits, but also the souls of innocent people, whose souls are locked in the tower, oppressed and driven by the aliens at the top of the tower. Zhongya seemed to see Li Muhan's doubts, and he folded his hands and bowed to the tower before continuing. And the power of the Chongming bird represents a powerful power to suppress evil. This power does not distinguish between good and evil. The last suppression has made many innocent souls in the tower immortal. This is something we don't want to see again anyway. So I need to solve that source. Let me ask first, masters. Li Muhan pinned the pistol to his waist and looked at the others. He was wearing a suit with a strap, which was the clothing provided to him by the secret administration to carry weapons. After taking off his coat, Li Muhan, who was only wearing a shirt and suspender suit pants, had a rather eye-catching figure, and even Sasha couldn't help but chuckle a few words in a low voice when she saw it. It's no wonder that the red kite fell in love with Li Muhan directly at first sight. Then he picked up the long backpack again, and what it contained was Huitian's Fujian demon suppression. If I solve that anomaly, the evil in the tower will be out of control. Yes, Huang Zizi said. Although that demon keeps absorbing power from the evil, it can be regarded as gathering all the evil together. If that demon suddenly disappears, these resentments that have continued for hundreds of years may raise the entire Tianhai city to the ground. Why are we doing this? It doesn't seem to be doing evil, is it? Li Muhan knew that he had said the wrong thing when he asked this sentence. But Huang Zizi just sneered and said, In our Huaxia, since ancient times, good and evil have not been dualized. I don't go to hell. Who will go to hell? Don't worry. What do you think so many people are doing today, seeing the great array of past lives? Li Muhan shook his head. Huang Zizi stroked his beard, squinted his eyes and looked at Li Muhan with a lewd smile and said, Then you have a good eye today. You just go find that crumb, and we'll do the rest. Before Li Muhan had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a sight behind him. He jerked around to look at his gaze. In the corner of the outer wall of the hut, which was long deserted, a head poked its head out to observe itself. After seeing that he had found her, the head immediately retracted, and after a while, half of his face poked out again, as if he was reluctant to leave Li Muhan's sight. Red kite? Li Muhan looked at the red kite hiding in the corner, and peeking at him, and was a little puzzled. She should be going to say something to Master Li. Sure, you go first. It should be more than 10 minutes before it is ready. The great monk Xiongya made a gesture of invitation towards Li Muhan. Li Muhan knew that it was not her fault that this red kite had a strange temperament. It's because she has suffered too much betrayal from humans, but she loves humans from the bottom of her heart, so it's already a little distorted. He has some sympathy for the red kite. You must know that after being hurt by humans countless times, she is still willing to join the special administration to help mankind. What a deep love it takes to do this. So he nodded. At least for her, love, Li Muhan will also listen to what she wants to say. Do you have anything to do with me? He walked to the wall and looked at the red kite standing in front of him with his hands folded in front of him, a little overwhelmed. I also want to fight with you. I really love you so much. I understand. Li Muhan knows that her love is great love. Undifferentiated love for every human being. It's just that the current red kite can't tell these apart. She thinks that she loves Li Muhan deeply, and thinks that Li Muhan is her everything. But this blindness is only because Li Muhan happened to say what she wanted to hear the most. Maybe it's okay to change people. Oh, Huang Zizi can't do it, and neither can the great monk. After all, the red kite has some face control. I used to be. It is possible to control the power, but for now, I don't know what's going on. My power is always out of control, and I'm always going to hurt those I love. Speaking of this, the red kite immediately added to Li Muhan with a red face. But what I love most is you. You are special. It's okay, they told me about it. Your situation is very special. Thank you. Understand, I can repay you. I can apologize. I can do anything if you need to. Huh. You want it now. Over here. But it's about to go. All right. Although I have no experience. But I'll try to satisfy you. Whoa. Deja vu. Xia Yu's first time at her house was also in this state. Do you all have persecution delusions? Li Muhan pressed the red kite's shoulder. Listen to me, you don't have to compensate me or repay me, you only have to promise me one thing. I do. The red kite looked at Li Muhan seriously, her eyes full of sincerity and expectation. No, I didn't propose to you. Oh. The red kite bowed her head in some frustration. What's that? If I miss and fail to kill that anomaly, you'll have to clean up the aftermath for me. The red kite looked at Li Muhan blankly. Obviously he is willing to do anything, but he asks himself to take it for granted. Even if you don't say it. I mean, my power can run wild and uncontrollable, and if I really get pushed to that point, I'm afraid I'll hurt the people in the special administration, so you have to kill me before then. The red kite was stunned. What is he saying? It's not a marriage proposal, it's not wanting your own body. It's praying to yourself. Kill him? Tears had inadvertently crawled all over the cheeks of the red kite. He looked at the man in front of him, and countless complicated feelings surged in his heart. The strongest of them is the most sincere and purest love she has ever had for human beings. I promise you. Chapter 49. Run, Wild Dog. The time has come! Huang Zizai stood in front of the tower, and at this time, the tower's surroundings had been arranged according to the unique orientation instructions. Although Li Muhan also saw a few people wearing suits who obviously looked like leaders. But Huang Zizai is the commander-in-chief today. At this time, his face did not have the previous feeling of cheapness, and he saw him shake off the floating dust violently, and the plain white floating dust shook in midair. There was a pop sound. Open the door, form a formation! As soon as he gave the order, Li Muhan could hear the tower, no, the entire block was shrouded in a Buddhist sound. Countless monks folded their hands and crossed their legs on the ground reciting scriptures. This scripture should make people feel peaceful, but Li Muhan felt extremely harsh. He pressed his forehead, trying to contain the nausea. An inexplicable anger kept pouring out of his heart. At this moment, a hand gently grasped Li Muhan's arm. Don't worry. The red kite held Li Muhan's hand, and a warm breath passed down her palm to Li Muhan's body. This power made Li Muhan feel extremely calm, as if it was this power that helped him suppress the restlessness in his body. What did you do? Li Muhan looked at the red kite suspiciously. The red kite lowered her head slightly. Her face was still a little red, and she didn't seem to dare to face Li Muhan. I'll help you suppress the restlessness of the demonic power in your body. After the red kite said this, Li Muhan understood that Buddhist scriptures do have a calming effect on people. But to bar inside him, it was the most terrifying noise in the world. Thank you? Li Muhan thanked the red kite, and then put on a blazer. This blazer is also specially made by the Special Management Bureau, which is bulletproof and cutproof, and can also resist the impact of some explosions. But now I am facing a soul that cannot be understood with common sense. A month ago, if he had told Li Muhan that there were really ghosts and demons in this world, he would definitely laugh it off and then keep his distance from the person who said it. But now, he was about to enter a tower full of ghosts, and at the top of the tower there was an alien. It's a big joke. Boy, according to Lin Zai's instructions, before the mission action, you need to report the information to your guarantor, and you can only attack with her permission. Huang Zizi stroked his beard and said to Li Muhan. Li Muhan nodded. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Xia Yu's number. The call was answered in less than a second. Xia Yu's voice over there was obviously a little anxious. This blood girl didn't show her feelings very well for most things, except for Li Muhan. Is it over? Is it over? When will you be back? Well, I haven't started. Yet. Oh. The girl's voice was a little lost. I need your authorization now. How can I make you the same as my parents? If I don't agree, will you come back now? Xia Yu, be serious. Li Muhan's tone was a little more serious. I heard Xia Yu sigh and say. I authorize. My dear, you'll be fine with me. Unexpectedly, the red kite suddenly interjected a sentence next to him at this time. I don't know if she did it intentionally or unintentionally. But Xia Yu on the other end of the phone was silent. After a long silence, she spoke again, her voice a little cold. Who's next to you? Well, it's the alien member of the 9th Special Administration. Give her the phone. Li Muhan understood that Xia Yu, who usually spoke in this tone, could not be disobedient, so he immediately gave the phone to Kite. Turkey, you keep me away from him. No, I need to help him with my own strength, and that's my job. The red kite said in a deliberately yin and yang voice while stirring his long hair with his fingers. If you don't want to be a dead chicken, give me less idea of hitting him. Huh? Why? He has nothing to do with you, aren't you his guarantor? I can too, although I am not a natural disaster, but I am also a divine beast of Huaxia Kingdom, so I may not lose to you. You're... Li Muhan hurriedly snatched the phone. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not going to have a good relationship with someone else when I see a woman. Xia Yu replied to Li Muhan's words with a cold snort. I'd better come here. I'm not worried about you. I'm not worried about your mission this time. Okay, I'm not a child, and you're not my parent, so you can stay at home with peace of mind. You can't follow me every time I do a task. Li Muhan said to Xia Yu in a soothing tone. I'll bring you breakfast when I get back. I'm going to eat wheat full marks. Okay, you wait at home. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan found that the red kite was looking at him with a desperate look. Sure enough, am I still superfluous, and you really won't choose me? Ahem. Normal, red kite, now do the task. Huang Zizai on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and said with a yawn. You still know what to do, do you get permission? Li Muhan hurriedly smiled and nodded to Huang Zizi. Well, my guarantor has agreed. Okay, little Linglong, get ready to fight. Huang Zizai shouted, and then saw Yu Linglong, a lovely girl not far away, holding 2 order flags in her hands. Got it, master! Then I saw the girl stepping on the gang, waving the flag in her hand with the pace, and at the same time, all the Taoist priests who had already stood in the position followed the banner and stepped out of the gongbu together. Gochini has been settled, and the big array is open. Right now. Li Muhan found that the originally dense clouds above the block where the ancient building was located suddenly spread rapidly, as if someone had poked a hole. Standing in the darkness of the night, Sasha drew a tarot card after the clouds broke and then looked to the sky and chanted a spell in an ancient language that no one understood. Gochini, witness the brilliance. The tarot emitted a pale blue glow. Sasha sprinkled the entire tarot card into the sky. These cards seem to be scattered in the air as if they are alive, and the dazzling stars in the sky suddenly appear in the sky. The great array has been formed. Crunch. At the same time, the talismans and scriptures attached to the gate of the quaint tower also began to glow with golden light, and then the talisman broke, the scriptures dissipated, and the gate was opened. At this moment, countless unjust spirits and ghosts poured out from inside the door. They roared, screamed, and rushed into the crowd with near-endless rage. At that moment, the North Star in the sky suddenly began to shine, and then a large town descended from the sky, almost binding the entire tower, and these unjust ghosts were trapped in it, and they could only let out a roar of pain. Li Muhan! You have a quarter of an hour, and when the time comes, we will crush the entire tower, regardless of the outcome. You! Really, Cal? Li Muhan had already been shocked by what these people from the occult management department had done. Originally, I thought that although the 7th team was clean and neat, it didn't look like a special management bureau that managed an anomaly. Now see Squad 9 and the occult management section. He served. Give Huang Zizi a thumbs up. He looked at the open door and listened to the constant wails of unjust spirits coming from within the tower. Li Muhan calmed down and took a deep breath. Hurry! Dog! Run! Don't stop, go up to the top floor! Bite that alien to death for me! Li Muhan rushed out violently, trying to avoid those unjust souls who were howling in pain, and rushed all the way to the gate, and then he turned around and raised a middle finger at Huang Zizai, who was calling his wild dog, and then slammed open the door of the tower. Everyone's voices were muffled out the moment the tower closed. Li Muhan was in a darkness, there was silence all around, and there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes staring at him. It made him feel like he was back in the Devil's Opera House. Chapter 50 Memories. Dead silence and boundless darkness enveloped Li Muhan. He was not hindered by any unjust spirits and ghosts, but he could not hear the slightest sound from the outside world. With that, he hurried towards the top floor of the tower. But every time he went up, Li Muhan would feel that his heartbeat was accelerating. When he finally climbed to the top of the tower, there was only a broken door in front of him. When he saw this door, Li Muhan was stunned. Because he is so familiar with this subject. This is the door to the children's room in the orphanage where he lived as a child. Outside the tower, the red kite silently watched the top of the tower. Her brows furrowed slightly, and Huang Zizi, who had noticed this phenomenon, asked with some confusion. What's wrong? Captain. I think something is wrong with this anomaly today, it doesn't seem to be trying to hide. Hee, where can it hide? We're here today to bring its nest, this kid takes the lead, if he is gone, you can take all the souls in this tower. No, he won't fail. The red kite crossed her hands over her chest, as if in prayer. You don't really like that kid, don't you really like that kid? There's no play, no play. Do you know who his concubine is? It's just a little bat. Wow, the tone is not small, it is worthy of being the descendant of the mythical beast Chongming bird. Huang Zizai didn't continue to be idle after laughing a few times. Everyone, be a little more vigilant. No soul can be allowed to escape. The people on the periphery also keep an eye on me, so that there are no surprises in the realm edict, and that no outside world can witness what we are doing here today. The periphery of the tower block at this time. A looming barrier encloses the entire area. A young girl is sitting on the front cover of a sedan drinking coffee. This person is none other than Lin Zhe. Forest Bureau, are you sure you don't need us to inform the Zodiac Chief that you are coming? Several staff members of the Occult Management Section said respectfully to Lin Zhe. Inform him what to do, he can handle these things well. I'm just here to observe your usual work status. It's very good, continue to work hard. Thank you for the affirmation. Lin Zhe took a sip of coffee from the cup, his eyes looked at the top of the tower, and he still had that smile on his face that no one could see. Today is your first test. Li Muhan slowly pushed open the door, and memories seemed to flood him like a tide at this moment. At the same time, fear and anger came. Li Muhan! A sturdy woman with a stick in her hand looked at Li Muhan standing at the door. She was more than 2 meters tall, like a giant, and after seeing her, Li Muhan's breathing became rapid. Teacher Zhang. You snuck out again? You'd rather be a beggar than stay here, right? The tall woman picked Li Muhan up. Li Muhan didn't dare to resist at all, so she could only shrink her body and let her drag herself to a small dark room. I told you! There will be sponsors visiting the orphanage today. How dare you slip away from me? Do you know how embarrassed I am today? Smack. The stick hit Li Muhan's arm hard, and he instantly felt that his right arm was completely numb, and he couldn't even lift it. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'm hungry. His mouth began to speak uncontrollably, and the words he uttered were exactly the same as the scene in his memory. Are you hungry? Okay, I'll make you hungry. I'll make you hungry. The woman grabbed a mouse from under her feet and pinched it to death. Aren't you hungry? Come eat. She grabbed Li Muhan's hair, and then stuffed the dead mouse into Li Muhan's mouth. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I don't dare! I don't dare! Li Muhan's cries echoed in the room, and at this time, in the darkness, a young girl was silently watching all this. She had long black hair and was wearing a white dress, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Li Muhan at this time. Just when half of the dead mouse's body was about to be stuffed into Li Muhan's mouth, she slowly walked to Li Muhan's side, squatted down, and gently hugged Li Muhan from behind. Good. Don't be afraid. At this moment, the tall woman's body disappeared without a trace in an instant. The surrounding scene also began to slowly change, becoming bright and warm. Li Muhan began to lie on the ground and retch. Although there were no dead mice in his mouth, the feeling was too real, and he almost really returned to the orphanage of the year. Who are you? He wiped the corners of his mouth and looked back at the black-haired woman. Child, are you in pain? The woman looked at Li Muhan worriedly, but Li Muhan got up vigilantly and took a step back. You made me see those things? Li Muhan asked. The woman nodded slightly, then shook her head and said, That's your memory, I didn't let you see it, you made me see it, and now I dispelled those nightmares for you. You're the one who shackles the souls of the dead on the top of the tower? The woman slowly stood up, and she showed a gentle smile towards Li Muhan. I just dispelled their painful memories and didn't detain anyone, they took the initiative to stay here. Then the woman slowly approached Li Muhan again. Gently raising her hand and stroking Li Muhan's face, a tear oozed from her eyes, and Li Muhan found that she couldn't move a step. And you? Your nightmare is so painful, child, I can dispel it for you, I can make everything well. Like this. The woman's hand slowly touched Li Muhan's temple. In the next moment, the scene around Li Muhan changed again. This time it was a warm little room, almost the room that Li Muhan dreamed of in his childhood. He lifted his hand and saw that his hands and feet had become as small as a child. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Muhan, are you awake? This voice Li Muhan is extremely familiar, but it is very unfamiliar, because the owner of this voice should not be so gentle. Bang bang. The door was opened. Sure enough, it was Teacher Zhang who entered the room, but she was completely different from what she remembered, with a beautiful appearance, gentle and elegant demeanor, and a loving smile on her face. "Why don't you open the door to the teacher when you wake up? Today is the prayer day of the welfare home. Come on." Li Muhan was stunned. He didn't know how this could happen, that teacher Zhang. How gentle it can be. Poor boy. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't react, teacher Zhang slowly squatted down and hugged Li Muhan's thin body in his arms. "Are you dreaming of your parents again? Child, I'm sorry I can't get your parents back, but the teacher is your mother. I will be with you until you can face everything alone." Chapter 51, Breaking the Dream. The woman's figure appeared beside Li Muhan again. "I can feel the joy and peace in your heart at this time. You like it, I can make it better." Her hand rested on Li Muhan's temple again. The scene changes again, this time in a small but delicate living room. The table was full of fragrant meals, and Li Muhan stood at the door of the entrance in a suit, carrying a briefcase in his hand. "Husband, are you back?" A woman's figure leaned out of the kitchen, and Li Muhan was stunned. That's Guruashi. She was a little more mature than she remembered, but she was more beautiful and had a happy smile on her face. "Thank you, husband. I got off work early today, so I made a meal for you." She pulled Li Muhan to the dining table and sat down. "It's your birthday and our wedding anniversary, you won't forget it, right?" Guruashi looked at Li Muhan with a quirky smile, and found that the other party was still in a daze, so Guruashi had no choice but to call into the room. Light snow. Soon, a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old ran out of the room. "Dad, happy birthday!" The cute little girl held a flower in her hand and handed it to Li Muhan. "Why are you stunned? My daughter's gift for you. Hurry up and take it," Guruashi urged with a smile on the side. Li Muhan trembled and stretched out his hand and took the flower. The figure of the woman appeared on the chair next to Li Muhan, and she looked at Li Muhan with a smile and continued. "I can do better. I can turn all your regrets and all your unwillingness into reality, such as—" Just as the woman's hand was about to touch Li Muhan's temple again, Li Muhan slowly held her hand. "No. That's enough." The woman was a little surprised, and she looked at Li Muhan suspiciously. "I can let you experience a different life every day. It's all a happy life, not just memories. Just like now, I can give you the life you once dreamed of. Li Muhan slowly raised his head and looked at the little girl in front of him, with a bitter smile on his face. "Yes, I almost forgot. Marrying Guruashi, starting a family, having a child, finding a decent job, and letting them live a good life is my dream for so many years. That. You can stay here. I will make it happen. I can even make you never old and experience this life all the time," the woman said excitedly. But Li Muhan just shook his head. He let go of the woman's hand and stroked his daughter's lovely cheek. "Dreams are dreams after all, and besides, the dreams you showed me didn't have the future I wanted. You can tell me and I can create for you, whatever it is I can. There are some futures that can only be created with our own efforts." Li Muhan turned his head to look at the woman, and tears slowly slipped down. "It's true that the dream you gave me is so beautiful, but unfortunately, I still have a place to go back to, and someone who is waiting for me." The woman's eyes slowly darkened, and her expression gradually became cold. "Really? You're a human being who won't be trapped by dreams?" Then Li Muhan felt that the originally warm room began to cool down rapidly, and the delicate flowers in his hands began to wither rapidly. Looking up again, Guruoshi's body gradually began to turn into a dried corpse. Her shriveled mouth closed, and she spoke in a cold voice. "You abandoned us. Dad, you killed us." The girl had also become a monster with no eyeballs, only dark sockets. In the next moment, darkness engulfed everything. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the orphanage of his memory, the dark and stinking corridor, which was the orphanage he really remembered. Bang! Bang! Terrible footsteps suddenly sounded. At the same time, a hoarse, twisted voice roared in the darkness of the hallway. "Li Muhan!" Teacher Zhang, Li Muhan's childhood nightmare, in his heart, maybe this teacher Zhang is the real demon. Soon, the huge and distorted figure appeared in front of Li Muhan's eyes. It was like a monster stitched together from various corpses, bloated and disgusting. With an axe in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, it walked towards Li Muhan with heavy steps. It was still calling Li Muhan's name in its mouth, and every time it screamed, it would squirt disgusting mucus from its mouth. So you've always been like this in my heart, Mr. Zhang, Li Muhan said expressionlessly. Subsequently, the woman appeared by Li Muhan's side. I can make it all go away, you don't have to go through these nightmares, I can create a better. For you. I'm sorry, but there is some pain in this world that must be experienced. As he faced the monster that was getting closer and closer, a smile slowly appeared on his face. I remember a positive person who said that the best way to get rid of fear is to face it. The monster came to Li Muhan's side and raised the kitchen knife high. It's still too late. Let me take away your nightmares. Please. The woman almost begged Li Muhan with a crying voice. The realm is unfolding, and 10,000 thunders are killed. In an instant, the flash of thunder tore through the dream, and it also blasted the monster in front of him away. The surrounding scenery began to distort, and thunderclouds began to gather on Li Muhan's head, and one after another thunder and lightning slashed on the ground, making the space even more unstable. Why? Why can't you stay here? I can make you happy and make you happy. The woman's tears kept falling, and she looked at Li Muhan's back in confusion, but Li Muhan didn't pay attention to her, just looked at the monster that got up again. At the same time, Guruishi's dried corpse and the little girl also crawled out, and they crawled towards Li Muhan while letting out a terrible scream. You killed us! It's you! Daddy! Daddy, don't go! Li Muhan untied the long backpack he was carrying and threw it on the ground. His hand was already holding the scabbard of the black tang knife at this time. The moment his hand grasped the hilt of the knife, countless thunderbolts began to converge, and as the blade of the blade was pulled out little by little, the thunder was completely attached and wrapped around the blade. 10,000 thunderbolts! Li Muhan's pupils began to glow with golden light, and the necklace pendant on his chest also turned into a mask to cover half of his face. When the demon was completely pulled out, a loud thunderclap sounded overhead. Some dreams, it's time to wake up. No, please. Don't go. The woman was already kneeling on the ground, looking at Li Muhan's back and crying continuously. Li Muhan clenched his grip on the demon's suppression, and when the three monsters ran in front of him, Wutian's last knife appeared in front of his eyes. All beheaded. The blade of the thunderbolt in his hand slashed out. Where the thunder flashed, everything fell silent, and the bodies of the three monsters were instantly bombarded into debris. Killed 3 nightmare clones and obtained nightmare soul fragments. The current soul repair level of King Ball, 15%, has gained new enhanced power. Even in your normal state, your speed, strength, perception, and mental power will increase tenfold. Li Muhan slowly turned around and looked at the woman who was still crying. The woman's voice at this time was more despair, pain, and unwillingness. She looked up and looked at Li Muhan. Why? Why don't you want to live in a dream? Li Muhan smiled bitterly. Although with a mask, the woman couldn't see his smile, but he still slowly put the knife into the sheath, squatted down, looked at the woman and said, Because people always have to look forward. Chapter 52, Let me bear your unwillingness and despair. No. They don't have to force themselves to move forward, because for them, they have lost their lives, and if they can live in their dreams forever, then why should they wake up? The woman's hand covering her face slowly lowered, her tear-stained eyes looking at the demon in front of her with pain. The surroundings began to dissipate, turning into a white space with no end in sight. Li Muhan found that one after another colorful soap bubbles began to gather around the woman. She took care of the bubbles as if she were loving her own child. These are their dreams. The woman's hand opened slightly, and countless colorful bubbles began to converge towards her. Li Muhan seems to be able to see the lives of countless people through those bubbles. Someone who achieves himself in a dream and wins the Nobel Prize for Literature, fame and fortune flock to him all of a sudden. But in reality, he is a third-line online writer who has never met a talent, and can't even afford to eat, and finally chose to cut himself off because of the pressure of life, and the masterpiece he left behind was also criticized by various criticisms and finally became a laughingstock of people. Someone is calling for wind and rain in the business world in his dreams, and his every move can affect the economic lifeline of the entire country. But in reality, He is just a businessman who was forced to commit suicide by a loan shark after failing in a small business. Some people respond to every call in their dreams, look like fairies, and can play the leading role in major film and television works, which is a smash hit. But in reality, she is a poor person with ordinary appearance and difficult family conditions, but she finally committed suicide because of the failure of loan plastic surgery. The woman did not stop Li Muhan from snooping on these dreams. She even wanted to take the initiative to show more to the demon in front of her, but Li Muhan said to the woman with a wry smile after watching one bubble after another, "You have woven these dreams for them, and now you have become the biggest obstacle to their death." Her expression became loving and full of sadness, as if she was saying to Li Muhan and to these bubbles, "Why die? Reincarnation is in the world, and you will experience all kinds of suffering. So many people and a few people can really do it smoothly and make their dreams come true, so since this is the case, why not stay? I will give them a good life." "You can't give it." Li Muhan gently brushed away the foam and walked towards the woman. Don't come here." The woman's expression suddenly turned frightened. She looked at Li Muhan as if she was looking at a monster. "Why? Why can you be so cruel? Leave it all behind. Those dreams you just experienced. It's the life you've ever wanted the most. Why? Why?" Li Mu laughed coldly. "Because it's a dream, and you can't just live in a dream." The woman's body trembled and looked at Li Muhan. "I'm not going to let you ruin these people's dreams." Eventually, her eyes were filled with resentment. Almost instantly, the pure white scene was shrouded in darkness, and then monsters began to crawl out of the black ground with a constant stream of twisted forms. Li Muhan knew that these were the original dreams of dreamers. Those unwillingness, despair, and pain have been pulled out of the soul of this woman and turned into these monsters. "Don't you understand?" Li Muhan held the hilt of the knife in his hand, but instead of facing the woman, he turned to look at those monsters and shouted, "You can't help them. You're doing this to these souls. It will also affect those who are still alive today. It's you who don't understand. I've woven everything for you. But you are so ruthless. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve a good dream." More and more monsters began to gather, and Li Muhan let out a sneer. "I really don't deserve to have a good dream, because everything I want is in reality, and for the sake of those who are still outside the tower to buy me time, I have to break everything here. I'm not going to let you do that. I won't. I will guard everything here, and I will guard their beautiful dreams." The woman also stood up, and then countless darkness began to envelop her body, and the woman's body became more and more twisted in the darkness, and finally turned into a huge chaos serpent. At the same time, a terrifying and strange voice sounded from the mouth of the giant serpent. "Boundary! Unfold and dissolve the nightmare." Suddenly Li Muhan felt that those monsters began to become more and more violent. "I now understand why you can be so determined, because you are alive, you have life, you have a future, you have infinite possibilities, but your ridiculous future will eventually be the noose that will kill you. This is my world, my realm, and endless nightmares will consume you completely." The giant snake disappeared into the darkness, and those twisted monsters began to roar and rush towards Li Muhan. "It's still easy to do." Li Muhan's eyes flashed with a hint of golden light, and at the same time, thunder and lightning began to flicker in the darkness. With a bang, Fu Jianjin demon was unsheathed again, and Li Muhan wrapped the power of thunder and lightning around the blade, and the Fu Jianjin demon who was originally flashing with cold light was even more powerful at this time. In the face of the group of monsters, Li Muhan was not afraid. He stepped on his feet, and the whole person rushed towards the monster like an arrow off the string. The demon suppressor in his hand slashed through the darkness one after another, and each collision would cut a monster to ashes. "No! No! I'm not reconciled! I shouldn't have failed! I'm the best! My work is the best! It's the reader who is wrong! It's an edit! It's the market! It's this world!" Every time a monster was killed, those endless twisted feelings of anger and despair would echo around Li Muhan. "Why? Why? It's the same business. Why others can succeed? I only failed. Why my stuff is better? They didn't even look at me. Why? I'm not reconciled." Woo woo woo, I also want to be a star. I also want to be cared for, to be noticed. I want to be the focus. Why is my plastic surgery getting uglier and uglier? Why is this? Why did I die? Why is the world so unjust to me? Li Muhan was silent, and at the same time endured all these negative emotions in his heart. His heart was not upset by these emotions, but only sad. I won't judge your dreams. I don't have the qualifications to persuade others to be kind without the suffering of others. But all your unwillingness and despair should not become a shackle that binds you in your past life, if you want a vent point. Li Muhan stood still, facing the monsters that surrounded him, and Fu pointed the demon suppression demon suddenly to the top of his head. Come towards me then! Think of me as the root of all evil! Come on! The monsters became even more crazy, and the almost tidal monsters began to drown Li Muhan, but at this moment, a trace of thunder exploded, and then centered on the place where Li Muhan was surrounded, countless thunderbolts began to spread. With the dissipation of the body, there are also those endless pains and unfinished dreams. Bang bang. The foam began to burst one by one. Those who are still in their dreams have to start facing reality, facing their failures and the fact that there is no future. The thunder and lightning were about to go out. Li Muhan knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He almost felt that his body was about to fall apart. But it's not over yet. As the bubbles were shattered one by one, the giant serpent in the darkness suddenly burst out. No, no, no! Don't hurt them anymore! The giant snake opened its mouth wide and bit Li Muhan. The boy didn't dodge or dodge, the thick demon tail supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall. He held the knife in both hands, and it was horizontal in front of him. Looking at the black giant snake that rushed towards him, Li Muhan took a deep breath. A large number of soul fragments have been harvested. The current level of ball soul repair, 30%. The current realm level has been increased to cholera, realm domain, thunder roaring abyss. Bounds radius, 3 kilometers. Realm class cholera. In the abyss, you can gain new powers in addition to the power of the previous realm. In the midst of the thunder abyss, your strength, speed, mental power, resilience, and concentration are increased by 30 times. In the abyss, your control over lightning is upgraded again, and you can turn it into a physical weapon. In the abyss of thunder, you can designate a weapon as yin, and the weapon that is yin's will be completely transformed into an artifact that can carry all the power of thunder. Bounded! Li Muhan slowly exhaled his breath, and at the same time, the golden light in his eyes was even better, and the Fu General Demon Suppression in his hand also completely changed its form, turning into a blade composed of pure thunder and lightning. Thunder Unfold. Chapter 53, It's Time to Go. The realm that had been filled with thunder fell silent for a moment, but it was only the calm before the storm. Then, as if summoned by some kind of power, countless wild thunders converged into one sharp sword after another, flashing with dazzling golden light, shuttling between the thunderclouds. When the giant snake swept through the darkness and chaos and was about to engulf Li Muhan, all the sharp swords seemed to have found their target, and they began to faintly point towards the dark wave rushing towards Li Muhan. I will devour your pain. I will devour your despair. I will devour your life. I will let you live in beautiful dreams forever. Why don't you understand? Li Muhan sighed slightly. Everything will be silent in dreams. In a dream, you will be a part of me. I will love you and love you. I will give you everything you want. Finally, the darkness came to Li Muhan's eyes, and the giant snake opened its huge mouth, which seemed to contain a black hole, containing an endless dark abyss. But Li Muhan saw the beautiful dream that the nightmare had woven for him in the deepest part of the abyss. In the dream, he can make up for all the regrets, all the shortcomings, and even find his parents and live a happy life. But so what? If all this is just a dream, then it's time to wake up from this dream. The demon slashed out again, and the thunder resounded through the sky, and all the blades of the sword that shuttled through the darkness stabbed towards the giant snake. All of them will be killed! Boom! Tens of thousands of Thunder Ripper serpents dispelled the endless darkness. Immediately after that, one dream bubble after another dissipated, and each bubble disappeared, which meant the departure of a soul. No! Don't! When the serpent's body was torn apart, the woman with inside was revealed. She cried and screamed, trying to grab the broken foam. Don't, please, don't go. Don't go. Then Li Muhan saw one soul after another come out of the darkness, and although the woman desperately tried to catch them, the souls seemed to have figured out everything. After waking up from the big dream, everyone had a trace of loneliness on their faces, representing the nostalgia for the broken dream and the meaning of cutting off the red dust of this life. Thank you? But the next road, we're going to go our own. Sister, thank you? Thank you? They smiled and said goodbye to the girl, and one after the other dissipated in place, and the woman fell to her knees, one in the air and then crawled to the other. Finally, she held the hand of a soul tightly. Don't go, please don't leave. I could have done better. Tears crawled all over his face. But this soul didn't look at him, just looked at Li Muhan with a proud look. This kid is very strong, right? The soul grinned, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth that had been smoked for a long time. As for Li Muhan, he was stunned for a moment after seeing that soul. He wanted to rush over, to say a lot to the soul, but as soon as he took a step, the soul slowly raised its hand. Boy, you're qualified now. After saying this, the soul began to slowly dissipate. Don't. The woman was completely desperate, and at the last moment when her soul disappeared, the man looked at Li Muhan and whispered, That knife just now is very handsome. The dust of the soul was not caught by the woman in the end. All the darkness dissipated, and all the foam burst. All the souls also went where they were supposed to go. Li Muhan raised his head in a daze, looking at the light spot after the soul dissipated. His eyes turned from sadness to firmness. Thank you, Captain? When everything was calm, Li Muhan supported his tired body, put the knife into the sheath, and staggered to the woman's side and squatted. Whether it is a human being or a stranger, you can't live in a dream, and the so-called beauty you call is just a fragile bubble, which is just a dream after all. I'm sorry. The woman's clothes were now tattered and her face was pale, and she slowly lowered her head, her messy hair covering her eyes. I just wanted to give everyone a happy ending. This is already their end. I'm sorry, but maybe I'm the one who has been haunted by nightmares. While speaking, Li Muhan found that the ground where the woman was slumped began to gradually form a dark cloud like a swamp. I was born in the dark, I grew up in nightmares, I fed on pain, but I didn't want to bring pain to anyone. Even if these people are dead, they are still plagued by nightmares and confused by the obsessions of their lives, so I... The darkness slowly began to hold the woman's body, and she slowly raised her head, looking at Li Muhan with a hint of guilt in her crying red eyes. I'm the one who deserves to go back to the nightmare, I'm sorry. Li Muhan quietly watched as the woman was engulfed in darkness little by little. Thank you too. Didn't make me a big mistake. What will happen to you? Li Muhan asked. Back to the nightmare, back to the pain. That's what I was born for, and that's what I should bear. A nightmare that feeds on human nightmares and pain, but wants to bring a sweet dream to humans. In this sense, she has violated the rules of nightmare survival. And what awaits her now is a backlash, and she will experience endless suffering, hundreds, thousands of years, until she is tormented by the pain and shattered, and all this may finally end. The darkness had already engulfed half of the woman's body, and she raised her head with difficulty to look at Li Muhan. Your eyes. It's beautiful, and it's really for me to see such a beautiful thing at the end. Thank you. Then Nightmare slowly closed her eyes, waiting for darkness and chaos to drag her body into the endless abyss. Just as the darkness was about to climb up the woman's neck, a huge force suddenly wrapped around the woman's body that had been swallowed into the darkness. Huh! The woman opened her eyes in confusion, and in the next moment, her body was jerked out of the darkness. I said you could go? Li Mu looked at the woman coldly, and the thick demon tail was binding the woman's waist at this time, dragging her in the air. Why? The woman was very puzzled. She did not understand why this demon wanted to save her. What you did before violated the relevant regulations of the special administration. Since you made a mistake, you will be punished, and this punishment is not set by yourself. Li Muhan grabbed the woman's tattered collar and stared at her eyes and asked. No matter what predicament you encounter, people should live strongly, and you are the same. Accept punishment if you make mistakes. Don't want to hide in the dark and shrink, you crying bag. Cry. Crying bag? Isn't it? How many times have you cried in front of us, crying, 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 don't you only know how to cry? Was stared at so fiercely by Li Muhan, and the nightmare tears suddenly welled up in his eyes again. I'm sorry. Woo. I don't cry. Wha? I'm sorry, but I just love to cry, I can't help. At the same time, the situation outside the tower has changed. Just when that stick of incense burned out, and Huang Zizi was already ready to let the red kite strangle all the souls, things changed. One soul after another began to turn into points of light and dissipate into the night sky. Master? What's going on? Yu Linglong turned her head to look at Huang Zizi suspiciously. Huang Zizi, the monk, and Sha Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a smile appeared on Huang Daocheng's face for the first time. Hey, this kid, he really did it! Chapter 54, A Dream of Huang Liang. Lin Zhe was still leaning against the car, but it seemed that all the situation was under her control. She looked at the dots of light that flew under the night sky, and the smile on her face became gentler. It's not bad, it's qualified. She then handed the coffee cup to a member of the occult management department and got into the car. Forest Bureau, are you leaving? It's all settled, you guys won't even let me keep an eye on the aftermath, right? No, don't dare, Forest Bureau, you've worked hard, go slowly. The car drove away, and at the same time, the closed door of the tower was slowly pushed open. Everyone stared nervously at the dark interior of the tower. Until a demon appeared in everyone's sight. Captain Li! You cow! Huang Zizi was the first to speak, and he also gave Li Muhan a thumbs up. But he immediately froze again, because he saw that there was still a person wrapped around Li Muhan's demonic tail. It was a girl in rags. Amitabha, this is the alien, right? The monk clasped his hands together, and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone was a little surprised that this Li Muhan not only completed the task, but also captured this alien alive. The red kite walked up to Li Muhan, looked carefully at the girl who was still sobbing, and said, It's a nightmare. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Nightmare kept apologizing no matter who he saw. Li Muhan seemed to be extremely tired, and he said to Huang Zizi after opening the nightmare on the ground, Are those souls all right? Don't worry, boy, there may be one or two that escaped, but the occult management section will take care of the aftermath. Huang Zizi patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Li Muhan, who was still wearing a mask, exhaled a breath of white air from his mouth, and then he only felt dizzy. This nightmare. I'll leave it to you, but don't hurt her about this incident to report. But before he finished speaking, he fell directly to the ground. The panicked cries of everyone echoed in Li Muhan's ears, but he was no longer able to respond. Now he could only let his consciousness sink little by little, and eventually, he felt himself touch the ground. It turned out to be the Temple of Baal. Look up at the throne. He found that Bar was watching him. This seemed to be the first time that Bar took the initiative to look at himself, and Li Muhan stood up with his body. Human, come here! Bar slowly lifted his hand and hooked his fingers. Li Muhan's body began to walk up the steps uncontrollably, and he came to the throne. Big brother, I'm very sleepy now, can you talk about anything next time? Li Muhan just wants to sleep now. Bar holds his chin with his hand. This young man's appearance can be said to be extremely handsome, and there is a trace of evil in his golden pupils. I didn't expect you to actually be able to repair my soul. No thanks. Li Muhan yawned. Maybe I can see more interesting things through you, human. Bar slowly stood up. He was taller than Li Muhan, slender but not weak. Call me by name if you can. Listening to Li Muhan's words, Bar tilted his head slightly, and the smile on his face became even more evil. There is only one human in the world who can give me a name. King Solomon. Li Muhan's heart came up with the name of the ancient king of Israel. Before Li Muhan could speak, Bar's fingers had already lightly touched Li Muhan's forehead. Huh! Are you going to tell me that this is the last time? Li Muhan looked at Bar's movements suspiciously. Maybe you'll be the second human to ask me by name. Suddenly, Li Muhan felt a surge of power flowing into his body, and he could clearly realize that this was a proof of his increased strength. And it was Baal who injected that power into himself. Now you can step down. With a flick of Bar's finger, Li Muhan's consciousness began to fly backwards like the first time, but this time, Li Muhan struggled to make a standard international gesture towards Bar before he fell unconscious. In the ward of the medical department of the Special Management Bureau, Xiaoyu has been guarding Li Muhan's bed for 3 days. During this period, many people came to visit Li Muhan. Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, and even Yin Qi of the 7th Squad have also come. Huang Zizai, Yu Linglong, Monk and Xia Xia of the 9th Squad. Lin Zai has also been here a few times, but Li Muhan is still in a coma. Rest assured, all the indicators of his body are normal, but he is overdrawn, and he will wake up after 2 more days of rest. She comforted Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu didn't say a word. She would remain silent until Li Muhan woke up. If Li Muhan couldn't wake up, then someone had to be responsible for it. The nightmare that was brought back by the Special Administration Bureau and taken into custody will be the first to bear Xiaoyu's wrath. Gradually, Li Muhan opened his eyes from his sleep. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, he was still a little dazed, after seeing Xiaoyu who was sleepy next to him. Li Muhan seemed to feel that he was still in a dream. It's all that happened before. Including solving the nightmare by yourself and liberating those souls, is it all a dream? Well? Xiaoyu felt the movement, slowly opened her eyes, and after seeing that Li Muhan had woken up, this vampire girl, who had always been cold, had tears in her eyes. The groove. Li Muhan's heart tightened. The heart said that this nightmare actually shaped Xiaoyu into such a poor and lovely girl in her dream. I thought you'd never wake up. Xiaoyu hugged Li Muhan on the hospital bed. Li Muhan was slightly stunned. He smelled the familiar aroma of shampoo coming from between the ends of Xiaoyu's hair. This nightmare is quite powerful, and I can know what brand of shampoo my family has. Li Muhan thought that this was a dream, so he didn't have much reaction when he was held by Xiaoyu at this time. Huh? What did you say? Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan with some doubts, but at this time, Li Muhan had an evil thought. Anyway, it's in a dream, so it shouldn't matter what you do. Do? What? Xiaoyu tilted her head. This girl is so cute, and at this time, Li Muhan also decided not to pretend at all. Pinching the numbness. You vampire also have today. You are so rude to me in reality, and now in my dreams, you don't have to listen to me obediently. Is your brain broken? Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan with some concern. Look at the move. Li Muhan reached out and pinched Xiaoyu's face. Ha ha ha, it's so soft, I've wanted to pinch it for a long time. Ouch, this skin is so tender, I like to suck blood, right? I'll let you suck blood. Makes you blood sucking. The expression on Xiaoyu's face slowly became cold. Akira was pinched in the face. Xiaoyu's speech was a little vague, but Li Muhan didn't mind at all. How dare you murder me? I'll make you fierce. He patted Xiaoyu's cheek lightly, and suddenly became puzzled after looking at the other party's indifferent expression. Huh! Why did it suddenly become the same as reality? What about the soft girl just now? Change back. Change! I'll give you a chance to explain. Xiaoyu said coldly. Dare you threaten me? Guru, she gave birth to a child for me in a dream. You have to give me at least 5. I'll let you know right now. At the same time, in the lobby of the medical department, a nurse and a doctor were chatting. Alas, that girl in the room on the 3rd floor is so good-looking. Yes, they're supposed to be lovers. It must be. Look at that girl's worried eyes. It's not a lover who can't show it. It's good. I want to fall in love too, and the object should be such a cute girl. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise from the 3rd floor, followed by a man's scream. Ah, isn't this a dream? Isn't it a dream? Help me! Help me! Then they saw Li Muhan, who was wearing a hospital gown, rolling down the stairs with a rolling belt, and immediately ran towards the gate screaming as soon as he landed. What did you just say? Who did you have a baby with? Then Xiaoyu appeared at the top of the stairs, and after seeing Li Muhan continue to escape, her eyes flashed with a hint of red light. In the next moment, Li Muhan, who was running wildly, had already stepped on the ground with one foot. I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I was wrong! I'm talking about dreams! It's in a dream! Oh? Want to have a baby with her so much? Are you dreaming? It's not. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. The nurse and the doctor stared blankly, and the nurse said to the doctor with a wry smile, Do you still want to fall in love with such a lady? Forget it, I want to live a few more years. Chapter 55, and the Masters? When she heard the news that Li Muhan had woken up, Lindsay came to the medical department of the Special Administration Bureau with some fruits and humming a song, and she gently pushed open the door of the ward. Originally, the first sentence was to praise Li Muhan for doing a good job. But after seeing the thing on the hospital bed that was wrapped like a mummy with a plaster cast on her legs, and what seemed to be a human being, the corners of her mouth twitched. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong ward. Are you a new outlier from the Heritage Management Division? Finally, she squeezed the sentence out of her mouth. Woo! Oh, whining! For litters! It's me! Xiuhua! Help me! After seeing Lindsay come in, the mummy began to struggle. Lindsay didn't understand what he was talking about at all. It's okay, mummy, it's normal to feel uncomfortable after sleeping for a long time and being excavated by the Cultural Relics Management Section. I'll come to see you later. Lindsay smiled and waved at the mummy, and then exited the ward. Just when the door was closed, Xia Yu's figure appeared in the place that was blocked by the door just now. With a strange smile on her face, she looked at the struggling mummy on the bed. Oh? Still want to ask for help? Looks like I wasn't ruthless enough. Whoa! That's right, this mummy is Li Muhan. He became like this after being beaten by Xia Yu, and Xia Yu obviously didn't plan to let him go. The girl slowly bared her fangs, licked her lips, and walked towards the hospital bed. And the more Lindsay came to the corridor, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Ward 305, I didn't go wrong. She turned back and looked at the sign hanging in the doorway. The captain of the 7th Squad, Li Muhan. So she opened the door again. Li Muhan, what are you doing? Ghost. Don't say it yet? Whose children? What will Makiyu? Nope. Makiyu sea lions. No kids. Who told me I had a baby with her? Don't admit it now. As it happens, I'm a little hungry now, and if I suck blood now, it will hurt a little. What whining? Shows soldiers. Xiobing, help! In the end, under Lindsay's explanation, Xia Yu reluctantly believed Li Muhan's statement about nightmares. But she quickly puffed off because of something else. That is, your dream is to marry her and have children? It was before when I... Lindsay was removing the bandage on Li Muhan's face, and when he heard that Li Muhan was going to bring up the past, he quickly pinched Li Muhan and glared at him. Li Muhan also seemed to understand. Quickly changed his words and said, Before I was young and ignorant, but now I treat those things as black history. Xia Yu didn't seem to be angry. In the end, it was Lindsay who became a peacemaker. Okay, don't make trouble. Now that the Special Management Bureau has the backing, this kid can't do without you for 24 hours, otherwise I'll call someone to shoot him immediately. Li Muhan looked at Lindsay with a puzzled expression, and Lindsay glared at him again. Ah yes, shoot me. If I leave you, shoot me. Xia Yu turned her head slightly, and asked with a little angry pout. I will suck your blood dry. Granny drops. It's scary than shooting. In the end, Lindsay explained the follow-up situation to Li Muhan. The 9th Squad and the Science Special Administration Bureau have completed the aftermath work, as for the nightmare brought out by Li Muhan. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that such an ancient creature still existed. Do nightmares cry so much? Li Muhan asked. Lindsay thought about it and shrugged his shoulders. I haven't seen any other nightmares. Even Lindsay has never seen it, so this thing is really rare. It's funny to think of the nightmare, and the way she was about to cry when she glared at her. And what's going on with her now? It has been placed under the supervision of the Special Administration Bureau, file number 1508. Generally speaking, as long as there are no outliers who cause heavy casualties, the Special Management Bureau will not take capital punishment after capturing them alive. After all, these things have lived for so long. Nightmares, in particular, seem to come from another dark matter world, existing for a longer time than humans, and they are indeed well-intentioned in this nightmare, compiling one dream after another for those souls who died in vain. The Ninth Special Administration also interceded on her behalf. According to the old Taoist Huangzi, demons also have love. As long as they are not innocent evil animals, then it is understandable to let her live. Hearing this, Li Muhan was also relieved. He was really a little afraid that the nightmare would be directly captured and shot by the Special Management Bureau, so wouldn't it be in vain for him to finally work hard to get her out of the darkness? She was quite worried about you, and she kept crying when she was held in solitary confinement for interrogation, but as soon as she said your name, she immediately stopped crying and asked where you were. Oh? Even nightmares are so obsessed with you. Li Muhan immediately felt the very unfriendly gaze around him. Hey, Lin Bureau, say something else, don't talk about her. Oh, okay, let's talk about Red Kite. She has already applied to be transferred to the 7th Squad. Ah? Refuse. Give me a hard refusal. Li Muhan hurriedly waved his hand, because he had already heard the girl next to him take a deep breath and keep calm. Don't worry, I've already rejected it, even if I agree. Huang Laodao won't let people go, so the Red Kite locked himself in the room again and didn't come out. You have time to take a look. Lindsay also felt murderous this time. She coughed and quickly changed the subject. Ahem. By the way, someone is going to see you later. Huh. And the masters? Xia Yu finally couldn't help it, and said with a sneer. Hey, don't get me wrong. Lindsay hurriedly grabbed Xia Yu's grinning fist. For the sake of Li Muhan's life, she had to speak clearly. The person who came to see you is the permanent director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Director? Li Muhan had almost forgotten that Lindsay was just the deputy director, and he had really never seen the director of the High City Special Management Bureau this day. This kind of big guy wants to come and see me? He asked, scratching his head. Lindsay had already helped Li Muhan remove the bandages on his body, and she also noticed that the wounds on Li Muhan's body were recovering very quickly, but he had not opened the realm at this time. She had a guess in her mind. Could it be that in such a short period of time, this kid's level has actually increased? Although even if the level of a fighter of the Alien or Special Management Bureau can be increased through cultivation, it will also have to pay a considerable price. For example, monsters will cultivate by eating people or stealing souls, and gods will make their godheads stronger by collecting beliefs. The members of the Special Administration can strengthen themselves through a special training system. But neither of them can evolve in just a few days. But Lindsay didn't say anything about it. She smiled and said, You're now the captain of the 7th Squad, so you're a leader anyway, and this time you solved such a big trouble for the Occult Management Section, and brought back a rather rare alien for the Special Management Bureau. Isn't it normal for him to personally praise you? Li Muhan nodded slightly, but he was still a little nervous. It can also be said that there are some expectations. What should the director of this Special Management Bureau look like? Like the kind in the story, introverted, deep, and handsome with a strong personality charm? Or is it a peerless beauty like Lindsay, who is silent and always wears a deck of playing cards and smiles? Chapter 56 Lao Tzu is the director, are you not convinced? At this moment, Li Muhan was suddenly startled by an angry roar outside the door. His grandmother told you, Lao Tzu is on vacation today. Don't handle the work? What about Lindsay? Where did you die? Are you looking for her? The sound is getting closer. Ha, kidding your grandmother, I'm afraid of that woman. That's for her. She is a woman, Lao Tzu will not slap her away. Yes? You say Lao Tzu is bragging? Okay, next time you come over, Lao Tzu will beat her up in front of you and let her know the majesty of the director. That's it. I won't tell you, Lao Tzu still has to go to comfort his subordinates. Let your mother's bullshit. Lao Tzu didn't play games. It's really to go to condolences. Then came the nurse's voice. Director! This is the hospital, you be quiet. How many times have I said it? And Li Muhan found that the smile on Lindsay's face froze at this moment, and the corners of his mouth were still twitching. Bang! The door to the ward was kicked open. What about people? What about the people of the 7th Squad? Li Muhan was taken aback, and saw a middle-aged man who was nearly 2 meters tall, and walked in with a big grin. Ha, you're the fucking... Li. The man just wanted to speak, but suddenly found Lin Zhe sitting on the edge of the hospital bed. Lin Zhe got up slowly, looked back at the man. His forehead was bruised, but he still said with a smile on his face, "The Majesty of the Director? Will you let me see it now?" A cold sweat broke out from the man's forehead. "I'm joking, kidding. Forest Bureau good, Forest Bureau condolences. Great work. Director, how many times have I said that? Knock on the door first?" Yes, I was wrong, I'm sorry, Private Marseille." "Then why don't you get out of here and start over?" Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. The tall, muscular man immediately stooped out of the door in fright, and then closed the door gently. Li Muhan was stunned. What is the situation? That man's name is Lin Zealand Bureau, and Lin Zhe is called that director? That's the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau? These two people together, each called their own? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Lin Zhe said coldly. The door opened, and the man walked in with a nod and a smile on his face. The Forest Bureau is early. Director, how many times have I said that you represent the image of the entire Tianhai City Special Management Bureau? Don't make a lot of noise every day like a child. Lin Zhe sighed a little helplessly, and began to preach to men like a parent. Yes, you're right, what's the matter? This is the kid who came to pick up Tianban. The man looked at Li Muhan. Hello, Director, my name is Li Muhan. Li Muhan finally let his mind turn around and hurriedly greeted the man. Okay, don't fart, ouch, isn't this Charia? They all say that you're in love with a human, is it true that you co-authored? This sun hits the west. The man just wanted to continue talking after seeing Xiaoyu, but Lin Zhe's other glare made him cough twice. Ahem, well, yes, I'm the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, you can call me Chan Yu. The man straightened up and looked at Li Muhan condescendingly. Li Muhan understood that the middle-aged uncle who was standing in front of him now looked abnormal, and it was the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Chan Yu. Hey, this nightmare is really cruel, you see, beat our captain Li, ouch, it's too cruel, such thin arms and legs, I'm really not afraid of tossing people around. Looking at Li Muhan's bandage that had not yet been disassembled, he often said with some exaggeration. I hit it. Xiaoyu opened her mouth coldly. Chan Yu was stunned, looked at Xiaoyu, and then at Li Muhan, and then he suddenly leaned into Li Muhan's ear and said, Boy, are you shaking em? Looking for such a wicked woman? You're... Damn it! Bang! Lin Zhe and Xiaoyu kicked sideways almost at the same time, kicking the tall man directly out of the ward. He screamed and slammed into the wall of the corridor. Director! Say it again! This is the hospital! You give me a quiet moment! Then came the nurse's unbearable roar. Don't listen to him, he's a little... in his head. Lin Zhe pointed to his head, then shook his head again. The corners of Li Muhan's mouth twitched, but he still nodded slightly. In recognition of you, in this time, in the mission, hey, that's a hassle. 10 minutes later, Chan Yu, who was beaten with a blue nose and swollen face, stood aggrievedly in front of the hospital bed and sent a congratulatory message to Li Muhan. Just when he wanted to pick a pick, Lin Zhe's cough made him hurry up. To recognize you for your outstanding performance in this mission, Captain Li Muhan of the 7th Squad. 2. Arrive! I don't know why, Li Muhan directly subconsciously replied. On behalf of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, on behalf of humanity, on behalf of Huaxia, I would like to present you with... Li Muhan began to get excited. The money is coming, the money is coming. Most sincerely, thank you. Applaud! Bang, bang, bang. After speaking, Chan Yu began to take the lead in applauding. Li Muhan was silent, that's all? Lin Zhe couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Chan Yu's tie and asked, Where's the bonus? Krypton. Kryptonite. So much money! You're all in the game? Also, not all. Others are used to. It's used to reward the female anchor again? Chan Yu nodded firmly. After all, they say I am their noble guardian. The first time Li Muhan saw Lin Zhe so hysterical, she was almost about to cry, and finally Lin Zhe reluctantly took out his mobile phone, and then Li Muhan heard his mobile phone prompt. Your Alipay arrives, 100,000 yuan. Count me as a personal bonus for you. Sorry, I can only give you so much. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan with endless apologies. No, it's okay, Forest Bureau, you usually take care of me so much, in fact, we don't have to. Between us. That's right. Look at Captain Li. What a reason! Money is all outside the body, so even the 100,000 is. Bang! The glass on the third floor of the hospital suddenly shattered, and then with a scream, a 2-meter-tall strong man was thrown directly from a ward on the third floor. At the same time, on the top floor of the first hospital in Tianhai City, Zhao Qianquan stared at the phone screen. Inside is a video of Guruoshi and her mother running out of Yuehua's apartment, and not long after, a video of Li Muhan and 3 young girls walking out of the apartment with a middle-aged man. That should be Guruoshi's father. This bastard woman, she actually ran back to find this monster. Damn it! Slut! Slut! Seeing his cousin's crazy performance, Zhao Dazhuang was a little puzzled. Brother Kun, who is this man? Even you can't do anything about him. Shut the fuck. Fuck, it's all because of this woman. Okay, since my father won't let me do anything to him, then it's okay for Lao Tzu to move this bitch, and besides, you go and find out who these women are around Li Muhan. Damn, why are there always so many good-looking women around him? Alas, alas, brother, it's not good, it's a crime. Fuck, I'll let you go. And also, now tie up Guruoshi's bitch parents to me. This. Dezhuang, listen to me, it's impossible for my cousin to treat you badly, don't you owe a lot of money? You take this card first, and I will have other rewards when it is done. As he spoke, Zhao Qianquan stuffed a card into Zhao Dazhuang's hand. Zhao Dazhuang looked at the black card, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Chapter 57. What's wrong with playing games online? Sunday. The weather was cloudy. A commercial block near Tsuwei Mountain in Tianhai City. It also benefits from the popularity of Tsuwei Mountain scenic area, and there is an endless stream of tourists, not only establishing a commercial street, but also building an antique old street. There are even ancillary industries such as hot springs. It can be said to be an important part of Tianhai City's economic resources. A thin man wears a black coat with a cap, mask, and sunglasses. It stands out on the street. Everyone who saw him had to give him a few words. Mom, you see, this brother is so strange. Don't look at. The boy naturally realized that his dress seemed to be a little too conspicuous. He quickened his pace through the commercial district to a secluded alleyway. It should be here, right? The boy took out a note and followed the address to a small room at the end of the alley. As his hand rested on the doorknob, his heart began to beat faster. Click. The door opened. At the moment of opening the door, a familiar feeling wafted out of the room. It was the smell of smoke mixed with rubber and leather, which was the smell of the black internet cafe of childhood. Ahmedba, Master Li, you are finally here. How are you recovering from your injuries? Understand, now that I'm a controlled person, I still have a guarantor at home, so it's not easy to come out. There were 5 computers in the room, 4 of which were seated, and Li Muhan also hurried to sit down on the computer where no one was. They are the chief monk of the 9th squad, Shang Zhongya, Huang Zizai, and Yu Linglong. And this person who is dressed very strangely is naturally Li Muhan. He took off his cap, mask and sunglasses and closed the door as he hurried into the room. I'm sorry, it took me a while to get rid of that guy at home. At this time, Li Muhan noticed that although the person sitting next to him was not a member of the 9th team, he was also very familiar and looked at it fixedly. Yinchi? The petite girl next to her, wearing a tracksuit and a baseball cap, was none other than Yinchi, the scout of the 7th squad she led. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get on the number, District 1, and get that passerby Yasuo T. Master Yin, that's not a passerby, it's Director Chang Yu. The people who can't come to the offline to open the black are passersby, and he knows a fart competitive game. I know how to play some bullshit beautiful girl mobile games and watch female anchors all day long. Play so well and like to play Yasuo. 0-21 it's still showing the brand. Hurry up T. Chan Yu's voice came from the headphones. Huh? What's going on? Wait, put Lao Tzu T? You bunnies wait. Before he could finish his sentence, he was removed from the group. Inchi glanced at Li Muhan, and his tone was still the same cold. Are you here or not? Come on. Come, I really didn't expect that. Inchi, you are also an esports enthusiast. Li Muhan sighed while getting on the number. Master In is our thigh, Master Li, you must not offend her. Li Muhan was a little skeptical at first, but after the number 1 started, he was simply blindsided. This little man mainly plays jungler, and in a word, his wild area is his own wild area, and the opposite wild area is still her wild area. Not only that, but her grasping rhythm is so good that it explodes, one by one, and she also serves as the overall commander. It can be said that he really deserves to be a scout, and his ability to seize opportunities and control the situation is really too strong. Ahmed Ba Donor, if you want to talk to me again, I'm welcome. And the great monk Zhongya is a typical King Kong angry eyes. He looks kind, but he is really unambiguous when he scolds people, and his speed of typing and spraying people is 100 times faster than the speed of his operation. Huang Zizi is a bastard on the road, and playing with meat can still stabilize his father, pure side effects. As for you, Linglong. Linglong, can you get off me first? Li Muhan wanted to cry without tears. He felt that he was playing a solo road, because Yu Linglong played a cat hanging on him, and he never came down in the whole game. Just when the battle was in full swing, there was a thud, and the door was kicked open. Huang Zizai was the first to get under the table and shouted at the same time. Alas! We're not gambling in groups. It is an esports dream-chasing teenager. With a girl. Li Muhan didn't want to hide together for the first time, but wanted to scold Huang Zizai for being a shameless person who was going to the coffin, and he was still a fucking esports dream chaser. But just when he turned around and saw the person who kicked the door, Li Muhan was dumbfounded. That's what you told me about the special administration looking for you for a meeting? Xia Yu stood at the door with cold eyes, staring at Li Muhan deadly. Ahmed Ba Li, Captain Li, that's not right? Didn't you say that everything was settled? Forehead. Li Mu was cold and sweaty. He had indeed deceived Xia Yu and said that the Special Management Bureau held a meeting today, and tomorrow would be a seamless scam. How could it be discovered? You promised me that you were going to accompany me to ice cream today. Xia Yu walked towards Li Muhan step by step. Ahmed Ba, this net is here today, Captain Li, see you soon. The first to leave the house was Nikaya. Alas, it's not a gamble, a false alarm. I'll go first. Farewell, Xiao Linglong, go. But I still want to play. You play with a hammer. Does this broken cat have any gameplay? Come with me. Master, you will only hit the gap between the 5 people when you play with a stupid stone, so this is a game? Still talking back. Walk. Go back and copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. Woo. Mistreat. Huang Zizai half pulled and half dragged Yu Linglong and left the house. In the end, only Yinxi remained. She unleashed her best skills, hid her breath, and still operated the character to gallop through the canyon. You listened to my explanation, Xia Yu. Well, the meeting is over, so I'm just playing with them for a while and getting ready to go home. Chan Yu called me 10 minutes ago and told me that you came out today without me. What else do you want to say? Chan Yu? Li Muhan remembered Chan Yu's unwilling tone when he was finally kicked out of the team. It turned out that this guy couldn't play the game and took the opportunity to retaliate. Such an adult. Why did he still make a small report like a child? Listen to me, Xia Yu. I'm hungry. Xia Yu slowly walked into the room, and at this moment, her pupils turned blood red, her lips opened slightly, and her sharp teeth flashed with a penetrating cold light. Huh! Wait, don't be here! Wait a minute! Xia Yu knocked down Li Muhan, licked her lips gently, and then bit Li Muhan's neck violently. Yinchi! Help me! Yes! Help me! Your captain is in danger! Win! Yinchi played 5 by herself, and finally won the game by stealing her family, and she showed a happy smile. When he was dying, Li Muhan looked at Yinchi's smile and felt that this child could laugh so cutely. Scoundrel! Xia Yu muttered, and suddenly increased his strength. Ah! Yinchi turned off the computer, packed his satchel, and finally glanced at Li Muhan, who was being sucked blood, and after sneering, he picked up his satchel and got up and left the house. Then only Li Muhan's screams remained in the room. Half an hour later. The office of the Deputy Director of the Tianhai Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan, who was dying, was dragged to the sofa by Xia Yu's arm. "Can you two stop being so wild, in broad daylight?" Even Lin Zhe was a little nervous after seeing this scene. He brought it on himself. Xia Yu licked the blood stains on her lips and puffed her head away. Lin Zhe sighed and said to Xia Yu, "Don't worry, I've sent someone to demolish the esports room of the 9th Squad, this group of people who don't do their jobs. I've already dealt with it on Director Chang's side." "How?" Li Muhan asked curiously. "I smashed all his figures." Li Muhan shouted nice in his heart. "Chan Yu is really a lot of injustice, and he will kill himself. But for now, it's better not to irritate this vampire again. Li Muhan, I asked you to come here this time because there is a new task. I know that you have only been resting for a week, but there is no way. Who made you the captain? How do you say that? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." As he spoke, Lin Zhe pushed a stack of documents onto the desktop in front of Xia Yu.